The plot of this film is purely fictitious. Please do not take it seriously, and please do not imitate it. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Thank you for your support. Your likes and subscriptions are the motivation for my updates. Chapter 1: Time Travel in the Demon Cult. The Mountain of 10,000 Demons. The Emingo Sect. A huge cave house is full of ghosts. Lu Li frowned slightly, and stood in the middle of the hall with his head lowered. Just like him. The other 9 disciples beside him also looked nervous and uneasy, and did not dare to breathe. In front of them, an old man in black robes sat on a big bone chair. His eyes were as scarlet as ghosts, and his whole body exuded a terrifying pressure like a mountain. This man is Lu Li's master, the real ghost demon, a late-stage Gene Dan cultivator, and a bloodthirsty and murderous person. If something doesn't go his way, he will kill someone to vent his anger. March has arrived. Today, my teacher is here to check your cultivation. The demon master spoke. The voice was cold and biting, as if it would freeze a person's soul into ice. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed. Xiao Yin, you come first. Yes. The disciple whose name was called responded, took a step forward with fear, and said with great respect, Master, this disciple specializes in the blood-devouring demon technique. Please examine it. Master. After saying that, he started to perform the exercises. Wow. Along with the sound of the river surging, a stream of bright red blood emerged from between his eyebrows, lingering around his body, spitting constantly and very flexibly. This is the blood-devouring demonic energy produced by the blood-devouring demon technique. The envoy goes out and pounces on the enemy, and can drain the enemy's energy and blood in the blink of an eye, which is very weird and terrifying. More than enough dexterity, but not enough demonic power. I will have to drink more blood in the future. Preferably the blood of a cultivator. Demon Master said coldly. Disciple thanks Master for your guidance. The entry-level disciple named Xiao Yin wiped his sweat, bowed respectfully, and returned to the queue. Hanli, come here. Then, the Demon Master named another person. An entry-level disciple named Hanli walked out of the array, his face pale, and he bowed tremblingly. This disciple is practicing the white bone heart-destroying palm. Please test it. Master. Afterwards, he began to practice his skills in the hall, with fierce strength and sharp moves. But just in the middle of the trick, the Demon Master coldly snorted. Your bone heart-destroying palm is soft, without a trace of murderous intent. I guess you usually just test it with chickens, ducks, tigers, and leopards. So what use do you have? The words fell. Whoosh. A stream of black energy flew out from his body, and turned into a 10-meter-long giant black energy snake halfway up the path. It opened its ferocious mouth, and swallowed the entry-level disciple in one gulp. Ah! Master! Please don't! The beginner disciple only had time to scream before he was swallowed into the snake's belly. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the black gas giant snake circled, shrunk, and turned into a drop of blood, slowly flying back to the Demon Master. The Demon Master opened his mouth and sucked it, then swallowed the drop of blood into his stomach. His scarlet eyes shot out a cold light. I don't accept waste under my sect. If you don't practice hard, this is what you will end up with. Disciple understands. All the disciples quickly paid their respects. Some people were so frightened that they started to tremble all over. At the end of the array, although Lu Li was not trembling, his face was bitter. With a silent thought in his mind, he summoned the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 1 level of Chi Refining. Blood-devouring demon skill, level 1, progress 1%. Bone Heart Destroying Palm, level 1, progress 5%. 7 Killing Fist, level 1, progress 0%. Ghostly Ghost Step, first level, progress 10%. The system panel is simple, but it is indeed his plugin. That's right. Lu Li came through time. Before time travel, he was a game developer and was developing a hang-up game, but died suddenly. After traveling through time, he became an entry-level disciple of the Emingo Sect. The game he just developed has become his plugin. Once you learn any technique, you can practice it on your own. But, because your blood-devouring demonic skill did not absorb human blood, you are in a low mood and your practice has regressed. Your bone-destroying heart palm, because you only kill chickens and ducks. You are not satisfied, and there is no progress in your cultivation. Your 7 Killing Fist is very dissatisfied with your kind heart, and your practice has regressed. Your Spirit Ghost Shadow Step, because it is not integrated with the power of the ghost, has insufficient energy, and there is no progress in practice. Looking at the records on the system log, Luli sighed secretly, because he is too useless. He couldn't even defeat the handyman from the outer sect. Even if he was ruthless enough to practice magic skills, he still couldn't kill anyone. Just as he was thinking about it, a scream of awe came into his ears. Another person was swallowed. Luli looked up and found that there were 2 people left, and it was his turn. Are you going to die again? Looking at the real ghost on the bone chair, Luli felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Humph. The 7 killing fist kills yourself first and then kills others. What the hell are you doing with your practice? Die! The demon master snorted coldly. Boom. The disciple who had just gone up to practice the technique exploded and died. It didn't take long. The phantom steps are as fast as those of a ghost. But your steps are even slower than my grandma, who has been dead for many years. Die! The murderous voice of the demon master sounded again. Boom. Another entry-level disciple exploded on the spot, turning into blood mist that filled the sky, and was directly sucked up by the angry demon master. Then, a cold and piercing gaze shot at Luli. Luli sighed secretly in his heart, and turned a little pale. It's his turn. Huh? Luli, what are you doing? The 4 magic skills I taught you have made no progress at all? Suddenly, the demon master flashed in front of Luli and asked sullenly. Dot! Luli smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. Could it be that I am a good person and not suitable for practicing magic? Saying this will definitely kill you. Therefore, Luli thought about it, mustered up his courage, and bowed solemnly. Master, I have thoroughly understood the technique. Please give me another month. I will definitely satisfy the master. Humph. If I hadn't seen that you have good qualifications, I would have slapped you into a pumpkin pie. If I give you another month, if you fail to practice, I will skin you and make you into a straw man. Demon Master said grimly. Peel off the skin and fill it with grass? When Luli heard this, his heart trembled and his face turned pale. Uh-huh. The real ghost demon flashed and retreated to the big bone chair with a cold gaze. I am very dissatisfied with this inspection. Next month, you will still be such useless people and you will all die. Get out! After saying that, he waved his hand. The wind picked up. In an instant, the remaining 7 disciples were swept out of the cave. Disciple resigns. The 7 disciples didn't dare to get angry. They bowed their hands again and then dared to turn around and leave. Before leaving, several fellow disciples glanced at Luli with gloating eyes. In the Imingui sect, a Jindan elder usually only accepts 2 or 3 disciples at a time. They wished that Luli, a well-qualified guy, would die early and then become the true disciple of Guillermo Jinren. What to do now? Luli stood halfway up the mountain, looking at the endless sea of clouds in front of him, feeling confused for a while. Can we just wait to die? Time travel again? However, the Imingo sect is a sect in the demon sect that specializes in raising ghosts and refining their souls. If they were killed by the demon realm, they would definitely lose their souls. Can we travel through time again? Besides, in this world of immortals and demons, if you don't cultivate immortality, wouldn't your trip be in vain? Thinking of this, Luli was a little reluctant. You have to practice hard. But even if I work hard, I won't be able to improve my cultivation much in a month. After much thought, the only way is to choose a magic skill that suits you. Practice it quickly, and show a progress that satisfies the demon master. I have to go to the Buddhist scripture pavilion again. Having made up his mind, Luli followed the mountain path and walked quickly towards the Sutra Tiding Pavilion. Chapter 2: Obtaining the Kung Fu. The Sutra Pavilion is far away. Luli walked for a long time before arriving at the Sutra Tiding Pavilion after dark. Stop! Token! As soon as he stepped into the front yard of the Sutra Pavilion, a solemn voice sounded directly in Luli's mind. At the same time, a powerful oppression like a mountain shrouded the head. This is spiritual pressure even stronger than demon. Luli did not dare to neglect and quickly took out the Sect Jade pendant given by Demon Master. Buzz! The Sect's Jade pendant trembled and emitted a bright light. Then, the stern voice sounded again. Beginner disciples can only enter the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion. If you enter the second floor without permission, you will be killed without mercy. Disciple, obey. Luli put away the jade pendant and bowed his hands. Then, he walked into the Sutra Pavilion. There are many people in the Sutra Pavilion, but very quiet. Luli walked cautiously, bowing his head slightly, and not daring to look at anyone. These are ruthless demonic monks who kill without blinking an eye. In the demon sect. In terms of strength, the Emingo sect is not ranked among the top 5. But in terms of cruelty, the disciples of the Emingo sect are definitely among the top 3. If they don't agree with each other, they will immediately kill someone. Therefore, the weak Luli did not dare to provoke anyone. Fortunately, the ghost sect disciples coming and going didn't seem to care about him. An ant. Soon, Luli walked to the door of the scripture collection pavilion. It is said to be the Sutra Pavilion. But in fact, it is a 33-story black stone giant building that reaches into the sky and into the clouds, connecting the stars to the moon. It is very majestic. There are also black and white lights flashing around the Sutra Pavilion. This is the formation. Once there is any abnormal movement or the formation is activated, the nascent soul cultivator will be killed instantly. What's more, there are old monsters at the level of gods hidden in the Sutra Pavilion. Luli held his breath, raised his feet, and stepped into the door of the scripture collection pavilion. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a white-haired old man sitting by the door, resting with his eyes closed. There is also a necklace of human skulls around his neck. Luli didn't dare to look any further, so he walked over quickly and started looking for magic skills on the bookshelf on the first floor. The first floor is very large, more than 3 miles long and wide. There are also many people. Most of them are disciples in the chi refining and foundation building stages. Luli, a guy at the first level of chi refining, was not conspicuous among the crowd. He was very serious, looking at the jade slips one by one. The white bone lotus heart technique requires living human bones. Not suitable. The blood snake demon eye requires 100 pairs of human eyes. Not suitable. The heart demon sword needs to collect evil energy, refine it into the heart and lungs, and inhale and breathe to nourish the sword. Hey, this is good? 50 years of small success? Forget it. Luli looked over and frowned more and more. It is indeed a demon sect. The tens of thousands of skills collected on this floor are all demonic skills. They either need to harvest human eyes or bones and blood. They are very sinister and cruel. Even some bodybuilding magic skills, like the golden bell cover and iron claw shirt, require the infusion of human blood and ghost energy. After choosing for a long time, there was no suitable one. It's hard to find a few books that can be practiced, but it can take anywhere from 50 years to hundreds of years. Even if he had a plug-in, he might not be able to do it in time. He only has 1 month left. Luli's face looked a little ugly. However, he still did not give up and continued to search. I don't know how long it took, but he came to the last bookshelf, reached out and picked up a jade slip, and began to read the small characters engraved on it. The 4 demon erosion skills, erosion of the heart, are not suitable. Luli took one look and put it down directly. Then pick up the next jade slip. Pick up, put down, pick up, put down, pick up, put down. By the time he put down the last jade slip, his face was as dark as a pot. There are more than 10,000 magic arts on the entire first floor, but none of them are suitable for him. Is it really true that I can only wait for death now? Boy, you are so picky. You actually look down on this level of magic power? Suddenly, a voice as thick as a bell sounded beside him. Luli turned around and took a look. It was the white-haired old man wearing a human skull necklace. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a fierce gaze, like a man-eating giant bear. He looks like a master at first glance. Moreover, how can those who dare to guard the Sutra Pavilion be ordinary people? Luli pursed his lips, cupped his hands and replied, I don't dare. I just want to choose a technique that suits me. Huh? I see that you have excellent qualifications, and most of the techniques here are suitable for you. Why don't you choose? The white-haired old man asked condescendingly. Well, these techniques are good, but I want a magic technique that is not so bloody, does not require harvesting human blood and bones, and does not absorb ghost energy to practice. Luli explained. What a joke. Our Emingo sect is a demon sect. If we don't kill people or raise ghosts, what kind of demon sect we are? You kid, you don't even want to practice this kind of demonic skill? Tell me, are you an undercover agent sent by Zhengdao? The white-haired old man shouted loudly. This body was like a thunderous earthquake, exploding in my ears. It almost cracked Luli's eardrums. What's strange is that even though the white-haired old man roared so loudly, the ghost sect disciples around him seemed not to hear it. It's a barrier. The one who can lay down a barrier at will is at least a golden elixir. At this time, Luli came back to his senses and bowed with a wry smile. Elder, have you ever seen such a bad undercover agent? If I were really an undercover agent, I'm afraid I will be killed by my master by the end of the month. It makes some sense. After hearing this, the white-haired old man nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, Luli gritted his teeth, stepped forward, blocked the way, raised his hands and asked, Elder, I wonder if you have any techniques suitable for disciples to practice. Can you give me a copy? The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed. The mountainous pressure was immediately suppressed. Luli felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders and was about to be crushed into a meat pie. However, he still gritted his teeth and refused to take a step back. Suddenly, the pressure was relieved, and the white-haired old man praised. Okay, seeing that you have some resilience, I will give you a copy. However, the law is not taught lightly, so I will test you again. Luli looked overjoyed, cupped his hands and said, Please ask the elders to test you. Okay, let me ask you a question. The white-haired old man touched the human skull on his chest, pondered for a while, frowned and asked, Toad, can you eat swan meat? This question has profound meaning. Luli heard it immediately. Answer quickly, the white-haired old man urged rather dissatisfiedly. Able. Luli rolled his eyes and answered with cupped hands. Huh? Can a toad really eat swan meat? The white-haired old man's eyes began to shine. It's true. However, all the toad eats are swans shot to death by others. Luli replied honestly. Upon hearing this answer, the white-haired old man's face instantly turned black. There was a faint green light flashing above the head. I wonder if the disciple has passed the test. Seeing that the old man's face was not good-looking, Luli asked carefully and tentatively. Humph. You pass. The white-haired old man's face sank, and he grabbed 2 jade slips out of thin air with his big hand and threw them over. Thank you, Elder. Luli looked happy and quickly caught it and thanked him. This is the technique I got by killing 2 nascent souls before. I give them to you. Get out. You have ruined my good mood for the whole day. After saying that, the white-haired old man waved his hand with a dark face. Call. A strong wind blew. The world is spinning. Bang. Luli fell from the sky to the ground. When he got up and took a look, he found that he had returned directly to the mountain peak of Demon Master. At the foot of the mountain is your own cave. Did you say the wrong thing just now? Luli was a little confused. However, he didn't care anymore. With excitement, he ran all the way to the foot of the mountain and got into his cave. When he took out the jade slip and looked at it, he knew the name of the technique. Zishyalyanri Sutra. Diamond Technique. Chapter 3 Shock 3000 Buddhist Sects. Zixia Sun Refining Sutra. Feiqian Guanjin teaches the method. Inhale the purple air in the morning and the flying clouds in the evening, and condense the 5 elements of the Hao Sun's true energy, which is so bright and blazing that everything cannot be burned. Vajra Technique. Vajra Temple's body refining magical skill, with a total of 12 levels. After practicing, the physical body is comparable to a magic weapon, indestructible and infinite in divine power. Both methods are incomplete. Only the upper part. However, these are all decent techniques. Luli recognized it at a glance. Feiqian Temple is one of the 3 great avenues in the world. It is located in the east and governs trillions of miles of spiritual realm. King Kong Temple is one of the 3,000 Buddhist temples in the west. In today's world, the righteous path is prosperous. Under the joint suppression of Taoism and Buddhism, the demon sect can only live in the mountains of demons, lingering, not even daring to go out. Therefore, there is no future in the demon cult. Luli really wanted to escape from the demon sect and go to the Taoist sect to practice. But the 10,000 demon mountains were thousands of miles wide, and without the cultivation of the golden elixir, he couldn't even think of flying out. Let's practice first. But which one should I study first? Luli looked out the window. The sky was bright with stars. The Milky Way was dazzling, and the 3-wheeled golden moon hung above the galaxy, illuminating the heaven and earth. Now it is night. You have to practice the Zixia Sun Refining Sutra. Tomorrow morning, I can only practice the diamond technique. So, Luli sat cross-legged on the stone bed, put the jade slip of Diamond Ju on his forehead, recited the formula silently, got into a good posture, and began to practice. Soon, there was a ding. A system prompt pops up. Congratulations to the host. You have learned the draw technique. Diamond technique, level 1, progress 1%. Your diamond art is very satisfied with your strong will. The training effect is increased by 50% and the progress is increased by 1%. Just as I put down the jade slip, another system prompt popped up. Really? You are suitable for practicing righteous exercises. Luli looked happy. Without hesitation, he picked up the jade slip again and began to study and figure it out. I don't know how long it took, but another clear reminder sounded in my mind. Your diamond art is more satisfying to you because of your efforts to understand the technique. The training effect is increased by 80% and the progress is increased by 3%. Luli's eyes lit up. System. After muttering silently, the system panel popped up. Host, Land Carp. Diamond Technique, Level 1, Progress 5%. In less than one night, the progress of this technique has surpassed that of the white bone hard destroying palm, which has been practiced for 3 months. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to complete the first level in 20 days? The first level of the Vajra art is perfect, with powerful roots and 10,000 kilograms of strength. That's enough. However, if you practice righteous techniques in the demon sect, will you be slapped to death by someone from the demon sect? Luli couldn't help but feel worried. Forget it. If you can't pass the demon realm level in a month, you'll still have to die. There is death on both sides. Cultivate first and then talk. Luli calmed down and continued to understand the techniques behind the diamond Jew. Then he fell asleep. Wait until you wake up the next day and open the system log to take a look. The blood-eating demonic kung fu, the white bone heart destroying palm, and the 7 killing fists all regress because you liked the new and disliked the old, and became dissatisfied. After a night of hard training, the progress of your Vajra technique has increased by 3%. Because you didn't listen to the Buddhist scriptures, your Vajra art was in a low mood, so you decided to stop practicing for a day. Do not. Luli just smiled. But when he saw the last record, his face suddenly fell. These martial arts are too individual. Still going on strike? Luli's face looked a little ugly. If this continues, I might not be able to complete the first level of Vajra art in a month. However, it's just Buddhist scriptures. He can. Luli looked straight, sat on the stone bed, made a lotus seal, murmured, and began to recite Buddhist scriptures silently. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, walking in the deep Prajnaparamita for a long time, saw that the 5 aggregates are empty. This is the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. It is the only Buddhist scripture that Luli knows. When developing game programs in the past, he couldn't find a bug and was so angry that he was about to collapse and explode. At this time, he would recite the Heart Sutra silently to regulate his emotions. Over time, the Prajna Heart Sutra has been memorized backwards and forwards. The moment he finished reciting the Heart Sutra, the West, the Buddhist country, among the 3,000 Buddhist gates, the countless statues of Buddha, Arhat, and Bodhisattva enshrined in the Mahavira Hall began to tremble violently. Then, these Buddha statues erupted together with a huge golden Buddha light, soared into the sky, merged in the 9 heavens, and gathered into a huge shadow of the gods. It is the Supreme Buddha. In an instant, the Buddha's light filled the sky and covered the earth. In the 3,000 Buddhist gates, millions of Buddhist cultivators were all startled. They all flew into the sky and bowed to the phantom of the Supreme Buddha in the sky with their palms together. Amitabha! The most shocking and exciting thing was the group of Buddhist monks from Dalian Temple, the leader of Buddhism. In the Great Lane Temple, 3 divine monks have appeared, looking at the Buddha in the sky and the countless Buddha, Bodhisattva and Arhat statues trembling in the Buddha's interior. The pupils of the 3 divine monks trembled slightly, and they were already losing their composure. Soon, the 10,000 Buddha's statue returned to calm. The Buddha's light dispersed. The Supreme Buddha also slowly faded and disappeared. 10,000 Buddhas chanted together, and the Supreme Buddha appeared. I never thought that I would be able to see such a vision in my lifetime. One of the white-browed divine monks said with great emotion. This means that our Buddhist sect is flourishing. Either a Buddha is reincarnated, or a Supreme Buddhist Sutra appears in this world. Another tall divine monk said solemnly. Buddha is in the south. Finally, an ugly-looking and short-statured divine monk looked into the distance and slowly said 4 words. As soon as these words came out, the entire Buddhist country fell into silence. To the south is the 10,000 Demon Mountains. It's the territory of the demon cult. If the demonic sect were to find the reincarnated Buddha first, or find that Supreme Buddhist scripture, that would be the greatest misfortune for Buddhism. The demon sect is lurking in the 10,000 Demon Mountains, recuperating and recuperating. It's time to destroy them. Amitabha. The evil ways must be destroyed. Then contact Tao's sect and prepare to attack the demon sect. The three divine monks looked at each other and made up their minds. In addition, the white-browed monk's gaze was profound. Send Buddhist disciples into the 10,000 Demons Mountain to secretly search for Buddhist disciples and Buddhist scriptures. We must not let the demon sect find them first. At this moment, countless news spread from the Buddhist kingdom. Shongzhou Daomin. A lazy and beautiful woman slowly opened her beautiful eyes and yawned. His eyes were as cold as the moon. She raised her eyes slightly and looked towards the west, frowning slightly. Then, his eyes turned and looked towards the south. 10,000 Demon Mountains. She frowned even more tightly. At the same time, overseas islands. Demon of the Abyss. There are also various demonic sects in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. The world, which had been peaceful for a long time, was undercurrent at this moment, and the major forces began to prepare for action. But at this time, Lu Li, the culprit who stirred up the world's turmoil, was in his cave, very excited, because King Kongju hit the screen. Your Vajra's secret was in a state of enlightenment because of listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures and receiving enlightenment. Progress increased by 2%. Progress increased by 3%. Progress increased by 2%. Progress increased by 4%. A ding. Extremely crisp. Congratulations to the host. The diamond art has broken through to the second level. This is not over yet. An even more gratifying reminder popped up. Congratulations to the host. Your Vajra technique has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Buddhist Sutra and evolved into the Vajra indestructible magic technique. As soon as the voice fell, an astonishing force surged out of the Dantian out of thin air and spread through the 4 meridians and 8 meridians. At the same time, there was a crackling sound of muscles and bones all over his body. The physical body actually expanded as if it were inflated. Lu Li's power began to increase dramatically. 500 pounds. 1,000 pounds. 3,000 caddies. 8,000 caddies. 10,000 kilograms. 12,000 caddies. Infinite power. Chapter 4. Another breakthrough. What a powerful force. What about wild Siberian tigers? I want to kill 10 of them. In the cave, Lu Li jumped down from the stone bed, clenched his fists, felt the majestic power surging in his body, and showed uncontrollable excitement on his face. Just one night, he practiced the diamond technique to the second level. This is such an amazing speed of cultivation. Moreover, his strength has reached 12,000 kilograms, and it is easy to blow out a monk with perfect chi refining with one punch. This is just a breakthrough to the second level. When you break through to the third, fourth, and fifth levels, you will be invincible under the golden elixir. Correct. King Kong art has also evolved. Lu Li quickly walked to the mirror and began to carefully examine his body to see if there were any abnormalities. Really, he found that his skin turned out to be a light golden bronze color. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell. I reached out and touched it. The skin was a bit hard, like fish scales and a turtle SHL. Could it be that the King Kong is really indestructible? Lu Li was a little surprised. The next moment, he raised his hands, clenched them into fists, and struck each other violently. When? A very clear bell sound was heard immediately. Then, follow the example of a gorilla and punch your chest. Ding 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 ding. The sound is continuous. The sound of hitting metal is almost the same as the indestructible magic power in the world's best. Interesting. Interesting. Lu Li stopped, the joy on his face uncontrollable. If your physical body is indestructible, you won't be afraid of sneak attacks by others. After all, in this demon sect, the most difficult thing to guard against is the various sneak attack and assassination magic weapons and evil spells. With this magical power of indestructibility, he can sleep more peacefully. Thinking of this, Lu Li was extremely excited and prepared to continue practicing the magical power of Vajra indestructibility. But when I turned around, I saw that the sun had already reached 3 poles. Forget it. First learn the Zixia Sun Refining Manual, and let it practice on its own. In this demon sect, one more skill means one more chance of survival. Lu Li waited for a moment, turned around and walked out of the cave. Soon, he came to a cliff behind the cave, found a stone platform to sit down, breathed evenly, and began to silently recite the formulas of the Zixia Sun Refining Sutra and practice breathing and breathing. A ding. Congratulations to the host. You have learned the Zixia Refining Manual. Zixia Refining Manual, Level 1, Progress 1%. The system prompts immediately. Your Zixia Refining Sutra absorbs the Hao Sun essence and makes you feel happy. The training effect is increased by 50% and the progress is increased by 1%. Your Zixia Refining Manual has checked your physical body and is quite satisfied. I am ready to speed up your practice. The effectiveness of your practice will be increased by 150%. Okay. Lu Li couldn't help but nodded secretly when he heard the system prompt. It seems that this Zixialian Rijinjing is still a good boy who is diligent and studious. Just as he was thinking about it, a burst of heat suddenly rose up in his abdomen, exuding a trace of gas, spreading to the 8 extraordinary meridians and traveling around the sky. Suddenly, Lu Li felt warm all over. I wasn't hungry anymore all of a sudden. Is this the legendary monk? He eats the wind, drinks the dew, swallows the sun and the moon, and doesn't even need to eat? Lu Li's eyes lit up. Correct. Maybe this can increase the speed of cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Li thought of something, looked around, gritted his teeth, and began to take off his clothes. In the blink of an eye, there was only a fig leaf left on him. Ding. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Because you have been fully exposed to the Haywari essence. The Zixia Refining Sutra is full of energy, and the cultivation effect has been increased by 100% again. Progress increased by 1%. Sure enough, this is the correct posture for practicing this technique. Lu Li smiled. So, he no longer had any worries. Took off the last piece of cloth on his body, and bathed in the sunlight in the most natural posture. At the same time, I began to recite the Prajna Heart Sutra silently in my heart. The indestructible power of Vajra continues to hit the screen. Your magical power of Vajra indestructibility was due to listening to the Supreme Buddhist scriptures, receiving enlightenment, and falling into a state of enlightenment. Progress increased by 2%. Progress increased by 3%. Progress increased by 1%. I don't know how long it took, but the sun set in the west and night fell. The stars began to shine. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes and stopped. Suddenly, the heat radiating throughout the body began to flow back into the Dantian Z mansion, condensing into a ball of Haywari Qi. It felt like a hard-boiled hot egg suddenly appeared in my stomach. System. Lu Li brought up the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, Level 1 of Qi Training. The indestructible power of the Vajra. Level 2, 78% progress. Zixia Refining Manual. Level 1, 36%. Blood Devouring Demon Skill. Level 1, progress 0%. Bone Hard Destroying Palm. Level 1, progress 0%. 7 Killing Fist. Level 1, progress 0%. Ghostly Ghost Step. First level, progress 10%. Not bad. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. The indestructible power of Vajra will soon be able to break through again. When the time comes, his physical body will be strengthened again, and he will be able to withstand the attack of the Qi Refining Perfection artifact, and will be invulnerable to water and fire. In addition, the Zixia Refining Manual can also be broken through together tomorrow, condensing a 5-element Haywari Qi. His realm will also be raised to the second level of Qi training. The problem is this is a demon sect. Lu Li suddenly thought of something, and the smile on his face froze. Demon sect masters can see through his cultivation level, and the techniques of cultivation at a glance. Practicing the true secret of Fakian Temple in the demon sect? Isn't that seeking death? It's okay to say that the diamond art is just a body training technique that is widely spread. And the demon sect also has a demon-adapted version. But the Zixia Refining Manual is Fakian Temple's true method. Once you practice it, you will be regarded as Fakian Temple's true disciple. According to the rules of the demon sect, a sky lantern must be lit to refine the soul. By the end of the month, I'm afraid the real demon will immediately clean up the door as soon as he sees him. When he thought of this, Lu Li took a deep breath. No wonder the white-haired old man in the Sutra Pavilion gave him 2 righteous exercises at once. It turned out that he deliberately tricked him. So insidious. The demonic monk is really uneasy and kind-hearted. I had been addicted to cultivation before and couldn't help myself. But I didn't react? Lu Li secretly cried out. What's worse is that now that you have reached the first level, it's too late to waste your skills. This martial art seems to be quite diligent, and you will definitely break through to the second level within a month. What to do now? Lu Li frowned, lost in thought. Got it. Suddenly, He thought of a place. Cave of 10,000 Ghosts. Wangui Cave is the place where the Yinming Ghost Sect keeps ghosts. Any disciple can go to the 10,000 Ghost Cave to subdue ghosts, raise spirit ghosts, and fight for themselves. Naturally, all ghosts gathered together, and the Yin energy was extremely heavy. Zixiao Lian region Jing like sunlight, so it will definitely be uncomfortable to stay in a place with heavy Yin Qi, and her cultivation will definitely deteriorate. However, there are dangers in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The ghosts roaming there include the common starving ghosts, big-headed ghosts, long-tongued ghosts, and water ghosts. There are also more ferocious resentful ghosts, such as ghost babies. These unjust ghosts and resentful ghosts are very miserable. They are all mortals captured by the disciples of the Ghost Sect. After all kinds of cruel and inhuman torture, they turned into vicious ghosts after death. With so much resentment, they stay in the 10,000 Ghost Cave, devouring each other. And their magic power is fierce. Finally, the Ghost King was born. Lu Li's master, Gui Emotionren, has 3 golden elixir Ghost Kings with a great reputation. Therefore, for safety reasons, you must first upgrade the Vidra indestructible magic to the 3rd level before going to the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Thinking of this, Lu Li did not hesitate at all. Sat down cross-legged, silently recited the Prajna Heart Sutra, and continued practicing. Then he fell asleep again. I woke up the next day feeling refreshed. In my mind, the system prompt rang. Your magical power of Vidra indestructibility was due to listening to the Supreme Buddhist scriptures, receiving enlightenment, and falling into a state of enlightenment. Progress increased by 1%. Progress increased by 2%. Progress increased by 2%. After a night of hard training, the progress of your Vidra indestructible magic skill has increased by 2%. Congratulations to the host. The Vidra indestructible magic has broken through to the 3rd level. Chapter 5 10,000 Ghost Cave. Crackling. After the magical breakthrough, Lu Li's body exploded with a crunchy sound like fried beans. The power once again surged at an alarming rate. 13,000 caddies. 15,000 caddies. 20,000 pounds. It hasn't stopped yet. 22,000 caddies. 24,000 caddies. In the end, Lu Li's strength reached an astonishing 24,000 kilograms. Feeling the overwhelming power within his body, Lu Li couldn't bear it anymore and punched the stone bed with his backhand. Boom! There was an explosion. The entire 3-foot-thick solid stone bed exploded, with rubble flying in all directions and powder flying up. Okay! Okay! Lu Li retracted his fist and couldn't help laughing. This power can break mountains and crack rocks. When the tyrant comes, he can knock him down with one punch. Maybe you can even get a Rui golden cudgel to play with. Lu Li thought excitedly, walked to the mirror, took a look, and his eyes lit up. What a handsome 8-foot-tall boy with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. It's just that this pale gold skin feels a bit like it's painted with gold paint. Lu Li pinched his own flesh, which made it harder. Knock again. When the sound becomes crisper, I took a short knife and stabbed it gently, but it didn't leave even a trace. Another hard chop. There was a bang and sparks flew. As expected of the evolved indestructible magic power of Vidra, invulnerable to swords and guns, and invulnerable to water and fire. When we go to the 10,000 Ghost Cave, as long as we are careful and don't run into the ghosts in the foundation building stage, there should be no danger. However, before going out, you have to cover up a black robe so that no one can notice the strangeness of his skin. Lu Li thought as he started to pack his things. At the same time, he glanced at the system. Host, Land Carp. The indestructible power of the Vidra. Level 3, progress 5%. Xixia Sun Refining Manual. Level 1, 40% progress. Other magic skills have not improved or regressed. Lu Li didn't care either. However, in one night, Xixia Sun Refining Manual improved the progress by 4%. It only takes half a month for it to break through to the 2nd level. Can't wait any longer. Lu Li's heart sank. Soon, he found a black robe, which was a low-grade magic weapon. I vaguely remember that this robe was given to me when I became a disciple of Demon Master. It is worth 50 yuan of low-grade spiritual stones, and is the lowest magical weapon. The function is also very simple, covering the body shape and breath. It can be seen from this that the real ghost demon is not only cruel, but also stingy. But it's better than nothing. Lu Li put on his black cassock, rummaged through it again, and found all his belongings. including 30 low-grade spiritual stones. He took food and drink with him, then left the cave directly and ran towards the back mountain. He remembered that there was a cave tunnel at the back of this mountain peak, leading directly into the 10,000 Ghost Cave.
Isn't this junior brother Lou? Where are you going?
As soon as we arrived at the foot of the back mountain, we met a tall young man. It was Xiao Yin, who practiced the blood-devouring demonic art.
The cave of 10,000 ghosts.
Luli stopped, tightly wrapped his black robe, and said in a low voice,
Really? Junior brother Lou. Be careful. Don't be eaten by the evil ghosts in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. By the way, I have a magic talisman here that can exorcise evil spirits and ghosts. I'll give it to you, junior brother.
Xiao Yin handed over a jade box with a smile.
Senior brother Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. Goodbye.
Of course Luli wouldn't accept it, so he handed it over and left quickly. When he disappeared, Xiao Yan's face immediately turned cold. There were 10 disciples this time, and now there are only 7 left. However, Demon Master always only accepts 1 disciple at a time. Everyone else must die. If this Luli is not dead by the end of the month, then he can only take action directly and kill this person. At this time, Luli did not know that he had been killed. He had just entered the tunnel behind the mountain. A burst of energy rushed to his face instantly. Hiss. A little cold. It felt like suddenly getting under the air conditioner on a hot day. However, there was still no response from the Zixia Sun refining manual. Enter the cave of 10,000 ghosts. Luli no longer hesitated and walked towards the depths of the ground with a quick stride. Soon, he saw a blue light curtain. This is prohibited. Behind the light curtain, there is a world shrouded in black air and full of ghosts. That is the cave of 10,000 ghosts. Luli took a deep breath, took out the martial arts jade pendant, raised his foot, and crashed directly into the blue light screen. Suddenly, biting cold air came from all directions. It's like walking shirtless in the snow in the middle of winter. It's freezing cold. But Luli has practiced the magical power of Vajra indestructibility to the 3rd level and is masculine, so he is not afraid.
This looks like a mass grave.
He looked around, a little surprised. This 10,000 Ghost Cave is not a cave or a grotto as imagined, but an underground world. The sky is dark. Looking around, it looks like a wilderness. Grave mounds are rising from the ground like bamboo shoots. The soil on the ground is black, with very sparse ghost grass growing on it. There are also a few lonely dead trees. In the distance, mountains shrouded in black shadows reached into the sky, and waves of eerie and tyrannical auras came from them. I stuck out my tongue and explored it, but couldn't feel the presence of any wind. Ding. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
Because you came to the gathering land, your Zixia Sun refining manual became unwell, and the effectiveness of your training was reduced by 200%.
It sure works. When Luli heard this, he felt happy. But where are the ghosts? Isn't this 10,000 Ghost Cave where the Yinming Ghost Sect keeps the ghosts? Why isn't there even a ghost? Luli was a little curious. So, he carefully walked to a tomb not far away and knocked on the tombstone.
Lo. Ghost, are you at home?
No response. Phew. Suddenly, a bell-like laughter sounded above the head.
Who is it?
Hearing the sound, Luli looked up and found a pretty girl wearing a green dress with a white boned sword, looking down at him in midair. In this dark underground world, it is like a green lotus, which brightens people's eyes.
I am the patrolling disciple of 10,000 Ghost Cave.
The girl smiled charmingly.
Are you the new disciple of Demon Master? Is this your first time in 10,000 Ghost Cave? Yes.
Luli nodded. At the same time, he secretly estimated the girl's cultivation level and found that she should be in the foundation building stage. With his current strength, he should be able to blow it up with one punch. However, the opponent's flying bone sword looks very powerful and can fly. In a real fight, the chance of winning is not high.
This is the outermost part of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. The ghosts have been almost cleared away. If you want to find ghosts, you have to look inside the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Here is a map for you.
At this time, the girl in green smiled and threw down a roll of sheepskin in front of Luli. Luli looked down and found mountain-shaped landforms painted on the sheepskin. It looks like a real map. However, do people from the demon cult have such good intentions?
Okay, I've given you the map. Please pay me 5 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones.
Sure enough, the girl's foxtail was exposed. Isn't this forced buying and selling?
Dot.
Luli was silent for a while, then raised his hands and asked,
Senior sister, what if I don't give you the money? Humph. If you don't give me the money, then I, the patrolling disciple, can only follow the sect rules and take away this suspicious person like you.
The girl in green raised her arms and crossed her chest, snorting softly.
Sister, please accept it.
Before she could finish speaking, Luli took out 5 low-grade spiritual stones and offered them to her with both hands.
You know what's going on?
The girl in green showed her hand and took the spirit stone out of thin air. She smiled proudly and said,
You don't have to be unhappy. If you hold this map, if you encounter someone who is looking for trouble in the future, just take out this map and reward me with your favor. He's the name. I'll keep you safe. However, if you are looking for trouble and trespassing on someone else's territory, then I can't help you. Just do it yourself.
After saying that, he turned around and turned into a blue light and roared away. After a few flashes, it disappeared into the horizon without a trace. Hateful. I was charged a protection fee. Luli looked back and his heart sank. In the demon sect, it is true that the weak prey on the strong. Snort. When he grows up. This hatred. In the future. Chapter 6 Transformation into a Fierce Ghost. This parchment roll is indeed fine. After repeated verifications, Luli carefully picked up the map on the ground and looked at it carefully. After reading it, I was slightly shocked. This 10,000 Ghost Cave covers an area of 1 million square kilometers. If you walk by foot, you may not be able to finish it in several years. Look at the back again. A green lotus pattern immediately comes into view. In addition, there are some tips. This 10,000 Ghost Cave is divided into 3 levels. The outermost layer is the ghosts at the chi refining level. The innermost layer is the ghosts at the foundation level. And the center layer is where the Ghost King lives and practices. I heard that the central level has turned into a ghost town. It's for Fengdu. A nascent soul-level Ghost King is ruling this terrifying ghost city. Trespasser shall die. Naturally, Luli would not be stupid enough to enter the center of 10,000 Ghost Cave directly. However, he cannot wander around, because the outermost layer is also divided into territories. He can only move within a radius of 5,000 miles, absorb ghost energy, and capture ghost spirits. The so-called spirit ghosts refer to the ghosts who give birth to spiritual wisdom. Most of the ghosts here are resentful ghosts, leading only pure killing thoughts. They only know killing, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate them into spiritual ghosts. But the natural ghosts are different. Natural spirit ghosts, like spirit beasts, can be captured and trained to fight.
That Qinghe can occupy a piece of territory in 10,000 Ghost Cave, which seems to be quite powerful.
Luli thought to himself and put away the map. Then, he started walking deeper into the 10,000 Ghost Cave. He wanted to find a very dark place where Jixia's cultivation of the sun refining scripture could regress. By the way, practice the magical power of Vajra indestructibility. Soon, he found it. Next to a dead tree, Luli found a black stone as big as a water tank, with a trace of black air lingering on it. The surrounding temperature was very cold. The soil under the black stone was covered with a thin layer of black frost.
Your Zixia Sun refining manual is very dissatisfied with the yin energy around it. It is extremely irritable. It accidentally went into trouble, and its cultivation level regressed.
The system prompt pops up immediately. Good. When Luli heard this, he no longer hesitated and sat directly on the black stone. At the same time, I began to recite the Prajna Heart Sutra silently in my heart. But his eyes were open, full of vigilance, scanning the surroundings and the sky. This is the cave of 10,000 ghosts. Not many ghost sect disciples died here. Moreover, many people died not at the hands of Li Gui, but at the hands of fellow disciples. Land carp naturally have to be more cautious. 3 hours later. One bad news. One good news. The good news is that the progress of Zixia's Sun refining manual has dropped to 36%. In less than 5 days, the state of this Feiqian temple's true teachings has completely declined to 0. However, the bad news is, the progress of practicing the Vajra indestructible magic skill has begun to slow down.
Your magical power of indestructibility was gained through listening to the Supreme Buddhist Sutra. Progress increased by 1%.
It took 3 hours to increase by 1%. Practicing for 9 hours a day only increased 3%. In addition to the 2% increase in the automatic practice of skills while sleeping. The total is only 5%. Calculating this, it would take half a month to break through to the 4th level. The pace slowed down. It's like when a woman is on a roller coaster. She goes fast and is happy, then slows down and becomes dissatisfied immediately. The land carp is not satisfied either. Forget it. Just concentrate on practicing first. If there is a chance in the future, I will find another Buddhist technique to practice and improve my combat effectiveness. With the Prajna Heart Sutra, you don't have to worry about the slow pace of Buddhist Kung Fu practice. Having made up his mind, Lu Li calmed down and practiced the magical power of indestructibility. Time flies. There are 2 more records in the system log. Progress increased by 1%. Progress increased by 1%. It's time to go back. Lu Li became energetic and got up to go back to the cave to sleep. But at this moment, his hair suddenly stood up. The surrounding temperature seems to have dropped. Dangerous. Lu Li turned around suddenly and suddenly discovered that 100 feet away, there was a ball of black energy as big as a millstone, shooting towards him rapidly, as fast as a flying arrow. This is a ghost! Huh? Ghost! Feeling the overwhelming resentment in the black energy, Lu Li's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to run away. However, he instantly realized that he was now a practicing person. What are you afraid of? It must be the ghosts are afraid of him. In this moment of hesitation, the mass of black air rushed over, suddenly stopped, floated 3 feet away, and began to circle around the land carp. Lu Li also saw Li Gui's true form. It's a big-headed ghost baby. The half-body formed by the condensed ghost energy is as black as ink, as thin as a cat, only the size of a palm. However, its head is as big as 3 winter melons. 2 blood-red eyes, as big as fists, emit frightening red light. The mouth also opened, revealing 2 rows of sharp, snow-white teeth, and drooling. If you look closely, you can see that the nails on its hands have turned black and are as sharp as knives. Woohoo! Living people! So sweet blood! Kill! The big head ghost baby, slightly stunned, circled around the landing carp, and made a low whine in his mouth. It looks very ferocious and terrifying. This is a fierce ghost at the 7th or 8th level of Qi training. Lu Li frowned slightly. He guessed that it was his strong blood that attracted this bloodthirsty ghost baby. It's a bit troublesome. Lu Li's face darkened slightly, and he stared at the big-headed ghost baby. His fists were slowly clenched. Hiss. Suddenly, the big-headed ghost baby let out a sharp and harsh scream. A circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye erupted from its mouth, sweeping over like ripples that spread rapidly in a lake. It hit him all at once. Buzz. Lu Li's head felt a twinge of pain, as if he had been pricked by a needle. This is Li Gui's magic attack. By the time he came to his senses, the big-headed ghost baby had already pounced in front of him, opened his bloody and jagged mouth, and bit down hard on Lu Li's head. The cold and ghostly energy rushed towards his face. Once bitten by it, the ghost energy enters the body, and the blood in the whole body is frozen, making it impossible to move. And then it is at the mercy of the evil ghost. Not good! Lu Li had no experience in killing ghosts, and was stunned for a moment. Then, his head was bitten by the big-headed ghost baby. Ah! Strangely, the next moment, the big-headed ghost baby let out a shrill and painful scream and exploded back at a faster speed. Lu Li was unharmed, looking at the big-headed ghost baby again. Its huge mouth melted as if it had been poured with aqua regia and sulfuric acid. A big hole melted directly into his face. It looks even more terrifying and weird. It's blood. Lu Li reacted immediately. Ordinary ghosts are afraid of sunlight, evil spirits, and masculine energy. His physical body has a strength of 24,000 kilograms, and his blood is as strong as an oven. He is masculine and blazing, and is the natural nemesis of the evil spirit. Moreover, the indestructible magic skill he practiced was a Buddhist skill that also restrained ghosts. Thinking of this, Lu Li was no longer afraid. His eyes darkened, and he began to transfer energy and blood. Blah blah blah. All the blood in his body began to boil. Then, he took one step forward, like a tiger coming out of its cage, leaping in front of the big-headed ghost baby, and slapped it down with one palm. This step is the ghost step. This palm is the white bone hard destroying palm. Woo! Feeling the masculine blood as hot as the sun, the big-headed ghost baby launched another sonic attack. In a flash, it retreated 10 feet away and avoided the attack. But, you are a big-headed ghost baby born in pain and torture. You are full of resentment. You should not stay in the world. Returning to reincarnation should be your destiny. Go ahead. Lu Li had a cold look on his face. followed him one step at a time, and struck out with a palm. Boom! The palm of his hand shone with a faint golden light, hitting the big head of the big-headed ghost baby and passing directly through it. Ah! The big-headed ghost baby let out an extremely ear-piercing scream. Then, with a bang, there was an explosion of black ghost energy that filled the sky. The next moment, the ghostly energy in the sky automatically penetrated into Lu Li's body and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, 3 system prompts sounded in my mind.
Your Zixia Sun refining manual went completely crazy because of ghost energy entering your body, and your cultivation level regressed. Your spirit ghost shadow step has absorbed the pure ghost energy, which boosts your spirit and improves your training effect by 50%. Because you kill the enemy with your white bone heart destroying palm, you feel happy and the training effect is increased by 50%.
Chapter 7 I am compassionate and send you on your way. Is this okay? Lu Li was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt. Looking back, that's right. These are the only skills he knows. He just used the white bone heart breaking palm and the spirit ghost shadow step to kill the big-headed ghost baby. It is normal for him to gain experience points.
So, you can pass the exercise test at the end of the month?
Lu Li's eyes lit up. As long as he transforms enough resentful souls and ghosts, these 2 martial arts should be able to break through to the 2nd level and satisfy the Ghost Master. Good. That's all. However, I'd better go back and rest for a while today to recuperate my energy and come back tomorrow. Lu Li made up his mind and turned around to leave without hesitation. The next day, in the cave, Lu Li, who was sleeping on the ground, woke up feeling refreshed.
After a night of hard training, the progress of your Vidra indestructible magic skill has increased by 2%. After a night of hard practice on your Zixia Sun refining manual, if you have some enlightenment, the progress will be increased by 3%. Your white bone heart destroying palm is very excited because I am expecting you to kill the enemy again. Practice hard and the progress will increase by 2%.
Not bad. Children can be taught. After listening to the system prompts, Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this bone heart destroying palm is also a good student who corrects his mistakes and works hard. On the contrary, Lingui Phantom Step was a bit lazy. System, Lu Li muttered silently, and the system panel popped up. Host, Land Carp. Realm, Level 1 of Chi Refining. The indestructible power of the Vidra, Level 3, Progress 10%. Ghostly Ghost Step, First Level, Progress 11%. Bone Heart Destroying Palm, Level 1, 2%. From now on, defense relies on the indestructible power of the Vidra. Evasion and pursuit of the enemy relies on Ghost Steps. And frontal attack relies on the bone-destroying Heart Palm. That's all. Lu Li was full of energy, had eaten and drank enough, and left the cave directly, rushing to the 10,000 Ghost Cave. It's still the same place yesterday. The land carp appeared. However, he did not immediately enter the depths of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, but waited beside the blue light curtain. Call out. After a while, a blue light roared from the sky, flashing a few times, sweeping across several miles, and appeared in front of the eyes. It's that senior sister, Qin He.
Junior brother, you're here again? Were you not bullied yesterday?
This time, the pretty girl half sat on the white-boned sword, kicking her bare feet, and asked with a smile. Those little feet are exquisite and pink, as beautiful as jade carvings, and people can't help but want to play with them.
Thank you, senior sister, for your concern.
No. Lu Li cupped his hands and replied.
Hee hee. That's not bad. By the way, because you look so handsome, let me tell you a little secret. Your master, Demon Master, only accepts one entry-level disciple at a time. I hope the next one I can still see you.
The pretty girl finished speaking with a smile and raised her hand. Call out. The white bone sword flashed with light and roared away with the people. Is this woman here to scare him? Or is she telling the truth? Lu Li looked gloomy. However, even if it is just to scare people, given the cruel and ruthless character of the Demon Master, who will make people explode and die if they disagree with him. If he fails to practice this month, he will really die. Continue to transform evil spirits. Lu Li looked solemn and ran towards the place where the Yin gathered yesterday. Soon, he found the black stone. Immediately afterwards, he took off his robes and began to circulate his chi and blood, since those resentful ghosts were attracted by his blood. Then as long as he waited here, those ghosts would come over automatically. However, to be on the safe side, Luli did not run his blood energy at full capacity. As expected, in less than a stick of incense, a cloud of black air appeared in the west. It was as fast as the wind, rolling and surging. Luli collected his energy and squinted his eyes to take a closer look. It's a water ghost. Judging from its momentum, it is weaker than the big-headed ghost baby yesterday. In the blink of an eye, the black energy rushed 10 feet away, revealing his true form. A woman with a face full of ferocious resentment and a wet body. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were bulging and bloodshot. There is also a fingerprint and pinch mark on the neck. Luli frowned. This water ghost looked like it was strangled by someone's neck and drowned alive.
The people of the ghost sect are really guilty. They tortured and killed people like this in order to create resentful ghosts. Damn it!
Luli was secretly angry. Call. At this time, the water ghost launched an attack, dodged, rushed 1 meter away, opened his mouth and sprayed out a large cloud of black energy, rushing towards Luli's face. This is a water ghost spell. Once your face is covered by black air, you will not be able to breathe and will suffocate directly. After Luli returned home last night, he also checked the information and was well prepared. He twisted his body, like a swimming fish, and suddenly appeared next to the water ghost. Boom. Blood energy explodes. The masculine blood, as hot as an oven, suddenly burned into the water ghost's body. Ah! The water ghost let out a cry of pain. At this moment, Luli looked solemn and used the most ruthless move in Baigu Shinshin palm. Bone scratching the heart. Boom. The palm with a pale golden light directly grabbed the water ghost's chest and penetrated it. Boom. The water ghost exploded on the spot and turned into ghost gas all over the sky.
The earthly world is no longer suitable for you. Please reincarnate. Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful.
Luli retracted his hand, sighed secretly, and allowed the ghost energy around him to penetrate into his body. Ding ding ding. 3 system prompts sounded.
Your Zixia Sun refining manual went completely crazy because of ghost energy entering your body, and your cultivation level regressed. Your spirit ghost shadow step has absorbed the pure ghost energy, which boosts your energy and improves your training effect by 60%. Because you kill the enemy with your white bone heart destroying palm, you feel happy and the training effect is increased by 80%.
Continue. Luli did not slack off and continued to attract the evil ghosts according to the same method. Soon, the second fierce ghost was attracted by the sweet and pure blood. This time it was a long-tongued ghost. The momentum is very fierce. It seems that his cultivation has reached the 9th level of qi refining.
No, it's a ghost with a long tongue.
Luli looked solemn. The long-tongued ghost is good at long-range attacks, and he could also perform illusion spells. As expected, the long-tongued ghost rushed over and stopped 20 feet away. It laughed ferociously and made strange sounds like fingernails scratching on a blackboard. Suddenly, Luli felt a pain in his head, and the surrounding graves, dead trees, and stones seemed to be twisted. But there was no sight of the long-tongued ghost. He has been affected by the illusion. Just as he was thinking about it, the sound of breaking through the air sounded in his left ear. Without thinking, Luli pounced to the right and rolled like a lazy ass, dodging the attack. When he got up, he happened to see a long black tongue retracting from the top of his head, flickering and disappearing again.
What a long-tongued ghost! Roar!
Luli took a deep breath, moved his energy to his dantian, and let out a lion's roar. At the same time, a ball of invisible blood, as blazing as fire, erupted from his body and swept away. Boom! There seemed to be a silent crack. The surrounding phantom mirrors disappeared. Luli saw the long-tongued ghost again. Sure enough, for a person with enough energy, a loud roar is enough to perform psychedelic spells such as breaking ghosts and breaking walls. Seeing that his spell was broken, the long-tongued ghost roared ferociously and spun around quickly, circling the land carp and launching long-tongued attacks again and again. For a moment, Luli could only dodge, because this long tongue is so smelly. When it comes over, there will be a smelly smell of rotten eggs mixed with heather. He really didn't want to be hit by the long tongue. However, dodging for such a long time is not an option. Roar! Suddenly, Luli saw the right opportunity, jumped 10 feet, jumped not far away from the long-tongued ghost, and suddenly burst into spring thunder with his tongue. Being yelled at like this, Longtongue was stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luli used his hand as a knife and struck it on the long tongue. Sigh. This long tongue immediately emitted bursts of black smoke. Ah! The long-tongued ghost screamed, and his face looked painful, as if he had been burned by drinking water.
The Buddha, have mercy, and will send you on your way.
Luli looked solemn, stepped on Ghost's steps, and appeared in front of the long-tongued ghost in a flash. Without saying a word, he just hit his heart with a bone-grabbing move. Boom! The long-tongued ghost exploded and turned into ghost energy filling the sky. Then it was all absorbed by the land carp. Ding ding ding. There are 3 system prompts again.
Your Zixia Sun refining manual went completely crazy because of ghost energy entering your body, and your cultivation level regressed. Your ghost step has absorbed the pure ghost energy and is satisfied. The progress will be increased by 1%. Your white bone heart destroying palm is very satisfied with your murderous intention. The training effect is increased by 150% and the progress is increased by 1%.
Chapter 8, Great Breakthrough in Magic Power. Greatly increased combat power. After hearing the system prompt, Luli called up the panel to check again. Host, Land Carp. Realm, Level 1 of Chi Refining. The indestructible power of the Vajra, Level 3, progress 10%. Ghostly Ghost Step, first level, progress 12%. Bone Heart Destroying Palm, Level 1, 3%.
The training speed is not bad.
Looking at the system panel, Luli had a satisfied look on his face. If this continues, it won't take 10 days for the 2 magic skills to break through to the 2nd level. By the end of the month, we should be able to break through to the 3rd level. This can definitely pass the test of Demon. However, the progress of practicing the indestructible power of the Vajra cannot be slowed down. While Luli was thinking about it, he began to recite the Prajna Heart Sutra silently. At the same time, it exudes blood energy slightly, attracting resentful spirits and ghosts. After a while, a resentful ghost rushed over. Luli rushed forward.
All dharmas are empty. Neither born nor destroyed. Neither dirty nor pure. Neither increasing nor decreasing. Roar! My Buddha is merciful. Let's reincarnate.
Boom! There was a loud bang. The evil ghost was blown up on the spot and transformed into pure ghost energy, which penetrated into his body. In this way, Luli began his boring life as a ghost. There is no time to practice. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. Cave of 10,000 ghosts. In a valley filled with bones. Ghosts screamed again and again. 5 ghost figures were making shrill and piercing howls, using various ferocious spells to besiege a young man in black among them. The young man was 8 feet tall, with a cold and fierce expression, and a ghostly movement, avoiding the attacks of ghosts with ease. Suddenly, his figure suddenly stopped, and with a ghostly step, he appeared in front of a vampire at the 10th level of Chi Refining. His big palm was like an iron door, and he slapped it out. Boom! The vampire was directly punched through the heart. His whole body twitched and howled, and he exploded to death. This is not over yet. The young man's whole body flashed with golden light, and he resisted the attack of the 3-headed ghost, who was at the 10th level of Chi Refining behind him. His other hand rose into the sky, as sharp as a ghost's claw, and suddenly grabbed the one-eyed ghost above his head, who was stealthily attacking. Boom! Another fierce ghost at the 10th level of Chi Refining was directly captured and exploded into ghost energy filling the sky.
The Buddha, have mercy, and will send you into reincarnation.
The next moment, the young man uttered thunderous sounds, turned over, and grabbed the fleeing 3-headed ghost with his big palms, like eagle claws. Then, swish, swish, he punched 3 times, fiercely and fiercely. Bang bang bang. The 3 heads of the 3-headed ghost exploded on the spot. The ghost's body was immediately burned by the blazing masculine blood and turned into nothingness. The siege was broken immediately. Seeing how ferocious and brave the young man was, the remaining 2 ghosts showed fear and ran away in panic.
Amitabha, you are suffering in this world, so you should go to reincarnation.
However, the young man shouted fiercely. His body was like a ghost. He shot out, swept 30 feet across, and suddenly chased behind a fierce ghost. Without saying a word, he thrust out his heart-grabbing move with the white bones, which was so vicious that it seemed as if he could pierce through a mountain. This fierce ghost could only let out a scream before its heart was crushed by the golden hand that penetrated the ghost's body, turning into a ghostly aura that filled the sky. Seeing this, the other devil's speed increased sharply, and he fled for his life. The young man did not pursue him anymore and stood still. The ghostly aura that was as pure and thick as water lingered around him, automatically getting into his body. This young man is naturally Luli.
Your spirit ghost shadow step has absorbed a lot of ghost energy, which is extremely satisfying. The progress has been increased by 5%. Congratulations to the host. Your ghost step has broken through to the 4th level. Your bone-destroying heart palm is full of murderous power because of your continuous killing, and the progress will be increased by 10%. Congratulations to the host. Your bone heart-destroying palm has broken through to the 4th level.
At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Continuous breakthroughs. Luli narrowed his eyes slightly. It is indeed an evil demonic skill, and the speed of practice is extremely fast. However, during these 20 days, he worked hard to transform into evil spirits and practice these 2 demonic skills without stopping. This result is not unexpected. At first, he just attracted a fierce ghost. After your combat experience increases, you can start to lure 2 or even 3 evil ghosts, and all the way deep into the 10,000 ghost cave. On the 10th day, the ghost broke through to the 3rd level with a phantom step. He tried to lure 4 ghosts over and redeem them all at once. Combat experience is improved again. He also took root in this valley of bones. Several times, I met several ghost sect disciples. When these guys saw Luli killing ghosts like chickens, they all retreated, not daring to compete with him for this extremely gloomy place. After another 10 days, Luli was able to defeat 5 fierce ghosts at the 10th level of chi refining at the same time, with ease, unscathed. But I don't know if it's because of practicing magic skills, but his personality has also undergone some changes, and he seems to have become a little cold-blooded. Joy and anger are also invisible. Sensing this psychological change, Luli did not correct it. After all, in this extremely dangerous demon sect, it is easier for such a cold-hearted character to survive. System. Luli muttered silently and brought up the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, Level 1 of Chi Refining. White Bone Heart Destroying Palm, Level 4, Progress 1%. Ghostly Ghost Step, 4th level, Progress 1%. Xixia Sun Refining Manual, Level 1, Progress 0%. After staying in 10,000 Ghosts Cave for 20 days, the progress of Xixia's practice of the Sun Refining Manual finally dropped to 0. Now, it is impossible for the gods to see that he has practiced Fakian Temple's true method. It's just that the realm is still at the 1st level of Chi Refining. Luli was not worried at all. His combat power, if not compared to magic weapons, is comparable to that of a demonic monk in the early or middle stages of foundation building. No one under the foundation is his opponent. The only bad news is that the indestructible power is stuck on the 3rd level and cannot be broken through. The indestructible power of the Vajra, Level 3, 99% progress. This feeling is like downloading study materials, and the progress bar is stuck at 99%, which is very uncomfortable. However, Luli had no choice. Your indestructible power cannot be broken through because your realm is low and your physical body lacks spiritual energy. It was his realm that hindered the breakthrough of the indestructible power of Vajra. Luli did not expect that the mutated Vajra technique would have such a restriction. However, if you think about it carefully, this is actually a good thing. If the indestructible power of Vajra breaks through, the demon master will definitely become suspicious. Within a month, he actually practiced 3 skills to the point where he could enter the palace. No matter how good your qualifications are, it's impossible. When the time comes, once some method of searching for souls and refining souls comes out, all his secrets will probably be found out by the real ghost demon. It's time to go back, rest for 3 days, and prepare for the test of the real demon. Luli took out a breath, turned around, and started to return. Soon, he saw the blue light screen, and in a flash, he passed through it and disappeared into the 10,000 ghost cave. This kid is finally gone. The moment Luli disappeared, a red-haired man appeared in the air, raised his hands and narrowed his eyes. TSK! TSK! If this kid doesn't leave, he will kill all the Chi Refining ghosts within thousands of miles. At the same time, a charming woman covered in black veil appeared out of thin air. Just kill some fierce ghosts. However, this kid talks about Ahmedba, but he is more ruthless than anyone else. He kills every move. Whose disciple is he? The red-haired man showed admiration. It belongs to the demon master. The charming woman replied. Huh? Real ghost demon? This old ghost actually has such a well-qualified disciple. Huh? If this old ghost wasn't about to break through the nascent soul,
I would have snatched this kid to be my disciple.
Upon hearing this, the red-haired man said, his expression turned cold, and he disappeared into thin air.
Yes, it is indeed a pity. But,
the charming woman smiled sweetly,
he can't be a disciple. But he can be a husband.
At this time, Luli didn't know that someone was coveting his talent and beauty. He returned to the cave and began to wash up. Just after washing up and getting ready to go to bed, a system prompt rang in my mind.
Your white bone heart-destroying palm felt that the Vidra indestructible magic was an eyesore. So he provoked you. But in the end, he was punished. He was depressed and his cultivation level regressed.
White bone heart-destroying palm, level 4, progress 0%. Chapter 9, testing the kung fu again. What? Will there be fights between the skills? Luli jumped up from the ground like a carp. Taking a closer look, the cultivation progress of white bone heart-destroying palm has indeed been reduced by 1%.
Dot!
Luli felt a little distressed. This 1% progress can only be gained back after transcending 10 fierce ghosts at the 10th level of chi refining. However, if you think about it carefully, it makes sense that the demonic methods and the Buddhist methods are inherently incompatible with each other. One good and the other evil. Among demonic sects, Taoist sects, and Buddhist sects, there are also many peerless geniuses who want to practice both Buddhism and demonism. The results were disastrous. Either he becomes obsessed and dies, or he becomes a madman. Those who can truly practice both Buddhism and demonism can only be those extremely talented and unique geniuses. However, this kind of peerless genius is extremely rare and rare. Land Carps are self-aware. He is not a genius. It seems that if you want to practice Buddhism and demonism in the future, you must first find a supreme skill that can mediate and reconcile. Fortunately, although the cultivation level of white bone heart-destroying palm has regressed, it is still at the 4th level. It didn't fall back to the 3rd level. This child of white bone destroying heart palm is really worrying. Luli frowned slightly, continued to lie down, relaxed his tense nerves, and began to nurse himself back to health. During the 20 days he stayed in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, he was always tense and exhausted. Now that we are back in the cave, we naturally need to take a good rest. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Luli slept until 3 o'clock in the morning before waking up, full of energy.
Your indestructible power cannot be broken through because your realm is low and your physical body lacks spiritual energy. Practice your spirit ghost phantom step hard and your progress will increase by 1%. Your bones are broken and your heart is broken. And you are brave after knowing your shame. After a lot of hard work, the progress will be increased by 5%.
As soon as I woke up, the system prompt sounded in my head. Good. After Luli heard this, a smile appeared on his lips. This white bone heart-destroying palm will really surprise people. It seems that I need to find a few more Buddhist techniques to make it provocative. Luli thought and walked out of the cave. Soon, he caught a few rabbits and came back, plucking their feathers and washing their bellies. Start a fire. Half an hour later, smear onion, ginger, garlic and honey, and the crispy and golden roasted rabbit comes out of the oven. While Luli was eating the rabbit, he reflected on and summarized the 20 days of battle. By the way, I am sorting out the spiritual herbs and poisonous herbs found in 10,000 Ghost Cave, and plan to sell them in exchange for some spiritual stones in a while. Just like that, 3 days flew by in a blink of an eye. It's the end of the month and the day when the demon master will test the skills. Rumble. Halfway up the mountain, the huge black stone door of the huge cave slowly opened. An eerie voice came from the door and echoed throughout the mountain.
Come quickly!
It's the voice of the real devil. Luli and the other introductory disciples did not dare to neglect. They stood up and rushed towards the mountainside. Halfway through the journey, these introductory disciples were naturally wary, hostile, and spying on each other. When they saw that Luli was still at the first level of chi refining, they all had gloating smiles on their lips. Luli's expression was indifferent, as calm as an ancient well, who knew that he had already broken into the edge of the second level of the 10,000 Ghost Cave, and that he could suppress 5 10th level ghosts by himself?
Disciple pays homage to master.
Soon, the 7 people entered the black market cave and saw the real demon sitting on the big bone chair, and they all bowed to meet him.
Good.
The real ghost demon was still wrapped in a black robe, exuding a gloomy ghostly aura, and was as oppressive as a mountain. A pair of eyes as scarlet as blood slowly scanned the 7 people. Finally, he paused for a moment on Luli and narrowed his blood eyes slightly.
April has arrived. Today, I will continue to test the progress of your cultivation. Xiao Yan, you should do it first.
The demon master began to call names.
Yes.
Xiao Yan confidently stepped forward and bowed. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a stream of blood energy flew out directly. It was as thick as the mouth of a bowl and more than 3 feet long. Whirling around his body, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be several resentful souls imprisoned in this blood energy, making bursts of silent howls.
Huh? This blood-devouring demonic energy is so ferocious that it must have sucked the blood of 10 cultivators, as well as these resentful souls. They were at least at the 8th level of chi refining before they were alive. With your cultivation at the 5th level of chi refining, to kill the opponent at the 8th level of chi refining. Not bad.
Demon Master narrowed his bloody eyes and commented. Seems very satisfied.
Thank you, Master, for the compliment.
Xiao Yan bowed his hands and bowed again, looking quite happy. It was as if he had already seen that he had become the true disciple of Demon Master.
You step aside first. Next, Zhou Qingwu, you come.
Demon Master ordered.
Yes.
Xiao Yan stepped aside. Then, another disciple stood up. This is a female disciple. She was about 20 years old. Charming and charming. She stepped forward and bowed lovingly and said,
My disciple specializes in the Ghost Shadow Step. Please give me some guidance from Master.
With that said, he took a step forward and a ghost appeared in the middle of the hall. Unexpectedly, just 3 seconds after the demonstration, a big black snake appeared from behind the Demon Master, stretched its long neck, and swallowed the woman in one bite. Then he shrank back instantly and disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Luli also shrank his pupils slightly.
Humph. This coquettish hooves doesn't practice his martial arts properly, but instead hooks up with others and is praised by others. It is simply ruining my reputation and lowering my reputation. Damn it!
At this time, the Demon Master snorted coldly and glanced coldly, shocking everyone. Some people turned pale instantly. Luli's heart also jumped inexplicably. I originally thought that the real ghosts and demons were practicing in seclusion in the cave, and did not know or care about these entry-level disciples. Now it seems that this real demon has been watching them secretly.
Next, Fan Yuan.
The Demon Master called his name again. The thin young man who was called stood up tremblingly, his face covered with sweat and his pupils full of fear. Snapped. Soon, he knelt directly on the ground and cowed out.
Master, have mercy on me. Master, have mercy on me. I just want to go to Master Jillian to work as an undercover agent and find out information for Master. I don't really want to betray Master.
Why are you such a piece of trash? You are lying on your mother's side.
Die. The real ghost demon seemed to be very angry and started to curse directly. Then, boom! A familiar scene appeared again. The man kneeling on the ground exploded on the spot and turned into a mist of blood. Then, he was sucked away directly by Demon. Seeing this scene, the remaining people's faces turned slightly pale. Luli also felt his heart sink. It seems that the rumor that Demon Master only accepts one disciple at a time is true. Today, only one of them can survive. Thinking of this, Luli looked slightly cold, and with a gentle force of his right hand hidden in his sleeve, he crushed the glass bottle that he had already held in his palm. The moment he made a small movement, a sharp, needle-like gaze came over him. It's the real ghost! This golden elixir old monster noticed it. However, his eyes instantly retracted, and nothing happened.
Next,
the demon's voice sounded like the god of death again. Boom! The disciple who went up died. And then bang. The 2 disciples who followed him also died. There is only one cause of death. His qualifications are dull. He is as stupid as a pig. And his cultivation progress is not up to standard. At this point, the only people standing in the huge cave were Xiao Yan and Luli.
Luli, it's your turn.
The cold and biting voice of the Demon Master came down loudly. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were cold and resentful. Looking at Luli was like looking at a dead person. Yes. Luli looked serious and took a step forward. The next moment, he tilted his head slightly and said coldly to Xiao Yan,
Senior Brother Xiao, please give in. I'm going to start showing off.
Chapter 10, Strike First to Gain the Upper Hand. This is a naked provocation. Xiao Yan's expression became even more sinister.
Although he didn't know what pretending meant, it probably wasn't a good word. However, he turned around and looked at Demon Master. When he saw Demon Master did not say anything. He could only smile and say,
"Okay, Junior brother. Please,"
he said, taking a step back. At the same time, I secretly thought,
wait and see how miserable your death is.
At this moment, Luli moved. The person swayed in place, and two figures actually separated. It's an afterimage. The next moment, Luliring continued to flicker in the hall like a ghost, as fast as lightning, and it was impossible to catch his figure at all. Suddenly, a whirlwind blew in the cave hall. In the whirlwind, the four afterimages of Luli just condensed and reappeared. Live forever. Moreover, there are always four afterimages. No more. No less.
There are so many ghosts. 4 afterimages.
When Xiaoyan saw such a strange scene, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed,
"This is a vision that can only be seen when the ghost has reached the 4th level of training. How is it possible?"
He was greatly shocked and stirred up a storm. Just 1 month. How come this Luli has mastered the magic skill of Spirit Ghost Phantom Shadow Step to the 4th level? This is a state he has not reached even after practicing for 3 months. How can this be? Could it be that this guy's qualifications are really that good?
Okay, that's enough.
Suddenly, the voice of the Demon Master sounded. Hearing the sound, Luli suddenly stopped, returned to where he was, and bowed to the Demon Master. The 4 afterimages slowly disappeared.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Demon Master Guillemot was very happy. He said 3 words, "not bad," in a row and praised.
"Luli, I did not misjudge you. You have excellent qualifications. It only took 1 month to practice the Spirit Ghost Step to the level.
The 4th level of Ghosts and Shadows is simply not inferior to this senior disciple. Thank you, Master, for the compliment."
Luli looked calm, neither sad nor happy. At this time, the Demon Master said again,
"Xiaoyan, you are not bad, and I am quite satisfied with you. Thank you, Master, for the compliment."
Xiaoyan quickly stepped forward to thank him. The next moment, Demon Master changed the subject.
"However, I am at a critical juncture in my cultivation, and I have no extra energy to recruit disciples for the time being. Let's do this. A month later, I will go out again to check your cultivation. Who is more victorious? As soon as possible, I will recruit whoever is the true disciple. By the way, this time, I am in a state of seclusion. You should be careful. If you die, I will not bother to collect your body to avenge you."
Hearing these words, Luli and Xiaoyan were both stunned. Does this sentence seem to have an overtone?
Back off.
The real demon waved his hand.
Yes.
Luli and Xiaoyan bowed again and bowed out of the cave. Boom! The black stone door is closed. Black vines climbed up from the ground, blocking the entire black stone door. The ban was triggered. It seems that this real demon is really going to be in seclusion for a month. Luli frowned slightly and turned to leave.
"Junior brother Lu. Wait."
At this moment, Xiaoyan spoke up. Before Luli could turn around, the man opened his mouth and spat out, and a stream of cold blood energy as thick as a fist shot out, like a sharp arrow, piercing Luli's back. It's so fast that people can't even react. This is blood-eating demonic energy. Moreover, this blood-devouring demonic energy is thicker than before, as big as the mouth of a bowl. Once the blood-eating demonic energy is shot into the body, all the blood will be sucked dry in the blink of an eye. He was obviously hiding his strength just now. Puff. Bingo! The blood-eating demonic energy hit Luli's back and passed through. It's an afterimage. The next moment, Luli's figure slowly emerged 10 feet away, with a cold expression. He had expected it.
"Senior brother Xiao, what do you mean? You actually attacked me and harmed your fellow disciples. Aren't you afraid of Master's reproach?"
Luli's eyes were slightly cold, and he asked in a deep voice.
"Damn it! You actually hit me."
Xiaoyan had a sinister expression on his face. He waved his hand to recall the blood energy and said coldly,
"Luli, didn't you hear clearly just now? The Master will be in seclusion for a month. If we die, he won't be too lazy to collect our bodies and avenge us. So, even if I kill you, Master will not know. Even if he does, I bet Master will not care at all."
While speaking, he turned his other hand over, and a snow-white talisman appeared in his palm. 3 twisted bloody seal characters were engraved on it. Ghost Talisman.
This is a low-grade magic weapon. A ghost control talisman. There is a 10th level ghost sealed inside. Luli,
You can go and die. There was a hint of a sinister smile on Xiao Yan's face. Is it? Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right. Die. Xiao Yan laughed wildly and poured mana into the talisman. But instantly, his expression changed drastically. His magic power seemed to be frozen by the frost and was running very sluggishly. Is this the poison of Ice Spirit Ghost Grass? When was he poisoned? Before he could react. Boom! The ground shook. A heat wave enveloped the whole place. Xiao Yan looked up and found that Lu Li had already rushed in front of him. His muscles were bulging and his clothes were bursting. He was exuding blood, as hot as an oven. The murderous intent on his face was as cold as frost. The next moment, a giant fist blasted out. The power is so powerful that it compresses the air and makes an amazing explosion sound. This punch is enough to break gold and stone. How come there is such a powerful blood force? Xiao Yan screamed strangely. However, even between life and death, he did not retreat. With a wave of his hand, he sent the blood-devouring demonic energy towards Lu Li's eyebrows. He will die together. Fight for your life. Boom! This was the muffled sound of Lu Li's fist hitting Xiao Yan's head. When? This was the clear sound of the blood-devouring demonic energy hitting Lu Li's chest. Next moment, Xiao Yan's head exploded on the spot. Like a watermelon being exploded by a giant hammer. Red and white things flew everywhere. Before he died, what he saw was the blood-devouring demonic energy being bounced back from Lu Li's body. How can it be? His blood-sucking evil spirit couldn't even break Lu Li's body? This Lu Li obviously only has one level of chi refining. Before he could figure it out, Lu Li turned his fist into his palm and reached down fiercely. Like an eagle swooping down to catch a rabbit. As soon as he grabbed it, he grabbed Xiao Yan's heart. Bone scratching the heart. Puff! There was a muffled sound. And the giant palm grasped Xiao Yan's heart hard. Then, an invincible force burst out from his palm, shattering Xiao Yan's internal organs and turning them into a pile of blood foam. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's brain was shattered and his heart was broken. Died. Bang. The headless body fell limply to the ground. Bleeding all over the ground, Lu Li frowned slightly and retracted his bloody hand. A slight feeling of nausea arose in my heart. However, there is no guilt. If he hadn't been careful, he would have fallen to the ground dead. In the cave just now, the glass bottle he crushed contained a poisonous weed that was found in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. It's called Ice Spirit Ghost Grass. If this Ice Spirit Ghost Grass is stored in a sealed space, it will soon rot and turn into colorless and odorless poisonous gas. If you inhale this poisonous gas, your whole body's magic power will gradually freeze and condense, and its operation will become slow and sluggish. The effect is good. However, the onset time is a bit long. People with a slightly higher level of cultivation can spot it in an instant. But Xiao Yan was only at the 5th level of Qi training and couldn't notice it at all. He never expected that Lu Li would strike first and directly poison the cave. Of course, poisoning Landcarp in advance is also for safety reasons. Even if Xiao Yan didn't harm him, he wouldn't kill him either. Ding. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Your white bone heart-destroying palm is very exciting because you killed a practitioner for the first time. The training effect is increased by 300%. Progress increased by 10%. The voice just fell. There was a loud bang. Behind Lu Li, the black stone door slowly opened again. The demon master was still sitting on the big bone chair, with undisguised admiration in his blood-colored eyes. The feeling was the same as when Shiman Qing met Panjin Lian. Chapter 11 True Disciple. Come in. The voice of the real ghost came out. Yes. Lu Li cupped his hands, turned around, and stepped into the cave again. No one looked at the body on the ground. Lu Li, you are not bad. You have excellent qualifications, ruthless character, and more importantly, your foresight to poison you in advance and make you invincible. This city's scheming skills are far inferior to yours back then. On the big bone chair, the demon master praised without hesitation. Disciples don't dare to be. Lu Li cupped his hands and replied, You don't have to be humble. At this moment, the demon master's eyes turned cold and his voice deepened. With your tyrannical blood energy, your bone heart-destroying palm, which has been cultivated to the 4th level, and the spirit ghost phantom step, you actually only used one short step before and after, in less than a month. This qualification puts me to shame. I would like to ask you for advice. How do you practice? Coming. Lu Li was shocked. He had already guessed that his cultivation might be seen through.
so he was not too panicked. He raised his hands and replied,
Master, this physical training is because this disciple has practiced a Buddhist body refining magical skill called
Vajra technique. This technique was given to me by an elder from the Sutra Pavilion. I didn't expect that I could practice the Vajra technique so quickly.
As he spoke, he took out 2 jade slips from his arms and held them in his hands. Huh?
Diamond Jew?
The demon master was surprised. Then, as soon as he raised his hand, a black energy flew out, rolled up violently, and swept away the jade slip.
It's really the Vajra technique. There is actually the Zixia Sun Refining Sutra from Fakian Temple. Which elder gave you this jade slip?
The demon master held the jade slip and asked in a deep voice.
It's the white-haired elder wearing a skull necklace. The disciple didn't expect that he would be so fast at practicing this Buddhist body refining technique.
Lu Li answered honestly. As soon as these words came out, a strange color flashed in the eyes of the demon master. He flicked his robe, and a ball of golden light flew out and landed in front of Lu Li, revealing his true appearance. It is a purple gold round bowl as big as a porcelain plate. The next moment, the purple gold bowl emitted pure Buddha light, shining on Lu Li's body. Lu Li was shocked. However, he did not react and allowed the Buddha's light to shine upon him.
Humph. I thought you were the reincarnated Buddha. So you were happy for nothing.
Demon Master waved his hand and took back the golden bowl. Reincarnated Buddha? When Lu Li heard these 4 words, his heart skipped a beat for no reason.
All right.
At this time, Demon Master waved his hand and threw the jade slip back.
Since the elder gave it to you, just keep it.
Yes. Lu Li caught the jade slip and put it in his arms.
Although you are introverted and not sharp, which is not in line with my personality, you are quite qualified, scheming, and good-looking. You are much more pleasing to the eye than Xiao Yin, that 7-sided ugly guy. I will accept you as my disciple for now. From now on, you will be my true disciple. Keep this token and choose a cave to live in when you go to the top of the mountain.
Immediately afterwards, Demon Master threw another jade pendant. It is a crystal clear, square black jade pendant.
Disciple pays homage to Master.
When Lu Li heard this, he quickly caught the jade pendant and bowed in greeting. There was just the right amount of joy on his face. But there was still peace in my heart. There was even a hint of fear. Being the apprentice of such a moody and murderous demon doesn't seem like a good thing. Maybe it will be sold or taken away at some point.
Since you have become my true disciple, I should also teach you the true teachings. There are 3 teachings here that will allow you to practice to the perfection of foundation building. You can choose one by yourself.
The demon master flicked his fingers and shot out 3 streaks of blood. 3 bloody lights stopped in front of Lu Li and turned into 3 bloody jade slips.
Let me, disciple, take a look.
Lu Li bowed his hand. Then, he reached out his hand, took out a blood-colored jade slip, put it on his head, and began to examine it with his spiritual sense. After a while, after reading all 3 jade slips,
his expression became gloomy. The 3 techniques are
Blood-devouring heaven technique, 7 demon-killing techniques,
and
ghost control technique.
They are all evil ways and evil works. Blood-devouring heaven technique. Devour blood into the body. Create a blood light. And swallow everything. 7 kills demonic Tao. Enter the Tao by killing. Condense the 7 killing demonic Qi. And kill everything in heaven and earth. The art of controlling ghosts. Cultivate the ghost energy. Condense a half-human, half-ghost body. And control tens of thousands of ghosts. It is indeed a demon sect. These 3 magic arts are sinister and cruel. Either killing people and sucking blood, or sucking ghost energy. Lu Li was in a tangle. Soon, he ruled out the ghost control technique. The reason is also very simple. He is not Ning Kaichen, and he cannot play the role of the undead knight at the crossroads between life and death. Damn it. It doesn't suit him. In addition, if ghost energy enters the body, it should also cause the cultivation of Vajra art to regress. The blood-devouring heaven-devouring art, and the 7-kill demonic way. You can only choose the blood-devouring heaven technique. Because the 7 kills demons are 10% murderous, and they do not recognize their relatives. It is easy to become a monster that only knows how to kill. Eliminate it. On the other hand, the blood-devouring heaven technique does not stipulate what kind of blood should be swallowed. He drank some deer blood, snake blood, and tiger blood to replenish his waist, strengthen his kidneys, etc., which was barely acceptable. I heard that there are dragons on overseas islands. When the time comes, You might even be able to drink dragon blood.
Have you chosen?
At this time, the demon master asked.
Now that I have chosen my disciple, I will choose the blood-devouring heaven technique,
Luli answered, holding a blood-colored jade slip in his hand.
Good.
Demon master flicked his fingers and shot another jade slip.
This is the annotation of the blood-devouring heaven technique. Please keep it together. Thank you, Master.
Luli was naturally not polite and put it away directly. Afterwards, Demon Master said proudly,
I am not a stingy person. Since you have become my true disciple, I will reward you with a magic weapon.
While he was talking, a black energy floated out from his body and turned into a big black snake, slowly swimming towards Luli. Then he opened his mouth and spit it out. A dark little tower, the size of a palm, was spit out.
This ghost-raising tower is a high-grade magic weapon that I have used before. It can be used to subdue spirit ghosts and support them in battle. Use all your strength and smash it out. It weighs 30,000 kilograms. You should keep it well,
Demon Master said calmly. A high-grade magic weapon worth 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones? So generous? Luli was a little surprised. But his hands were not idle. He grabbed the ghost-raising tower and bowed his hands.
Disciple, thank you, Master. I wish Master eternal blessings and longevity.
At the same time, he also made a casual compliment.
Ha! Not bad. You are indeed much better than Xiaoyan. That stupid, arrogant and ugly guy.
I don't know what point this sentence touched on the real ghost demon, which made the real demon laugh on the spot. Okay.
Go ahead and practice hard. If you don't understand anything, ask your senior brothers and sisters. You make your choice. Dongfu. If they hear the noise, they should come to see you. Disciple. Thank you, Master. Disciple. Please retire.
Luli bowed his hands and bowed before exiting the black stone cave. Boom. This time, the stone door was closed and never opened again. Call. Luli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally passed. However, you still have to be careful. Otherwise, Xiaoyan would be his fate. Luli glanced at the place where Xiaoyan died. There, the body was gone. Not even a trace of blood. Apparently, it was directly swallowed and absorbed by the black chi vines entangled on the black stone gate, leaving no bones left. Practice is difficult. Practicing in the demon sect is even more difficult. You have to wake up with great energy. Luli warned himself secretly in his heart, glanced at the endless sea of clouds, and his mood returned to calm again. Afterwards, he returned to his cave, packed up his things, and ran up the mountain. Start choosing a new cave. Chapter 12: The Wild Way of Practicing Demonic Skills. The 4 treasures of cultivation will bring wealth to the Dharma couple. The earth, also known as the cave, is where practitioners live and practice. The highest level cave abode is naturally the cave heaven blessed land. The next best thing is the mountains and rivers where the main spiritual veins are located. The Guifeng mountain owned by Demon Master has a spiritual vein running through it, making it a true treasure land for cultivation. However, the entire mountain is equipped with formations to control the direction of spiritual energy. The entry-level disciples and outer door servants living at the foot of the mountain cannot enjoy the nourishment of spiritual energy at all. Only above halfway up the mountain can spiritual energy float out. However, there is a strong restriction halfway up the mountain, which prohibits novice disciples and servants from climbing to the top of the mountain. At this time, Luli held the black jade token, passed through the restriction, and finally set foot on the top of the mountain. I saw that there were spiritual trees everywhere on the top of the mountain. A vast expanse of green. One after another, waterfalls cascade down from the top of the mountain, flowing 3,000 feet, and forming colorful bridges. Under the sunlight, Hongqiao crisscrosses and connects white jade palaces. The picture is like Tianqi Wonderland. Standing here, watching the sea of clouds rolling in the distance, the sun rising and the moon setting, I feel instantly relaxed and happy. A strange color flashed in Luli's eyes. Living at the foot of the mountain, he thought that the top of the mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, was full of ghosts. But he didn't expect it to be such a beautiful sight. However, choosing a cave is important. Luli took the black jade token, jumped up, jumped between the branches, and shot towards a gorgeous palace in front of him that was very rich in aura. But just 100 feet away from the palace, an invisible force bounced over. The person was bounced back directly. At the same time, mysterious and unusual formation runes appeared in front of his eyes. This cave has an owner. Luli didn't pay attention, turned around, and fired towards another palace. However, there are still people. After wandering around for a long time, he finally found an 8-story attic in the back of the mountain, next to a waterfall and a spring. The attic occupies a small area, only 30 feet long and wide. But Luli looked around and found that a small pool was formed under the impact of the waterfall and flowing spring. Jumped out of the attic window, right into the puddle. In the pool, there are also fat fishes. This place is nice, although the spiritual energy is a bit thinner. When I get tired from practicing in the future, I can just jump out of the window, swim in the pool, and catch fish to grill. Beautiful. That's it. Luli no longer hesitated, and with a few leaps, he jumped in front of the attic, activated his magic power, and poured it into the black jade pendant in his hand. Buzz! The black jade pendant trembled and flew up, spinning in midair, emitting circles of black light that spread out. Soon, the magic circle in the attic was activated. The whole attic lit up. The next moment, the attic door and window crackled open, blowing out bursts of smoke. The surrounding leaves were also swept away.
It's okay. No need to clean.
Luli stretched out his hand, took back the black jade pendant, and put it against his forehead. In an instant, the structure and function of the cave in front of him became clear. The place of cultivation is on the underground level, and there is a spirit gathering array. Then, the first floor is the living room. The second floor is the martial arts arena. The third floor is the dormitory. The fourth floor is the spiritual pet room. The fifth floor is the alchemy room. The sixth and seventh floors are the study room. And the top floor is the star observatory. The entire attic is called the Star Observation Tower. Now, it's his. Even the 100 feet around his Star Observation Tower, and the acre of medicinal fields behind it were his.
This is really the difference between heaven and earth. Beginner disciples live in a cave, while true disciples live in heaven and earth.
Luli sighed secretly in his heart. Then, he walked in and looked at each layer, especially the study room. It would be great if I could find a book of Buddhist exercises. However, he found nothing. Before the previous owner of the cave left, he took everything he could take away. Not even a table, chair or bed board was left behind. Forget it. Practice. Luli came to the underground level and walked into the secret room for cultivation. Boom. There was a loud bang. The stone door of the secret room is closed, and the ban is activated. Then, he took out the black jade pendant and put it into the groove of the bluestone floor. Buzz. A trembling sound. The formation patterns on the floor lit up one after another, shining with colorful light. Then, wisps of spiritual energy floated up from the spirit gathering array. Luli looked attentively and sat down cross-legged. System. After muttering silently, the system panel popped up. Host, Land Carp. Realm, Level 1 of Chi Refining. The indestructible power of the Vajra. Level 3, 99%. Bone Hard Destroying Palm. Level 4, 15%. Ghostly Ghost Step. 4th level 2%. The current task is to improve the realm and raise the indestructible power of the Vajra to the 4th level. Then, he kept practicing with concentration. When he is promoted to Golden Core, he can find a chance to escape from 10,000 Demons Mountain. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Luli's eyes. By the way, the Ghost Raising Tower. Suddenly, he remembered the high-grade magic weapon that Demon Master had just given him, and decided to sacrifice it first and leave his mark on it. So, Luli took out the Ghost Raising Tower from his sleeve robe and looked at it carefully. The Ghost Raising Tower is very small, about half the size of a palm, with a square shape at the bottom and a triangular shape at the top. Very light too. It only weighs about 1 copper coin. I don't know what kind of material it is made of. It's not gold. It's not iron. It's not stone. It's not wood.
If this thing is activated, it really weighs 30,000 kilograms? Also, will there be any problems with this thing?
Luli was a little skeptical. However, when I thought about it, the real ghost demon didn't need to go to such trouble if he wanted to harm him. Therefore, Luli bit the tip of his tongue and spurted out blood. At the same time, he poured mana into the Ghost Raising Tower and started practicing directly. After a while, the mana was exhausted. The ritual training is only half done. The shortcomings of his low level were immediately exposed. Luli had no choice but to swallow the spiritual energy, take out the spiritual stones to absorb them, and continue practicing. Finally, 2 hours later, The ghost-raising tower ritual training is completed. There was a vague connection between him and Xiaoda. In the future, if you continue to practice with blood, you will soon reach the state where you can use your fingers like an arm. However, if you want to fully activate the power of the ghost-raising tower, you need to refine the chi to the 7th or 8th level. You still have to practice. Lu Li looked solemn, took out the
blood-devouring heaven technique
and the annotation, and began to study and figure it out while recovering his mana. After a cup of tea, all mana is restored. Lu Li also fully understood the pros and cons of practicing the blood-devouring heaven technique. This demonic skill is an advanced version of the blood-devouring demonic skill. After practicing it, a blood-devouring demonic light will be condensed, which can swallow the vitality of heaven and earth, the essence of the 5 elements, etc. Of course, human blood can also be swallowed. Once you practice to the depths, you will swallow everything. But if you want to practice quickly, you have to swallow spiritual blood. It is best to have the blood of a powerful practitioner or a great demon. However, if blood is swallowed for a long time, a toxin will accumulate in the body, making people addicted to blood. In other words, the more powerful you practice the blood-devouring sky-devouring skill, the greater your addiction to blood-sucking becomes. In the end, there will be no joy without blood.
It seems that this magic skill is not suitable for me to practice.
Lu Li frowned slightly. However, if you want to improve your realm, you can only rely on this demonic evil skill. If you want to practice on your own and swallow spiritual energy, it is estimated that it will take a month or 2 to break through to the 2nd level of chi refining. Too slow. Wrong. Swallowing the vitality of heaven and earth. Lu Li suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. He got up and ran out of the secret training room, and went up to the top star-catching platform. Very skillfully, he took off his clothes and laid down on a huge jade bed. Then, he began to reoperate the magic formula of the Zixia Sun refining manual and absorb the sunlight. The system prompts immediately.
Because you are fully exposed to the essence of Haori. The Zixia Sun refining manual is full of motivation, and the training effect is once again increased by 100%. Progress increased by 1%.
As soon as the sound fell, a stream of hot air immediately emerged from the dantian and traveled throughout the body. Immediately afterwards, Lu Li stopped his power and turned to the blood-devouring sky-devouring art.
Congratulations to the host. You have learned the
blood-devouring heaven technique.
At
this moment, the blood-devouring sky-devouring skill was successfully practiced. A trace of cold and overbearing cold air also condensed from the Zifu in dantian. Without waiting for Lu Li's instructions, this trace of cold air automatically caught up with him, swallowed up the trace of heat, and strengthened his body.
Because your blood-devouring sky-devouring skill has swallowed the 5 elements of Haori's true energy, you feel happy and the training effect is increased by 100%. Progress increased by 1%.
Chapter 13 New Neighbors. Is this okay? Lu Li couldn't help but have a hint of joy on his face. From now on, he can directly practice the Zixia Sun refining manual, and then let the blood-devouring heaven technique devour it, thus indirectly practicing the demonic technique. In this way, the practice of magic skills will be rapid. No need to suck blood yet. Naturally, he would not contract any bloodthirsty quirk and become a vampire like Wayback King.
It seems that there are benefits to the incompatibility of good and evil techniques,
Lu Li thought as he began to practice the Zixia Sun refining manual. However, not long after, a bloody light came from the distance and stopped 30 feet away from the attic. He is a young man in white clothes, about 21 or 12 years old. He wears golden boots, has a slender figure and handsome appearance, with a white jade hair crown on his head and a sunny smile on his face. He looks like a righteous monk, which makes people feel good. The realm should be the middle stage of foundation building. Because of the restriction, the land carp can see the outside clearly, but people outside cannot see the land carp without a trace.
Is Junior Brother at home?
At this time, the young man in white raised his hands toward the attic and said loudly,
I am the 8th senior brother. My surname is Bai and my name is Jean Fei. I want to make friends with my junior brother.
8th senior brother? Lu Li's eyes darkened slightly. He rolled his eyes and said loudly,
Senior brother, please wait a moment.
Immediately, he put on his clothes, grabbed the jade pendant, and poured mana into it. Buzz! With a trembling sound, the attic restraint was removed. Lu Li raised his hands to the young man in white in the sky and said,
Senior brother, I'm here to welcome you. It's rude not to greet you from afar. Ha ha. We are all brothers. Why should we be so polite? Hey.
The young man in white named by Jean Fei exchanged greetings with a smile, looked at Lu Li, and suddenly asked in surprise.
Junior brother, you are only at the first level of chi refining? What's wrong?
Lu Li asked calmly.
There's nothing wrong with that. However, for my junior brother to be able to pass master's test and be accepted as his true disciple with such cultivation, he must have extraordinary strengths.
A look of surprise and admiration appeared on Bai Jinfei's face.
Senior brother, you've rewarded me. Please come down,
Lu Li said without being arrogant or impetuous.
Good.
Bai Jinfei smiled and nodded. Immediately, it fell to Lu Li's side. The demeanor and etiquette revealed in his words and deeds are like a young man. He doesn't look like a true disciple of a demon sect elder.
Senior brother, please don't be offended. I just checked in. I don't even have tables and chairs. And I don't have good tea and wine. I'm rude.
Lu Li looked around and saw that there was no table or chair around. So he explained.
Ha ha. You're welcome. I've guessed it a long time ago. Your fifth senior brother took everything away before leaving nothing behind.
Bai Jinfei shook his head and chuckled.
Fifth senior brother?
Lu Li raised his eyebrows.
That was the previous owner of this star observation tower. Unfortunately, he has passed away. Master had a total of 13 disciples. And now only the senior brother, second senior sister, third senior brother, sixth senior sister, and me are left. Either dead or missing.
Bai Jinfei sighed.
Lu
Li fell silent. It seems that the risk of becoming a disciple of a real demon is really high.
Junior brother, look. That magnificent cave is mine. The white jade ice palace not far from you belongs to the second senior sister. The huge bluestone palace in the distance belongs to the senior brother.
Bai Jinfei raised his finger as he spoke. Second senior sister? Lu Li glanced at the white jade ice palace in the distance. It was a palace made of half white jade and half ice sculptures, which was very strange. As soon as you get closer, the chill is overwhelming. The only ones who are still in the sect are me and the second senior sister.
Now, there is another junior brother. You? By the way, I still don't know your surname. Junior brother?
Bai Jinfei asked with a smile.
Lu Li has no father or mother. Fortunately, he is appreciated by his master and accepted as his true disciple.
Lu Li replied simply. The person in front of him had no idea of his character, so he naturally didn't want to reveal too much.
Ha ha. Junior brother, you don't have to be so guarded. Although we are a ghost sect here, it is common for fellow sects to kill each other. However, once you become a true disciple, you are the sect's inheritance seed and are protected by the sect's rules. Those who hurt others for no reason must pay with their lives. In this regard, we are more true than the Jingdao sect.
Bai Jinfei seemed to notice Lu Li's vigilance and explained with a smile.
That's it. Thank you, senior brother, for reminding me.
Lu Li believed it and thanked him. But I still don't believe it in my heart.
There is nothing we can do. Our demon sect has been suppressed by the Taoist and Buddhist sections. We are holed up in lish place like the 10,000 demon mountains. We can't get out. If we don't find a way to grow stronger, we will have to destroy the sect sooner or later.
Bai Jinfei shook his head and sighed. There is some truth to this statement.
Forget it. These things are not for us little minions to consider. Junior brother, do you need any help now?
Bai Jinfei said with a smile.
Senior brother means.
Lu Li frowned slightly. The vigilance in my heart was instantly raised to the highest level.
Hee. Junior brother Lu, you don't have much money now, right?
Bai Jinfei asked with a smile.
Really?
Lu Li nodded. All he has now is only 22 low-grade spiritual stones. There is also a ghost-raising tower. At this time, Bai Jinfei said again.
Junior brother, the most expensive thing in practice is spirit stones. If you don't have spirit stones, I can lend them to you. Oh, senior brother is so kind-hearted? It's impossible. Could it be that senior brother is attracted to me?
Lu Li vaguely guessed something.
Junior brother, you misunderstood. We are all junior brothers. How could I covet what you have? Junior brother? However, if you are really short of money and are in a hurry to use money, I can lend you spiritual stones without interest, but still need to write a mortgage IOU.
At the end of the sentence, Bai Jinfei narrowed his eyes, like a fox wagging its tail.
Mortgage IOU?
Lu Li's expression turned cold.
Yes. You just need to write down that if Junior Brother can't afford the repayment or has an accident in the future, the treasures on his body will belong to me. Of course, in addition to spiritual stones, if Junior Brother wants other magic weapons, magic skills, spiritual ghosts, natural treasures, even stunning women. Hee. Senior Brother, I can get them all for you.
At the end of the sentence, Bai Jinfei showed a smile on his face that all men understand. It turned out to be a profiteer. Lu Li felt a bit of disdain in his heart, but it didn't show on his face. He just cupped his hands, shook his head and said,
Senior Brother, I accept it kindly. I don't have anything urgently needed at the moment. Huh? You are only 18 years old and full of blood. You don't even want women? Do you? Like my husband?
Bai Jinfei was a little surprised.
That's not true.
Lu Li shook his head and said calmly,
I am a reckless hero. His.
When Bai Jinfei heard this, he instantly understood and took a breath.
Junior Brother, a snake demon that can change human form is at least a golden elixir demon. I can't get this. Huh? Junior Brother, are you serious?
At this time, he also saw that Lu Li was talking nonsense. Lu Li smiled and did not explain.
Ha ha. Junior Brother, you are really interesting. Are you interested in going to my cave? I have good spiritual fruits and wine, and there are many beauties with special skills.
Bai Jinfei smiled and extended the invitation.
Thank you for your kindness. Senior Brother, I haven't finished my practice today yet, so I won't go.
Lu Li shook his head and refused.
Okay, let's talk next time.
Bai Jinfei saw Lu Li's indifference and didn't care. He waved his hand and then flew into the sky. After a few flashes, he returned to his splendid palace. As soon as the others left, Lu Li immediately raised the barricade and covered the attic, blocking out prying eyes. His expression suddenly turned cold. This group of senior brothers and sisters are probably not good people either. You still have to practice first. So, Lu Li skillfully took off his clothes and entered the state of cultivation wholeheartedly. Chapter 14, The Magic Power of Going Out. Soon, it was dark. Lu Li on the jade bed opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Blood Devouring Heaven Technique, Level 1, Progress 2%. 2 hours of hard work, in exchange for 1% progress. In other words, practicing the Zixia Sun Refining Manual during the day can increase the progress of the Blood Devouring Heaven skill by 6%. Coupled with automatic training at night, it should also increase the progress by 3%. In about 10 days, the Blood Devouring Heaven technique will be able to break through to the second level. By then, he will be able to break through to the second level of Qi training. There are 20 levels in total of this Blood Devouring Sky Devouring skill. The first 10 levels are for refining Qi, and the last 10 levels are for foundation building. They correspond 1 to 1.
It still feels a little slow.
Lu Li frowned slightly. If this continues, I'm afraid it will take 3 years to reach perfection in Qi refining. However, according to the annotations given by Demon Master, directly swallowing powerful spiritual blood can increase the speed of cultivation 100 times and rapidly improve the realm. The fastest one can reach Qi refining perfection in less than half a year. Although his wild method is good, it can only increase by 300%, which is 3 times the cultivation speed. Do you really need to borrow spiritual stones to buy powerful spiritual blood? Lu Li pondered for a moment and shook his head. He is just a lonely man with no spiritual stone. He only has talents that have nowhere to be placed, and has an extraordinary handsome appearance. Suddenly, Lu Li thought of something. Soft rice? This seems to work. However, Lu Li thought about it carefully and thought of the terrible rumors about the furnace cauldron medicine dregs in the demon cult. So he gave up the idea. Forget it. Let's practice hard. Lu Li calmed down and returned to the underground training chamber. He sat cross-legged in the spirit gathering array, inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and began to continue practicing the blood-devouring sky technique. The next day, the system's good news immediately rang in my mind.
Your blood-devouring sky-devouring skill has swallowed up Haori's true energy. You are satisfied and practice hard. The progress has increased by 5%.
Not bad. Lu Li was very satisfied. In this way, in about 7 or 8 days, he will be able to break through to the second level of Qi training. At this time, the clear voice of the system was still ringing.
Because you have practiced another powerful magic skill. White Bone Hard Destroying Palm feels invigorated. So you practice hard and your progress increases by 4%. The bone-destroying heart palm relied on the power of the blood-devouring heaven-swallowing technique to once again challenge the Vajra indestructible magic technique, but failed miserably in return. I felt depressed and dejected, and my practice regressed by 8%. In order to avenge the grievances of the white bone heart-destroying palm, I practiced hard, and the progress increased by 10%. Why does this white bone heart-destroying palm feel a little silly and cute?
After hearing this, Luli looked a little weird. However, it doesn't matter, as long as the progress of cultivation is more advanced and less retreated. No matter how many times you go back and forth, you will eventually break through the realm. Thinking of this, Luli ignored it, stood up, and started a new day of practice. In this way, his days became very regular. Get up in the morning, embrace the sun, and practice the Zixia Sun Refining Sutra for a whole day, until the sunset ends and the stars and the moon rise. Afterwards, he switched to the blood-devouring demon technique and swallowed up the 5 elements Heiwari Chi that he had just practiced. After that, go to the spirit-gathering array, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and continue practicing. When you are tired from practicing, just go to sleep. The morning sun rises the next day, and we continue to practice the Zixia Sun Refining Sutra. The days are dull and monotonous. 9th day. In the secret training room. A ding.
Congratulations to the host. Your blood-devouring heaven technique has broken through to the 2nd level.
Boom! As the system prompt sounded. At this moment, a cold air rushed out of Zifu in the Dantian, like a torrent erupting, washing over Lu Li's limbs and bones. An invisible bottleneck was instantly opened. Boundary breakthrough. The 2nd level of Chi refining. Lu Li opened his eyes. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and directly called up the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 2nd level of Chi refining. The indestructible power of the Vajra. Level 3, 99%. Blood-devouring heaven skill. 2nd level, 1%. White bone heart destroying palm. Level 4, 75%. Ghostly ghost step. 4th level, 6%. Compared with 9 days ago, the progress of white bone heart destroying palm has increased by 60%. This is a good boy who is diligent and studious. Although he has not gone to the 10,000 Ghost Cave to save the evil ghosts, he has improved his progress by 6-7% through automatic cultivation every day. On the other hand, the progress of Spirit Ghost Shadow Step has increased by 4% in 9 days. A lazy guy. Lu Li decided that he would change to a more diligent movement technique when he had the opportunity in the future. Now continue practicing. Break through the indestructible magic power to the 4th level as soon as possible. Lu Li's eyes darkened, and he slowly closed his eyes. Faintly, he seemed to hear the voice of the 8th senior brother by Jean Fei. However, he ignored it. 21 days later. Rumble. The stone door of the underground training room slowly opened. In the spirit gathering formation, Lu Li sat cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, and spit out a long arrow of turbid air, with joy in his eyes. A whole month. Finally broke through to the 3rd level of Chi refining. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 3rd level of Chi refining. The indestructible power of the Vajra. Level 3, 99%. Blood-devouring heaven technique. The 3rd level, 1%. White bone heart destroying palm. Level 4, 99%. Ghostly shadow step. Level 4, 16%. The blood-devouring heaven technique has finally reached the 3rd level. The heart-destroying palm of the white bones was depressed because it failed to transform into a fierce ghost. It was stuck on the 4th level, advancing and retreating, jumping left and right. However, once it was transformed into a fierce ghost, it should be able to break through. Lingue Phantom Step still looks that lazy. This is the result of a month of retreat and hard work. Overall, quite satisfied, Lu Li nodded secretly and began to sense the changes in his body. In the body, the magic power is also several times stronger. The magic power at the 1st level of Chi refining is like a small glass of water, and at the 3rd level of Chi refining, it feels like a basin of water. Now, he can exert 30% of the power of the ghost-raising tower. In addition, the blood-devouring demonic light of the blood-devouring sky-devouring skill was also condensed. Condensation. Lu Li pinched out a strange seal with one hand, and at the same time used his magic power to quickly draw a magic talisman in front of him. Call! A ray of breeze blew by. At the tip of his index finger, a faint, slender blood light condensed out, flickering, exuding bursts of cold air. The surrounding temperature began to drop rapidly. The formation patterns imprinted on the ground formed a thin layer of frost, spreading to the surrounding stone walls. This is the blood-devouring demonic light of the blood-devouring sky-devouring skill. In the future, as long as you regularly devour spiritual blood and feed the magic light, the magic light will grow rapidly and become silent, lightless, breathless and invisible, killing people invisible. Buzz. There was a trembling sound, and the blood light suddenly shattered and disappeared. Luli ran out of mana and dispersed the seal. This blood-devouring demonic light is powerful, but it consumes mana too fiercely. In just 3 breaths, it directly consumed all his mana. Moreover, in order to break through the 3rd level of chi refining as soon as possible, he also paid some price. The next moment, Luli reached into his arms and took out 3 low-grade cyan spiritual stones. Frowning slightly, in order to quickly improve his realm, he used 19 low-grade spiritual stones during his cultivation. Now there are only 3 low-grade spiritual stones left in his body. I can't afford even the crappiest storage ring. In one word, poor. Fortunately, Luli had reached the 3rd level of chi refining, and vaguely felt that the bottleneck of the Vidra indestructible magic was loosened. I estimate that when he reaches the 5th level of chi refining, he will be able to break through the indestructible power of the Vidra.
The 5th level of chi refining. I'm afraid it will take 3 months.
Luli frowned even more tightly. 3 months is not a long time. But if the demon master comes out of seclusion during this period and sees that his cultivation progress is so slow, I am afraid he will be dissatisfied and get angry directly. No one can predict what will happen then. Thinking of this, Luli looked solemn.
It seems that we have to go to the Sutra Tiding Pavilion again.
I hope I can find a solution in the Sutra Pavilion. Luli made up his mind, closed his eyes, and began to absorb spiritual energy to restore his mana. The next day, the moment the bright sun rose, Luli opened his eyes on time. A ding. In my mind, 3 system prompts sounded continuously.
Due to your breakthrough in the blood-devouring heaven technique, your appetite increased greatly, and you had to go out alone to devour food. Your blood-devouring and sky-devouring skill swallows the extremely yin energy in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. After eating and drinking enough, your cultivation will be greatly improved, and the progress will be increased by 5%. Your blood-devouring heaven technique found a low-grade spirit ghost in the 10,000 Ghost Cave.
Chapter 15 Green Lotus. Green tea. Is the blood-devouring and heaven-devouring skill going out? Also discovered a low-grade spirit ghost? After Luli heard the system prompts, his whole body suddenly became energetic. His eyes began to light up. Spirit ghosts are ghosts who are born with wisdom by chance. They are very rare. Rare means valuable. And a low-grade spirit ghost is equivalent to a low-grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons are used by monks in the foundation building stage. The worst spiritual weapon is worth 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. In other words, a low-grade spirit ghost is worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Luli really didn't expect that while going out to practice the blood-devouring heaven technique, he would also find a low-grade spirit ghost.
System log.
Luli muttered silently, and immediately opened the system record to check it carefully. With just one glance, he saw the last 2 records.
Your blood-devouring heaven technique found a low-grade spirit ghost in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The location of the spirit ghost, 720 miles southeast of Sanqing Valley, inside a 7-foot-tall soul burial tree. Sanqing Valley is the gathering place where the fierce ghosts gathered in the previous battle. Gotta go quickly. If you go late, this low-grade spirit ghost might be captured. Luli looked solemn, grabbed the jade pendant on the ground, and rushed out of the secret practice room. Suddenly, he froze. Wrong. If you rush over and catch the spirit ghost like this, you will easily be suspected. Maybe the real ghost demon is still observing secretly. I haven't gone out for a month, but I actually know that there are ghosts in the 10,000 Ghost Cave, and I know the exact location. There is definitely a problem. So, Luli calmed down. His expression returned to a cold expression, and he walked out of the star observation tower unhurriedly. Immediately afterwards, Yuchi Lingue floated towards the tunnel in the back mountain with phantom steps. After entering the tunnel, it was still unhurried. Soon, as we went deeper, an authentic blue light curtain appeared in front of us. Luli stepped over. The familiar underground world appeared in front of me again, and the cold air hit my face. The sky in Wangui Cave is still gloomy. Luli glanced at the direction of the spirit ghost and did not rush there. Instead, he waited on the spot.
He is waiting for the green lotus. Really? Within 2 or 3 minutes, a green light flashed in the dark sky in the distance and came rapidly towards this side. The green light flickered several times, swept across more than 10 miles, and appeared in front of Luli.
As expected. It's you? Long time no see.
Sitting on the white bone sword is a pretty and bright girl in green clothes. When she saw Luli, her eyes suddenly turned into crescent moons. Looks quite happy. This pretty girl is exactly the Lu He who forcibly sells maps and collects protection fees.
I've met senior sister Lu He.
Luli frowned and cupped his hands towards her.
Hee. You're welcome. You are now a true disciple of the Evening Ghost Sect. In terms of status, you are the same as me. Here are your 5 low-grade spiritual stones. I'll give them back to you.
Lu He smiled sweetly, and with a flick of his hand, he said 5 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones to Luli.
Senior sister, what are you?
A trace of doubt appeared on Luli's face.
By Jean Fei. You know. Right. He is mine, and you are his junior brother. In other words, you are also mine. Since you are one of my own, I will not accept your spiritual stone.
Lu He kicked his exquisite little feet and said with a smile. This innocent and friendly smile makes people feel good immediately. However, Luli was nervous. This Luha is definitely an eldest sister level existence among all the true disciples of the Evening Ghost Sect. Returning the spirit stone now should be to win people's hearts.
What? Are you afraid that I will poison the spirit stone?
At this time, Lu He snorted and looked a little unhappy.
Then I'd like to thank you, senior sister.
When Luli heard this, he was no longer polite. He put away the spirit stone and cupped his hands to express his thanks. Seeing this, Lu He smiled again, held his chin with one hand, and looked Luli up and down with a smile.
I'm really curious. You are only at the first level of chi refining, but you can still pass the test of the Demon Master. Successfully became a true disciple. Can you tell me how you did it? It was just a fluke.
Naturally, Luli would not answer honestly.
Oh.
Lu He raised his eyebrows lightly, and suddenly the conversation changed.
I heard Bai Jean Fei say that you have been practicing hard this month? Yes. Master has handed down the secrets, so naturally I don't dare to slack off.
Luli replied calmly. I started to feel a little anxious. Why is this woman so noisy? Why aren't you leaving yet? Although Luli was upset, he still didn't show it on his face.
TSK. Once a young man is promoted to a true disciple, most of them will rely on their power to collect a few beautiful beauties from the outer sect servants for their own enjoyment. Junior brother, not only did you not do this, you also refused. I'm going to give you a beautiful woman with platinum fly. This really makes me sit up and take notice.
Lu He stared at Lu Lidao with interest.
My life was ruined when I first met my senior sister. From then on, in my eyes, all women are just vulgar girls.
Luli rolled his eyes and began to brag expressionlessly. When Lu He heard this, he suddenly smiled like a flower.
You are not serious when you lie and deceive people. But I like your lie. Hee. Here it is for you.
As he spoke, his slender white hands flicked again and brought something to him. A roll of parchment maps.
This is a map of the entire 10,000 Ghosts Cave. With this map, you can walk around the 10,000 Ghosts Cave at will and go to any of the extremely in places marked above to practice.
Lula said with a smile.
This.
Luli looked a little surprised.
I'll give it to you. Just take it. I have no use for this thing.
Lu He said very boldly. Luli frowned. Did this woman really fall in love with him? However, in order to let this woman go as soon as possible, he still handed over his hand.
Then I'd better obey her orders respectfully. Thank you, senior sister.
After saying that, he accepted the sheepskin map.
Okay, then I'm leaving. See you next time. By the way, I usually practice in the middle of this map. You can come find me when you have time.
Lu He smiled and winked at Luli. Then he raised his hand, and Yujian quickly left. Luli looked slightly cold as he watched the green light disappear. This woman has such a deep routine. First she returns the things, then she woos her, flatters her, and then applies small favors. Finally, before leaving, she makes an invitation that seems like she wants to refuse, but welcome in return. In the middle, she seems to have used charm techniques to make people have a better impression of her. With this set in place, an ordinary young man would have become passionate, and wildly imaginative. But Luli is not a boy. He had always been wary. And Lui's charm had no effect. What's more, he has already read countless films. And he doesn't even care about Lui. A girl with a smooth life.
Forget it. We'll talk about these things later. Let's go catch the ghosts first.
Lui no longer hesitated. Grabbed the sheepskin map. Flashed. Turned into a ghost. And floated towards Sanqing Valley. After a while, he rushed to Sanqing Valley. Bang bang bang. There were sounds of fighting in the valley. Lui, wearing a robe, floated over. Took a look. And found a strong man in black inside. Shaking a ghost magic weapon such as a soul-gathering flag. And subduing evil ghosts. After looking at it for a few times, he turned around and left. Go straight southeast. Soon, he arrived at Sanqing Valley, 750 miles away. As he looked around, he saw black soil hillsides of varying heights. Dots of green fire, floating randomly. These ghost fires are pure ghost fires, which are poisonous. If they invade the body, they will damage the foundation. Looking at the surrounding hillsides, there is a solitary dead tree growing on the top. The dead branches stretched out toward the sky, like hands protruding from the grave. The scene looked a bit eerie and scary. These are soul burial trees. Pure trees that only grow in extremely places, and are generally used to refine magic weapons. Lui dodged the ghost fire and drifted forward slowly, pretending to be passing by and scanning the surrounding scenery with his peripheral vision. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. Found it. The 7-foot-tall soul burial tree. It's on a hill to his left. That low-grade spirit ghost is hiding in that soul burial tree. Chapter 16, Catching the Ghost. The soul burial tree is still there. In other words, the spirit ghost is still inside. Lui felt happy. However, he did not immediately rush over to cut down the soul burial tree and capture the spirit ghost inside. This would be too obvious and could easily arouse suspicion.
That's right. The blood-devouring, sky-devouring skill can swallow everything. I wonder if it can swallow the pure energy in the soul-bearing tree to improve the realm.
Lui suddenly thought of something, paused, and muttered to himself. After saying that, he took one step forward and floated up the nearest hillside like a ghost shadow, landing in front of a 3-foot-tall soul burial tree. Then he punched out. Boom! A huge explosion of force. The soul burial tree was hit on the spot and collapsed suddenly. The moment the big tree broke and collapsed, a cloud of white and cold air suddenly burst out from the trunk and swept across all directions. These are the pure energy that the soul-bearing tree has absorbed over the years. And it is as cold as blood.
Call!
Lui came over and took a deep breath. All the pure chi was swallowed into the abdomen, and then swallowed by the blood-swallowing heaven-swallowing technique.
Such a big tree has so little pure energy? Could it be that the smaller the soul burial tree is, the more pure energy it accumulates?
Lui looked dissatisfied and turned around to look around. The next moment, he focused on the soul burial tree where the spirit ghost was. Then, the landcarp swept down the hillside with one step and shot toward the hillside where the spirit ghost was, climbing to the top several times. Standing in front of the 7-foot-tall soul burial tree, he didn't hesitate at all. He reached out with his big hand and grasped the thick trunk of the tree. Break it with force. Click. A crisp sound. This soul burial tree was directly torn apart. Then, Lui threw half of it casually and leaned over to suck in the pure energy erupting from the tree trunk.
Huh?
Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. And he was surprised. I saw that there was no white pure gas spurting out from the tree trunk, but instead a group of black mist floated out from the tree trunk. This mist is about the size of a fist. It is condensed from pure black ghost energy and rotates slowly. Amid the ghostly aura, there was also a trace of golden light flickering. If you look closely, there seems to be a fat and white baby soul curled up inside the mist. This is the spirit ghost. There really are ghosts. Lui was overjoyed, and without saying a word, he took out the ghost-raising tower, circulated his magic power, and frantically poured it into the ghost-raising tower. Buzz. A trembling sound. The dark ghost-raising tower floated, emitting streaks of golden light that wrapped around the spirit ghost, trying to bring the spirit ghost into the tower. At this moment, the spirit ghost seemed to be awakened. My eyes suddenly opened. The eyes are as scarlet as blood. Phew! Suddenly, an invisible sound wave suddenly emitted from the mist-like air mass, shaking open the golden light of the ghost-raising tower. This is the innate magical power of spirit ghosts. Immediately, the ghost mist wrapped the baby's soul and flew straight into the sky.
It wants to escape. Want to leave. Stay. Duh.
Luli was already prepared, opened his mouth wide, and let out a loud roar. This lion's roar was very powerful, like thunder exploding, shaking the air. The sound waves visible to the naked eye were like rapidly spreading ripples, hitting the mist-like air mass flying into the air. Suddenly, the spirit ghost's mist-like air mass shook violently and collapsed, became extremely thin. The soul of the baby inside seemed to be frightened by this huge roar, and did not dare to escape. Immediately, Luli controlled the ghost-raising tower, flew into the sky, emitted a golden light, formed a large net, and covered the ghost. Golden light flashed. The spirit ghost has disappeared. It was pulled directly into the space of the ghost-raising tower.
Ha ha! What an unexpected surprise! I actually caught a low-grade spirit ghost!
Luli took back the ghost-raising tower with a big move and laughed. Then, he looked solemn, turned around and ran away without saying a word. Obviously, he was afraid that someone would jump out and snatch his spirit ghost at this time.
TSK. This kid is really lucky. He can find a spirit ghost even when he goes out to practice.
The moment Luli turned around and left, a red-haired man appeared in the gloomy sky, shook his head and sighed.
Wouldn't that be better? I always like men with good luck.
Immediately, a charming and beautiful woman appeared out of thin air on the side, gently licking her hair on her ears and temples, and said with a sweet smile,
Moreover, the way this little guy ran away was just like the old devil next door who jumped out of the window when the slave's husband came home. The escaping posture is exactly the same. It's really nostalgic. Mr. Wang, don't you think so?
As she spoke, she suddenly lowered her head and touched her belly. Seeing this scene, the red-haired man's expression changed drastically. As if he remembered something terrible, he teleported and disappeared. He didn't want to be eaten by this poisonous widow and become a resentful spirit in her belly that would never be reincarnated. At this time, Luli had returned to the star observation tower. Go straight to the top. Under the sunlight, Luli sat on the huge jade bed and began to run the Zixia Sun refining manual. He held the ghost-raising tower in his hand and sensed it carefully. In his induction, inside the empty first floor of the ghost-raising tower, there was also a ghost mist that shone with an extremely weak golden light. It is a low-grade spirit ghost. This low-grade spirit ghost seemed to be very frightened. It huddled in the corner of the ghost-raising tower and remained motionless. The ghostly aura around him also became very weak. It seems like it will disappear at any time. However, at this time, wisps of dark ghost energy floated from the bottom of the ghost-raising tower, automatically blending into the mist of low-grade ghosts, fully nourishing the ghosts. The mist of spirit ghosts gradually solidified. Luli felt relieved now. Fortunately, there is this ghost-raising tower, which can help injured ghosts recover and become stronger. Otherwise, when the fog dissipates, the spirit ghost that gave birth to spiritual wisdom inside will also perish directly under the mighty power of heaven and earth. In this way, the 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones are gone. Yes, Luli decided to sell this low-grade spirit ghost. The reason is also very simple. Firstly, now he is extremely poor and has no time, energy, or money to cultivate this low-grade spirit ghost. Secondly, I am still poor. He needs a lot of low-grade spiritual stones to quickly improve his cultivation and strength. The most important thing is that a mature child like blood-devouring Heaven Come also knows how to help find spirit ghosts to supplement the family income. Maybe he will find a middle-grade spirit ghost next time. Even a top-grade spirit ghost. There are 4 grades of spirit ghosts: low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. Low-grade spirit ghosts can only practice to the foundation building stage at most. Middle-grade spirit ghosts have a small chance of being promoted to Jin Dan. High-grade spirit ghosts have a high chance of cultivating to the golden elixir stage, and even have the slightest chance of being promoted to nascent soul. As for the legendary top-quality spirit ghosts, I heard that they can cultivate to the point of becoming gods, or even higher realms. The way to distinguish the grade of a spirit ghost is also very simple. The higher the quality, the richer the golden light around the spirit ghost. Once the legendary best spirit ghost is born, the golden light shines hundreds of miles away, earth-shattering. Naturally, the higher the quality, the rarer it is. The entire Emingo sect has been established for more than 3,000 years, but it has only produced 3 top-grade spirit ghosts, and about 20 top-grade spirit ghosts.
I hope that next time I go out with the blood-devouring, heaven-devouring skill, I can find a middle-grade spirit ghost. That would be great.
Luli was not greedy and prayed secretly. A middle-grade spirit ghost is equivalent to a magic weapon for a golden elixir master. That's about 10,000 pieces of middle-grade spiritual stones. Converted, that's 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. If he really finds a middle-grade spirit ghost, he can practice to the golden elixir stage without worrying about the spirit stone.
But who should I sell this low-grade spirit ghost to?
Luli frowned. 2 figures immediately appeared in his mind. A girl in green lotus. A young man in white. The 8th senior brother. By Jean Fei. Or, offer it to the real ghost and demon to gain greater benefits. But the next moment, Luli immediately objected. This is the demon cult. The people of the demon sect are ruthless and selfish. If the demon master really takes his spirit and refuses to reward him with anything, then there is nothing he can do. At that time, only one spirit ghost will be lost in vain. That woman Lu, he is too scheming and powerful. So it's easy to get cheated by her. So, let's sell it to Platinum Fly. After all, they are from the same sect. Moreover, this man seems to have some connections. Maybe you can get some Buddhist techniques from him. Luli thought about it for a while. Made up his mind. Walked out of the star observation tower with the ghost raising tower in his arms. And went straight to Bai Jinfei's palace. Chapter 17, I am a member of the demon cult. Bai Jinfei's palace was not far away. In a quiet bamboo forest. Soon, Luli arrived in front of the palace. This is a very luxurious palace. The walls are pure gold. The tiles are jasper. Under the afternoon sunlight, it reflects dazzling light. As soon as they got closer, a beautiful girl guarding the palace gate came up to her, bowed and saluted, and said delicately,
My servant has met Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, do you want to see my son for something?
This should be Bai Jinfei's maid. Luli nodded.
Yes. Please pass it on. Master Lu.
Please wait a moment.
The girl nodded slightly. After saying that, he took out a bell from his cuff and shook it gently 3 times. Ring, ring, ring. The ringing was clear and ringing throughout the surroundings. After a while, with a rumbling sound, the red door of the palace slowly opened, and Bai Jinfei walked out quickly and said with a clear smile,
Junior brother Lu. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Huh?
Why are you so happy?
Luli was stunned.
Junior brother Lu has been practicing in seclusion this month. Now that he has come out, he must have made a big breakthrough in his cultivation. Isn't this worthy of congratulations? Hey, junior brother. Have you broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining? His. Such qualifications. So terrifying.
Bai Jinfei exclaimed. Why does this sentence sound so sinister? Luli frowned slightly and said coldly,
Senior brother Bai. It took me a month to break through the 3rd level of qi refining. My cultivation speed is so slow that it is probably the lowest in the entire Yingming sect. Why do you need to ridicule me? If you don't welcome me, and I'll leave.
After saying that, he turned around and left without any hesitation. When Bai Jinfei saw it, he quickly dodged, blocked the way, held up his hands and said with a smile,
Junior brother, you misunderstood. How about going into the house? Drinking, admiring the graceful dancing of the beauty, and listening to senior brother's explanation? Good.
Luli pondered for a moment and nodded. He doesn't care about drinking or anything. Mainly because he wanted to look at the beauty and feel happy.
Junior brother. Please.
Bai Jinfei laughed and led Luli into the palace. As soon as you enter the palace gate, a white jade wine pool with the word
Tian
immediately comes into view. This wine pool is 30 feet in length and width and is extremely huge. Thick mist floated in the pool. After taking a gentle breath, an intoxicating aroma of wine, mixed with the fascinating fragrance of a woman, immediately spreads to the heart and lungs. Faintly, through the thick white mist, I seem to see some graceful figures in the wine pool. Snap. At this time, Bai Jinfei next to him clapped his hands gently. A breeze blew. The fog cleared. Suddenly, the 24 figures in the pond appeared in Luli's eyes. Surprisingly, they are all beautiful women. All charming and charming. Their clothes stained with water and as thin as the spring breeze. Seeing the land carp, some of these women covered their faces shyly and dived into the pool like mermaids, while some swayed slowly and swam over. Their eyes charming and seductive.
Junior brother, what do you think of my wine pond and meat forest?
Bai Jinfei asked with a smile, a hint of pride on his face. The light in his eyes was as sharp as an arrow, staring at the changes in Lu Li's expression. Ordinary people, seeing such a beautiful scenery, would probably already feel excited. However, Lu Li's expression was always calm. He glanced at the beauties and frowned slightly.
Senior brother, this wine pond and meat forest is not bad. But, junior brother, I have a question. Oh, junior brother Lu, please tell me.
Bai Jinfei was a little curious.
Tell me, if they secretly take advantage of the wine pool or vent their anger, do you think other people will notice it? Can they still drink the wine in the wine pool?
Lu Li asked solemnly.
This,
Bai Jinfei's smile froze on his face. His eyes were also widened. Is this the point? I just want you to see my stunning beauty. How did you come up with such a disgraceful thing? The beauties in the pool were also biting their lips, their faces full of shame and anger. The situation became very embarrassing at one point. Lu Li stopped talking. Bai Jinfei just wanted to use this scene to calm him down, create a psychological deterrent, and test his character at the same time. However, for Lu Li, this was just a small scene, and he was used to it.
Ahem. Okay. Don't worry about these small problems. Junior brother Lu. Please.
Bai Jinfei calmed down and said quickly.
Good.
Lu Li no longer hesitated. Afterwards, the two of them walked through the wine pool and entered the main hall of the palace. This is a magnificent and resplendent hall, with silver white stone pillars, jade carvings and painted walls, and flying fairies. When combined together, it gives people a sense of grandeur and elegance. Junior brother Lu, sit down.
Bai Jinfei sat on the main seat and said with a smile. Lu Li was not polite and sat directly on the big white jade chair on the upper left side. Snap. Bai Jinfei clapped his hands again. Soon, beauties filed out from behind the beaded curtains at the side doors on both sides of the hall, all wearing black gauze, gold-trimmed embroidered clothes, and snow-white veils. With a flick of his long sleeves, he started dancing in the hall. At the same time, the sound of piano and flute sounded from all around, with a rhythm like mountains and flowing water, crisp and sweet. Another maid served fragrant tea and spiritual fruits, and then held a banana jade fan behind her to slowly fan the wind. This scene is full of enjoyment by the emperor.
Junior brother, try this tea. It was made by Union Girl's own hands. It has a delicate fragrance.
Bai Jinfei raised the teacup and said with a smile,
Let me try.
Lu Li picked up the jade cup and seemed to want to take a sip. Suddenly something occurred to him. He put down the teacup and asked,
Senior brother, haven't you explained what you just said? Junior brother, senior brother really praised you just now. You must be practicing the blood-devouring, heaven-devouring technique. In 1 month, you managed to reach the 3rd level of the blood-devouring, heaven-devouring technique without swallowing any spiritual blood. This kind of qualification is definitely second to none within the sect.
Bai Jinfei gave a thumbs up.
Senior brother, how do you know I didn't swallow any spiritual blood?
Lu Li asked rhetorically.
Ha ha. Junior brother, you stay at home all day long, and you don't have much money. A piece of spiritual blood costs tens of thousands of spiritual stones. How can you afford it? Therefore, you can only rely on yourself to immerse yourself in hard work and force yourself to improve. Realm, senior brother, I admire you very much. This cultivation method is simply more righteous than the righteous way. If it weren't for your low cultivation level, I would have suspected that you were an undercover agent sent by the righteous way.
Bai Jinfei praised. He does not mean that. Lu Li's heart suddenly sank. Yes, he is a decent man, has a compassionate heart, and does not take the initiative to cause trouble. He still follows the righteous path in cultivation. If the Yiming Ghost sect investigates undercover agents in the future, wouldn't he be the first to be suspected? When the time comes, given the devil sect's tendency to kill the wrong ones without letting go, his end will be worrying. One word wakes up the dreamer. Lu Li suddenly figured it out, and a chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, it was discovered early. Therefore, from now on, he will pretend to be a member of the demon cult. What is a member of the demonic cult? Lu Li's mind turned around, and 16 big characters came to mind. Do whatever you want. I am the only one. Anyone who goes against me will die. Those who obey me will still die. Thinking of this, Lu Li leaned back slightly, leaned on the back of the chair, and smiled at Bai Jinfei.
Senior brother, you are not talking nonsense. I was brought in by the master. If I am an undercover agent of the righteous way, then isn't master also an undercover agent?
When Bai Jinfei heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he smiled awkwardly and said,
"Ha ha. It's just a joke. Junior brother, you're in trouble. This joke should not be made casually. However, senior brother is right. I have been working hard to improve my cultivation too slowly, so I want to get some spiritual blood."
Lu Li didn't waste any time and went straight to the point.
"Oh, junior brother, do you want to borrow spiritual stones to buy spiritual blood?"
Bai Jinfei's eyes lit up.
"No."
Lu Li took out the ghost-raising tower from his arms and patted it on the jade table next to him.
"I'm here to sell things." "Selling something? Hey, isn't this the ghost-raising tower used by Master during his chi refining period? Junior brother, do you want to sell it? Junior brother, aren't you afraid that Master will be angry?"
Bai Jinfei looked a little surprised.
"Of course not. I don't dare to sell Master's ghost-raising tower. What I sell are the spirit ghosts inside."
Lu Li moved his magic power and poured it into the ghost-raising tower. Buzz! The ghost-raising tower emits a circle of golden light, slowly rotating and floating. Through the small hole of the small tower, you can clearly see a group of ghostly mist shimmering with golden light shrinking in the corner of the small tower. It is a low-grade spirit ghost. Chapter 18 Daluo Seal.
"It's really a spirit ghost?"
With a swish, Bai Jinfei came over and stared at the ghosts in the ghost-raising tower. His eyes were extremely hot. Lu Li was slowly nibbling a crisp spiritual fruit at the side without saying anything.
TSK. What a pity. This low-grade spirit ghost is golden in color. If it is given another 200 to 300 years to absorb the pure ghost energy, it will probably be promoted to a middle-grade spirit ghost."
Bai Jinfei circled around the ghost-raising tower and said regretfully. His expression was like that of a prodigal who was peeping at a beautiful woman taking a bath by the window. Snapped. Lu Li slapped the ghost-raising tower directly on the table with a big palm and asked slowly,
"Senior brother, are you satisfied with this low-grade spirit ghost?" "Satisfied."
Bai Jinfei nodded with a friendly smile and then waved. Suddenly, the beauties in the hall retreated. The music of piano and flute also stopped.
"Junior brother, where did your spirit ghost come from?"
Bai Jinfei glanced at the ghost-raising tower with some reluctance and sat back on the main seat.
"Of course, I caught him in 10,000 Ghost Cave,"
Lu Li replied readily.
"Junior brother, you are really lucky. I have been in the 10,000 Ghost Cave for at least 10 years, and I have never encountered a single spirit ghost."
Bai Jinfei's face was full of envy.
"I am just lucky. Then again, this is just a low-grade spirit ghost. It is worth only one spiritual weapon at most. Why is senior brother so excited? Could it be that this low-grade spirit ghost has another great use?"
Lu Li turned the ghost-raising tower in his hand and asked sideways. Hearing Lu Li's words, a strange color flashed in Bai Jinfei's eyes, and his smile immediately became friendly and cordial.
Junior brother, you think too much. Low-grade spirit ghosts have no other use. However, junior brother, don't worry. If you trust me so much, senior brother, I will definitely give you a good price. Okay, senior brother, please be happy. I want this number."
Lu Li raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Then, hold out 2 fingers.
20,000 low-grade spiritual stones? This is not impossible.
Bai Jinfei frowned slightly and suddenly laughed.
"However, we are all brothers, and we only have 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Brother, you guessed wrong."
At this moment, Lu Li interrupted coldly.
"I'm talking about 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones."
"What?
200,000.
When Bai Jinfei heard this, he jumped up from the jade chair. His eyes were as wide as eggs.
"That's right."
Lu Li nodded leisurely.
"Junior brother, what do you mean by this? You should know that low-grade spirit ghosts are only worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones."
Bai Jinfei's face looked a little gloomy and ugly. He suddenly found that he couldn't see through this new junior brother.
"Senior brother, although we are from the same sect, you can't take advantage of me in vain. Forget it. If you don't want to buy it, then I can only go to senior sister Lu He. Thank you for your hospitality. Senior brother, I'll say goodbye."
Lu Li shook his head, put away the ghost-raising tower, cupped his hands, and said goodbye directly.
"Lu He? Junior brother, wait."
Bai Jinfei's expression changed, and he forced out a smile.
"If you have something to say, talk to me. We are all brothers in the same sect, and we are all one family. So why bother?" "Oh, a family? since we are all a family. Then, senior brother, shouldn't you help my impoverished junior brother? Isn't this 200,000 yuan even more indispensable?
Luli raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a sneer.
This?
The smile on Bai Jinfei's face froze again, and he was speechless. Immediately, he suddenly laughed. His smile became bright and sunny. His eyes showed admiration. He cupped his hands and said,
Junior brother Lu, what a move to push the boat forward. This time, senior brother and I lost in this contest. I am convinced that I lost.
This gesture, generous and generous, immediately makes people feel good. Luli was also a little surprised.
Junior brother, since you have seen through it, let me tell the truth. The average low-grade spirit ghost is indeed only worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. However,
recently there is an elder who is collecting low-grade spirit ghosts for his mid-grade spirit ghosts. Devour the spirit ghost and be promoted to a high-grade spirit ghost.
Bai Jinfei sat back in the chair, picked up the jade cup, and said slowly,
Oh, how many low-grade spiritual stones can a low-grade spirit ghost sell for now?
Luli immediately became interested.
5.
Bai Jinfei stretched out a palm, his eyes shining.
50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Okay. Thank you. Farewell.
As soon as he finished speaking, Luli stuffed the ghost-raising tower into his arms, stood up, cupped his hands, and left directly.
Junior brother. Wait. Didn't you say you want to sell the spirit ghost to me?
Bai Jin became anxious and shouted quickly.
Ah? Senior brother. Are you mistaken? We are members of the demon cult. We are insidious and cunning. And we keep our word. This is our daily life. You are so honest and trustworthy. You are not an undercover agent sent by the sect. Right?
Luli stopped and asked.
Dot.
Bai Jinfei's mouth twitched. He didn't even know what to say to retort. Seeing that Luli was really about to leave, Bai Jinfei sighed helplessly.
Junior brother. Let me tell you the truth for the last time. The price of low-grade spirit ghosts has risen to 100,000 yuan of low-grade spirit stones last night. I will give you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just sell me this low-grade spirit ghost. Real?
Luli's eyes lit up.
Absolutely true.
Bai Jinfei swore extremely seriously.
I swear to Patriarch Yiming. If I tell any lies, I will be punished by heaven and earth.
He actually took out all the ancestors of the Yiming Ghost sect and swore an oath? It seems true. 10,000 turned into 100,000. What an unexpected surprise. Luli pondered for a while, and finally shook his head.
Junior brother. Even if you ask for too much, there is a limit. I didn't make any money from you on this business.
Bai Jinfei's face darkened, and he said coldly.
Senior brother Bai. You didn't earn my favor. But you took this spirit ghost and sold it to the elder. You were in a hurry. So you earned the elder's favor.
Luli stood at the door of the hall and smiled meaningfully. The bright sunlight shone on his body, shining into a circle of light, which made Bai Jinfei squint his eyes. After a long time, he said slowly with a cold face.
Junior brother Lu. I really made a mistake. I didn't expect you to be able to see into people's hearts at such a young age. No wonder you were accepted as a true disciple by Master with such a low level of cultivation. That's all. I won't buy this spirit ghost. Junior brother. Go and earn the 100,000 spirit stones and the favor of the elder. Senior brother. You misunderstood. I didn't say I wouldn't sell it to you.
At this moment, Luli suddenly jumped back, sat on the chair, and said with a smile, Bai Jinfei narrowed his eyes.
Junior brother. What do you mean? It's not interesting. The price of this spirit ghost may increase in the future, but I will still sell it to you. Senior brother. For 100,000. The premium of this spirit ghost and the favor of the elder also belong to you. Senior brother.
Luli smiled.
Why?
Bai Jinfei was a little puzzled.
It's very simple. No matter how great the elder's favor is, there is a limit. At most, he can do me a small favor in the future. However, people in the demon cult are unkind and unkind by nature, and they might not be too lazy to help. I might as well sell it to you. Senior brother. This way, senior brother has something to gain, and I have something to gain. And if everyone is in harmony, isn't it the best of both worlds?
Luli explained with a smile. After hearing these words, a strange light appeared in Bai Jinfei's eyes. He stared at Luli for a while. Then he held his hands and said,
Junior brother Lu is very thoughtful. Senior brother. I am really convinced.
There was some sincerity in his words.
Senior brother. You don't have to be polite.
Lu Li smiled and waved his hand.
By the way, senior brother, do you have some Buddhist techniques? The body refining technique I practice is the magic modified diamond technique. Now I'm stuck. I want to use some Buddhist techniques to understand it. You may be able to draw parallels and break through the realm.
Lu Li asked casually.
Mogai's diamond art? What a coincidence. I have also practiced it and collected some Buddhist scriptures and techniques. Junior brother, please take a look.
Bai Jinfei waved his hand, and a large number of jade slips and ancient books appeared on the ground. Lu Li spotted one of the books at a glance, opened his hand to take a picture, and grabbed it. Open it and take a look. Alas, the pictures inside are of people without clothes. It is a joyful Zen method and is not suitable for righteous cultivation. But Lu Li always kept in mind that he was a member of the demon cult. So he looked at it with disgust and put it aside. This great Zen method of joy is incomplete and cannot be learned. Then, Lu Li grabbed another ancient book and read it one by one. It is a Buddhist scripture. But, the moment I finished watching it, with a ding sound, the system prompt sounded.
You read the Sutra of Daluo crossing the red dust. And you discovered a Buddhist seal hidden in it. Congratulations to the host. You have learned the
Daluo seal. Chapter 19 The Evolution of Daluo Seal. Daluo Spell. As soon as the system voice fell, Lu Li had a magic trick in his mind.
Daluo Dharma Seal.
The secret book of this Daluo seal is a long golden scripture, with a total of 100,000 words. Next to the scriptures, there is a golden arhat who is constantly demonstrating the sealing method. There are 8 types of seals, namely Vajra seal, Heavenly Dragon seal, Subaru seal, Bodhi seal, Great Thousand seal, Infinite seal, Wisdom seal, and Nirvana seal. It looks pretty awesome. However, Lu Li pulled out the system panel and glanced at the end of the scripture. His brows suddenly furrowed.
I, a Buddhist disciple, hold on to the great law seal in practice. And if I persevere and do not slack off, I will definitely be able to understand my mind and see my nature, and become a Buddha immediately.
Is this a recipe for teaching people to become Buddhas? Lu Li was shocked. I quickly glanced at it again and confirmed again that this is indeed just an article teaching people how to practice and become a Buddha. There are no powerful martial arts, nor can it strengthen the physical body and improve cultivation and realm. Happy for nothing. No, this great law seal might also evolve like the Vajra technique. Lu Li was shocked.
Junior brother, is there something wrong with this Buddhist scripture?
At this time, Bai Jinfei, who was sitting in the main seat, saw Lu Li's expression was strange and couldn't help but ask.
No, junior brother. I was just reminiscing about the joyful Zen method just now.
Lu Li put down the Buddhist scripture in his hand and smiled. When Bai Jinfei heard this, he burst into laughter.
Aha. I thought you were not a womanizer. Junior brother. It turns out that you like Bhikshuni from the 3000 Buddhist sect. No wonder you don't like the beauties here.
This has been misunderstood. Lu Li subconsciously wanted to explain, but remembering the persona of the person in his demon sect, he nodded and said,
Senior brother, you guessed it right. If you have the chance, Senior brother will take you to the city of 10,000 demons to broaden your horizons. At the auction there are not only 3,000 Buddhist masters, but also Taoist nuns from Taoist sects.
Bai Jinfei gave him a rhodium cesium smile. When Lu Li heard this, his heart moved. 10,000 Demon City is the largest demon city in 10,000 Demons Mountain. It is also the only demon city that has a teleportation array to leave 10,000 demon mountains. However, it is impossible for ordinary people to use the teleportation array. Even if they get close, you still have to cultivate to the golden elixir. Thinking of this, Lu Li smiled.
Brother, we will talk about this Taoist aunt and master later. I have to go back to practice now. So please give me the spirit stone. In addition, can you lend me these Buddhist scriptures and exercises to meditate for a while?
Okay. Bai Jinfei nodded cheerfully. Then, he flicked his right hand lightly. There was a flash of white light, and 5 5-color storage rings appeared out of thin air on his 5 fingers.
Junior brother, there are 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones in this storage ring. You can count them. In addition, this storage ring is also given to you.
Bai Jinfei took off a topaz storage ring, flicked his hand, and sent it to Lu Li. 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones? Also give me a storage ring? Lu Li was a little surprised. He reached out with his big hand
grabbed the storage ring, and looked inside with his consciousness. This is a primary storage ring. The space is about 100 square meters. Inside are neatly stacked 1,000 orange-yellow square spiritual stones, each 1 inch wide, 1 inch thick, and 2 inches long. It is indeed a mid-grade spiritual stone.
Senior brother, you are being a bit generous. If you exchange low-grade spiritual stones for medium-grade spiritual stones, the price will be discounted. Aren't you letting me take advantage?
Luli asked with a smile.
Junior brother, you are smart and resourceful and diligent in cultivation. Most importantly, you are lucky. You can find low-grade spirit ghosts when you go around the 10,000 Ghost Cave. People like you will go very far on the road of cultivation. Junior brother, I'm very optimistic about you. So I really want to make friends with you. I won't care about this little advantage. Senior brother,
Bai Jinfei said calmly and sincerely.
Senior brother, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Senior brother, you're welcome.
Luli naturally didn't believe Bai Jinfei's lies, but he still thanked him with a smile on his face. Then, he directly put the topaz storage ring on the little finger of his left hand, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Call. Finally got money. In this way, with the help of these spiritual stones, one can definitely reach the 5th level of Qi refining within 2 to 3 months.
Senior brother, you can take away the spirit ghosts. Please.
Luli took out the ghost-raising tower and activated it directly. Buzz. The ghost-raising tower flashed with golden light, and the spirit ghosts inside were released. As soon as the spirit ghost comes out, he will subconsciously run away.
Where to go?
Bai Jinfei grabbed the escaped spirit ghost out of thin air and put it into his sleeve robe.
Thank you for the hospitality, senior brother, and say goodbye.
At this time, Luli took back the ghost-raising pagoda, collected the Buddhist scriptures and exercises on the ground, and said goodbye directly. He has to go back to practice quickly. By the way, let's see if the Luo seal can evolve.
Okay, junior brother. Walk slowly. I'll see you off.
He rolled up his platinum flying sleeve robe, put away the flags, and said with a smile,
Ha ha. There's no need to bother senior brother with these few steps. Senior brother, you'd better spend time with your beauty.
Luli joked, waved his hand, and rushed out to the door of the hall.
Junior brother, wait.
Suddenly, Bai Jinfei shouted.
Luli
stopped and turned around.
Senior brother, is there anything else? Have.
Bai Jinfei's expression was extremely serious.
And it's an extremely important event.
Oh. Luli raised his eyebrows.
Master is retreating this time to break through the nascent soul. With master strength. I am very confident. Once the breakthrough is successful, your and I's status in the Emingo sect will also rise.
Bai Jinfei frowned.
This is a great event. Senior brother, why are you frowning?
Luli was a little confused.
Yes, it is indeed a great event. However,
Bai Jinfei sighed helplessly.
Master has a lot of enemies. A little too much? How many methods?
Luli felt vaguely uneasy.
There are thousands of golden elixirs in the demon sect, and half of them are offended by the real demons. This is a saying spread throughout the entire demon sect. In fact, this half is still missing. Master.at least has more than 70% of the golden elixirs in the demon sect. Hatred.
Speaking of this, Bai Jinfei's face turned a little bitter.
How could this happen? How could Master become enemies with 70% of the golden core cultivators in the demon sect?
Luli was shocked. How is this done?
Well, it's not really a big grudge. It's just that the Master used to be elegant and easygoing, and he often greeted other people's parents habitually. So,
Bai Jinfei didn't say the last half of the sentence. Luli.
In
this case, if he walked out of the Yinming sect with the name of the real disciple of the ghosts, wouldn't it be easy for someone to plot against him? Don't even know how to die? No wonder Demon Master's apprentice updates so diligently. He has fallen into a big pit.
Once Master breaks through the nascent soul this time, there will definitely be people coming to congratulate him, including Master's former enemies. Those enemies are also extremely talented,
and many of them have already cultivated into nascent soul. Of course, they will not fight with Master. It's a shame, but it's very possible for some juniors to provoke us and step on Master's face.
Bai Jinfei frowned.
Will someone die?
Luli immediately tasted something and asked. Bai Jinfei's expression became more and more serious.
Not long ago, Master broke through to the late stage of Jin Dan and held a small banquet. Then someone came to kick the place. 2 senior brothers died, and a senior sister was disabled. This time, I will spend a lot of money to buy yours. The spirit ghost also wants to sell a favor to the elder, and borrow a treasure to use for self-protection.
Luli. At this moment, Bai Jinfei suddenly changed his expression and said with a smile.
So, junior brother, do you want to buy a piece of spiritual blood? I have a piece of spiritual blood from the golden elixir red flame dragon here, which can help you practice in a very short time. Refining chi is perfect. Only 999 pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones are available for purchase. Don't wait until now.
Senior brother Bai, were you kidding just now?
Lu Li's eyes widened slightly.
No. What I just said is true. I can swear to the ancestor. So, do you want to buy the spiritual blood?
Bai Jinfei narrowed his eyes and showed a fox-like smile. Huh? It turns out this guy has been scheming here all along. Lu Li snorted in his heart. However, his expression remained unchanged. He pondered for a while and then cupped his hands.
Brother, please let me go back and think about it. Okay. Junior brother, please.
Bai Jinfei stretched out his hand and asked. Lu Li nodded, turned around and left the palace. Soon, he returned to his stargazing tower. Buzz. The moment when the bell on the star observation tower rises. With a ding, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
Congratulations to the host.
Your Daluo Dharma seal
evolved into the
Daluo Dharma mantra
because of listening to the Supreme Buddha Sutra and gaining great enlightenment.
Chapter 20 Powerful King Kong. Dawei Tianlong. Daluo spell? Upon hearing this, Lu Li rushed into the secret practice room without saying a word, sat down cross-legged, and entered trance. At this time, in his mind, those golden scriptures melted, condensed together, squirmed, and rolled, like boiling golden liquid. It seems like something magical is about to be born. Really, under the gaze of Lu Li's consciousness, a golden Buddha statue separated from the golden liquid. This is a bald Arhat, with muscles all over his body, a Vajra glaring, extremely powerful. It has a big hand raised on its chest, its thumb holding its middle finger, and its remaining 3 fingers standing straight up in the shape of a mountain, ready to push out horizontally at any time to explode the world. The entire golden Arhat seems to have gathered all the power in the world. It is infinitely powerful and fierce, destroying everything. 2 words, fierce and explosive. At this time, another golden Buddha statue separated. It's a bodhisattva. I saw this bodhisattva with a solemn appearance, with his palms clasped together and his feet on white elephants. Golden dragons were entwined and flying around him. His power was boundless and could frighten demons. There are as many as 8 golden dragons. At the same time, 2 sacred and solemn spells sounded, directly shaking Lu Li out of trance.
System.
Lu Li immediately muttered silently, called up the system records, and started checking.
Congratulations to the host.
Your Daluo Dharma seal
evolved into the
Daluo Dharma mantra
because of listening to the Supreme Buddha Sutra and gaining great enlightenment. One of the 8 Buddhas, the Dharma form of the powerful Vajra has been condensed. You have learned the powerful Vajra spell. You are currently on the first level of the realm, and the progress is 0%. The second of the 8 Buddhas, the Dharma of the mighty heavenly dragon Bodhisattva, has been condensed. You have learned the powerful Tianlong spell. You are currently on the first level of the realm, and the progress is 0%. Due to lack of materials, the remaining 6 Buddhas failed to condense. You have failed to learn the Buddha's mantras. Your powerful Vajra spell and Vajra indestructible magic are quite compatible. We hit it off immediately and exchanged cultivation experiences with each other. The cultivation progress increased by 5%. Your mighty Tianlong saw that you had practiced magic skills. When he was extremely angry, his cultivation level increased greatly, and his progress increased by 5%.
Powerful Vajra mantra, recited to summon the powerful Vajra Dharma. Bless your body, and gain supreme power. Mantra, powerful Vajra. Great Buddhas. World-honored Amitabha. Prajna Bama. The current realm is the first level, and the progress is 5%. The powerful heavenly dragon mantra, recited to summon the power of the powerful heavenly dragon. Subjugate demons, and slay ghosts. Mantra, mighty heavenly dragon. Great Buddhas. World-honored Amitabha. Prajna Bama. The current realm is the first level, and the progress is 5%. Good. When Lu Li saw the end, he couldn't help but look happy. Without saying a word, he stood up and ran out of the secret practice room. His figure was like a ghost, and he floated upstairs. Soon, he arrived at the martial arts arena on the second floor. Standing in front of a hard black steel stone, Luli took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and chanted a mantra quickly.
Mighty Vajra, Great Buddhas, World-Honored Amitabha, Prajna Bama.
After speaking, the golden light flashed on the back of his right hand, and a small and powerful Vajra Arhat appeared. Immediately afterwards, infinite power, like a vast ocean, poured out from the Dharma and poured into Luli's body. Drink! Luli shouted loudly and punched out fiercely. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash of mountains and rocks. The 3-foot-thick black steel stone in front of me was exploded on the spot and shattered into pieces, with rubble flying everywhere. It's like being blown apart by cannonball explosives. This punch has the power of 50,000 kilograms.
What a powerful Vajra spell! The first level allows people to exert double their power.
Luli retracted his fist, with an excited look on his face. This powerful Vajra spell has 8 levels. The first level is twice as much. The second level is 4 times. The third level is 8 times. And the 8th level is 256 times. In the later stage of cultivation, wouldn't it be possible to collapse mountains and crack the ground just by stamping your feet? It's so fierce. The only drawback is that it consumes mana a bit quickly. One punch directly consumes 1/3 of his mana. But compared to the power that exploded, it didn't matter.
The first powerful Vajra spell is so powerful and powerful. I wonder how powerful the second powerful Heavenly Dragon spell is.
Luli couldn't wait and pinched the Tianlong seal. Silently recite the mantra.
The mighty Heavenly Dragon, the Great Buddhas, the World-Honored Amitabha, the Prajna Bama.
Rumble. The mana in his body was flowing out like a flood from a dam. At the same time, a burst of heat surged up on his back, and golden light flashed, as if a golden dragon was about to escape from his back and fly into the sky. But at this moment, Luli's body softened, and he fell to the ground. His mana was drained directly. Not a drop left. The mighty celestial dragon still could not be summoned.
This second mighty Heavenly Dragon spell requires too much mana. You must at least build a foundation before you can summon it.
Luli stood up, looking a little tired, but more of a joy. In this demonic sect, the most numerous are demonic monks. The powerful celestial dragon can subdue demons, kill ghosts, cleanse away filth, and is the nemesis of demonic monks. With the mighty Heavenly Dragon protecting your body, you will have a greater chance of winning when encountering evil and heretical enemies in the future. In addition, this powerful Heavenly Dragon spell also has 8 levels. If the level is increased by 1 level, one more powerful Heavenly Dragon can be summoned. After cultivating to the highest level, the 8 Heavenly Dragons can sweep away all demons and ghosts and become invincible. Moreover, there are 6 spells behind it. Although the Buddha's Dharma image of the 6 paths mantra has not been condensed, it should be more powerful than the Dharma images of Vajra and Great Power Dragon. Unfortunately, these 6 spells seem to require special materials to be condensed. Luli glanced at the system, but did not explain. Hey, this pattern? Luli glanced at the powerful Vajra Dharma in his hand. He was surprised and suddenly thought of something. He took a mirror and looked at his back, and found that there was a soaring 5-clawed golden dragon pattern on his back.
If you have fully practiced this Dalyua mantra, will it be that the powerful Vajra Arhat is in the hand? The mighty Tianlong Bodhisattva is behind the chest. Avalokitesvara is on the left side of the chest. Maitreya Buddha is on the right side. The lamp-burning Buddha is on the waist. And the Buddha is on the chest?
A strange idea suddenly came to Luli's mind. This feels a bit social.
Forget it. Bit off more than you can chew. Practice these 2 spells first. System.
Luli abandoned his distracting thoughts and called up the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 3rd level of Chi Refining. The powerful Heavenly Dragon spell, level 1, 5%. Powerful Vajra spell, level 1, 5%. The indestructible power of the Vajra, level 3, 99%. Blood Devouring Heaven technique, the 3rd level, 1%. White Bone Heart Destroying Palm, level 4, 99%. Ghostly Shadow Step, level 4, 16%. The realm is still too low. If your realm is low, no matter how good the spell is, it will be useless. Other martial arts realms cannot be improved. Practice. Luli regained his composure, made up his mind, and with a few shots, returned to the secret training room on the underground floor, ready to start practicing hard in seclusion. Of course, before starting the hard training, he read all of Bai Jinfei's Buddhist scriptures and exercises. Luck seemed to have run out. These Buddhist scriptures do not contain secrets. The exercises are also incomplete and cannot be learned. Immediately, Lu Li put the Buddhist scriptures and exercises aside and flicked his hands. Buzz! A flash of yellow light flashed. There are 100 more middle-grade spirit stones on the stone slab of the spirit gathering formation. The next moment, Lu Li gritted his teeth and put all 100 middle-grade spirit stones into the grooves of the spirit gathering array. There was a low roar. The spirit gathering array started to operate, emitting circles of colored light, wrapping all the mid-grade spirit stones and starting to transform them. Soon, strong spiritual energy seeped out from the formation lines. After just a few moments of effort, the spiritual energy in the entire secret cultivation room was as thick as water. This is all money. Although Lu Li felt a little sore, he couldn't care less. He started to use the blood-devouring and sky-devouring technique and began to devour the rich spiritual energy around him. Ding! A crisp sound immediately sounded in my mind.
Your blood-swallowing, heaven-swallowing technique swallows up the extremely pure spiritual energy, and gradually it becomes more and more pleasurable. The training effect is increased by 2,000%.
Really? Money-making ability is the greatest plug-in. Lu Li sighed in his heart, slowly closed his eyes, and started practicing at full speed. At the same time, I did not forget to recite the Prajna Heart Sutra silently. System prompts keep ringing.
Because of listening to the Supreme Buddhist Sutra, you have gained some understanding of the powerful Vajra mantra, and the progress has increased by 1%. Because of listening to the Supreme Buddhist Sutra, you have gained a little understanding of the mighty heavenly dragon spell, and the progress has increased by 1%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Your white bone heart destroying palm wanted to teach the newcomers the powerful Vajra spell and the mighty heavenly dragon spell. But instead, they were beaten by a mixed double. They were beaten to the point where they doubted life, fell into isolation, and regressed in their cultivation.
Chapter 21 The Fourth Level of Qi Refining. Thunder Tribulation. The next day, Lu Li woke up full of energy. A series of system prompts immediately sounded in my mind.
You have the courage to practice the powerful Vajra mantra and practice hard all night, and the progress of your cultivation will increase by 3%. Your great mighty heavenly dragon spell is also idle. Continue to teach the white bone heart destroying palm. I have some experience and the progress of your cultivation will increase by 2%. Your blood-devouring, sky-devouring skill has been greatly satisfied by swallowing a large amount of spiritual energy, and the progress of your cultivation has increased by 5%. Lingui Phantom Step became more and more lazy because you stayed in the cave to practice all day long. You happen to understand the slow way in martial arts, and your cultivation level increased by 100%.
Happy 4th of year. Lu Li's eyes lit up after hearing the system prompts. What he didn't expect was that Lingui Phantom Shadow Step directly increased the progress by 100%. Breakthrough directly to the 5th floor. At the 5th level, he is as fast as lightning, can separate 5 ghosts, and his ability to escape and confuse the enemy has been greatly improved. It seems there are benefits to being lazy. It's a pity that the blood-devouring, heaven-devouring technique has eaten and drank enough and no longer goes out. That means you can't search and find spirit ghosts. However, spirit ghosts are not easy to come out. There will only be one every 1 or 2 months at least. Thinking of this, Lu Li didn't care that much.
By the way, this miserable child of white bone heart destroying palm was beaten by the mighty Tianlong spell all night, and his cultivation should have regressed a lot. System.
Lu Li suddenly thought of something, muttered silently, and summoned the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 3rd level of Qi Refining. Powerful Heavenly Dragon Spell, Level 1, 15%. Powerful Vajra Spell, Level 1, 14%. The Indestructible Power of the Vajra, Level 3, 99%. Blood Devouring Heaven Technique, Level 3, 11%. Ghostly Shadow Step, Level 5, 66%. White Bone Heart Destroying Palm, Level 4, 84%. How miserable! A full 15% of progress has been set back. Moreover, the status of White Bone Heart Destroying Palm has become the lowest. Lu Li felt a little sad for the child. However, time was running out, and he could only wait until he reached the 5th level of Qi Refining before he could go to the 10,000 Ghost Cave to save the evil ghosts and break through the realm of the White Bone Heart Destroying Palm. Now practice the Zixia Sun Refining Sutra. Luli picked up the control jade pendant on the side and directly activated the formation mechanism. Rumble. Rumble. The whole star observation tower trembled, along with the movement of the mechanisms in the building. A straight skylight passage opened directly from the top of the building, leading directly to the secret cultivation room on the underground floor. The next moment, the bright light was directed down and covered Luli's body, illuminating his whole body like a big light bulb. Luli pulled off his clothes with a big hand and threw them aside. Then, run the Zixia Sun refining manual with all your strength. Begin to absorb the Hao Sun essence light, and condense the 5 elements Hao Sun True Qi. The spiritual energy around him also merged into his body as he inhaled and exhaled. The system prompts immediately.
Your Zixia Sun refining manual is full of energy because you are fully exposed to the essence of Heiwuri. The Zixia Sun refining sutra is full of energy, and the cultivation effect is increased by 100%. Your Zixia Sun refining manual is immersed in the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It feels very comfortable. The cultivation effect is increased by 2000%.
Really? Regardless of whether you are a righteous magician or a magician, you must surrender in front of my ability. Luli felt calm and began to recite the Prajna Heart Sutra silently. The system log continues to flush.
Zixia Sun refining scripture cultivation progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. The progress of the powerful Vajra spell cultivation plus 1%. The progress of Dawei Tianlong spell cultivation plus 1%.
In this way, Luli entered seclusion again, focusing on practicing hard and ignoring what was happening outside the window. Day to day. I don't know how much time passed. Click. An extremely subtle crack sounded in the secret practice room. The 233rd medium-grade spiritual stone cracked and turned into a gray stone. Luli slowly opened his eyes. A low roar came from within his body. The spiritual energy surged like waves, breaking through the invisible barriers, and finally breaking through the realm. 4th level of Qi refining.
In 8 days, I broke through from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 4th level of Qi refining. I don't know how many times faster than I was working hard.
Luli sensed the powerful magic power in Zifu in his dantian, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Immediately, he raised his right hand, pinched out the magic formula, and drew the talisman in the air.
Condensation.
With a clear drink, a ray of blood immediately condensed on the fingertips. The blood is alluring and exuding a hint of cold air. Extremely cold and biting. It feels like a sharp and cold arrow. It seems that after reaching the 4th level of Qi refining, the power of this blood-devouring demonic light has increased a lot. When activated, it should be able to instantly drain the blood of a tiger and leopard, leaving only a piece of skin. If a ghost on the 7th or 8th level of the weapon refiner is hit by this magic light, half of the ghost energy will be swallowed directly, and the ghost body will collapse and dissipate directly. Finally, there is an additional long-range attack spell. Of course, other martial arts have also been greatly improved. Luli directly calls up the system panel. Realm, 4th level of Qi refining. The powerful heavenly dragon spell, level 1, 92%. Powerful Vajra mantra, level 1, 90%. The indestructible power of the Vajra, level 3, 99%. Blood devouring heaven technique, level 4, 1%. Ghostly shadow step, level 5, 88%. White bone heart destroying palm, level 4, 99%. Money well spent. Looking at the greatly improved 6 martial arts techniques on the system panel, Luli was still very satisfied. Both spells are close to breakthrough. The only pity is that he recited the Prajna Heart Sutra silently for a day, and the mantra could only increase the progress by 3% at most. It will take a few days for a breakthrough to occur. The only one who is still standing still is the bone heart destroying palm. This unlucky child was targeted by the mighty Tianlong spell. He was beaten every day and isolated every day. His cultivation level increased through hard work every day, only to be beaten down again. Luli could only observe 3 seconds of silence for it. Anyway, as long as the mighty Tianlong doesn't use the blood-devouring heaven technique, it will be fine. Strike while the iron is hot. Keep practicing. Luli took a deep breath and prepared to continue practicing hard. But when he looked at the piles of gray stones around him, he felt a little unsightly. Smell it again, and it seems a little rancid.
Forget it. Let's go out to eat some grilled fish first. Soak in the pool, relax our muscles, and take a rest.
Luli stood up and stretched. Crackling. Immediately there was a crisp sound like fried copper beans all over the body. With one step, the person stepped out like a ghost and walked directly out of the star observation tower. Then, he jumped into the large pool next to him and let the waterfall wash away his fatigue. By the way, I dived into the bottom of the pool and caught 2 fat and white spiritual fish. I also touched 3 big crabs. Call. After a while, he lit a fire by the pool, made a grill, skewered the spiritual fish and started grilling it. In the middle, I wandered out to pick a bunch of spiritual fruits. Just like this, Luli leaned against a stone, grilling fish, eating spiritual fruits, sucking crab paste, and basking in the sun, feeling extremely comfortable. Steal half a day's leisure.
It's nice not to have to work part-time, but it's a pity that a bottle of happy water is missing.
Luli tore off a piece of fresh and tender fish meat and put it in his mouth, feeling extremely nostalgic. It would be nice if I could be somewhere else on this day, but in the demon cult. Thinking of this always makes people feel uncomfortable. By the way, it's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's have a cup of tea first.
Huh? Why is it dark?
Luli stood up to make tea. When he looked up, he suddenly saw a large black cloud rolling in, covering the sky. Immediately, an extremely terrifying aura, bright, vast, and boundless, came down from the sky. Destroy, obliterate, shock all things. Something is wrong with this dark cloud. Luli's expression changed slightly, and he jumped up. At this moment, a blinding lightning flashed across the sky. Boom! The huge sound of thunder shook the world. Luli felt that his whole soul was almost shaken away. He had never heard such terrible thunder.
Junior brother, run quickly! Master is going to survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation.
Outside the star observation tower, Bai Jinfei flew towards a huge flying boat and shouted,
If you don't run away, you'll wait until the lightning strikes down. If you get hit, you won't even have ashes left.
Chapter 22 The 5th level of the Bone-Hard Destroying Palm. Thunder disaster? Why so fast? Luli's expression changed slightly. Then, without saying a word, he rushed back to the secret cultivation room, put away the spirit stone, picked up the jade pendant, and shot out of the star observation tower in one swish.
Senior brother Bai, what is going on? Why did the thunder disaster suddenly come?
Luli asked solemnly.
Junior brother, get on the boat quickly. It's too late to explain.
On the Jinyu-painted boat, Bai Jinfei looked solemn, waving and shouting.
Good.
Luli stopped talking nonsense and jumped onto the boat with a leap of 3 feet. The next moment, the painting boat roared out with a flash of inspiration. After a few flashes, it flew away from Guifeng Mountain. Boom! At this moment, a louder and more terrifying sound of thunder exploded, spreading throughout the world. The entire golden jade boat trembled suddenly, and the aura shook violently.
No! The lightning strikes down!
The platinum flying monster screamed and panicked. Luli looked up and saw ink clouds rolling and boiling in the sky above. Countless silver snakes were dancing wildly, as if they were about to fall down and completely wipe out everything in Guifeng Mountain. So terrifying! For the first time, Luli felt the power of God and the insignificance and helplessness of men. Seeing that the thunder was about to crash down, a cold snort came from the depths of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Immediately, a stream of Dawson's black ghost energy spurted from the mountain peaks on the earth, as thick as a sky pillar, rushed into the sky, and spread out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, an L-shaped ghostly sky condensed, covering 10 days and 9 places. The aura of destructive thunder above Luli's head immediately weakened.
Fortunately, the Sect's powerful force took action and activated the Supreme Magic Array. Junior brother, we are safe.
Bai Jinfei on the side breathed a long sigh of relief. After hearing this, Luli regained his composure and asked,
Then can we return to Guifeng Mountain? I'm afraid not.
Bai Jinfei shook his head and looked at the 9 heavens thunder clouds and said,
This nascent soul thunder tribulation covers a very wide area, at least 1,000 miles away. If we stay in Guifeng Mountain, we will still be easily implicated.
Trouble. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Luli frowned slightly. He originally thought of cultivating directly to the 5th level of qi refining in the cave, but he never expected that the demon master would suddenly be promoted to nascent soul. Now, the day when he can break through the 5th level of qi refining will be postponed again.
Junior brother, I am going to the city of 10,000 demons to prepare a congratulatory gift for Master. Do you want to go with me?
Bai Jinfei asked with a smile.
Huh? Don't we have to wait here for Master to complete his tribulation?
Lu Li was a little confused.
It's not yet time. The great power of the sect has already taken action, setting up the supreme magic array, isolating the heavenly induction, and helping the Master delay time to prepare for the Thunder Tribulation. This will take at least 5 days to prepare. To find out what happened, what kind of Thunder Tribulation requires us to prepare special magic weapons to overcome the Thunder Tribulation. In 5 days, we will come back and watch the Master overcome the Thunder Tribulation,
Bai Jinfei explained. In his smile, he seemed to be extremely confident in the real ghost.
I see.
Lu Li nodded with some understanding. This Yiming Ghost sect can squeeze into the 10 sects of the demon sect. It is indeed somewhat powerful, and can actually block the thunder and calamity of heaven.
Junior brother, city of 10,000 demons. There are all the masters, little nuns, and even snake demons you miss so much. It's just that they're a bit expensive. $1,000 a day. Hee.
Bai Jinfei smiled like a man.
How dare I, a man of integrity, mislead a beautiful woman? Senior brother, I'd better not go there. I'll just stay in the cave of 10,000 ghosts and see if I can find another low-grade ghost.
Lu Li pretended to be a little interested, but in the end, he refused.
What a pity. I still want to compete on the same stage with you, Junior brother Lu.
Bai Jinfei shook his head, with a look of regret on his face. Good guy. As expected of a disciple of the demon sect. It's really fun to play freely. Lu Li's heart was slightly shocked, and he stopped talking nonsense and cupped his hands.
Brother, I'm going to the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. I wish you a happy time in the 10,000 Demon City. Farewell.
After saying that, he jumped down. Boom. The whole person plummeted for more than 30 meters and hit the soil hard, creating a huge crater 1 foot deep. The next moment, Lu Li jumped out of the pit. Unscathed. The indestructible magical power of Vajra is strength. Lu Li flicked the dirt on his clothes and sprang out, turning into a phantom and shooting toward the tunnel behind the mountain. On the boat, Bai Jinfei withdrew his gaze and turned around and asked,
TSK. Second senior sister. Our junior brother has a lot of secrets. Not to mention that he has reached the 4th level of chi refining so quickly. He has practiced kung fu in this way. Compared to how about taking up your dragon form?
As soon as he finished speaking, a big snow-white python swam out from behind the beaded curtain of the boat. A flash of inspiration occurred. The big python transformed into a woman in white, with a tall figure and tall robes. The facial features on Guizixia's face are delicate and white, like a jade carving. With her bare feet, her figure was swaying, as graceful as a snake swimming in water. She suddenly walked to the edge of the boat. Her golden snake eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the land carp darting nimbly in the forest. Don't say a word. His whole body began to exude a dangerous aura of a great demon. Bai Jinfei didn't dare to ask any more questions. He directly got up on the boat and flew towards the sky. At this time, Lu Li had passed through the blue light curtain and entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Originally, he wanted to go to the Sutra Pavilion. But there is that old man with a skull necklace in the Sutra Pavilion who has evil intentions. Lu Li was worried that this person would see that his diamond art had mutated. So he came to 10,000 Ghosts Cave to prepare to upgrade the white bone heart-destroying palm, to prevent the child from getting stuck going up and down the 4th floor. In addition, in the 10,000 Ghost Cave, there is no spirit gathering array, and there is no need for a large amount of spirit stones to practice. The blood-devouring, sky-devouring skill will definitely not satisfy you. So you should go out. Maybe we actually find a low-grade spirit ghost.
Huh? That Lu he didn't come?
Lu Li waited for a while, and found that the green lotus did not appear. It's good, so as not to be entangled by this woman. He likes to drink newly launched tea, but he doesn't like green tea. Of course, except for the particularly beautiful ones. Lu Li floated forward slowly, holding the sheepskin map in his hand and looking at it carefully. There are many extremely dark places nearby. The nearest one is 520 miles away to the north. Lu Li pondered for a moment and rushed over. Soon, he came to this extremely gloomy place. A small black-water lake. Pure energy emanates from the lake, which is extremely cold and bone-chilling. There is a dense soul burial forest all around the lake. There are also several stone houses standing on the edge of the pool, and magic circles are set up around them to isolate them from viewing. However, in a stone house, a jade bamboo fishing rod stretched out, hammered down a strand of silver wire, and fell into the lake. He's a fisherman. Lu Li's eyes lit up. He took a step forward, and with a few sweeps, he arrived 10 feet away from the stone house. He raised his hands and asked,
Senior brother, have you gained anything? Can you take a look at the fish guard? No. I'm hunting turtles again. You came just in time. If I can't catch another fish, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. I'll give this position to you.
Along with a thick voice, a fierce man with a sinister face emerged from the stone house. He casually put down the fishing rod, pointed at the land carp, then laid down on the edge of the lake, lowered his body, and took a big gulp of the dark lake water. Then he stood up and wiped his mouth, then turned into a black light and shot away. Sure enough, the fishing guy never served in the Air Force.
Thank you very much.
Lu Li held his hand in front of the big man who was walking away, and went straight into the stone house without giving up, taking a look at the fish basket. Sure enough, it was empty.
This place has good feng shui. That's it.
Lu Li glanced around and didn't plan to find another place. He sat down cross-legged, picked up the fishing rod, flicked it, hung up the bait, and started fishing directly. At the same time, it transports energy and blood and begins to attract ghosts. After a while, a ferocious ghost baby with a 7th level of chi refining floated out of the woods and lurked over, hoping to make a sneak attack.
Go!
Lu Li had already sensed it, drew a talisman with his big hand, condensed the blood-devouring magic light, and ejected it. Ah! An extremely sharp howl of a ghost immediately sounded. The big-headed ghost baby was hit in the head by the blood-devouring demonic light, and a small hole like an embroidery needle was directly punched out. In the small hole, blood light lingered, extremely fierce, and began to devour the ghost baby. The ghost baby felt severe pain. Its ghost body trembled violently, and turned around to run away. But at this moment, Lu Li rushed over like a tiger out of its cage, and grabbed it with its big palms like eagle claws, bone scratching the heart. Boom! The fierce ghost exploded and exploded into a ball of ghost energy. Ding 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 ding. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind.
Because your spirit ghost shadow step absorbs pure ghost energy, your spirit is greatly boosted, and the training effect is increased by 50%. The white bone heart destroying palm was so hungry that it was finally satisfied. My cultivation level increased greatly, and my progress increased by 20%. The white bone heart destroying palm breaks through to the 5th level. Because of the improvement in realm, the white bone heart destroying palm's confidence has greatly increased. I directly sought out the Vajra indestructible divine art to avenge the past. But I was taught a lesson and suffered a huge blow. After returning from a great defeat, I learned from the painful experience with bone shattering my heart and palms, and decided to join the Buddhist camp.
Chapter 23 found another low-grade spirit ghost. Join if you can't beat him? Lu Li looked at the last system prompt with a strange expression. After taking a closer look, I found that the name of the white bone heart destroying palm had been changed to Compassion Palm. Palm of Mercy, level 5, progress 1%. Interesting. You actually changed your name? Lu Li was happy. Huh? Now that the white bone heart destroying palm has joined the Buddhist camp, wouldn't it be possible for it to mutate and evolve after listening to the Prajna Heart Sutra? Lu Li's heart moved. Give it a try. So, Lu Li gathered his energy and blood, sat cross-legged in the stone house again, and began to recite the Prajna Heart Sutra silently.
Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva sees that all 5 aggregates are empty. Bodhisattva Boha.
The moment I finished reciting the Buddhist Sutra, a clear ding sounded.
Your compassionate palm fell into a state of enlightenment because of listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures and receiving enlightenment. Progress increased by 4%.
Immediately afterwards, another system prompt popped up.
Congratulations to the host. Your compassionate palm has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures, and evolved into the
Great Compassionate Palm.
It
actually works. Lu Li's eyes flashed with light. Interesting. Interesting. The fierce and ruthless white bone heart destroying palm directly turned into the Great Compassionate Palm. From now on, wouldn't it be possible to practice magic skills at will? Then let the Great Law Mantra beat them wildly, so that the demonic power can be transformed into Buddhist power. And then let the Prajna Heart Sutra transform and evolve it. Thinking of this, Lu Li could finally relax. When he practices magic skills, he always has a little worry, fearing that he will be affected by the magic skills and become bloodthirsty and murderous. committing all kinds of evil. But now, this hidden danger has been completely eliminated. No more worries.
Try the power of the white bone heart destroying palm first. See how much more powerful it becomes after it turns into the great compassionate palm.
Luli stood up and with a bang, his energy and blood exploded. The powerful blood is like a pot of delicious fish soup. And the sweet smell spreads far away.
It tastes so sweet. Eat it.
Soon, a one-eyed evil ghost rushed out of the forest, with ghostly snakes flying around it. Fierce and ferocious. The aura is very powerful. It is a perfect refining of chi. Grumble. It was as fast as lightning, rushing over like lightning. With a cry, the hundreds of ghostly demon snakes all over its body shot out, like thousands of arrows fired at the landing carp. Luli was not afraid. He dodged and separated into 5 after images to avoid the devil snake. Boom. Then, he took one step forward and rushed to the side of the one-eyed ghost. With his big palm, like a sunflower fan, he slapped the one-eyed ghost hard on the face. Great merciful palm. This palm, called
compassion for heaven and mercy for humanity,
is more cruel and vicious than the bone-grabbing heart. As if even the sea is about to be crushed. Boom. The giant palm shot out, with blazing masculine blood, like a ball of flying bright sun, hitting the one-eyed ghost. There was only a loud noise, and the one-eyed ghost exploded on the spot, turning into streaks of ghost energy that shot out in all directions. He didn't even have time to scream.
Not bad. The power has at least doubled.
Luli took back his big palm and was quite satisfied. Ding. Another prompt sounded.
Because your great compassionate palm transformed a fierce ghost, I feel that my merits are immeasurable. My mood is extremely happy, and my cultivation effect has been increased by 500%.
Not bad. Luli looked even more satisfied. In this case, then continue to upgrade the great compassionate palm to deal with the crisis that may arise in 5 days. So, while silently reciting the Heart Sutra, he attracted the evil ghosts and liberated them one by one. The great compassionate palm and spirit ghost phantom step began to swipe the screen.
Your great merciful and compassionate palm fell into a state of enlightenment because of listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures and receiving enlightenment. Progress increased by 2%. Progress increased by 3%. Progress increased by 2%. Your spirit ghost shadow step has absorbed the pure ghost energy, which boosts your spirit and improves your training effect by 50%. Because your great compassionate palm transformed a fierce ghost, I feel that my merits are immeasurable. My mood is extremely happy, and my cultivation effect has been increased by 200%.
In this way, I practiced for a whole day. Luli stopped studying, returned to the stone house, sat down cross-legged, and brought up the panel to check the results of his training. Realm, 4th level of Chi Refining. Great Powerful Heavenly Dragon Spell, Level 1, 94%. Powerful Vajra Mantra, Level 1, 92%. The Indestructible Power of the Vajra, Level 3, 99%. Blood Devouring Heaven Technique, Level 4, 3%. Great Merciful Palm, Level 6, 97%. Ghostly Ghost Step, Level 5, 95%. The results are gratifying. The Great Compassionate Palm directly breaks through to the 6th level, and will soon break through again and rise to the 7th level. Lingui Phantom Step is also on the verge of breaking through. Moreover, after reciting the Heart Sutra for a day, I was almost able to break through the powerful Vajra Mantra and the powerful Heavenly Dragon Mantra. Even though the blood-swallowing heaven-swallowing technique did not swallow up a large amount of spiritual energy, nor did it swallow up the 5 elements Haori Chi, the cultivation speed became extremely slow. If you want to cultivate to the 5th level, I'm afraid it will take a long time.
Forget it. There's no rush. Let's take a rest first. Let's see what we can find when we go out with the blood-devouring heaven technique tonight.
Luli exhaled a breath of turbid air, picked up the fishing rod, and began to rest. At the same time, continue to recite the Prajna Heart Sutra silently in your mind. The Great Merciful Palm continues to refresh the screen.
Progress plus 2%. Progress plus 3%. Progress plus 2%.
The next day, Luli opened his eyes. The system prompt sounded in my mind.
Your Great Merciful Palm has broken through to the 7th level. Due to your breakthrough in the blood-devouring heaven technique, your appetite increased greatly, and you had to go out alone to devour food. Your blood-devouring and sky-devouring skill swallows the extremely eat energy in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. After eating and drinking enough, your cultivation will be greatly improved, and the progress will be increased by 5%. Your blood-devouring heaven technique found a highly poisonous snake plant in a 10,000 ghost cave.
Snake grass? Luli raised his eyebrows. This is a very poisonous weed, which can be turned into a poisonous elixir. Once taken, it can kill a foundation-building monk instantly, and is worth 8,000 low-grade spiritual stones. However, there will definitely be poisonous snakes nearby to guard you. Luli thought for a moment, and decided not to look for it. Keep practicing. So he started a new day of practice. It's still the same. Reciting the Heart Sutra silently, distributing blood energy, attracting evil ghosts, and directly being saved. Nothing special happened in the middle. The ghost sect disciples from several other stone houses did not come out either, and they concentrated on sucking in the pure Yin energy within the confinement of the magic circle. Everyone did not disturb each other, and lived in peace. The only regret is that the land carp did not catch a fish. The fish in the Blackwater Lake are very clever, and won't take the bait at all. Soon, it was night. Luli returned to the stone house, and prepared to rest. A quick glance showed that the Great Compassionate Palm had reached the 7th level, and the Spirit Ghost Shadow Step had also reached the 6th level. The combat power has improved a lot. The 2 spells are also on the verge of breakthrough. We should be able to break through tomorrow. Luli was looking forward to it. The powerful Vajra spell on the 2nd floor can explode 4 times the power. His current physical strength is about 24,000 kilograms. With a 4-fold increase, his strength is close to 100,000 kilograms. With one punch, even the high-grade spiritual weapons of the foundation-building monks could be knocked away. Unfortunately, the realm is still too far. Luli shook his head, calmed down, and began to relax. Another day passed. The next day, as soon as Luli opened his slightly narrowed eyes, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind.
Your blood-devouring sky-devouring skill goes out alone to devour food. Your blood-devouring sky-devouring skill. The progress will be increased by 5%. Your blood-devouring heaven technique found a low-grade spirit ghost in the 10,000 ghost cave.
Rub. Luli stood up, his eyes flashing sharply. Did he hear it correctly? Actually found another low-grade spirit ghost? Without hesitation, Luli called up the system log record and checked again to confirm. We have indeed found another low-grade spirit ghost. Good. 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 Luli felt excited and glanced to the end to determine the location of the spirit ghost. Location of the spirit ghost. Current location. Inside a 3-foot-tall, square-shaped black steel stone in the stone forest 20 miles northwest. Set off. Luli didn't hesitate at all. Threw away the fishing rod, turned around and shot out. But suddenly, he turned around and came back, picked up a few heart-shaped stones from the water, and then floated away. A fisherman never comes home empty-handed. And the rocks are not bad. Wait for it to be given to your future wives in the future. Chapter 24 Robbery. Carrying the heart-shaped stone. Luli soon arrived at the stone forest 20 miles away. This is an artificially carved stone forest, with thousands of large and small black steel stones standing there. The shape is also very different. Some are carved into dragons, snakes, tigers and leopards, which are lifelike. Some are carved into all kinds of strange flowers, birds, fish and insects. What's more, they are carved into all kinds of ferocious ghosts. Shura Yiksha. At a glance, under the dark sky, it seemed like reaching the 18th level of HL, which made people feel a chill in fear. But Luli was so excited that he didn't care at all, and his peripheral vision quickly swept through the stone sculptures.
This is a nice place. Just right for testing my palm skills.
Luli muttered to himself. Then, he stepped forward, shouted loudly, and struck out with his palm towards the black tiger statue in front of him. Boom! There was an explosion. The extremely hard black steel stone exploded into large and small gravels, flying in all directions. This is of course done to deceive others. If you go directly to the stone where the spirit ghost is, you may be suspicious. Therefore, Luli prepared to smash all the stone sculptures here under the pretext of practicing palm techniques. But in the end, he accidentally discovered a low-grade ghost spirit. This seems a bit unnecessary. However, he had discovered a low-grade spirit ghost not long ago, and now that he had caught another one, even a fool would become suspicious, wondering if he had any treasure that could detect the existence of spirit ghosts. People in the demon cult who are suspicious will be even more suspicious. To be on the safe side, Luli decided to take his time, and there was no need to catch the spirit ghost directly. So, He began to practice his palm skills, breaking stone sculptures one after another, and at the same time began to look for the black steel stone hiding the spirit ghost. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion of gravel was continuous. Lu Li is like a stone-crushing machine. Wherever it passes, the stone sculptures explode and fall apart. In less than a cup of tea, hundreds of stone sculptures were destroyed in Lu Li's hands. But the black steel stone with the spirit ghost still hasn't been found. Lu Li is not in a hurry either. The movements of the hand were still fierce and sharp, and the big palm brought up strong winds, which hit the stone sculpture and shattered it directly. There was a lot of momentum. Lu Li was a little worried that he would attract other Ghost Sect disciples, or someone will stop it. Fortunately, no one came to stop me. No other Ghost Sect disciples were seen appearing. Lu Li then calmly smashed the stone sculpture and continued to search. Found it. The black steel stone is in the upper left corner of the stone forest. At the edge, Lu Li was slightly excited. However, there was no expression on his face, but the movements of his hands were a little faster. Stone sculptures were shattered into pieces. Intentionally or unintentionally, Lu Li moved towards the upper left corner. Finally, after a cup of tea, he came to this 3-foot-tall square black steel stone and struck it out with one palm without saying a word. Bang! A 3-inch deep palm print was directly punched on the black steel stone. Then, the whole stone exploded, and the rubble flew around, leaving only a fist-sized ghost mist in place, shining with a faint golden light. A closer look revealed a miniature ghost monkey curled up in the ghost mist. Ha! Spirit ghost! Lu Li pretended to be surprised, stretched out his big palm, and grabbed the spirit ghost. Hey! He's actually a low-grade spirit ghost? At this moment, suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. Along with the sound, there was a sharp sound that broke through the air, and the snow-white cold light shot out, as fast as lightning, and also pierced towards the spirit ghost. If Lu Li continues to stretch out his hand, his palm will definitely be hit by the cold light. Someone is attacking. Lu Li was slightly startled, but did not panic. He turned his big palm and shook it, and a small black tower shook out from his sleeve robe. Without saying a word, he held the ghost-raising tower, poured mana into it, and hit Han Guang. Ding! The ghost-raising tower hit the snow-white cold light and made an extremely clear sound. Sparks flew. The snow-white cold light was directly knocked back and fell into the hands of a young man. It turned out to be a 3-inch long silver cold needle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Li suddenly grabbed the low-level spirit ghost that wanted to escape with his other hand. Then, when he took back the ghost-raising tower and took a look, his expression changed slightly. I saw that a small hole had been punched in the ghost-raising tower, and the aura was dim, clearly damaged. Who are you? Lu Li's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were cold as he stared at the man in green, who was 6 feet away. This man was about 20 or 20 years old, with a hooked nose, long hair shawl, and a gloomy face, which made him look quite sinister. The aura exuding from his whole body is also very strong. He is a being who has perfected his energy. The silver cold needle in his hand is definitely a top-grade magic weapon. Boy! Hand over the spirit ghost! The man in green eyes stared at the spirit ghost in Lu Li's hand and said gloomily. Why? I discovered this spirit ghost. Lu Li narrowed his eyes. Joke! The man in green showed disdain. This spirit ghost belongs to me. I have been staying in this stone forest for an unknown amount of time, just waiting for this spirit ghost to be born. Really? Then why didn't you come out just now? But you came out when I broke this black steel stone and discovered this ghost? Lu Li asked rhetorically. Obviously, this guy is lying. This person must have been wandering nearby, heard the noise and came over, hiding around to spy on him practicing martial arts. When the spirit ghost appeared, he couldn't bear it anymore and showed up directly to snatch it. Boy, don't be ignorant. With your cultivation at the 5th level of chi refining, you actually dare to question me? Do you know who I am? The man in green had a cold look in his eyes, and there was a hint of threat in his words. No one knows who you are. Lu Li was not afraid at all and replied coldly. Snort! The man in green snorted coldly, with a look of arrogance on his face, and said contemptuously, I am the true disciple of Master Hua Shui, and my brother is the close disciple of Master Huang Quan. You are only a 5th level practitioner of chi refining, a disciple of a certain real person. If you don't know the truth and don't drink wine as a penalty, then don't blame me for being ruthless with this soul-breaking needle. Are you preparing to take it by force? Lu Li's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly,
"This senior brother. It is a grave crime for fellow Sect members to kill each other. Do you really dare to take action? I don't dare." "What?"
Upon hearing this, the man in green put away the silver needle, smiled evilly, and raised his eyes to the west. Seeing this, Lu Li frowned and raised his eyes. At this time, in the mountains and forests to the west, a golden light rose into the sky, flickered up and down, swept across dozens of miles, and appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. This is a young man dressed in gold. He has a slender figure, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He is wielding a sword. He is extremely handsome. His appearance was actually similar to that of the man in green in front of him. The cultivation level is very strong. It's on par with the green lotus in the later stage of foundation building.
"I am a patrolling disciple. What happened?"
The man in golden clothes glanced at him and asked coldly,
"Brother, this person actually destroyed my stone forest, took away the spirit ghosts I raised, and even injured me. You have to make the decision for me."
The man in green squinted at Lu Li and said sadly. His eyes were filled with evil intentions. This guy confuses right and wrong, and the evildoer will complain first. Lu Li was about to retort.
"Huh? Is there such a thing?"
At this time, the man in golden clothes spoke, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Then without saying a word, he flicked his sleeves, and a ghostly hand condensed out of thin air, turned into the size of a house, and grabbed Lu Li. Lu Li's expression changed. These two guys are a team. Without any hesitation, Lu Li's body swayed, and 6 afterimages flashed out. Boom! The ghostly hand suddenly fell down, directly smashing the 6 afterimages into pieces, and slapped them hard on the floor of the stone forest, making a loud noise like a landslide. At this time, Lu Li's figure emerged from about 20 feet away.
"Huh? You still dare to hide?"
When the man in golden clothes looked at it, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He raised his thumb, and the golden flying sword under his feet shone fiercely, as bright as the bright sun, and was about to shoot out. The sound of the sword roared loudly. At this moment, Lu Li took a deep breath, looked up to the sky and shouted,
"Help! The Tao Alliance has invaded."
Chapter 25. Please allow me to challenge him. The Taoist League has invaded, Lu Li shouted, extremely loud and spread for miles. Hearing the sound, the man in gold changed his expression. The man in green also looked panicked. The next moment, a huge and vast aura like a mountain enveloped and suppressed everyone's heart. It's the pressure of the golden elixir. Immediately afterwards, above the 9 heavens, a tall red-haired man and a charming woman wearing a black gauze with a voluptuous figure appeared.
"Who is shouting here just now? How dare you think that the Alliance has invaded? Are you looking for death?"
The red-haired man shot down with his tiger eyes, filled with evil aura. The charming woman on the side did not speak, but her eyes, full of autumn waves, lingered on Lu Li's body through the black gauze.
"The true biography of Jinju and Huangquan, Li Jing, has met Jin Renqi."
Seeing the 2 golden elixirs appearing, the man in gold put away his flying sword, bowed his hands and said,
"The disciple was patrolling and found that this man was suspected of harming his fellow disciples. He was just about to capture him, but he didn't expect him to shout directly, 'Tao Alliance is invading.'
It's simply a heinous crime. Your mother."
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Li snorted and interrupted directly. "You?" When the man in gold named Li Jing heard this, anger appeared on his face, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the presence of Jean Dan, he might have killed someone. However, Lu Li was not afraid of this man's murderous gaze at all. He took out his jade pendant token, flashed it towards the 2 golden elixirs in the sky, and said with cupped hands,
"You 2 masters, I am Lu Li, a true disciple of Gimo Jinren. Just now, while practicing in the stone forest, I accidentally broke a piece of black steel stone and discovered that there was a low-grade spirit ghost inside. However, this person was hiding nearby and made a sneak attack to steal my spirit ghost. I asked the real person to make the decision."
"What?
The true disciple of Demon Master?"
The man in green and the man in gold, Li Jing, looked at each other and their expressions darkened. "I originally thought that this kid was just a disciple of a certain real person who could be manipulated at will, but I didn't expect that he was actually a real disciple. He is also the true disciple of the Demon Master who is about to be promoted to Nascent Soul. This is a bit troublesome. However, the matter is so big that once you admit guilt, You will have to give up your cultivation even if you don't die. Thinking of this, the man in gold, Li Jing, winked at the man in green. The man in green immediately understood and said solemnly, Master, this boy is lying. I obviously raised the spirit ghost in the stone forest. It was this boy who came to steal my spirit ghost while I was away. Fortunately, I found it in time. But after he was discovered, he didn't even try to escape. But he even tried to rob the spirit ghost. I have evidence to prove it. What kind of personal and physical evidence? The red-haired man asked. The human witness is naturally this patrol disciple, Senior Brother Li Jing. The physical evidence is that the stone carvings in this stone forest were all carved by me. The man in green clothes replied, Carve your mother. Lu Li looked cold and still had a bad mouth. He interrupted again. You said it was you who carved it? I also said that I carved the tombstone on your mother's grave. Do you believe it? You? Boy, you go too far. As soon as these words came out, the man in green's gloomy face instantly became extremely furious, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. Li Jing on the side also had gloomy eyes and surging murderous intent. Especially your mother. Lu Li glanced at him with great disdain, turned his head and cupped his hands and said, Two real men. I came to Wangui Cave this time to find low-grade spirit ghosts. And I am going to give my master a gift. Master, treat me well. The kindness is as great as a mountain, and my filial piety towards master moves the heavens. Therefore, I will never allow anyone to take away this gift I prepared for master. I ask for your understanding. Dot! The red-haired man said nothing and turned to look at the charming woman beside him. This kid, without looking at the jade pendant in his hand, just by hearing him greet other people's mothers when he speaks, you will know that he is definitely the true descendant of the real ghost demon. Now, it's a bit difficult for this kid to bring out the real demon. After all, the patrolling disciple was Li Jing, and his master was true Lord Huang Quan, who was in the middle nascent soul stage. It's hard to offend both sides. At this time, the charming and beautiful woman lightly flipped her hair and said with a sweet smile, This matter is actually easy to handle. Who told the truth and who told lies can go to the inquiring mirror in the punishment prison hall and ask. No. That's good. The elder in charge of the penal palace today is my uncle. He has always been selfless and upright, Li Jing said coldly. On the side, the man in green looked at Lu Li with a look as vicious and resentful as a poisonous snake, with no concealed murderous intent. Trouble. Lu Li frowned. The penal prison palace is similar to the law enforcement palace. It is in charge of the iron laws and regulations of the entire Yiming Ghost sect, punishes killings, and has a reputation for evil. Once you enter the prison hall of punishment, it is difficult to get out without taking off all your skin. The backgrounds of these two people are so vast, and under their control, black can also be said to be white. He, the plaintiff, will also become the defendant. Lu Li. Right. Are you going to the penal prison palace to prove your innocence? It's hard to get out of that place once you enter it. In the sky, the red-haired man said meaningfully. Snort. The man in green snorted coldly, with a proud look on his face. It seems that victory is guaranteed. Of course I want to go. However, the next moment, Lu Li was not afraid at all, and said proudly, Lu Li, have found 2 low-grade spirit ghosts in less than a month. I am destined by fate. But this guy tried to murder me. I suspect that he is a Taoist. The undercover agent of the Alliance deliberately killed me and ruined the fate of my ghost sect. I want to see the sect leader for justice. The last sentence was shouted extremely loudly. In an instant, the man in green and Li Jing looked panicked, fearing that the sect master would really be called out. On the other hand, the red-haired man and the charming woman on the side showed admiration. This boy can turn small things into big things and big things into explosions. He will definitely be an outstanding young man in the magic world in the future. All right. At this time, the red-haired man said, Li Jing, you pay 100 middle-grade spiritual stones to this Lu Li, and pretend this never happened. Cheer and Jinren. This. Li Jing frowned and his face looked a little ugly. Li Jing, I don't know how many times you two brothers have made small moves here. For the sake of your master, I turned a blind eye. Why? Do you really want to expose these bad things to the sect master? The red-haired man glanced at him and said through a message. Li Jing's heart sank. His eyes turned, and he cupped his hands towards the red-haired man. Disciple, I obey. Wait. At this moment, Lu Li spoke. Huh? What's the matter? The red-haired man turned around and asked.
100 medium-grade spiritual stones. This compensation is not enough.
Lu Li's voice was sonorous and powerful.
Boy, don't go too far. 100 middle-grade spiritual stones is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It's enough to last you, a loser, until you die.
The man in green clothes gritted his teeth and cursed grimly. At this point, he could tell that he was going to suffer a loss this time. Moreover, having been scolded so harshly just now, the anger in his heart was still burning. So naturally, he wanted to vent his anger by scolding him back at this time.
Don't worry. Your father is dead, and I'm not dead yet.
Lu Li raised his hands and said coldly,
I kept these 100 pieces of middle-grade spiritual stones to buy your father a shroud to wear. In addition, you broke my ghost-raising tower, and you have to pay for it. There is also my medical treatment fees, mental damage fees, nutrition fees, travel expenses, cold drink fees, hair washing fees. These fees, and that fee add up. You have to add money.
Hoo ho ho! The man in green clothes was so angry that his teeth were about to break.
Boy, you, how much do you want? Let's just take 20,800 middle-grade spiritual stones. In total, it's only 2,080,000 low-grade spiritual stones, which is not much.
Lu Li replied as if nothing had happened.
Hateful.
Hearing this, the man in green clothes finally couldn't help it.
Turned his head suddenly, cupped his hands and said,
2 real men. This kid is so hateful and arrogant. Please allow me to challenge him to a one-on-one fight. A showdown of life and death.
Chapter 26. Your magic weapon is good. A showdown of life and death? When the people present heard this, their faces showed surprise. Lu Li was also a little surprised. Immediately, he sneered and said disdainfully,
I am a 4th level chi refiner. And you, a perfect chi refiner, have a life or death showdown? What kind of bullshit are you talking about? You?
When the man in green heard this, he was furious on the spot. His eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and he blew out 2 streams of white smoke from his nostrils.
Boy, I suppressed my own realm and only used the magic power of the 4th level of chi refining. Do you dare to challenge me? Sorry, I don't dare.
Lu Li refused very simply. It's a joke. There's no benefit if you win, and you'll die if you lose. Only a fool would agree to such a bet. Moreover, to be honest, this guy has a good background and should have a lot of treasures on him. I'm afraid it's hard to tell if he actually fights. What if the boat capsizes in the gutter?
Shameless, courageless gangster. Boy, you curse so harshly, but you are so timid. Could it be that your mother didn't give you the courage at all, but only gave you a bad mouth?
The man in green said through gritted teeth.
The provocation method is useless to me. Besides, I, Lu Li, am already an orphan in this world. My parents should have already been reincarnated. You can't scold them.
Lu Li said expressionlessly. Hateful. The man in green clothes was so angry that all his orifices started to puff out smoke. Before he could say anything, Li Jingyi on the side had a sullen face and said coldly,
Boy, if you insult my parents, this matter is not over yet. If you dare to challenge me, I will pay you 100 medium-grade spiritual stones immediately.
And I can swear to the patriarch that I will never pursue this matter. If you dare not challenge me, I will cause trouble for you every day and make you have no peace in the Ghost Sect. That's right. Boy, you can hide from the 1st grade of junior high school, but you can't hide from the 15th grade. If you don't compete with me today, you will not be able to move forward in the Ghost Sect in the future. Even the real ghost demon can't protect you.
The man in green's voice sounded extremely sinister and fierce. A direct threat? Lu Li frowned. He didn't expect that things would reach this point, and he would be in a dilemma. It is impossible to give in now. Once he gives in, the guy with a good reputation will definitely give up on him, and will die faster as a result. But if you accept the challenge...
System.
Lu Li muttered silently in his mind and brought up the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 4th level of Chi Refining. The powerful Heavenly Dragon Spell, Level 1, 98%. Powerful Vajra Mantra, Level 1, 98%. The Indestructible Power of the Vajra, Level 3, 99%. Blood Devouring Heaven Technique, Level 4, 14%. Great Merciful Palm, Level 7, 8%. Ghostly Ghost Step, 6th level, 5%. His greatest reliance is the indestructible power of the Vajra. The 3rd level of Vajra art can block attacks from ordinary high-grade magic weapons. The indestructible power of the Vajra is an evolution of the Vajra art. It has stronger defense and can definitely block the attack of any magic weapon of the Chi Refining Monk. Coupled with the 7th level Great Compassion Palm and the 6th level Spirit Ghost Shadow Step. Under the foundation building, he should be invincible. I'm just afraid that guy has some weird magic secrets or evil things.
Little guy. Let me tell you quietly. The two brothers Li Jing are the smallest minded.
At this time, a soft sound came into my ears. It's that charming and beautiful woman. The implication is that regardless of whether they agree or not, both Li and Jing will seek revenge afterwards. In this case, Lu Li looked cold and nodded.
Okay. I agree to your challenge. Let's fight to the death and settle the grudges.
Wow. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around him. It turned out that before they knew it, a bunch of Ghost Sect disciples heard the news and rushed to the stone forest to join in the fun. Although I don't know what happened at first.
But now it's a fight.
Humph. This kid really doesn't care about life and death. How dare he challenge Senior Brother Li Fei? Don't you know that Senior Brother Li Fei practices the Huangquan mantra? And his magic power is many times that of people in the same realm?
Someone sneered. Immediately, many people began to echo.
Is this kid the new true disciple of Demon Master? He looks so weak. Why is the robe on his body still a low-grade robe? And the storage ring on his hand is still the lowest level. How dare you agree? Does he think he can't die quickly enough? Senior Brother Li Fei has perfected his Chi Refining. Although he has suppressed his magic power to the 4th level, his combat power is at least 10,000. This guy's physical strength is okay, but his combat power is only 3,000 at most. Don't look at it. He is destined to lose.
At this time, the red-haired man frowned and asked Lu Li.
Do you really accept this challenge? That's right.
Lu Li nodded sharply. After hearing his words, 6 feet away, the man in green raised his mouth and smiled ferociously. Li Jing on the side also had cold eyes, looking at Lu Li as if he were looking at a dead person.
Well, since you have decided on a life and death battle, as a witness, I must ensure fairness and justice. Therefore, I will place a ban on you. Is that okay?
The red-haired man pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the man in green.
Please!
The man in green cupped his hands and still stared at Lu Li sinisterly, with no trace of murderous intent in his eyes. The next moment, the red-haired man flicked his fingers and shot out a ray of yellow light, which hit the man in green and disappeared directly.
Now, I have placed a restriction on you. Once you use magic power beyond the 4th level of Chi Refining, you will lose control of your magic power and your whole body will become stiff.
The red-haired man said and waved his hands again. Call. A gust of wind whipped up violently, sweeping away all the gravel in the stone forest and clearing a large open space.
The others exit.
The red-haired man looked at the man in gold. Li Jing.
Brother, this is for you.
Li Jing waved his sleeves and there was a purple-black flag in his hand, exuding a spooky aura. He handed the purple and black flag to the man in green, turned around and floated out of the stone forest. Suddenly, only Lu Li and the man in green were left in the entire clearing. The man in green was holding a purple and black flag and stared at Lu Li eerily.
The banner of 10,000 ghosts. This is an ancient magic weapon that the true Lord Huangquan found in the ancient ruins. He is raising an army of 10,000 ghosts. It is unrivaled. The power is equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon. This is a bit of a rogue.
Outside the court, the omniscient audience immediately began to explain. It immediately caused an exclamation. Once the army of ghosts and the 10,000 ghost banners is released. Isn't that Lu Li dead? Lu Li looked solemn. His eyes were cold, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the left hand, the ghost-raising tower is already held tightly, but he threw it casually with his right hand, throwing the low-grade spirit ghost to the edge of the stone forest. Apparently they were afraid of being shocked to death in the fight.
Boy, have you thought about your last words?
The man in green glanced at the spirit ghost and asked with a sinister look on his face. With all his magic power, he began to pour it into. On the flags, a sinister and terrifying aura began to emit. Faintly, there were also frightening howls of ghosts. It seemed that in the next moment thousands of evil ghosts would crawl out of L and wreak havoc on the world. Boom. At this moment, the earth shook. Under Lu Li's feet, the stone slabs tilted up and exploded, and the blood energy all over his body exploded. People rushed out like cannonballs with extremely ferocious momentum.
Don't overestimate your capabilities.
The man in green snorted disdainfully and waved his other hand. Call out. That silver cold needle whizzed out and turned into a sharp snow-white light, piercing Lu Li's eyebrows. At the same time, a ball of black energy suddenly burst out from under the green clothes, covering a 10-foot radius, completely covering his figure in an instant. The black air also exudes bursts of fishy smell that makes people dizzy and nauseated. It is the underworld air cultivated in the Underworld Sutra, and it is extremely poisonous. It's over. That Lu Li is dead. When the army of evil ghosts emerges from the 10,000 ghost flags, even the Foundation building monks will die. Everyone seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Lu Li being torn apart by 10,000 ghosts. At this moment, there was a ding, and Lu Li actually caught the cold needle shot with his face. Without stopping at all, he rushed in front of the black energy, waved his hand, and threw out a ball of golden light. It's a ghost-raising tower. The dark little tower was now emitting an astonishingly bright light. There is also rapidly expanding energy and extremely terrifying high temperatures. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The ghost-raising tower self-destructed, and the blazing golden light it produced expanded rapidly, as if inflated, and instantly rose to the size of a house. Sweeping across, the black air was like morning mist under the scorching sun, melting away completely in an instant. The figure of the man in green clothes immediately appeared, with a look of shock and horror on his face. He looked at Lu Li, who rushed in front of him and stretched out a big palm toward him. The 5 fingers were as thick as carrots, and they dilated rapidly in the pupils. Powerful Vajra mantra. Great merciful palm. Boom. A head looked like cow dung exploded by firecrackers. Filth flew everywhere. Then, the strong wind brought by Lu Li blew the headless corpse to the ground, making a muffled sound. Lu Li grabbed the 10,000 ghosts flag with his big hand, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and said expressionlessly,
Your magic weapon is good, but .it belongs to me now.
Chapter 27. Powerful King Kong. Second floor. Died? Seeing the headless body lying on the ground, the whole place fell into silence and surprise. I thought it would be a crushing massacre. Unexpectedly, they guessed wrong.
Huh?
They guessed it right. However, it was Lu Li, who was at the 4th level of Qi refining, who easily crushed and killed Li Fei, who was a perfect Qi refining being.
What a courage!
The next moment, a gasp broke the silence. Shouts of exclamation and admiration immediately spread.
It's really courageous. A high-grade magic weapon will self-destruct if it says it will. A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. Li Fei underestimated the enemy and died unjustly. Yes, but this land carp's physical body is very strong. It can actually receive the attack of a high-grade magical weapon. It is as powerful as a dragon. So fierce. Lu Li? I remember this name.
Appreciative glances shot across Lu Li's body. Even the red-haired man in the sky is like this. At the same time, looking at Lu Li, he looked extremely satisfied and a little bit regretful. Why doesn't he have such a well-qualified, courageous, filial, and handsome apprentice? On the side, the charming and beautiful woman looked at Lu Li with her eyes wandering, and licked her lips.
You actually dare kill my brother?
At this time, an extremely resentful look shot at Lu Li. Li Jing gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. His eyes were as scarlet as blood. It's like a ferocious beast that pounces at any time and chooses people to devour.
It's the life and death battle your brother mentioned. He wants to die, so I have no choice but to meet his request.
Lu Li replied with a cold expression.
By the way, thank you for the Wangui banner.
As he spoke, he raised the purple and black flag in his hand. With a flash of yellow light, the magic weapon was put into the storage ring and disappeared.
You?
Li Jing looked at it, gritted his teeth, and a murderous light flashed in his eyes. His clothes were not stirred by the wind, and his magic power was surging, and he was about to take action. His brother is dead. His ancient magic weapon is gone. The army of thousands of ghosts that was spent so much effort to raise inside is gone too. Both human treasures have been lost. If I don't take revenge, I swear I won't be a human being.
Li Jing, I am willing to admit defeat.
Seeing that he was about to take action, the red-haired man in the sky spoke and said calmly,
I will report this matter to the Sect today. The Sect leader may also notice it. Don't mess around. In addition, you swore an oath.
Upon hearing this warning, Li Jing's chest heaved with anger. Veins sprouted on his forehead. He was beating wildly and was speechless. The whole person seemed to explode. But the next moment, His expression returned to a cold expression. He waved his hand and threw out 100 spiritual stones.
Boy, my brother is not as good as others. I admit defeat for him. This is your compensation. I will not retaliate against you in the future. After saying that, he opened his hand and took the body of the man in green. Buzz! There was a sound of sword sound. A yellow light flew out of his sleeve, swept up Li Jing and flew into the sky. Gone. Looking at the direction in which this person disappeared, Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly and felt a trace of fear in his heart. This Li Jing experienced the pain of bereavement and lost a treasure. But he was able to regain his composure in an instant. He is definitely a difficult person. It's going to be a lot of trouble in the future.
Lu Li, you're not bad. Are you interested in joining me?
At this moment, the red-haired man landed directly and asked with a smile on his face. Lu Li was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and cupped his hands and said,
Thank you, Master Qi, for your appreciation. However, Master has treated me with great kindness, so I cannot be ungrateful. Bart's kindness is as great as a mountain. I still don't understand the trick of Demon Master accepting disciples. It's like raising a ghost. It's different when you come to my side. I don't have any disciples now. When you come, you will be my only true successor.
Disciple, I will give you my inheritance and mantle.
Qijun revealed it without any politeness, and continued to seduce. This is a bit heartwarming. However, all fools know that it is impossible to agree. Once he agreed, the Demon Master immediately took action to kill him. The traitor. Lu Li was a little moved, but his face still didn't show it at all. He said solemnly,
Master Qi, although I respect you, I will never let you speak ill of the Master. The Master taught me the supreme method and gave me the best method. Qi taught me how to be an elegant and easygoing person, to convince others with virtue, and to be compassionate. My respect for the Master is like the endless stream of a torrential river, and like the overflowing river. Forget it. Mother, she is indeed the disciple of Demon Master. She talks like a sow wearing a bra. One after another.
Qizhenren interrupted with a speechless expression, waving his hands. Phew! A charming smile came, and the enchanting woman covered in black gauze fell next to her. She opened her mouth slightly and exhaled a burst of charming fragrance.
Chifa, you are robbing people so openly. Aren't you afraid of demons?
Will a real person cause trouble for you after being promoted to nascent soul?
When the red-haired man heard this, his expression changed slightly.
Just pretend I didn't say what you just said. I'm leaving first to report this matter.
After saying that, there was a flash of blood all over his body. He rose into the sky and disappeared. Lu Li didn't have time to say thanks. I was able to win just now, thanks to a ban imposed by this red-haired man. Just now. He self-destructed his magical weapon and rushed in front of the man in green. Feeling the threat of life and death, the man in blue subconsciously activated all his magic power in an attempt to defend and counterattack. However, he was restrained and counterattacked, turning into wood and standing there dumbly. Then he hit his head directly and died on the spot. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will still be many variables in the battle.
Thank you, Masato.
Lu Li turned his head to the beautiful black gauze woman and thanked her.
Oh, what do you want to thank me for?
The beautiful woman blinked her eyes. Her voice was soft and charming.
Thank you, Master, for your advice, which made me determined to take on the challenge.
Lu Li said solemnly. The man in green is obviously a sinister villain. If he doesn't fight, he will take revenge like a fly buzzing in his ear. Lu Li hated flies and mosquitoes the most in his life, so he decided to take action directly and kill them once and for all. Although Li Jing was completely offended, things were getting serious, so he was still safe.
Then why do you thank the new family? Are you saying no thanks for your kindness?
At this time, the charming voice of a beautiful woman came into my ears. What does it mean? Kindness without saying thanks? Thanks? Don't say anything.
Shoot? Lu Li's heart moved. This woman is slandering his body. If you look closely, the beauty in front of you is so slim that you can't even see her feet when she lowers her head. She is a stunning beauty. The smell exuding all over the body is like a fruit that is about to be ripe, exuding the intoxicating aroma of fruit wine. Seems pretty good too. However, Lu Li cupped his hands and pretended to be confused.
Lu Li, will repay my kindness. Please rest assured, Master, when I reach the stage of cultivation, I will definitely give Master a generous gift to express my gratitude. TSK. TSK. You little guy is a bit boring. But who told you to look good? I still like you very much.
The charming woman smiled sweetly.
Thank you for your appreciation.
Luli continued to act stupid.
Hey, don't you understand what I'm saying? Am I ugly? Shall I go?
The charming woman said pitifully. Has a problem. Is it necessary for a Jin and Taoist to be so polite to a Qi training monk? Luli immediately felt a sense of wariness in his heart, but without showing it on his face. He cupped his hands and said,
Jinren is beautiful and fragrant. How can he be ugly? However, if Shinren has something to do, I don't dare to disturb you. Junior. Giggle. The real ghost demon has really taken in a good disciple. He is ruthless and determined, and will not be fooled by beauty. I like you even more. However, the real ghost demon knows that I like you, so he will probably find me. It's troublesome. So I'll go back to practice first, and I'll come back to you when I reach nascent soul.
The charming woman's expression changed, and she smiled sweetly. After saying that, he turned around and turned into a black smoke and disappeared. Call. As soon as the man left, Luli breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he waved his hand and put 100 middle-grade spirit stones on the ground into the storage ring. Then, with a flash of his body, he caught the low-grade spirit ghost thrown to the sidelines. At the same time, read silently and call up the system log record. Your great merciful palm was so compassionate that it saved a demonic monk. He was satisfied and his cultivation progress increased by 1%. Because your powerful withdraw spell killed a demonic monk for the first time. You subdued demons and exterminated demons. You felt happy and your cultivation progress increased by 5%. Congratulations, host. Your withdraw mantra has reached the 2nd level. Current state, 2nd level, progress 3%. Chapter 28 Beauty Invitation. Finally, the 2nd floor. Luli felt happy and clenched his fist slightly. Later, with the blessing of the powerful withdraw spell, he would punch out with a force of 100,000 kilograms. And he could destroy all monsters and monsters. Just as he was thinking about it, a figure floated over. She is a petite and exquisite girl, dressed in yellow and sweet-looking. The cultivation level is in the late stage of foundation building.
Junior brother, congratulations.
The girl in yellow put her hands behind her back and smiled sweetly. 2 small dimples are exposed at the corners of the mouth. Looks pretty cute.
Thank you. May I ask who you are? Senior sister?
Luli asked with a smile.
The slave's name is Lingji.
The girl in yellow had long eyes and asked with a smile.
Junior brother Lu. You are tired after all the fighting. Why don't you go back to the cave with the slave family to have a rest? Will the slave family give you some noodles?
Are the girls from the demon sect so direct? Luli was about to refuse. At this moment, a flash of green light came over. She is a girl in green. Pretty and cute. It's Green Lotus. As soon as Lu he appeared, he was immediately surprised and said,
Hey, Ling Ji. Why are you here? That senior brother Lin who is more than 100 years older than you is looking for you everywhere. I heard that he has obtained a secret recipe for childbirth and has already refined it. I want you to take this pill to give him a child. Why are you still here seducing your junior brother?
Hearing this, the girl in yellow turned pale.
Snort.
She hummed softly, turned around and floated out, disappearing outside the stone forest. Luli saw it. There was an old grudge between the 2 men.
Junior brother Lu. Don't be deceived by that woman. This woman is best at forming partners with monks who are about to die, and then waits for them to die before swallowing their inheritance.
Lu he reminded with a slight smile.
Oh. So, this senior sister Lingji is a rich woman?
Luli raised his eyebrows.
Yes.
Louis smiled meaningfully.
However, this Lingji forces herself to accompany the old man all the year round, and her mentality is slightly abnormal. Many junior disciples have died under her torture. Junior brother, if you want to be her best friend, I'm afraid I'm going to have to suffer a lot. Senior sister, I was joking. Thank you for reminding me. Senior sister.
Luli's expression straightened, and he cupped his hands to express his thanks.
Hee hee. You don't have to be so polite. I've long noticed that you are unusual. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. A high-grade magic weapon will self-destruct when told to do so. It's really amazing.
Green eyes were full of admiration. At first glance, it looks like a young girl meeting her sweetheart. Her eyes full of admiration and admiration. Most people would probably become arrogant after being praised like this. However, Luli was wary and still calmly replied, Senior sister,
I'm sorry. I'm only at the 4th level of chi refining. In order to survive, I will naturally go all out.
Luhi smiled and refused to comment. Then, she showed off her hand and took a long stone slab and put it aside.
Come! Sit down and talk.
Luhi rolled up his sleeves, bent over and wiped the slate carefully, with a smile in his eyes.
Senior sister, you are trying to kill me!
When Luhi looked at it, his expression was extremely solemn. The vigilance in my heart was instantly raised to the highest level. With such a low profile, this woman must have some agenda.
Don't worry about these little things. Sit down. I have something important to tell you,
Luhi said with a slight smile.
Oh well.
Luhi no longer refused and sat down. Then, Luhi pulled up the hem of her skirt and sat down next to him, as if she were a real lady. The faint and dark fragrance unique to the girl comes to your nostrils and smells very good. Buzz. The next moment, a green light floated in her palm, which was a green and crystal lotus flower, the size of a palm, crystal clear. As the jade lotus flower rotates, it emits a circle of green light, covering the surrounding area and blocking out all prying eyes.
Junior brother, let me get straight to the point. Are you willing to be my person?
Luhi tilted his body slightly, a pair of clear eyes showing a strange brilliance. Good guy. Are all the people in the demon sect so direct? Luhi was stunned for a moment and refused directly.
Senior sister, I already have my heart set on something. Oh, who is it?
Luhi's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously.
It's the Jean Dan Master, who was covered in black gauze just now.
Luhi said a little embarrassed. In fact, he couldn't name him at the moment, so he used the charming woman as a shield.
It turns out that Junior brother has some thoughts about Mrs. Yusha.
Luhi suddenly nodded, tilted his head, and said with a smile,
Junior brother Lu, do you know that Mrs. Yusha already has a Taoist companion? Oh, really? It turns out that Master Jean then has a husband. So I have more ideas.
There was a hint of excitement in Luhi's eyes.
Oh?
Hearing this, Luhi's eyes widened instantly. Then, she laughed. Her eyes were as crescent-shaped. She stared at Luhi and said with a smile,
When I first met my junior brother, I thought he was a bit honest. But I didn't expect that. Junior brother, you are actually a thief. However, junior brother, you have misunderstood. By saying I want you to be my man, I want to win you over and be on the same side as me. Coaxing?
A trace of astonishment appeared on Luhi's face.
That's right.
Luhi raised his little feet and looked at the gloomy sky of 10,000 Demons Cave, saying,
Junior brother, you should know that the Buddhist Taoist Alliance is preparing to attack 10,000 Demons Mountain. This world is about to be in chaos.
Is there such a thing? Luhi was shocked. If the Buddhist Taoist Alliance teamed up to attack the 10,000 Demons Mountain, wouldn't he be able to escape directly? Wrong. He is now a member of the Demon Sect. When he meets those decent disciples, he will probably be killed before he can explain. At this time, Luhi continued,
This is a crisis for the Demon Sect, but it is also a great opportunity. What opportunity?
Luhi was a little curious.
Opportunity for the unification of the Demon Sect.
Luhi's voice as clear as a bell revealed a hint of excitement.
What does this have to do with senior sister wooing me?
Luhi was a little confused.
Of course. Because I want to be the first female demon queen of the Demon Sect.
Luhi's voice was clear and powerful, and there was a strange brilliance in his eyes.
When
Luhi heard these unexpected words, he was stunned for a moment and looked at the girl in front of him. A little surprised. This woman doesn't have a big heart, but she has great ambitions.
So, I want to win over the geniuses of the Emingo sect. And then step by step, I will reach the top. I want to be the first female demon queen of the Demon Sect.
Luhi clenched his fists tightly, and his voice was extremely firm.
Sister, you are so ambitious.
Luhi gave a thumbs up.
Then, junior brother, are you willing to be won over by me? Become my person?
Luhi turned his head, his smiling eyes crescent, like the willow moon on the river bank. This sentence makes people think wildly. Luhi hesitated for a moment, frowned and said,
Senior sister has such great ambitions. And junior brother, I have little resources. So I'm afraid I won't be able to help senior sister.
The Demon Gate is a big pit. If you get involved, it will definitely not end well. Moreover, he possesses a system plugin and keeps cultivating. Sooner or later, he will reach the golden elixir. Then he can just run away. There is no need to get involved in the fight of the demon sect and act as a thug for others. What's more important is that this Green Lotus cannot be trusted. This is the reason why Luli refused.
Junior brother, why do you have to be so modest?
Luhi smiled and said,
As you said, your destiny is destined to make extraordinary achievements in the future. That's just nonsense. It can't be taken seriously.
Luli shook his head.
No, it's true. Most people may not find a ghost in 10 years. But, Junior brother, you found 2 in less than a month. Isn't this destiny? You are a person with great luck.
Luhi stared intently at Luli, with a hint of longing in his eyes. It looked like looking at a precious jade.
That was just a fluke.
Luli still refused. Luhi seemed to have expected this, and he took out a glass medicine bottle from his sleeve robe with a smile.
Junior brother, here is a blood poria pill. Once taken, it will increase your level by 1 level. It is safe and has no side effects. If you promise, this pill is yours. Besides, if I really become the first female demon queen of the demon sect in the future, you will be the man behind the best female demon queen in the world.
Chapter 29 The Thunder Tribulation begins. The man behind the demon queen? After Luli heard this, he completely lost interest. As the saying goes, people with different principles don't work together. He doesn't like a female devil, no matter how powerful she is.
Senior sister, I am extremely grateful for your love. But now I just want to practice well and find the golden elixir path before thinking about other things.
Luli cupped his hands and declined politely.
All right.
Hearing his words, Luhi nodded slightly, put away the medicine bottle, and said with a sweet smile,
Then I wish my junior brother an early breakthrough to the golden elixir. Then I also wish senior sister to become the first female demon queen of the demon sect as soon as possible.
Luli replied with a smile.
I will accept this blessing.
Luhi stood up and said with a smile,
Junior brother Lu, you can practice slowly here. I won't disturb you anymore. I have to go back to patrol. By the way, this is me. It's a secret between the two of you. Don't tell anyone else.
After saying that, she winked at him.
Senior sister, please rest assured, I have always been tight-lipped.
Luli nodded.
Okay. I trust you. I had a great time chatting with you today. See you next time.
Luhi said, waving his hand and taking back the jade lotus flower.
Senior sister, walk slowly.
Luli immediately stood up and gave him his hands. Luhi waved his hand, flicked his hand, and a white bone sword flew out of his sleeve. Buzz! The big sword trembled, flashed with green light, wrapped the person around him, and flew away. Finally left. Luli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, pondered for a moment, and prepared to return to the Blackwater pool to continue practicing. By the way, take a look at the 10,000 Ghosts flag. We also need to deal with a low-grade spirit ghost in the sleeve robe. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly sounded.
Junior brother, it seems that not only are you lucky, but you are also lucky in love.
Luli raised his foot for a moment, turned his head, and instantly saw the person clearly. It's Platinum Fly.
Senior brother, why are you here? Aren't you in the city of 10,000 demons?
Luli was a little surprised.
Ha. Someone sent a message from Feijian to tell me that you and Li Jing had a dispute. So I rushed back immediately. Why? Senior brother, my sudden return did not prevent you and senior sister Lu He from becoming close friends. Right.
Bai Jinfei said with a half smile.
Senior brother is joking. Senior sister Lu He and I are just new friends. And our friendship is not deep.
Luli shook his head.
I understand. I just made friends. We will have a deeper friendship in the future.
Bai Jinfei blinked and showed a smile that every man would understand. Then, he floated over in one step, and with a flick of his hand, there were 2 more jars of wine in his hand.
Here, this is the Baisian brewing I bought in the city of 10,000 demons. Try it?
Bai Jinfei generously handed over a jar of wine and sat down. It looked like he had something to say.
Thank you very much.
Luli pondered for a moment, took the wine jar, and sat down. Snapped. Bai Jinfei flicked his fingers and opened the altar lid. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled, and a line of transparent water rose from the wine jar and fell into his mouth. Golyulu. After a few sips, half the jar of wine was gone. Luli followed suit, opened the altar lid, raised his head and took a sip. It feels almost like drinking Sprite with death chili, and it tastes pretty good. At this time, Bai Jinfei threw out a black jade array disc. A buzzing sound. The round black jade formation disc flew up, bloomed with black light, and turned into a huge black light shield, covering the two of them. In the cover, there are dots of silver stars, emitting fluorescence and illuminating the surroundings.
Junior brother, you have caused big trouble this time.
Bai Jinfei looked solemn and said something shocking.
Senior brother, what do you mean by this?
Lu Li's expression did not change when he heard this.
You killed Li Jing's brother. Li Jing will definitely find someone to take revenge on you. He is a close disciple of true monarch Wang Quan, and he has a high reputation among the true disciples, second only to Lu He.
Bai Jinfei said solemnly.
Oh, senior brother, please elaborate.
Lu Li took another sip of wine. Speaking of which, he still didn't know much about the situation of the Yinming Ghost sect. He didn't even know the surname of the sect leader or what he looked like.
In the entire sect, the sect leader has the highest status and is in the realm of refining the void, followed by a group of supreme elders who are all transformed gods, and then a group of elders who are held by Yuaning Jindan. Generally, the elders with real power are Yuaning realm. Under the Golden Core, our group of foundation building disciples is roughly divided into 5 factions.
Bai Jinfei said in a deep voice.
5 factions? So many?
Lu Li was slightly startled. This is really a shallow pond with many turtles. A bunch of foundation building true stories actually created 5 factions?
These 5 factions have a long history and are so intertwined that it is difficult to explain them clearly. Junior brother, you only need to know that the most powerful one now is Lu He. Lu He can break through the golden elixir at any time, but he just doesn't break through because he is prepared. Win over more people, build momentum for yourself, and continue to be the chief disciple for the next 10 years.
There seemed to be a hint of admiration in Bai Jinfei's words. Instantly, Lu Li's heart moved. Could it be that what Lu He said just now is true? Does she really want to climb to the top step by step and become the first female demon queen of the demon sect?
Senior brother, who is this senior sister Luha? Is she the daughter of the sect leader?
Lu Li asked curiously.
No. Lu He is just the disciple of an elder Yuaning. However, she is good at dancing, exquisite in all aspects, and has extraordinary qualifications. Even the sect leader admired her and made her the chief disciple of our Yiming Ghost sect.
Bai Jinfei explained.
What about Li Jing?
Lu Li asked again.
Li Jing's master is true Lord Huang Quan. Above true Lord Huang Quan, there is a supreme elder who is in the stage of becoming a god. In addition, he is rich and spends a lot of money, so there are many people who rely on him. He is also coveting the chief disciple's position.
After Bai Jinfei finished speaking, he drank the remaining half of the jar of wine.
Chief disciple?
Lu Li's heart moved.
It is also the facade of our Yiming Ghost sect. In the 10,000 demon mountains, the 10 major demon sects often communicate with each other. At that time, the chief disciple will come forward. If a powerful man rewards you with a treasure, you can save money. After decades or even hundreds of years of hard training, the sect will give you many cultivation resources every year, and you will also receive guidance from the supreme elders and even the sect master. In short, there are many benefits.
At the end of the sentence, a trace of envy appeared on Bai Jinfei's face. So that's it. No wonder this Luha is trying to attract people everywhere, even lowering his status to win over a small role like himself. Lu Li suddenly realized. It seemed that Li Jing was indeed chasing her very closely.
Junior brother, you killed Li Jing's younger brother. If Li Jing doesn't do something, he will be looked down upon and his reputation will be greatly damaged. At that time, it will not be his turn to be the chief disciple.
Bai Jinfei waved his hand, took out another wine jar, raised his head, and started drinking.
A guy like Li Jing can even be greedy for a spirit ghost. How can he be the chief? It's better for me to be the one.
Lu Li frowned, showing disdain.
Ha ha. Junior brother, we are a demon sect. In the demon sect, whoever has a big fist, has money, and has people who listen to what he says can be the boss.
Bai Jinfei wiped his mouth and laughed.
Dot!
Lu Li had nothing to say. After pondering for a while, he asked,
So, I killed Li Jing's brother by mistake? Will the spirit ghost give it up? No.
Bai Jinfei shook his head, with a sharp light in his slightly drunken eyes.
You are not wrong to kill. We are people in the devil's way. We will do it if we don't accept it. We are afraid of him. Junior brother, you did a good job this time. You have the courage. You have a plan. Master will definitely appreciate you when he finds out. By the way, Lu, he recruited you. But you didn't agree. Right.
Then? He asked immediately.
No.
Lu shook his head.
It's okay if you don't. Junior brother, don't look at Luhi's favor for you. With all kinds of explicit hints. In her eyes, all men in the world are dirty and ugly. She is just acting. She is actually crooked.
At the end, Bai Jinfei sighed helplessly. Bent? Gender is female. Hobby is female? Lu raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt a hint of sexual interest.
Senior brother, how do you know? It's hard to put into words.
Bai Jinfei shook his head and said with great emotion. He looked a little depressed. It seems that this should be a sad story. Lu was just trying to get him to say it to make himself happy. At this time, boom, a thunder that cracked the sky suddenly exploded. Lu felt his energy, blood and bone shake.
What happened?
Bai Jinfei was startled, flicked his hand, and put away the formation disc. Immediately, the two were shocked to discover the sky is falling. The gloomy sky of the 10,000 Ghost Caves suddenly cracked, like broken biscuits, falling down in large chunks. A series of extremely intense silver electric lights, like a sharp axe, tore open this underground world. The vast and terrifying aura that destroyed everything was overwhelmingly suppressed. It's like the end of the world. Seeing this, Bai Jinfei's expression changed and he explained.
No! It's a thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation is ahead of schedule. Master has begun to overcome the tribulation.
Chapter 30 The Evolution of the Blood-Devouring and Sky-Devouring Skill. Is the real ghost going to survive the tribulation? Lu was also surprised. The thunder tribulation was so terrifying and ferocious that it even penetrated the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Could it be that the real demon is going to die under a thunder tribulation? At this moment, a big hand of black energy appeared in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. And with a single touch, all the silver thunderbolts in the sky were wiped away. The entire sky of 10,000 Ghost Cave was restored to its entirety.
Let's go! Go somewhere else and watch Master survive the tribulation.
Bai Jinfei looked solemn and waved his hand. Crash! From his sleeves and robes, a torrent of black ghost energy spurted out, rolled up himself and Lu, and roared towards the south. After a burst of lightning, the two rushed to an entrance, passed through the blue light curtain, and exited the tunnel. Rumble! Rumble! Huge thunder immediately exploded in my ears. At this time, the two appeared under a steep peak south of Guifeng Mountain, looking at Guifeng Mountain 100 miles away. At this time, Guifeng Mountain was shrouded in black energy as thick as water, rolling and raging like anger, stirring up huge waves of black energy hundreds of feet high. In the sky, there was a huge thunder whirlpool. The rolling thunder turned into silver lightning, as thick as a sky pillar, and fell down fiercely, tearing the heaven and earth apart and destroying everything. The dazzling and shining thunder blinded people's eyes. A powerful electric current filled the space between heaven and earth, making people feel numb all over, and their hair stood on end. It is the supreme tribulation thunder. Under Lu's gaze, the tribulation thunder struck down, with incomparable force, tearing apart and annihilating the black energy on Guifeng Mountain very easily. The black air on Guifeng Mountain has become thinner visibly to the naked eye. It depends on the situation. It's very dangerous. At this moment, a ray of white light floated over, revealing a tall woman in white, with a small face and a face as beautiful as frost. He looks about 23 years old, has a strong aura, and is a golden elixir monk.
Second senior sister, what happened? Why did the tribulation thunder come early? Could it be that the Sect's great power withdrew the supreme demonic array?
Bai Jinfei asked solemnly, as soon as he saw the person coming. Second senior sister? Lu's heart moved, and he took a closer look at this woman. His eyes were involuntarily attracted to her towering robe. But he was an honorable man, and looked away after just one glance. Deep down, I felt a little strange. He felt that this second senior sister was not a human being.
It's okay. This is what the Master requested. The Master wants to overcome the tribulation in advance.
The woman in white said coldly. Her eyes fell on Lu, and her eyes narrowed. There was a faint hint of hostility. Lu's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he seemed to see that the woman's black and white pupils instantly turned into golden vertical pupils, just like a pair of snake eyes. Very weird. But it returned to the original state instantly. The whole process was too fast. I don't know if I saw it wrong.
Master asked for it?
Bai Jinfei was slightly startled. Lu Li was also a little surprised. Is the real demon strong enough to ignore the nascent soul tribulation thunder? Boom! At this time, there was a loud thunder. The silver thunder in the sky crackled down like dumplings. Thunder. Thunder sweeps the floor. The supreme power of the sky thunder to obliterate everything is clearly revealed at this moment. Lu Li's heart tightened. Will he have to experience such a terrifying thunder tribulation when he is promoted to nascent soul? It seems that after leaving the demon sect, you have to go to Western Buddhism to find the second half of the Vajra art and cultivate the body of the supreme Vajra in order to withstand such a terrifying thunder. Just as he was thinking about it, under the raging destruction of thunder, the ghost energy on Guifeng Mountain became extremely thin. Then, completely die. The black stone cave halfway up the mountain was also completely exposed under the whirlpool of thunder and calamity.
Coming!
Bai Jinfei pursed his lips and looked a little nervous. Lu Li's eyes narrowed. Boom! A silver thunder pillar shining with thousands of forked lightning fell from the sky, arrived in an instant, and struck at the black stone cave. The incomparably powerful power seemed to raise the entire Guifeng Mountain to the ground. Bang! The gate of Black Rock Cave exploded. A torrent of black energy surged out, rolled upwards, and rushed towards the silver thunder pillar in the sky without fear of death. Then, they collided. Silently, the lightning flashed with astonishing brilliance. And with just a snap of a finger, it completely annihilated the torrent of black energy. However, after the torrent of black energy disappeared, a round black stone was left on the spot. The size of a water tank. The black stone slowly rotated, emitting a circle of blood-colored light, forming a blood net, and actually covered the silver thunder pillar. What is this? A magic weapon? Lu Li was surprised and doubtful. Boom! At this time, the thunder whirlpool seemed to feel the provocation, and it suddenly turned again, and another silver thunder pillar struck down. This silver thunder is even thicker, as if it is going to pierce the entire earth. More powerful. With just a flash of light, the thunder pillar struck the blood web, directly tearing the blood web into pieces and annihilating it like a piece of stone. Then, it was like splitting bamboo, splitting it on the stone. There was a slight cracking sound. The stone cracked. Pieces fell. It's exactly like the scene when a turtle breaks out of its SHL, and the pieces of the turtle's SHL fall off. This stone is a stone egg? Under Lu Li's surprised gaze, the stone egg completely shattered, revealing what was inside. It's a small bloody fish. Bloody red all over. The size of a little finger. However, it was this bloody little fish that spat out circles of blood and withstood the two thunderbolts, preventing them from falling. Wow! At this time, accompanied by the sound of the waves, extremely pure blood spurted out from the black stone cave, overwhelming the mountains and rising into the sky. The little bloody fish opened its mouth and sucked it in, swallowing the blood directly, like a whale drawing water. Then, the figure of the little bloody fish expanded rapidly as if inflated. 10 feet. 100 feet. 1,000 feet. 3,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, this small fish turned into a big fish of 3,000 feet. The figure stretches across the mountains. A pair of fins spread out is also 500 feet long. An ancient aura like ancient times immediately emanated from it, filling the world. Then, the big bloody fish flicked its tail, opened its mouth to swallow the sky, and took a bite. Click! 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 In just 3 mouthfuls, the 2 silver thunders were eaten directly by the big fish and swallowed into the fish's belly. Swallow thunder in 3 mouths. The next moment, silver thunder and lightning emerged from the body of the big bloody fish, spreading all over the body, shining with dazzling thunder and lightning light. Looking from a distance, it gives people the feeling of an ancient thunder fish descending into the world and devouring the heaven and earth. Incomparably powerful and terrifying. Immediately afterwards, the bloody thunder fish suddenly turned its huge body and jumped up, just like a whale turning over and leaping out of the water in the sea. Big fish are flying. In the fierce flash of silver lightning, the blood-colored fins of this big fish quickly became wider and longer, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a pair of extremely wide thunder wings. Just like that, the big fish turned into a big silver thunder bird, riding the wind and soaring 90,000 miles. Then, he opened his boundless mouth and swallowed the entire thunder vortex in one mouthful. In an instant, the thunder disappeared and the clouds disappeared. The blue sky is as clear as water. There is only one big thunder bird, spreading its wings that cover the sky, overlooking the world, looking domineeringly. The scene was extremely shocking.
Is this the Kuenping demonic skill practiced by Master?
On the side, Bai Jinfei looked on in shock and admiration, and murmured something. Lu Li finally understood. Why did the real ghost demon offend so many golden elixirs, and still live so well? It turns out that this is his real trump card. Kuenping magic power. The supreme magic power that can even swallow thunder tribulations. Ding. At this moment, a crisp system prompt sounded in my mind.
Your blood-devouring sky-swallowing skill evolved into the
Kuenping swallowing sky-swallowing magic skill.
After watching Kuenping swallow the sky thunder, the realm level has increased to 30 levels. Progress increased by 80%. Current progress, level 4, 94%.
Chapter 31 Mutated Millennium Vermilion Fruit. The realm has risen to the 30th level? Lu Li's eyes lit up when he heard the system prompt in his mind. The blood-devouring sky-devouring skill originally only had 20 levels, and could only be practiced to the perfection of foundation building. Now, if it reaches the 30 level, it can be practiced to the perfection of golden elixir. Moreover, the progress is directly increased by 80%. What an unexpected surprise. If you go back and practice hard for a day or two, you will probably be able to break through to the 5th level directly. His realm will also break through to the 5th level of Qi refining. The indestructible magical power of Vajra that you have longed for can now be upgraded. Lu Li was eager to give it a try and wanted to return to his star observation tower to practice immediately. But, not yet. In the sky, the big thunder bird that devoured the thunder soared into the sky, swooped down suddenly, whizzed, shrank rapidly, and finally transformed into a white, fat little man as big as a fist. His facial features were clearly that of a real demon. Its nascent soul. Immediately, nascent soul flashed, got into the cave, and disappeared.
Ha ha ha. Master has successfully overcome the tribulation and has been promoted to nascent soul. Hurry! Senior sister, take us back to congratulate Master.
Bai Jinfei on the side was overjoyed and laughed loudly. The second senior sister's expression was still as cold as ever. And with a flick of her white sleeves, a gust of evil wind blew up. Call. The demonic wind howled by. The three of them appeared in front of the damaged black stone cave. Without hesitation, the three of them walked in. At first sight, they saw the real demon sitting on the big bone chair with a golden sword. His eyes closed tightly. At this time, the demon master's aura was surging all over his body, and he was as powerful as a mountain. It feels like an infinite sea. Unfathomable. Behind his head, there was a black halo flashing, and a small blood-red fish was swimming slowly and nimbly in it.
Congratulations, Master, for surviving the thunder tribulation and becoming the true king of nascent soul. You will live as long as the heavens.
Lu Li and the three of them bowed their hands and bowed in unison. Yuaning, whose lifespan exceeds Pingzu's limit of 800, and whose lifespan lasts for thousands of years, can be said to be a dragon transformed into a real dragon. The ruler of the world. Hearing the sound, Demon Master slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, lightning flashed in his eyes, and powerful electric current swept across. Lu Li and the other three were swept away by this gaze, and felt a stinging pain all over their bodies, as if they had been struck by lightning, and their whole bodies were numb and weak.
Don't be afraid. I have just swallowed the sky thunder, and it has not been completely refined yet. So the power of thunder and lightning will overflow.
At this time, the Demon Master spoke. With a flick of his hand, the power of thunder and lightning that filled the cave was wiped away. The bodies of Lu and Li disappeared instantly. However, Lu Li still looked a little strange. This demon speaks in real person, with his own electronic sound, which sounds weird and a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, the second senior sister Leng Yin stepped forward, cupped her hands and said,
Disciple offers a 3,000-year-old spiritual grass, wishing the Master's demonic path to be evergreen and to transform into a god as soon as possible.
As he spoke, he turned his hands over, and on his snow-white palms, there was a jade box covered with golden talismans and seals.
Oh!
The real ghost demon opened his hand to take a picture, grabbed the jade box directly, flicked his fingers, opened the jade box, took a look, nodded and praised.
Not bad. It is a 3,000-year-old wanling flower. It is quite rare. It is just right for use.
Come and refine nascent soul's spirit-bearing pill. Yao Yao, you are determined.
After saying that, In the black halo in his mind, the bloody fish suddenly scurried up to the woman in white, opened its mouth and spat out. A golden, round bead fell into her palm. Yao Yao. This dragon bead is given to you by my master. You should refine it, and strive to activate your bloodline as soon as possible, and turn it into a monster dragon. The real way of ghosts. Thank you, master. Gratitude flashed in the eyes of the woman in white. She held the golden beads and bowed deeply. Is this second senior sister called Yao Yao? Is it really a monster? Lu Li on the side was moved in his heart. At the same time, he also understood why Bai Jinfei was so keen on finding a gift for congratulations. This is a rare opportunity to trade small for big. Just as he was thinking about it, Bai Jin took a step forward, took out a wooden box from his sleeve robe, and congratulated loudly. Disciple presents a hairpin, wishing master a longevity as long as the sky, and may he be invincible in the world. This box? The real ghost demon looked at the wooden box with beautiful patterns, and his expression became condensed. The next moment, he raised his hand and took the wooden box over. When he opened it, a look of nostalgia immediately appeared on his face. It's an old friend's thing. Jin Fei, you have your heart. The demon master nodded and put away the wooden box. Then, the little blood-red fish swam in front of Bai Jinfei, opened his mouth, and spat out a yellowed ancient book. This is the sword control technique you want. If you practice to the 3rd level, you can break through the golden elixir, Demon Master said. Disciple thanks, Master. Bai Jinfei immediately expressed excitement and gratitude, and bowed deeply to express his thanks. It's Lu Li's turn. Lu Li took a deep breath, took a step forward, and said loudly, Disciple presents a low-grade spirit ghost and an ancient magical weapon. I wish the Master boundless magical power, great cultivation, and a fist to beat the Zhongzhou Taoist League, and a foot to step on Western Buddhism. Dominate the overseas islands. Unify the 10 demon sects. I am the only one who is supreme. With that said, he took out the low-grade spirit ghost and the 10,000 ghosts flag. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Yao and Bai Jinfei looked at him strangely. Can you say this out loud? This junior brother Lu is really thick-skinned. Ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. However, the real ghost demon seemed to be quite satisfied with this trick. He laughed, turned his eyes, fell on Lu Li's hand, and said in surprise, Hey, a low-grade spirit ghost? Where did it come from? The disciple was lucky enough to find it. Lu Li replied respectfully, Master, junior brother Lu is very lucky. Within a month, he found 2 low-grade spirit ghosts one after another. Bai Jinfei interjected. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Master Gimo narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lu Li with his sharp gaze. It seemed that he wanted to see through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Lu Li replied seriously, Yes, maybe the disciple is too handsome and God loves him very much. So the disciple was extremely lucky to find 2 spirit ghosts. As soon as these words came out, Bai Jinfei's eyes widened, and he stared at Lu Li in disbelief. Yao Yao on the side also widened his cold eyes slightly. Dot! Demon Master also hesitated for a while, and then said after a long time, Mother, this is the first time I have seen such a shameless person like you. Thank you, Master, for the compliment, Lu Li said calmly. Demon Realm. Dot! Suddenly, he seemed to feel something, and his eyes turned cold. Huh? Where is the ghost-raising tower that my master gave you? Why is it gone? And why does your banner look like the Wangui banner from Wangquan? Returning to master, it is indeed 1,000 ghost flags. Lu Li looked solemn, and answered with cupped hands. Not long ago, the disciple found a spirit ghost for the master in the 10,000 ghosts cave. Unexpectedly, someone attacked and snatched it away. That person was the younger brother of Li Jing, a disciple of true Lord Huang Quan. Later, after a dispute, the disciple had a life-and-death battle with him. In desperation, the disciple had to blow up the ghost-raising tower, and won with difficulty. Is this happening? Demon Master's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he turned to look at Bai Jinfei. Master, this is indeed the case. Moreover, Li Jing's younger brother seems to have spoken rudely to the master. In order to maintain the dignity of the master, the younger brother had to accept the challenge. Platinum Fei cupped his hands and replied. This sentence is obviously siding with Lu Li. Really? Demon Master snorted coldly. That old guy from Huangquan always has his eyes on the heavenly spirit cap and looks down on people. His disciple's son is dead.
Just in time. Luli, you did a good job this time. Cruel enough. Brave enough. Moreover, it's considered filial.
While he was talking, the little red fish swam in front of Luli, opened his mouth and spat out a vermilion fruit, which landed on Luli's hand. This fruit is like a lychee, with a pitted skin on the surface. It was also exuding bursts of heat, quite hot to the touch.
This is the mutated 1,000-year-old red fruit,
Demon Master said coldly.
The devil's magic formulas advance quickly and fiercely. They rely on shortcuts to practice, and their foundation is inherently unstable. Therefore, it is not appropriate to take spiritual fruit pills to improve your cultivation, lest you practice too quickly and become possessed by evil spirits.
However, this is the 1,000-year-old red fruit produced by the mutant spirit plant in the secret realm. Taking it and refining it can help people improve their cultivation level and stabilize their foundation. I will give it to you, disciple. Thank you, master.
Luli looked happy, and without saying a word, he opened his mouth and ate the mutated red fruit. Didn't even taste anything. But it works. Ding. A clear sound immediately sounded in my mind.
You took the mutated 1,000-year red fruit. Kuenping's heaven-swallowing demon technique is starting to be refined. It is expected that the refining will be completed after half a cup of tea. The progress of Kuenping's heaven-devouring demon skill plus 1%.
Chapter 32. The 5th level of Qi refining. The indestructible breakthrough. A breakthrough is coming. Hearing the system prompt, Luli felt excited. After half a cup of tea, he should be able to break through to the 5th level of Qi refining.
Okay. As a teacher, I still need to consolidate my lower realm.
At this time, Demon Master waved his hand and ordered,
Yao Yao, you come to organize the congratulatory meeting in 3 days. Jean Fei, you go and send the invitations. As for Luli, you just caused trouble, so you better not go out and stay.
Practice well in the cave, and in 3 days, someone will probably come to trouble you.
As he spoke, the red fish spit out a bunch of golden invitations and landed next to Bai Jinfei.
Disciple, obey.
The 3 of them, Luli and others, bowed their hands and turned around to exit the cave. Boom! Along with the thunder, silver lightning flashed, sealing the cave door.
Junior brother, it seems that the master really appreciates you this time. Not only did he give you the mutated red fruit to practice well, but he also didn't take away your gift.
Bai Jinfei held a pile of invitations with envy on his face. Among the demons, the most precious thing is this mutated spiritual fruit that can consolidate the foundation. And it can also improve the level of cultivation. If you sell this mutant red fruit, it will cost no less than 300 middle-grade spiritual stones.
Master is so generous and has treated me so kindly. Of course, I am very grateful. By the way, I have to thank my senior brother for speaking up for me just now.
Luli put away the 10,000 ghost flags and spirit ghosts, cupped his hands and said,
You're welcome. Next time I go to the city of 10,000 demons, junior brother, just treat me to some fancy wine. In return, I'll take you, junior brother, to an unorthodox place to broaden your horizons. I guarantee you'll like the goblins there.
Bai Jinfei smiled like a pimp. Snort. At this time, a cold snort came along with the cold air, which was biting to the bone. It's that second senior sister, Yao Yao. She walked past Lu and Li, gave them a cold look, and left without saying anything. The hostility is still strong.
Senior brother Bai, why does this second senior sister look a little disgusted and hostile to me? I don't seem to have offended her.
Luli asked with a slight frown.
Hey, junior brother, stop pretending. The second senior sister is a snake demon. You like to be bitten by snakes. She doesn't hate who you hate.
Bai Jinfei chuckled. His expression was a bit gloating. Snake? Like to be bitten by snakes? Luli was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and was a little speechless. Obviously, this Bai Jinfei deliberately leaked the fact that he was a reckless hero. Luli suddenly thought of something and said with a playful smile.
Senior brother, are you deliberately telling me that I like to play with snakes to eliminate potential competitors? Do you actually like second senior sister?
Bai
Jinfei was stunned for a moment, looked panicked, and then shook his head repeatedly.
I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. It's getting late, and I have to send the invitation for master. Let's talk later.
After saying that, he shouted, soared into the sky, and disappeared behind a dog-shaped white cloud. This is obviously a guilty conscience. Apparently, She still has unrequited love. Interesting. Luli smiled, turned around and floated out in one step, turning into a phantom and shooting towards his star observation tower. Soon, he returned to the familiar attic, go straight into the secret training room. Call. Finally home. Luli laid down against the jade in the secret room and relaxed his whole body. A lot has happened these past few days. However, luckily the results were good. The breakthrough is finally coming. System. Luli muttered silently and summoned the system log record. At this time, the newly evolved Kuenping Sky-Swallowing Demon technique was flooding the screen. Your Kuenping Heaven-Swallowing Demon technique has absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated 1,000-year-old Zhugua. Your cultivation level has been improved and your progress has been plus 1%. Your Kuenping Heaven-Swallowing Demon technique has absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated 1,000-year-old Zhugua. Your cultivation level has been improved and your progress has been plus 1%. Your Kuenping Heaven-Swallowing Demon technique has absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated 1,000-year-old Zhugua. Your cultivation level has been improved and your progress has been plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Look at the panel again. Kuenping's Heaven-Swallowing Demon technique, level 4, 98% progress. Suddenly, another system record was refreshed. 99%. When Luli saw it, he sat up straight and his eyes shone. I began to count down the 10 silently in my heart. 10, 9, 8, 1. Breakthrough. Ding. A clear sound. The system prompts in my mind. Your Kuenping Heaven-Swallowing Demon technique has absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated 1,000-year-old Zhugua. Your cultivation level has been improved and your progress has been plus 1%. Congratulations to the host. Your Kuenping Sky-Swallowing Demon technique has broken through to the 5th level. As the voice fell, a cold aura rushed out of Zifu and Dantian, surging like a tidal wave, washing over the limbs and bones, and the 8 extraordinary meridians. The invisible barrier was subsequently broken open. 5th level of Qi refining. At this moment, Luli clearly felt that his magic power had become stronger and more powerful. If mana was a small water basin before, it is now a big water tank. With a wave of his hand, a bloody magic light as thick as a chopstick shot out, as fast as an arrow leaving the string. This magic light is powerful enough to destroy a 10th level ghost. Luli looked extremely satisfied. Then he sat up straight with his legs crossed and began to recite the Heart Sutra silently. Not long after, there was another clear ding. Your Vajra indestructible magic skill has been slightly enlightened by listening to the Supreme Buddhist scriptures, and the progress has been increased by 1%. Congratulations to the host. Your Vajra indestructible magic has broken through to the 4th level. The system prompt fell, and an astonishing force surged out of the Dantian out of thin air, as fierce as a dragon, and spread throughout the bones of the body. Snapped, 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 accompanied by the crisp and clear sound of bones exploding. Luli's body expanded rapidly like a balloon. The masculine blood all over his body surges like waves. The temperature around us is rising rapidly. The entire secret room was as hot as an iron-making furnace. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, Luli swelled into a 2-meter 4-5-meter giant, with bulging muscles and knotted veins all over his body. As the blood surged, the veins seemed to come alive, like snakes and pythons, coiled around his body. A faint golden light seeped out from under the skin. At first glance, it looks like a Vajra warrior who came out of an ancient temple to capture a dragon. Luli clearly felt that his strength was increasing dramatically. 24,000 genes, 28,000 genes, 35,000 caddies, 43,000 genes, 48,000 pounds, 50,000, a total of 50,000 kilograms. At this moment, Luli felt the terrifying power surging within his body. He clenched his fists, as if he could smash mountains and split cities with one punch. It is no longer a problem to separate mountains and seas. This is of course an illusion. To lift mountains and divide seas. That is the great magical power, and great magic power, that only Jin Den monks have. I'm afraid he still can't do it with his little strength. However, with the strength of 50,000 kilograms, coupled with the 4-fold amplification blessing of the 2nd level powerful Vajra spell, no foundation building monk can stop it with one punch. They all had to die on the spot. After 3 days, if anyone dares to trouble him. However, you still have to test its power first. Thinking of this, Luli gathered his energy and blood, shrunk his body, and returned to his original shape. Then he left the training room directly, and came to the martial arts field on the second floor, facing a black steel stone 3 feet away. He punched it with all his strength without saying a word. Boom! This piece of black steel stone was directly exploded, shattered into pieces, and rubble flew all over the sky.
Is this what power feels like?
Luli retracted his fist, and his eyes shot out sharp light. The next moment, he flashed and came to another 3-foot thick black steel stone.
Powerful withdraw spell.
Luli suddenly activated his magic formula, opened his big hand, and struck out with a palm. Dazzling golden light immediately emerged on the back of the hand, condensing into a powerful Vajra Buddha image mark. This palm is light and airy. It's like a bodhisattva's lowered eyebrows, showing great compassion for heaven and earth. Puff. There was a muffled sound. Lu Li's shining golden palms were imprinted on the surface of the glorious black steel stone. There is nothing unusual. But the next moment, Lu Li blew lightly. Call. The 5-foot thick black steel stone in front of me suddenly cracked and collapsed into a pile of black powder. It cannot be broken anymore. This is the power of 50,000 kilograms of physical strength plus the power of 2 layers of powerful Vajra spells. Lu Li was very satisfied. Moreover, as the blood-devouring sky-swallowing skill evolved into the Kunping sky-swallowing demon skill, his magic power became much more powerful. Even if the powerful Vajra spell on the second level consumes twice as much, he can still withstand it and attack with all his strength, hitting 10 palms. It is several times stronger than before when I could only hit 3 palms.
The indestructible power of Vajra breaks through to the 4th level, and the defense power should also increase greatly. I wonder if it can withstand the attack of a high-grade spiritual weapon.
Lu Li clenched his fists and knocked them twice. Dang dang. The sound like the striking of a golden bell immediately sounded, echoing around. Very crisp. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a spiritual weapon now, and can't test it. Correct. That 10,000 ghosts flag. Lu Li suddenly thought of something. The yellow light of the storage ring in his hand flashed, and a purple and black flag appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 33 The Compassion Palm is completed. The flying dragon is in the sky. This is an evil and vicious demon flag. Lu Li grabbed the 10,000 ghosts flag and immediately sensed the terrifying and evil energy hidden in it. Faintly, one can still hear the howls and roars of thousands of resentful souls within the 10,000 ghost banners. Obviously, this is an evil weapon. Lu Li frowned slightly. He is not used to using evil weapons. Moreover, the army of fierce ghosts in the 10,000 ghost banners needs the energy and blood of living people to nourish them. And they also need human sacrifices to maintain their ferocious nature. It goes against the will of heaven. Sold? Lu Li played with the Wangui banner, and an idea came to his mind. But then I thought about it. If this thing is sold, it is very likely to return to Li Jing's hands. When the time comes, it will be bad if Li Jing lets someone use this magic flag to deal with him. How to deal with it? Lu Li fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he let out 2 rays of light.
You can't sell this thing. If it falls into the hands of people in the devil's way, it will only cause more innocent mortals to suffer. It's better to just save all the evil ghosts inside.
By the way, upgrade the Great Compassionate Palm and the Phantom Shadow Step.
That's all. Lu Li made up his mind, and without saying a word, he directly activated his magic power and poured it into the magic flag. Buzz! A soft cry. The purple and black light on the surface of the demon flag flickered, and a fierce ghost appeared in the center of the martial arts field. This is a headless ghost. The realm is the 10th level of chi refining. As soon as the headless ghost appeared, it screamed suddenly and rushed towards the land carp. You shouldn't be trapped in a magic flag and tortured. It's better to be reincarnated. Lu Li sighed softly and clapped his hand. The palm of mercy. Boom! The big palm was so violent that it directly exploded the ghost, turning it into a ball of dark ghost energy and scattering in all directions. Before Lu Li could activate the magic formula, the Kunping devouring heavenly demonic skill in his body moved, and with a sharp inhale, he swallowed the pure ghost energy into his belly. Ding ding ding. 3 system prompts sounded immediately.
Your Spirit Ghost Shadow Step has absorbed the pure ghost energy, which boosts your spirit and improves your training effect by 50%. Your Great Mercy transformed a fierce ghost into a demon. I feel that my merits are immeasurable. My mood is extremely happy, and my cultivation effect is increased by 500%. Your Kunping Sky Swallowing Demon technique has swallowed up the pure ghost energy. Your hunger has been alleviated, and your training effect has been increased by 100%.
Good. Seeing this result, Luli nodded secretly, quite satisfied. So, without any pause, he activated his magic power and released a fierce ghost. Boom! One palm blast, transcending reincarnation. Then, continued to use mana to release the ghosts. This time there were two. Bang bang. Two blasts. The fierce ghost explodes into pure ghost energy, which is absorbed into the body. In this way, Luli released the fierce ghosts one after another, turning them into ghost energy and absorbing them. While in a daze, recite the Heart Sutra silently to improve the progress of the indestructible power of the Vajra. One after another, turned into ghost energy. Dazed, silently recited the Heart Sutra. Receive.transform.hair. Hair extensions. A set of operations repeated over and over again. The system starts to refresh the screen. The Ghost step progress plus 1%. Great Compassionate Palm progress plus 1%. The progress of Kuimping's Heaven-Devouring Demon skill plus 1%. The progress of the Indestructible Magic skill plus 1%. It doesn't stop until the mana is exhausted. When his mana was exhausted, Luli immediately returned to the underground training chamber, activated the Spirit Gathering Array, and absorbed the spiritual energy from the middle-grade spiritual stones to begin to restore his mana. Soon, the mana was completely restored. Luli went up to the martial arts arena on the second floor and continued to liberate the fierce ghosts without getting tired. The whole person is full of energy and energy. It feels like I don't have to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. This should be one of the benefits of breaking through the indestructible power of Vajra. Luli simply stopped sleeping and was determined to transform all the ghosts into 10,000 ghost banners. So, it got dark. It's daybreak. It's dark again. It's daylight again. The second floor is a martial arts arena. Luli struck out with his last palm, blasting the last ghost into a ball of ghost energy. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled, inhaling all the ghost energy into his body, and divided it into 2 parts. One part was absorbed by Kuimping's Heaven-Swallowing Demon technique, and the other part was fused with the Spirit Ghost Phantom Step. Tens of thousands of fierce ghosts have finally been saved. Luli breathed a long sigh of relief and put away the dim Wangui flag. He looked a little tired, but more of a joy, directly liberating these tens of thousands of fierce ghosts. His skill level has been greatly improved. However, before that, let's take a shower first. Luli stretched a lot and stretched his muscles. Then, he jumped out of the window. Boom! The whole person fell into the pool, causing a splash of water several feet high. Under the wash of the waterfall, all mental fatigue was instantly swept away. Luli walked up to the shore, and with a rush of blood all over his body, he dried his clothes and hair directly. Then he flicked his fingers and shot out a beam of blood, which hit the branches of a tall fruit tree on the shore. Snapped. 2 spiritual fruits fell down. Luli activated his magic power, opened his hand, and shot the spirit fruit out of the air, grabbing it in his palm. Then, with a leap and a few taps of his toes, he arrived at the top of the star observation tower. Lying on the jade bed, Luli was bathing in the sunshine, eating spiritual fruits, and began to run the Zixia Sun refining manual. At the same time, chant silently and bring up the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 5th level of Qi refining. Doi Tianlong spell, 2nd level, progress 9%. Powerful Vajra spell, 2nd level, progress 12%. The indestructible power of the Vajra, level 4, progress 20%. Kuimping's Heaven-Swallowing Demon technique, level 5, 86% progress. Great Compassionate Palm, the 10th level, perfection. Spirit Ghost Phantom Step, the 10th level, perfection. This is the result of transcending the army of 10,000 ghost banners and fierce ghosts. Extremely gratifying. The Great Merciful and Great Compassionate Palm and Spirit Ghost Phantom Shadow Steps can be directly cultivated to perfection. In addition, the progress of Kuimping's Heaven-Swallowing Demon art has reached an astonishing 86th level, and he will soon be able to break through to the 6th level. This is also thanks to the mutated 1,000-year-old red fruit. At least 20% progress is provided. I have to say that the Demon Master was really generous this time. Not only did he not take away the low-grade Spirit Ghost and the Wandui banner, he also gave him a mutated red fruit. The only regret is that I have almost forgotten the Zai Yayu that I recited in full. Otherwise, if you memorize it, this Kuimping Heaven-Swallowing Demon technique will definitely evolve again. If he had memorized all the Tao Te Ching, he would have taken off. Thinking of this, Luli felt a little regretful. Correct.
That low-grade spirit ghost. Luli suddenly remembered that he also had a low-grade spirit ghost. After thinking about it, I decided to keep it in the Wangui banner first, and later sell it to buy Jinfei in exchange for a flying sword weapon. With his current strong magic power, he should be able to fly with a sword. In the past few days, he watched others flying around while he could only float on the ground, feeling a little helpless. When encountering enemies in the future, not being able to catch up will also be a problem.
Moreover, now that the great compassionate palm has been refined to perfection, should we find a new Buddhist palm to fuse it with? Or find another demonic palm and let the mighty Tianlong spell beat it into a Buddhist palm? Law?
Luli looked at the system panel and fell into deep thought again. His attack methods are simple. Close combat. Great merciful palm. Remote. Blood-devouring magic light. Then it was gone. Fighting alone should be no problem. However, if there is a group fight and the other party hangs him from a distance to fight and protect each other, he may be in trouble.
It would be great if I learned a long-range palm technique. With one palm in the air, I can directly blow up the enemy. Huh? Air palm technique? Tathagata palm?
A magical skill popped up in Luli's head. His eyes also began to shine. This palm technique that descends from the sky is extremely sharp. It can penetrate a tall wall with just one palm, and can also press a huge palm print 1 foot deep into the ground. It is full of power. If you can get such a fierce palm technique, why worry about being surrounded by enemies? Luli felt a little excited and decided to ask the Demon Master tomorrow. Or, go directly to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion to have a look. Now, sleep and rest. Luli took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Feeling exhausted immediately, the whole person fell asleep directly. I don't know how long I slept. In the system log, 3 records suddenly appeared.
The great compassionate palm has reached the perfect state of cultivation and cannot be promoted again. So I decided to go out and look for opportunities to break through. Before leaving, the great powerful heavenly dragon spell taught it a move called Flying Dragon in the Sky. You learned how to fly a dragon in the sky.
Chapter 34. Someone is plotting. Night. The mountain gate of the Yimingo's sect is filled with starlight. On Huanquan Peak, thousands of miles away from Guifeng Mountain, a secret meeting targeting Lu Li is taking place. In the Jinshi Cave Mansion, Li Jing sat in the main seat. The other 2 men and 1 woman were sitting on the left and right sides. They are all cultivation bases for perfect foundation building.
Have you brought all the things I asked for?
At this time, Li Jing was wearing a golden robe and his cold eyes swept over the 2 men and 1 woman.
Don't worry. We're ready.
The young man in green sitting on the upper left side shook his jade fan, smiled, took out a small dice, and put it on the table. The dice seemed to be made of black iron, with 6 sides dotted with gold paint.
What's this?
Li Jing asked with a frown.
Hidden weapon.
The young man in green smiled evilly.
This is a hidden weapon I specially borrowed from the disciples of the Demon Temple. Once thrown out, thousands of poisonous needles will burst out. Each poisonous needle is collected from the tail needle of a golden-winged poisonous bee. Unparalleled sharpness. Indestructible. Extremely poisonous. Capable of sealing the throat with blood. And its power is comparable to that of a low-grade spiritual weapon. This hidden weapon also has a very poetic name, called Liwaka. Good.
When Li Jing heard this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he took away the black iron dice with 1 hand. Then, he turned his eyes and looked at the girl in red, who was attacked by the young man in green. The girl in red is crossing her legs and trimming her pedicures with a silver dagger. Sensing Li Jing's sharp gaze, she raised her head, revealing a yin and yang face, opened her mouth, and spit out a long blood-colored jade talisman. On the jade talisman, there is a fierce tiger head carved on it. The soul-catching tiger talisman. Once activated, a trace of the golden elixir tiger soul sealed inside will fly out and enter the enemy's sea of consciousness, shocking the enemy's soul. After the girl in red finished speaking, she lowered her head and began to trim her pedicures. Good. Li Jing's eyes became even more fierce, but he didn't mind it and took away the bloody tiger talisman with a flick of his hand. He turned his eyes again and looked at the old man in yellow robe sitting on his upper right hand. This old man in yellow robe is slightly fat, smiling, kind, just like an old man next door. Senior Brotherly, there's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with a kid at the 4th level of chi refining. The old man in yellow robe stroked his goat beard under his chin and asked with a smile. Humph. Blood debt must be paid with blood. He killed my brother.
So of course I want his life. Old Ghost Lin, where are your things?
Li Jing was murderous and a little impatient.
Ha ha. Here it is.
The old man in yellow robe gently waved his hand. On the jade table next to him, a pure silver ball appeared out of thin air. This sterling silver ball is round and round, about the same size as a longan, with an extremely smooth surface and inlaid with dots of silver stars. Don't know what it is.
Huh? Kenmaru?
Li Jing narrowed his eyes. The young man in green and the girl in red immediately raised their heads and stared at the pure silver balls.
That's right. It's Kenmaru.
The old man in yellow robe picked up the jade cup with a smile, took a sip of tea, and said calmly,
I was searching in the city of 10,000 demons, and I accidentally found this sword pill. It should be spread by the Tianhe sword sect.
Li Jing and others looked solemn. The swordsmanship of the Tianhe sword sect is unparalleled in the world. Moreover, among the Zhongzhou Dao League, the Tianhe sword sect is the most enthusiastic about exterminating demons and defending the Dao. Whenever any sword cultivator from the Tianhe sword sect sees a disciple of the demon sect, they immediately rush forward like a mad dog and fight to the death. Over the past 100 years, at least 100,000 demon sect disciples have died under the swords of disciples of the heavenly sword sect. There is certainly a reason for this. It seems that hundreds of years ago, the head of the Tianhe sword sect was cheated on his relationship by a demon sect woman. He also cheated money. Rumor has it that he also defrauded the Tianhe sword sect of several supreme sword techniques. The saddest thing is that the leader of the Tianhe sword sect seems to have not even been able to hold the hand of the demon cult woman. From then on, the Tianhe sword sect had an additional sect rule, which swore to kill anyone who saw someone from the demon sect.
This sword pill is a one-time use. Once activated, it turns into a pure silver sword light. Its power is comparable to that of a monk in the late stage of Foundation establishment, who activates a middle-grade spiritual weapon to strike with all his strength. It can split gold and stone and kill everything. Foundation establishment monk, if you die, you will definitely die. With this sword pill, you will be avenged.
The old man in yellow robe said with a smile.
Good.
Li Jing seemed to have seen the scene where Lu Li was cut in half by the sword light, and he gritted his teeth and said one word. Then, with a big palm shot, the sword pill was taken away. Then, he flicked his sleeves, threw out 3 black cloth bags, and dropped them on the jade table next to the 3 of them.
Everything you want is inside.
When the young man in green, the girl in red, and the old man in yellow robe heard this, they immediately picked up the bag and opened it. There was a look of satisfaction on their faces.
Senior brother Li is really generous. Generous enough. Very.
The 3 people put away the black bag and praised in unison.
Then again, at tomorrow's congratulatory banquet for Master Demon, wouldn't it be a bit too much of a slap in the face to kill his true disciple? Master Demon will definitely save people. Right.
The old man in yellow robe stroked his beard and asked thoughtfully.
Don't worry. My master, true Lord Huang Quan, will take action to stop him. Master Guillermo wants to enter the penal prison palace just after being promoted to nascent soul. He is too greedy. Moreover, one of his true disciples, Bai Jinfei, is still people from Luhe. Don't you want to sit in the position of chief disciple?
Li Jingxin glanced at the 3 of them coldly. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them fell into silence. Then, the young man in green shook his jade fan and said with an evil smile.
That's right. Lu, he has been the chief for so long. It's our turn. That woman is so flirtatious and hooks up everywhere. Just looking at her makes you want to vomit.
The woman in red said coldly.
Yes. I almost lost my sight when I looked at that position.
There was also a trace of desire in the eyes of the old man in yellow robe.
That's okay. With the full support of the 3 of them, I will definitely be able to replace Lu He and become the chief disciple. In 10 years, the position of chief will be passed on to the 3 of them. I swear to the ancestor.
Li Jing swore on the spot.
Good. Then it's settled. Come on. Drink.
Immediately, people drank and drank, and it became lively. Soon, the silver moon fell in the sky, and the secret meeting of the 4 ended and dispersed. As soon as the others left, Li Jing's expression suddenly turned cold, and he hummed softly.
Oh, with your 3 crooked looks, you also want to be the chief disciple? Going out will only affect the Evening Ghost sect. Face and reputation. Li Jing, you are wrong. The 3 of them know that they are not worthy of being fooled. The 3 of them just want to get more benefits from you and Lu He.
At this moment, A calm voice sounded. In the center of the hall, a figure suddenly appeared. He was a middle-aged man in green clothes, carrying a white sword, and his eyes were like stars, as if they were floating like immortals.
Meet the master!
Li Jing looked solemn and stepped forward to pay homage. It turns out that this person is True Lord Huang Quan. True Lord Huang Quan raised his hand, helped Li Jing up, and said calmly,
Don't worry. You are the most important to me, and I will never let your brother's hatred become the barrier for you to break through the inner demons of the golden elixir. Tomorrow, someone will test that Lu Li's strength for you. When the time comes, your people will take action and kill that Lu Li directly. Disciple, thank you, master.
When Li Jing heard this, he bowed again with great gratitude. At the same time, Sinan's murderous intention flashed through his heart. This time, he wants Lu Li to die without a burial place. No bones left to comfort my brother's spirit in heaven. The second day, the sky just turned white. The first ray of sunlight breaks through the darkness and shines on the mountains of demons. Also landed on the observatory. Lu Li woke up automatically. Ding. The system prompt sounded in my mind.
After practicing the Great Mercy and Great Compassion palm to a perfect state, I couldn't practice it again, so I decided to go out and look for opportunities to make a breakthrough. Before leaving, the great powerful Heavenly Dragon spell taught it a move called Flying Dragon in the Sky. You learned how to fly a dragon in the sky.
Lu Li jumped up like a carp, his eyes showing excitement. Is it the turn of the Great Merciful Palm to go out this time? Flying Dragon in the Sky? Call up the system log and take a look. Flying Dragon in the Sky, the secret magical move of the powerful Tianlong spell, which condenses mana and blood, and shoots a golden dragon energy forward, destroying all directions. Someone gave me a pillow when I was dozing off. And it also came with a realistic air doll. Lu Li looked happy. Try it first before talking. Without any hesitation, Lu Li floated up and turned into a ghostly figure. After a few flashes, he rushed to the martial arts arena on the second floor. Then, he used Guiping's heavenly demon devouring technique and made a false slap towards the front. Roar. Accompanied by a low dragon roar. A translucent golden dragon, as thick as an elephant's legs, roared out silently from the palm of his hand. It was so powerful and fierce that it jumped 10 feet in an instant and hit the black steel stone. Weared it right through. Then, boom, the 3-foot-thick black steel stone exploded on the spot and turned into powder all over the sky. Chapter 35. The banquet begins. There is actually a dragon. So majestic. The power. So powerful. Lu Li blinked, waved his hand to disperse the stone powder that rushed to his eyes, and took a step forward to the place where the black steel stone originally stood. Gone. The entire black steel stone was literally blown into powder and ceased to exist.
This move of Flying Dragon in the Sky is no less powerful than a full-strength attack that activates the second-level powerful Vidraw spell. It's so powerful!
Lu Li was pleasantly surprised. With this move, he is no longer afraid of the enemy's long-range attacks. Let's see how far we can hit it. Lu Li stepped back, gave a clear shout, raised his big palm, and gave a false slap towards a black steel stone in the corner of the martial arts arena. Roar. A low dragon roar sounded. From the palm of his hand, the translucent golden dragon roared out, swaying its body and tail, as fast as the wind, and suddenly swam to the black steel stone. Then, hit it hard. Bang. This extremely hard black steel stone also exploded into dust. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds.
So fast!
Lu Li's eyes showed excitement, and he did a mental calculation.
However, when this golden dragon collided with it, its body was about to collapse and scatter. It seems that the current limit attack is 30 feet, which is about 100 meters.
That's enough. What's more, it doesn't cost much mana either. Less than 1/10. What consumes more is masculine blood. After these two palms were struck, Lu Li felt that the blood in his body was exhausted, as if he had just had a battle with a female goblin and was a little tired. You should be able to make up for it with a full meal. Sensing the slight changes in his body, Lu Li was relieved and his eyes flashed.
Try the ultimate power again!
The next moment, he flashed and moved pieces of black steel stone, 1 meter apart, into a row. He wanted to see how many black steel stones he could blast with one palm strike. Boom! Lu Li stood in front of a row of black steel stones, carrying chi and blood. His whole body was as hot as an oven. Then, use all your magic power and shoot it out with one palm.
The flying dragon is in the sky. Roar! The dragon roars loudly. A blood-eyed golden dragon as thick as a century-old tree roared out from the palm of his hand. Ferocious and fierce, shining with golden light, and slammed into the first black steel stone. Then, passed right through. The second black steel stone. The third black steel stone. The fourth. Boom! 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 The black steel stones exploded one after another, blowing up clouds of powder, rolling and spreading, as thick as mist. The whole scene was like landmines exploding. Very scary. In the midst of these continuous explosions, the body of the blood-eyed golden dragon suddenly collapsed, exploded, and was submerged in the black stone powder rising all over the sky. The entire martial arts arena was filled with black steel and stone powder. At this time, Luli swayed and his face became extremely pale. Just like Mr. Kidney Deficiency. He took out the jade pendant and shook it. Buzz. The star observation tower array was activated. The doors and windows were opened, and all the stone powder was directly dispersed. Luli's eyes narrowed, and he immediately began to count the remaining black steel stones. There is none left. 30 black steel stones were all blown up. In other words, the flying dragon palm he had just activated with all his strength directly exploded 30 pieces of 3-foot thick black steel stones. 30 times 3. 10 meters. His palm can directly destroy 10 meters thick black steel stone. The black steel stone is hard and strong enough to withstand the attack of ordinary explosives. But it cannot withstand his move of flying dragon in the sky. This kind of terrifying power, if it hits a person, will probably blow them up to nothing. 1 word. Strong. 2 words. Very strong. 3 words. Explosive. Luli was extremely excited. The flying dragon in the sky is so fierce with just one move. How powerful is the real mighty dragon spell? I'm afraid he could blow up a mountain with one palm. But Luli always felt like something was missing. After thinking about it carefully, he finally figured it out. Lack of speakers. This move of flying dragon in the sky. If there is sound blessing, the power should be doubled. Just as he was thinking about it, Bai Jinfei's voice came from outside the star observation tower. Junior brother Lu, the banquet is ready to begin. Master wants you to go to the hall. Coming. Luli responded, jumped up, jumped out of the window, and floated out of the star observation tower. Hey, junior brother, why do you look so weak? I played with several Fox Tribe girls in 10,000 Demon City for several days, but I still didn't look like you. Could it be that you have been hiding in the star observation tower for a few days? Individual. When Bai Jinfei saw Luli, he immediately asked in surprise. Senior brother, don't get me wrong. I just lost a little energy and blood from practicing. Luli explained. Is it? Bai Jinfei chuckled. It looks like this guy is going to talk pornographically again. Luli changed the topic directly. Senior brother, the banquet is about to begin. Don't you need my help? No need. Second senior sister has prepared everything. I just need to go to the demon welcome platform to greet the guests. Junior brother, you just need to stay in the hall and stay with master. Junior brother, do you know why? Bai Jinfei smiled. Because I'm so handsome? Luli tilted his head and replied. Dot. Bai Jinfei was speechless for a while. Junior brother, I just realized that you are the most shameless one on Guifeng Mountain. In fact, you are Master's new disciple with excellent qualifications. Master wants to show your face. When the time comes, those guests who come to congratulate you, and friends who have a good relationship with Master, will naturally give you a greeting gift. Aw? Isn't Master not very popular and doesn't have many friends? Luli asked. This seems to be the same. Bai Jin was stunned for a moment before reacting. Snort. At this moment, a cold snort came into my ears. What are you two talking about? Why don't you come over? It's the voice of the real devil. Luli and Bai Jinfei instantly tensed up and shot out without daring to talk nonsense. Soon, Luli arrived at the cave hall halfway up the mountain. Suddenly his eyes lit up. I saw a white jade path leading from the cave, winding and extending to a smooth platform on the mountain peak in the distance. That is the demon welcoming platform. Bai Jinfei and several beautiful maids were waiting there to receive the guests. On both sides of the white jade path, there are colorful spiritual trees that are 2 feet high. This colorful spiritual tree is called the rainbow tree. It has no other effect except that it will reflect streaks of rainbow light under sunlight, which is extremely beautiful. In addition,
It is said that the founder of the Yunminghui sect achieved enlightenment under the rainbow tree. Lu Li walked into the cave hall and immediately saw the second senior sister, Yao Yao, standing next to the hall door. This woman is still dressed in white, as cool as frost. The look he looked at still had a hint of indifference. In the front, the real ghost demon was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, wearing a 7-star crown on his head, with a pure black halo flashing behind his head, and a small blood-colored fish swimming in it. He looks very domineering and arrogant.
Disciple pays homage to master.
Lu Li took a step forward, bowed his hands and said,
I wish the master boundless magical power, eternal blessings, and a life as long as the heavens. Your blood is so low? What's going on?
The demon master nodded and narrowed his eyes. A powerful pressure that contained thunderous destructive dominance immediately enveloped people, suffocating their souls.
The disciple accidentally realized a martial skill in the diamond art. He just tried it out, so he lost some energy and blood.
Lu Li cupped his hands and explained.
Oh, if that's the case, then you can eat this 1,000-year-old red fruit to restore your vitality, and don't embarrass me later,
the demon master said, flicking his hand and throwing out another vermilion fruit.
Thank you, master.
A look of gratitude immediately appeared on Lu Li's face. He caught the zhugua and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he floated out in one step, came to the big bone chair, and stood solemnly. The magic power in the body began to absorb and refine the red fruit. Blood energy is recovering rapidly. At this moment, a loud shout from Bai Jinfei came from the distance.
True Lord Huang Quan, True Lord Feihu, and True Lord Transforming Blood are here.
Chapter 36 Receiving a Flying Sword. Coming. Lu Li's heart tightened, and he looked at the gate of the cave. I saw Bai Jinfei leading a group of people, slowly floating over. The leader is a middle-aged man in his mid-30s, with a face as white as jade, elegant and handsome, dressed in green clothes, carrying a white sword, with eyes like stars, like an immortal descended from heaven. Beside him, followed by a purple-faced old man with a powerful aura. He was also the true lord of nascent soul. Behind the two of them, there was a group of people. Li Jing was among them. Lu Li saw Li Jing at a glance. The two people's eyes met in the air, and there was lightning and silence.
Junior brother Li, congratulations.
At this moment, the middle-aged man in Qingyi cupped his hands and congratulated him casually.
You're welcome, Lord Huang Quan. Please sit down.
The demon master narrowed his eyes and said with a casual wave of his hand, but did not stand up to greet him. Only then did Lu Li find out that the original surname of Gui Mo was Li. The middle-aged man in green clothes in front of him should be Li Jing's master, True Lord Huang Quan. Immediately afterwards, the purple-faced old man on Jinju and Huangquan's left cupped his hands and said,
Oh Ghostly, I didn't expect that you actually practice nascent soul and haven't been beaten to death yet. Congratulations.
There was no concealment of hostility in his words.
Flying Fox True Lord, you, the bitch who cut off your children and grandchildren, is not dead. So naturally I will not die.
On the big bone chair, the demon master replied coldly.
You?
When the purple-faced old man heard this, his eyes suddenly widened and his face turned red. But then, he hummed softly,
When I have time, I will teach you your Kuanping magic skills. I'm always with you. Sit down.
The demon master looked indifferent, with a hint of disdain.
Snort.
The purple-faced old man flicked his sleeves, flashed, and sat in a position on the upper left side. True Lord Huang Quan also floated over and took his seat. Li Jing and others were led by the maid to sit at a table nearby. At the same time, the second senior sister began to sing.
True Lord Huang Quan will give you a low-grade magic weapon. True Lord Feihu will give you 10,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. And True Lord Huaxue will give you 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. I wish the master endless happiness and longevity.
The sound fell, and the whole place was silent. The real ghost's expression was very ugly. These 3 gifts. 2 words. Poor. Does he lack middle-grade spiritual stones? In addition, it is common sense to use magic tools for refining qi, spiritual tools for foundation building, magic weapons for golden elixirs, and spiritual treasures for nascent soul and above. A low-grade magic weapon used for golden elixir as a gift? Isn't this looking down on people? Faintly, the real ghost's face looked cold, and his whole body exuded a cold and evil aura. Lu Li, who was standing next to him, felt it immediately. However, his eyes were watching his nose. His nose was watching his mouth, and his mouth was watching his heart. Just like an ancient well, calm and motionless. It's not his time to show up yet. Soon, another guest arrived.
The great demon king who shook the sky has arrived,
accompanied by Jean Fei's loud shouts. A giant man, 1 foot tall, walked step by step, like the earth was shaking, and entered the hall. Behind him was a Taoist boy dressed in purple.
Hey, old ghostly, you're not dead yet? Congratulations.
The giant man curled his lips, said H low, and threw out a piece of white jade full of aura. The second senior sister Yao Yao continued to sing.
The great demon king Xintian presents a top-grade spiritual stone and wishes the master a long life.
Demon master's face darkened again. 1 high-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. This gift is not that great either.
Sit down. Someone, give this big guy a bigger stone bench.
Demon master ordered with a dark face.
Yes.
The maid responded and started to change the stool. Afterwards, the great demon king who shook the sky sat down next to True Lord Huangquan, True Lord Feihu, and started chatting animatedly. From time to time, deafening laughter breaks out. The main character, the demonic real person, does not exist. The atmosphere was extremely stiff.
Dot!
Demon Master's face was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with water. Luli looked on, feeling embarrassed for him. It seems that the real ghost demon really has no friends in the Yiming Ghost Sect. At this time, someone came again. This time it was a real Jin Dan person. As soon as he entered the door, he congratulated him formally and politely and gave him gifts. It is a top-grade magic weapon. It's okay. Then, the real ghost started chatting awkwardly with this real person. The atmosphere was finally not so stiff. It didn't take long for the guests to arrive one after another. Most of them are Jin Dan Jinren. After giving the gifts, these golden elixirs saw that the atmosphere on the field was not right, but did not want to offend others by standing on the wrong team. So they simply made excuses and ran away. Just like this. An hour later, the sun rose 3 poles high. It's almost noon. There were about 20 people sitting in the middle of the hall, sitting sparsely and not at all lively. Among them, there are 3 nascent soul lords who came from other demon sects. The congratulatory gift was also extremely poor, not even worth 100 medium-grade spiritual stones. It was obvious that he was here to join in the fun and watch some jokes. Luli stood next to Demon Master and felt the evil spirit emanating from Demon Master. It was so cold that it was about to solidify. In addition, he had been standing there all morning and didn't even receive a single gift. The difference in popularity between ghosts and real people is vividly reflected.
Luli, if anyone provokes me next time, I will kill his mother directly.
Suddenly, a sound of gnashing teeth from Sinhan reached his ears. Luli's heart tightened. His expression was solemn, and he cupped his hands.
Disciple knows. Please rest assured. Master, Xinjuan Honglong has arrived.
At this moment, Bai Jinfei shouted loudly and led the 2 women over. One is about 30 years old, wearing a blue robe, and still has charm. The other is about 28 years old, wearing a green dress, and is pretty and bright. It's the Green Lotus.
Junior Brotherly, congratulations on your promotion to Nascent Soul. This spiritual treasure is called the Soul-Eating Stick. It is a gift from me. I wish you can become a god as soon as possible.
The woman in blue robe said with a slight smile. The voice was soft, thin, and gentle. While talking, Lu He beside him took out a long wooden box framed with red tape, held it in both hands, and handed it to Yao Yao.
Thank you, Mrs. Honglong. Please sit down.
The demon master's face softened a little, and he stood up to greet him. At the same time, he also ordered,
Come here. Serve some good tea. Excuse me.
The woman in blue bowed slightly and returned the greeting with a sweet and charming smile. Then, she sat down at the upper right, smiled and nodded towards True Lord Huangquan, True Lord Feihu, and Great Demon King Jintian. Huangquan Jinjuan and the other 3 also nodded in return. It seems that this Madame Honglong has an unusual status in the Yiming Ghost Sect, Luli thought secretly. At this time, with a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw Lua standing behind Mrs. Honglong winking at him, her smiling eyes as curved as crescent moons. Luli smiled back at her. This scene was naturally seen by everyone in the hall. Everyone has different expressions. There were also several sharp and hostile glances directed at Luli, as if looking at his love rival. This woman actually has so many liquors? Lu Li raised his eyebrows lightly. Suddenly, he felt a soft gaze sweeping towards him. It's Mrs. Hong Long whose charm is still there. The nascent soul master looked Lu Li up and down. Lu Li felt as if his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys had been penetrated. And he was completely naked, without any concealment. Huh? The next moment, Mrs. Hong Long was surprised. It seems that something has been discovered. A strange doubt flashed in Ru Shuru's eyes.
Junior brotherly, is this young man your new true disciple? Lu Li?
Madame Hong Long asked softly.
Yes. Lu Li, why don't you come forward to pay homage to true Lord Hong Long?
The demon master turned around and said. When Lu Li heard the voice, he immediately took a step forward and bowed his hands in greeting.
Junior Lu Li, I would like to pay my respects to the true Lord Hong Long. I wish the true Lord to be 18 years old and be as beautiful as a flower. He has boundless magical power and can surpass the immortals.
As soon as these words came out, everyone looked sideways. Luha, who was giving Mrs. Hong Long a shoulder hammer, was also stunned for a moment.
You little guy. You have a sweet mouth.
At this time, Mrs. Hong Long smiled tenderly, and with an elegant flick of her snow-white palm, a 3-inch long golden sword appeared in her palm.
This is the liquid gold sword. A top-grade spiritual weapon. It can be regarded as a meeting gift from me to you.
Lu Li turned his head to look at Demon.
Just accept the reward from the true Lord. Why don't you thank the true Lord?
A long-lost smile appeared on the face of the real Lord Demon.
Thank you Jinjuan for the reward.
Lu Li looked happy and held out the sword with both hands, preparing to receive it. At this moment, Madame Hong Long gently picked up the golden sword and placed it in Lu Li's palm. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, her lush green fingers lightly touched Lu Li's palm. Very soft. But at this moment, there seemed to be an invisible energy flowing all over Lu Li's body. Ding. The system prompt immediately sounded in my mind.
Your Zixia Sun Refining Sutra senses the existence of the Supreme Taoist True Qi, and you are filled with admiration and excitement. Your cultivation speed increases by 10,000%.
Almost in an instant, the Zixia Sun Refining Manual started to operate automatically. Progress +1+1+1+1. Non-stop grinding. Chapter 37 Don't Talk About Martial Ethics. Taoist Supreme Qi? Daomen undercover? Lu Li's heart was shocked, and he took a closer look at Madame Hong Long, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Mrs. Hong Long also looked at him with a smile. There seemed to be a hint of depth in the smile. The next moment, Lu Li nodded slightly to express his gratitude, and retreated to the side of the demon master. Without squinting his eyes, he silently activated Kuenping's sky-swallowing demon technique, and swallowed up the 5 elements, Hewari Qi, he had just refined.
All right.
At this time, the demon master spoke and said coldly,
The guests have all arrived. Let's serve the food. After you have a meal, you can go.
Ready to eat. At this moment, Bai Jinfei's voice sounded.
The elder of the Buddhist scripture pavilion has arrived.
Immediately, a white-haired old man, wearing a string of human skull necklaces around his neck, teleported in. It's the old man from the Sutra Pavilion. Lu Li looked solemn.
Meet the elder who protects scriptures.
Seeing the white-haired old man appear, all the true lords in the hall, including the demon lord and Madame Hong Yong, also stood up and bowed to meet him. Obviously, this white-haired old man has a very high status, and he is probably a powerful god.
No need to be polite. Mr. Li, I was quite optimistic about you back then. I didn't expect you to be promoted to nascent soul so quickly. Congratulations. This spiritual treasure can be regarded as a gift to you.
The white-haired old man's voice was like a loud bell. He flipped his palm, and a black demon subduing pestle appeared in his palm. In an instant, an astonishing ferocity filled the air. Only Ling Bao can have such an aura that frightened Yuanying.
Black demonic pestle? Thank you, Elder Guardian.
When the demon master saw the black magic pestle, his expression suddenly became happy, and he quickly handed over his hand and thanked him. On the side, True Lord Huangquan, True Lord Feihu, and the great demon King Zentian all showed a trace of envy on their faces. The next moment, everyone asked the elder to take a seat and take the position above and to the right of Mrs. Hong Long. The white-haired old man was not polite. He sat down and glanced at Lu Li. Suddenly there was a cry of surprise. Likewise, he kept looking up and down at Lu Li several times, with a strange golden light flashing in his eyes. Obviously it is to activate the Dharma Eye. Lu Li's expression remained unchanged. and he bowed his hands towards the elder as a salute.
Come here. Serve the food.
The demon master accepted the black demon pestle, flashed back to the big bone chair, and immediately gave a clear drink.
Wait.
As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Hu Jinjuan, who was sitting at the upper left corner, interrupted.
Old Ghost Fei Hu. What do you want to do? To cause trouble?
Demon Master looked unhappy and asked with a frown.
Hee. Old Ghostly. This banquet of yours is too boring. There is nothing. Not even a beauty to dance. That's it? The gift I gave you is in vain.
True Lord Fei Hu said with evil intentions. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Lu Li.
Coming.
Lu Li's mind tightened, and he regained his energy.
Bah! You just gave me 10,000 pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones. And you still want to see them? How about I dig your mother out and let her dance for you?
Demon Master scolded him unceremoniously.
You?
Upon hearing this, True Lord Fei Hu's eyes widened and his purple face turned red instantly. At this time, the elder who protected the scripture spoke up and said calmly,
Fei Hu, you don't know that Mr. Li has always had a bad mouth. You can't take advantage of him by arguing with him. Just say what you want to do.
After hearing this, everyone also knew the purpose of this elder's coming. He's here to take care of things. Obviously, the sect leaders also value the Demon Master very much and do not want the Demon Master's banquet to be too ugly.
Snort.
True Lord Fei Hu snorted coldly, stopped talking nonsense, and said directly,
Master Gimo, I heard that you have recently accepted a closed disciple, and you are very arrogant. It just so happens that I have also accepted a closed disciple. Why don't we compare and see
who has more powerful closed disciples? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes glanced at Lu Li's face. Lu Li looked calm.
Good.
To everyone's surprise, the Demon Master simply agreed, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly,
Where is your closed disciple? Let him come out quickly and die. It's not certain who will die. Hu Fei, come out.
Lord Fei Hu shouted to the table next to him.
Yes.
A young man dressed in snow-white sable stood up, cupped his hands in response, and floated out in one step, reaching the center of the hall. Realm, the 6th level of Qi refining.
Lu Li, go play with him.
Demon Master ordered coldly.
Yes.
Lu Li bowed, walked slowly into the hall, and looked at the young man with the big mink. The big mink boy also looked at the land carp.
Junior brother Lu. Right. Seeing as you are at the 5th level of Qi refining, I will only be able to use the magic power of the 5th level of Qi refining later. But the sword has no eyes. If there is any damage, please let me know. Don't blame me.
The young man named Hu Fei said with a smile on his face. There was a hint of evil in the smile, like the smile of a cat playing with a mouse.
How come?
Lu Li also showed a smile.
It is my blessing to compete with Senior Brother Hu. Even if I die at the hands of Senior Brother Hu, I will accept it. Good.
Hu Feiqing laughed. The clothes on my body are not stirred by the wind. Under the cuffs, there were a few faint black lights flickering, ready to take action. On the side, a hint of coldness flashed in Li Jing's eyes. Several true lords frowned slightly. Hidden in Hu Fei's sleeves is a talisman, a treasure made by forcibly compressing the power of a spiritual weapon and pouring it into the talisman. In the Qi refining period, the competition actually uses talismans, which is a bit disrespectful of martial ethics. However, the Demon Master did not speak. Naturally, these true lords didn't say anything, and some of them looked on with gloating, waiting for Lu Li to die.
Brother, wait!
At this moment, Lu Li suddenly shouted,
Oh! Junior brother Lu, what else can you do?
Hu Fei was stunned for a moment.
Before the competition begins, Junior brother, I have one more thing to remind Senior Brother Hu.
Lu Li said with an upright face.
My cultivation level has increased greatly recently, and I can't control my strength. My shots are not serious. And accidentally, I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Senior brother, are you not sure you want to compete with me?
This is Qiguagua's contempt. As soon as these words came out, a trace of gloom appeared on Hu Fei's face.
Okay.
The word ding just came out of my mouth. Boom. The whole earth shook violently like a volcano erupting. The blazing masculine blood rushed toward his face like hot lava. Hu Fei felt a wave of heat coming over him. His eyebrows and hair seemed to be singed, and the smell of burnt feathers spread into his nose. When he blinked and took a closer look, he saw that the land carp was like a tiger coming out of its cage, sweeping across several feet. and was already in front of him. The palm is like a dragon. Slap it down hard.
Snort. Want to kill me? Court death.
Hu Fei's heart was filled with murderous intent. Without saying a word, he would activate the talisman in his sleeve and kill the land carp in front of him. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw his master, true Lord Feihu, with a gloomy look on his side. In the eyes of true Lord Feihu, he suddenly saw that he was surrounded by 8 ghostly figures. They were surrounded from all directions. Spirit ghost phantom step. Lots of ghosts. Not good. Hu Fei's heart was ringing with alarm bells. And he secretly screamed,
"Oh no! No!"
and was about to step away. But at this moment, the land carp in front of him burst like a bubble. Behind him, an afterimage solidified. Lu Li had a look of compassion on his face. His big palms were as big as the sky. He came down lightly and touched Hu Fei's Tianling cap. The immortal caressed my head. The knot of hair is blessed with longevity.
Damn! Sneak attack. No martial ethics. I'm not ready yet.
The last unwilling thought emerged in Hu Fei's mind. Next moment, boom, there was an explosion. Red and white things were flying everywhere. Hu Fei's head is missing. The person also died on the spot and lived forever. Call. The afterimages around him were shattered one by one. A gust of wind blew up in the hall. Puff. The headless body fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Only Lu Li's tall figure still stood in the hall. A familiar scene reflected in Li Jing's eyes. It was also reflected in the eyes of all the visitors. Suddenly, everyone looked at this scene. Their eyes widened slightly, and they were a little shocked. This is dead? Hu Fei, who had the talisman in hand and was sure of victory, died like this? He didn't even defend against a single move and just moved his head. How could he be completely dead? For a moment, the entire hall was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, the yellow light of the storage ring on Lu Li's palm flashed, and there was a wad of yellow paper money in his hand, which he threw away. Among the paper money flying in the sky, Lu Li shook his head and sighed.
Senior brother, I have warned you that you will die. Why don't you listen? But fortunately, I am a good person and am willing to give. You can take this little paper money and spend it slowly on the Huanghuan Road. Bar.
After saying that, he took out a wad of paper money and scattered it on the body on the ground. Everyone.
Dot.
Chapter 38. Can you kill me instantly?
Ha 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 ha.
In the silent hall, a burst of proud and unrestrained laughter suddenly sounded. It's the real devil. He sat on the big bone chair with his big horse and golden sword, squinted his cold eyes, stared at true Lord Feihu and said with a strange look,
Old Feihu,
I'm sorry. This incompetent disciple of mine didn't do it lightly or harshly. And he accidentally. I beat your apprentice to death. Wouldn't you be angry?
Upon hearing this, true Lord Feihu turned purple with anger. Is this called accidental? This is obviously intentional.
Humph. Old Ghostly, this apprentice of yours is awesome.
However, Lord Feihu is a person who has lived for thousands of years after all. He snorted coldly and his face returned to a cold expression. As he spoke, he had to take action to collect the corpse. Boom! At this moment, a burst of black ghost fire suddenly appeared on the stone slabs of the hall, directly burning Hu Fei's body completely. Not even ashes were left.
Old Ghostly,
you? When true Lord Feihu saw it, his eyes suddenly widened and he stood up, about to get angry.
Old Feihu, you don't need to thank me. We are all from the same sect. I help your apprentice collect the corpse. This is just a little effort.
The demon master laughed sinisterly. Behind his head, a circle of ink-black light shone fiercely. A terrifying and powerful aura emanated from the halo, covering all directions. The little blood-red fish came back and forth suddenly, its blood dazzling, as if it could swim out at any time, transform into a Kuiping, and devour the world. A fight is about to begin. At this moment, the white-haired old man wearing a necklace with a human head and skull spoke.
Okay, people who are hundreds or thousands of years old, why are you fighting?
As soon as this powerful man spoke, true Lord Feihu had to endure it, cupped his hands, and sat down again. On the other hand, Jinju and Huang Quan beside him had always been very calm. He looked Lu Li up and down and said calmly,
The palm just now should be the bone heart-destroying palm. There is a hint of Buddhist compassion in the fierceness. Moreover, the palm's strength is also up to 50,000 kilograms, and it is strong and powerful. It should be that he has practiced the authentic Vidra technique, at least to the 4th level. It is interesting and interesting.
Suddenly, a series of surprised and strange glances came over, especially Mrs. Honglong, whose watery eyes revealed a strange brilliance.
You dare to practice the Buddhist Vidra technique in the demon sect? Tell me, are you an undercover Buddhist agent?
A thunderous shout suddenly sounded. The person who spoke out was the old man in blood robes sitting under True Lord Fei Fox. Is this an excuse to play off a topic? Lu Li raised his brows, looked around, turned around and cupped his hands and said,
I have to thank the elder of the Sutra Pavilion for this.
When everyone heard this, they were all stunned and turned to look at the white-haired old man.
This Diamond Sutra was passed down to him by me. That day, this boy came to the Sutra Pavilion to look for the exercises. I saw that he liked it, so I passed the Diamond Sutra on to him.
The white-haired old man nodded and explained. There was some confusion in his eyes. How did this kid reach the 4th level of diamond art in such a short period of time? Moreover, the physical body that has been trained is much stronger than the Vidra art. Everyone was also a little confused. Could it be that this Lu Li is related to the elder who protects the scriptures? Illegitimate child? Facing the suspicious eyes of everyone, Lu Li looked calm, bowed his hands to everyone, and was about to retreat to the side of the demon master.
Wait!
At this moment, the real man in blood robe gritted his teeth and said,
Boy, you killed my true disciple. I want revenge.
Lu Li was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Li Jing is the apprentice of True Lord Huangquan, and Li Jing's younger brother is the apprentice of True Lord Huaxue. It is indeed reasonable for this real person who transformed blood to seek revenge.
Old blood turned blood ghost. Are you trying to bully the younger ones?
Demon Master narrowed his eyes and said coldly,
Humph. Of course not. Dandan, come and avenge your senior brother.
Master Huaxue turned his head and looked at the table beside him.
Yes.
Accompanied by a sweet voice, a woman in black with black hair like clouds and a slim figure stood up. And in a flash, she floated to the center of the hall. The realm is still the 6th level of Qi refining.
Junior brother Lu, as ordered by my master, I would like to ask you for some advice. I hope you will be merciful and show mercy.
The woman in black saluted delicately.
As soon as he finished speaking, the storage ring in his hand flashed with light. Pieces of black armor appeared all around. Then, the formation's light flashed dazzlingly. After a blink of an eye, the woman in black in front of her was wrapped in dark green armor, perfectly covering her bumpy figure, and only revealing a pair of slightly seductive eyes. Spirit armor. Spirit armor with formation. Lu Li glanced at it, and found that the surface of the armor was extremely smooth, reflecting the cold metallic light, and there were thin white lines at the joints of the armor. It looks extraordinary. It's not a spiritual weapon. It's more like a spiritual weapon.
Huh? Demonic armor?
At this time, the giant man who had always been very arrogant, the great demon King Jintian, exclaimed in surprise. Lu Li frowned slightly when he heard this. Although I don't know what the demon spirit armor is. It should be an armor with extremely high defense. So, he turned his head and raised his hands and asked,
May I ask, Master, how much palm force can this demon spirit armor withstand? Let me answer. About 150,000. Usually it takes a foundation building month to break it. Boy, if you are not sure, just give up. Your master also gave up several times back then. Once, he gave up right after he came on stage. Ha 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 ha.
The great demon king shook the sky and laughed wildly. As soon as he finished speaking, True Lord Huangquan, Old Ghost Feihu, and True Lord Huaxue also laughed. The real ghost demon's face turned a little gloomy and dark as he listened to the harsh laughter. In front of so many people, anyone would be angry if his or her background was exposed. On the other side, the second senior sister Yao Yao and Bai Jinfei also looked solemn.
150,000.
At this time, Lu Li pondered for a moment and said with a smile,
Okay, I accept the senior sister's challenge.
So brave? Everyone was stunned. Demon Master was also a little surprised. Everyone can see that this Lu Li is so strong in physical strength that he can't break through the defense of the demonic spirit armor at all. How can he win?
Okay, let me see how you break this demonic armor. If you break this demonic armor, I will eat this table on the spot.
The great demon King Zentian slapped the table and laughed wildly. Hearing this, Lu Li smiled and said nothing. He turned to look at the woman wearing the demon armor and kindly reminded.
Senior sister, are you sure you want to fight me? Junior brother, come on.
From inside the demon spirit armor, the sweet voice of the woman in black came out, showing great confidence. Snort. With the protection of the magic armor. Can you kill me in seconds? Moreover, I heard that this kid has just started practicing. I will directly consume this kid's mana later and drag him to death. Boom. At this moment, Luli stepped on the ground and rushed out like a giant dragon. His fist was fierce, like a comet hitting the sun, and he hit the woman in black on the chest. Powerful force, compressed air, creates an amazing sonic boom. The woman remained motionless. A buzzing sound. On top of the demon spirit armor, a green light flashed. The white lines at the joints of the demon spirit armor suddenly shot out a series of extremely sharp snow-white swords, more than 3 feet long, which kept spitting and slashing. Enemies who get too close may be instantly chopped into pieces. Luli, who had just rushed in front of the woman, was instantly overwhelmed by the sharp blade. There is such an institution. When everyone saw it, they were all shocked. However, the scene that everyone imagined that Luli was cut into pieces, and his flesh and blood was everywhere did not appear. I could only hear dang dang dang. A crisp sound. Sparks flew. Pieces of clothing flew everywhere. At this moment, a shocking explosion sounded. Luli punched the woman into the air and flew backwards towards the door of the hall.
How can it be?
Inside the demon spirit armor, the woman in black was greatly shocked. This land cart can actually withstand the slashing attack of the demon spirit armor? Fortunately, the magic spirit armor formation was able to absorb attack power, and the punch just now did not hurt her at all. But at this moment, Luli broke through the mountains and rivers with one step and chased after her. His big palms were like eagle claws, and he suddenly grabbed her ankles. Then, he turned his waist like a dragon, swung his huge arms back, and threw the man heavily toward the center of the hall. The woman in black felt like the world was spinning when she realized what she was doing. The floor was dilating rapidly in her pupils. Boom! Her face hit the floor hard. Before he could activate his magic power, he jumped into the air again, was picked up by Luli, and fell hard to the other side. Bang 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 bang. Just like that, Luli grabbed her ankle and kicked her left and right. In 3 breaths, he fell hard 18 times. One last time. There was a loud bang. The woman in black was hit hard on the floor. Luli took advantage of the situation and clenched his giant golden fist, bent over, and punched her in the chest. The force was so fierce that it directly dented the demon spirit armor. Bright red blood seeped out from the eye sockets of the demon spirit armor and the white lines at the joints, and flowed into a pool. Luli slowly stood up, retracted his fist, casually threw out a pile of yellow paper, swept around the audience, and said coldly,
I have a lot of yellow paper. Who else is there? Besides, Senior over there. You can start eating from the table.
The great demon king of shock.
Dot!
Everyone.
Dot!
The huge hall was so silent that you could hear a needle drop. Chapter 39 The Last Game. 50-50. No one expected that Luli could actually penetrate the demon spirit armor with his bare hands. Won again. Moreover, this battle can only be described in one word. Cruel. So what if you're wearing powerful armor? I will still throw you to death and beat you to death. It's simply too cruel. Full of magic style. Full of murderousness. After everyone read it, they were slightly shocked. A series of surprised and astonished gazes were shot at Luli, especially Madame Honglong and Master Luha. Their beautiful eyes are full of splendor. Such ferocious power actually appeared in a chi-refining monk? How did he do that? What is that golden light on the fist? The eyes of the elder guardian of the sutra flickered with crystal light. Thoughtfully, on the other side, True Lord Huan, True Lord Feihu, True Lord Transforming Blood, and the great demon King Jintian all looked a bit unhappy. Li Jing's expression immediately dropped, with a gloomy look on his face. Even the 2 people who died cleanly and neatly, without even a hair on the land cart being injured. It's really a bit of a loss. Of course, the happiest people were Bai Jinfei and Guillemot Jinren, with smiles on their faces. Bai Jinfei was also the most surprised. When did his junior brother Lu become so fierce?
Ha 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 ha.
At this time, the laughter of the demon master rang out again.
Come here. Cut the table into 10-pound chunks. 10 small pieces. And cut the rest into jelly. Let this great demon king have a good taste. Get some more water. Don't let him choke.
There was immense pride in his voice. The great demon King Xintian's face darkened on the spot. This giant man had some regrets, turned his eyes, and smiled awkwardly.
Uh-huh. I was just joking just now. Why? Do you want to regret it? Then why don't you call yourself the Great Demon King? You might as well call yourself the Great Demon King. Bah! You're a coward. What you say doesn't mean what you say.
Before he could finish speaking, the demon master sneered and said sarcastically. The great demon King Xintian's face darkened again. He slammed the table, gritted his teeth and said,
"Oomph! Isn't it just eating from the table? I will eat it for you to see."
After saying that, he grabbed the jade table next to him with his big hand, opened his mouth wide, and exposed 2 rows of white teeth. Just raise your head and bite. There was a click. This man actually bit off a large piece of the jade table and swallowed it after chewing it for a few times. Then, click, 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 click. In the blink of an eye, the great demon Lord Xintian ate the entire table, leaving nothing behind.
"Old Ghostly, are you satisfied now?"
The great demon king of Xintian said coldly.
"Not satisfied. I bought this jade table from Daomin for 10,000 yuan for a medium-grade spiritual stone,"
the demon master said coldly, and suddenly changed the subject.
"However, it is worth it to see the majestic and powerful demon king eating from the table. Ha ha ha. By the way, I just used the photo stone to record the scene of you eating from the table. Come down and watch it when you have time."
Have fun.
The laughter was rampant and extremely proud. The Xintian demon king's face suddenly collapsed, and the veins on his forehead were beating wildly. Lu Li looked on with a cold expression. He glanced at the miserably dead woman on the ground, and felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Another person died at his hands. However, he could only do this in order to establish his authority, frighten others, and establish his own ferocious demonic image. The most important thing is that if he doesn't kill him, he will be the one lying on the ground. Boom! At this moment, another ball of black flames appeared on the floor, burning the person completely and turning them into nothingness. Lu Li let out a sigh of relief in his heart and turned around to return to the demon master. "Wait!" At this moment, True Lord Huang Quan shouted, stared at Lu Li, narrowed his eyes, and said slowly, "Junior Brotherly, your true disciple is very powerful. Why don't we compete again?" Again? Will war? Lu Li frowned. Demon Master smelled a hint of conspiracy and turned his eyes.
"Master Huang Quan, we fought twice. Haven't you seen enough of this show?" "Of course not."
True Lord Huang Quan smiled slightly.
"In the 2 games just now, we won and lost too quickly, so I didn't enjoy watching them to the fullest. Moreover, there was no jackpot, so I didn't enjoy watching them enough. Let's do this. In this last game, I will put out a drop of Kuenping's true blood as a bet. Li Junior Brother, what do you think?"
Kuenping's true blood? Upon hearing these 4 words, the demon's eyes glowed green. Behind his head, the small blood-colored fish in the dark halo began to swim suddenly, seeming a little excited. Kuenping is one of the innate spirits, and its blood is of great benefit to Kuenping's magic skills.
Is this true?
The demon master pondered for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and asked.
Once a word is spoken, it is hard to follow.
True Lord Huang Quan smiled calmly. Demon master frowned, glanced at Lu Li, and fell into deep thought. At this moment, True Lord Flying Fox raised his hand and grabbed 3 snow-white feathers out of thin air and placed them on the table.
I also raised my bet. Old Ghostly, these 3 Sky Fox feathers are made into clones. It is difficult to tell whether they are true or false.
It's a first-rate escape treasure. Do you dare to bet with me?
The face of the demon master changed again, revealing a look of emotion.
Snort.
Before he could finish speaking, the great demon king let out a thunderous snort, turned his big hand, and a piece of dark wood appeared in the palm of his hand.
Old Ghostly, this is the elixir of 10,000 years, and I need the Shinji. Let's have a bet with you.
Wow. As soon as these words came out, whispers immediately broke out on the field. The expressions of nascent soul true monarch all changed slightly, and they stared at the black wood in the hands of the great demon King Xintian, with a fiery look in their eyes. Even the elder who protected the scriptures was a little uneasy, and looked at it a few more times. Obviously, this 10,000-year elixir is very unusual. The demon master was obviously tempted, and he looked ready to move. But he did not agree immediately. He turned his eyes, fell on Lu Li, and sent a message.
Lu Li, Those two people just now are just at the 6th level of Qi refining. Shinju and Huang Quan and his group specially brought 2 people with the 6th level of Qi refining here. They are obviously here to target you. They should be cannon fodder to test your strength. Wait. The one who comes out is the final winner. If you don't want to, then forget it.
Unexpectedly, the Demon Master actually handed over the decision-making power to Lu Li. It seems that there is a bit of appreciation for talent. Fight or not. Lu Li also fell into deep thought. This last scene is very dangerous. And something will happen if you are not careful. Even if Demon Lord steps in to save people, Huang Quan Jinjuan and others will definitely stop him. However, he took a look at Madame Hong Long and the white-haired old man wearing a skull necklace, and immediately had an idea in his mind. Then, Lu Li nodded.
Good.
Demon Master Guillermo looked overjoyed. And the sound came from Du.
Lu Li, if you win this battle, I will pass on a drop of the precious green dragon's true blood to you. Then I will teach you the Kuiping magic skill. You also don't worry too much.
I have asked the Guardian Elder to protect you. You will not be in danger.
Dragon blood? A drop of dragon blood should be enough for him to cultivate to the point of establishing a foundation. Lu Li's heart moved and he nodded. Immediately, Ghost Demon Master turned around with a cold look and asked,
Master Huang Quan, you are willing to take out Kuiping's true blood, Sky Fox Feather, and Jishenzi. It's obvious that you have taken a fancy to something on me. Tell me, Kuiping demonic skill.
True Lord Huang Quan smiled and said 4 words.
What?
The real ghost demon's face turned cold, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. As a practitioner, the most taboo thing is for others to ask about the secrets of cultivation, let alone the secrets of your major.
It's just half of Kuiping's magic power. What? Junior brotherly. You don't dare?
True Lord Huang Quan smiled calmly. This is obviously a provocation.
Snort.
Demon Master Demon's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Li and sent a message.
Lu Li, do you still have any trump cards?
Lu Li nodded.
How sure are you?
The Demon Master continued to ask. Lu Li pondered slightly and stretched out his 2 palms.
50-50?
Demon Master frowned. But the next moment, his eyes widened.
Okay. I agree to this last competition. Where is your man? Release him and let him die.
As soon as these words came out, the nascent Soul Lord present was astonished. Actually bet on Kuiping's magic power? True Lord Huang Quan and the others also looked at each other, with a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Demon Master actually agreed so readily?
Humph. It's just a bluff.
True Lord Fei, who snorted coldly, turned to the table behind him and shouted,
Nantian, come out.
Yes. Along with a steady voice, a thin and small man in black stood up. He nodded secretly towards Li Jing. Li Jing's expression was cold and his murderous intent was cold. The next moment, this thin man in black walked towards the hall step by step. In his sleeve robe, he secretly clasped the black iron dice,
Pear blossoms.
in his left hand, secretly clasped the Tiger Soul Jade Talisman in his right hand, and held a pure silver sword pill in his mouth. The moment he walked into the hall, 3 killing moves were launched, killing Lu Li with 1 blow. Chapter 40. Sorry. I want to win this competition. This thin man in black is not simple. Seeing the new opponent appear, Lu Li looked stern. Although the person in front of him was only at the 6th level of Qi refining, he could faintly smell a dangerous aura. In this last battle, there is a high possibility of death. Wait. Seeing that the man in black was about to walk into the hall, Lu Li looked solemn and shouted,
Huh? Boy, do you want to run away? If you dare to run away, I will be the first to kill you.
The great demon King Jintian said with fierce eyes.
Of course not.
Lu Li looked cold and said slowly,
In the 2 battles just now, I consumed a lot of mana, energy and blood. Now let me reply. By the way, let me change my clothes. It's no problem.
As soon as these words came out, the great demon King Jintian had nothing to say. True Lord Huang Quan and others frowned slightly, but did not raise any objection. So, Lu Li walked back to the Demon Master and cupped his hands.
Master, please give me the red fruit so that the disciple can restore his magic power and vitality. Okay. Be careful.
The Demon Master waved his hand, threw out a vermilion fruit, and warned solemnly,
Disciples will be careful.
Lu Li nodded, caught the jugua, and ate it in several bites. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, He took out a piece of clothing from the storage ring and replaced the rags and trousers that had just been split into strips by the sword. The whole process was slow, as if it was stalling for time. In the hall, the man in black had a cold light in his eyes. His expression remained unchanged, and he did not speak to urge him. On the other hand, Li Jing was sitting at the table. His eyes were as gloomy as water, and his hands were clenching the armrests of the chair. Impatiently, others looked surprised. Does this kid named Lu still have a trump card? By Jean Fei, the second senior sister, Yao Yao, were also curious, but more worried. They saw it too. The thin man in black in front of me is the trump card arranged by true Lord Huang Quan and his friends. Junior brother Lu is in danger. At this time, Lu Li finally changed into a pair of cyan clothes. His blood was full, and his magic power was completely restored. Everyone looked solemn and stared at him closely. Even the guardian elders are no exception. After all, the stakes behind this battle are too high. Even he pays close attention to it. All right. The next moment, Lu Li turned around and faced the thin man in black. He smiled slightly and said, Senior brother, in order to show fairness, I will count down by 3. When we count to 1, we will start. How about it? Can? The thin man in black nodded. His voice dull. It seems to be holding something in its mouth. The mana in the body began to surge, pouring into the pear blossom and tiger soul jade talisman in his hands. At the same time, the pure silver sword pill in his mouth began to shine, and silver sword patterns began to appear on the surface of the sword pill. As soon as the competition begins, the tiger soul jade talisman is shot out, shocking Lu Li's soul. Keep him from moving. Then, the pear blossoms bloomed and the sword pills were shot out at the same time. No matter how powerful this kid's golden body was, he would still be split in half on the spot and shot into a sieve. Okay. 3. Lu Li's countdown sound sounded. The thin man in black was highly concentrated and stared at Lu Li's mouth. He had already begun to predict and was ready to attack directly in advance when Lu Li finished shouting 2 and was about to shout 1. At that time, this kid must not have reacted in time and was killed on the spot. Dare to offend Senior Brotherly. Dare to offend true Lord Huang Quan? Court death. 1. However, the word 2 in the prediction did not come out of Lu Li's mouth. Instead, the word 1 sounded clearly. The thin man in black was stunned. At the moment of his astonishment, boom, the earth shook violently. The blood is as masculine as fire, exploding in all directions. Lu Li's body swayed, and 10 figures appeared directly. Spirit ghost phantom step. Lots of ghosts. This dazzled the eyes of the thin man in black, and he couldn't lock the target at all. The next moment, in his eyes, these 10 figures rose into the sky and rushed towards him. Moreover, 10 afterimages all stretched out their huge palms in the air. What's this? A palm technique that fell from the sky? The thin man in black raised his head subconsciously, and was stunned again. Then, ho 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 ho! 10 dragon roars suddenly sounded in the hall, shattering the eardrums. Along with the astonishing roar of the dragon, the thin man in black suddenly discovered that golden dragons were flying out of the palms of these 10 afterimages. 10 in total. These 10 golden dragons are all 10 feet long, as thick as a 100-year-old tree, half virtual and half real, with golden light shining all over their bodies, swaying their bodies and tails, and roaring towards them. A pair of dragon eyes, scarlet and ferocious, look extremely vicious. The flying dragon is in the sky. Seeing the golden dragon attacking, the thin man in black was startled. He finally realized what he was doing and couldn't care less. He threw his hands and opened his mouth to spit. Roar. In an instant, a roar of a tiger shook the forest. A pure black tiger, with its entire body transformed, fierce and ferocious, jumped out directly. There was also a huge pear blossom that bloomed at his hand and sprayed hundreds of golden vellus poisonous needles in all directions. In the mouth, there is a more pure silver-white sword light, which seems to be the divine light that cuts through the water sea. It cuts forward fiercely. A golden dragon was cut in half directly. However, the other poisonous needles, as well as the virtual black tiger, passed directly through the golden dragon. It didn't cause any harm. The next moment, 9 blood-eyed golden dragons slammed into the thin man in black. The thin man in black suddenly widened his eyes. His whole body trembled violently 9 times. Then, 9 golden dragons came out of his body, collapsed,
turned into specks of golden light and disappeared into the air. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion. A huge blood flower bloomed in the middle of the hall. Extremely gorgeous. Blood splattered everywhere. The strong smell of blood immediately spread and enveloped the entire hall, where the thin man in black used to stand. There was only bright red blood on the ground and pieces of tattered blue shirts. There is also a black iron dice, a broken jade talisman, and a black jade storage ring. People just disappeared. At the door of the cave hall, Luli turned over and landed on the ground. His face slightly pale, but his figure was still upright.
I'm sorry. I won this contest.
His eyes were sharp, sweeping across the audience, and he said a word coldly. After saying that, he raised his hand again, and the sky was full of yellow paper, fluttering in the wind. Everyone was stunned when they saw the yellow paper falling on the blood and turning red. In fact, even the real ghost demon couldn't believe it. Luli actually won again? Still an instant kill. The man in black, armed with a bunch of killing moves, still died in Luli's hands. Didn't even make it through 3 breaths. Death without a whole body. This is too fast. On the other side, the calm look on Jinju and Huangquan's face finally disappeared, and a trace of cold and gloomy light emerged. On the side, True Lord Feihu and the great demon King Xintian also stared wide-eyed, somewhat in disbelief. The one with the worst expression was naturally Li Jing. One moment it was iron blue. The next moment it was as black as the bottom of a pot. And the next moment it was as pale as paper. It changed in turns, and the back molars were clenched tightly, as if they would be crushed in the next moment. The trump card he had prepared so painstakingly died like this. Not even a hair on the land carp was injured. Then, the master, True Lord Fei Fox, and the great demon King Xintian lost a supreme treasure? Puff. Thinking of this, Li Jing's eyes were filled with blood, and he was so angry that he vomited it out.
I don't accept it.
At this moment, there was a bang, and the great demon king smashed the new table that had just been brought in with his palm, stood up suddenly, and shouted angrily,
This kid just said that the countdown is 3. But he only counted 2 numbers, from 3 to 1. I don't accept this kid.
When everyone heard this, they came to their senses instantly. Yes, this was clearly promised to be the last 3 numbers. But now it has only lost 2 numbers. What a rogue. Everyone's eyes turned to Luli.
I didn't act rogue.
Luli looked calm and said slowly,
This great demon king, please think carefully about what I just said. I said, in order to show fairness, I will count down by 3. When I count to 1, the competition will begin. That's right. Boy, I remember it clearly. You only counted 2 numbers.
The great demon King Xintian held the Jishinmu in his hand tightly, his eyes sharp and cold.
Senior, please think about it carefully.
The corner of Lu Li's mouth curled up, revealing a slightly evil smile.
After the dead man in black agreed, what did I say? You said, okay, 3.1 foot. Then, you took action directly. Isn't this a rogue act?
The great demon king who shook the sky said with murderous intent. As soon as these words came out, the expression of Jinju and Huangquan in the hall darkened. Madam Honglong, Luha, Demon Lord, Sutra Protector Elder, and second senior sister Yao Yao all had their eyes lit up. They have already reacted.
Senior, it seems that your brain is not very good.
At this time, Luli raised 3 fingers, bent them one by one, and said with an evil smile,
Okay, 3. 1 foot. Doesn't that add up to 3 numbers? I did count to 1 before taking action. So, in this competition, I win the light. Ming! Zheng! Big!
Chapter 41. So angry that you vomit blood. Above board. Luli said these 4 words confidently and convincingly. The great demon King Xintian stopped speaking instantly, unable to find any reason to refute. His face turned green and red, and he looked really good looking. Finally, he lowered his head and glanced at the Jishinmu in his hand, gritted his teeth and said,
Bart! Boy! This is a hacking dirty trick. It doesn't count. Laugh.
Luli laughed out loud on the spot.
Senior, we are members of the demon cult. Isn't it reasonable to use underhanded tactics? Besides, if you can't even see through this little trick, then if you go out and meet a resourceful and righteous person, won't you die faster? Hey, Senior, don't you want to admit defeat? No way. No way.
After hearing this, The great demon King Xintian turned even redder.
Disciple, what are you talking about?
At this time, the demon master reprimanded.
The name of the great demon king is well known. Is he a person who refuses to admit defeat? If he is, at most, he will give birth to a son without buttocks. He will give birth to a daughter at anyone's discretion. The Taoist jade crown is everywhere. You?
This squeeze made the great demon King Xintian so angry that he breathed fire from his 7 holes and gritted his iron teeth. However, he couldn't say anything to refute it.
I am willing to admit defeat.
At this moment, True Lord Huang Quan stood up and said with an indifferent expression,
Junior brotherly, your apprentice is superior. I lose.
As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves and robes. A flash of inspiration flashed, and a jade box appeared and flew towards the real ghost demon.
Ha! Thank you so much, Senior Brother Huang Quan.
The demon master laughed wildly and grabbed the jade box.
Snort!
With a cold snort, the flying fox master also stood up and stared at Luli coldly.
Boy, you are really good.
It looked like he was getting ready to leave. The demon master was not polite. He opened his hand and took away the 3 sky fox feathers on the table next to the flying fox master. Then, his eyes turned and fell on the great demon King Xintian.
Xintian, great demon king. Your urgent divine tree is pretty good, but it belongs to me now. Why don't you get it quickly?
The demon master said with a proud smile.
Damn! Here you go!
The great demon King Xintian gritted his teeth. A look of great pain appeared on his face. And finally he waved his hand with great reluctance and threw the blackwood in his hand.
Thank you very much.
The demon master grabbed the blackwood and smiled so much that flowers bloomed on his face.
Farewell.
Obviously, True Lord Huang Quan and others did not want to see the proud face of True Lord Demon. So they cupped their hands and turned around to leave. At the other table, Li Jing and others stood up and left immediately.
Yao Yao, why don't you hurry up and send some distinguished guests away? These few have given such valuable gifts today, so you must not neglect them.
The demon master chuckled sinisterly and ordered.
Yes.
Second senior sister Yao Yao responded and floated out to see someone off. When the group of people walked out of the door, they all gave Luli a cold look, full of murderous intent. Luli retreated to the door and cupped his hands with a smile.
Seniors, please leave slowly without seeing me off. Humph. Boy, mountains and rivers meet again. Don't fall into my hands.
The great demon King Xintian threatened unceremoniously. Luli smiled and said nothing, showing no fear. Then, Li Jing walked past him, his eyes extremely cold, with that dark and resentful face. It seemed as if several fathers had died at the hands of Luli.
Senior brotherly, wait a minute.
At this moment, Luli seemed to suddenly remember something and shouted. Li Jing paused and glanced at him with a murderous sharp gaze.
Oh, Senior brotherly, I accidentally killed your brother in Wangui Cave last time. I feel extremely guilty. I have had trouble sleeping and eating these past few days. I burn incense for your brother every morning, noon and night, just to make up for it. Uneasy conscience. Yes, even if you think I kill people without blinking an eye, I am actually kind-hearted, honest and simple. Sweeping the floor may hurt the lives of ants, but I care about moths and lights. I am such a good person,
Luli said apologetically.
Dot.
After everyone heard this, they all looked sideways. Are you kind-hearted? Mellow and honest? Good man? You are the old Wang in the closet pretending to be blind. Open your eyes and tell lies.
What exactly do you want to say?
Li Jing's face was as gloomy as ink. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth.
Actually, it's nothing. I just feel that it's not enough to offer incense for your dead brother every day. So, I want to ask you, does your brother have a wife and children at home? If so, I can help take care of him and make him spring. There's no need to worry if you know something,
Luli said seriously. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and their eyes widened. Murder and heart-wrenching. This is murderous and heartbreaking. Not only did it reveal the scars, but it was also sprinkled with salt, pepper, cumin, and pepper. It was simply too much.
You?
Li Jing's eyes were slitted, and he raised his finger to Luli, as if he wanted to say something. But the next moment, his face turned white and then red, and his body shook. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out again. Luli swayed and immediately hid behind the second senior sister Yao Yao. He stuck his head out and asked with worry.
Oh, Senior brotherly. Why are you vomiting blood? Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to have a look? Doctor, maybe you miss your dead brother?
Hearing these words, second senior sister Yao Yao tilted her head slightly, opened her mouth slightly, and said coldly,
Junior brother Lu, just be a human being and stop talking.
She was afraid that if this junior brother spoke again, he would be beaten to death by true Lord Huang Quan on the spot. She was also beaten to death. So, just speak up and stop it. On the other side, after listening, Li Jing shook his body again. His face was as white as paper. His eyes were staring, and his face was full of ferocious resentment. Qi and blood surged all over his body. I'm about to vomit blood again. At this moment, true Lord Huang Quan grabbed Li Jing's shoulder with one hand. With a flash of yellow light, Li Jing disappeared, and he didn't know where he took him.
Junior brotherly, you have accepted a good apprentice, but be careful that he dies young. Just like your fourth apprentice.
True Lord Huang Quan said with a cold expression. Hearing this, the real devil smile froze, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Next moment, whoosh, the man turned into a white sword light and left the sky. True monarch Flying Fox, Great Demon King Jintian, and True Monarch Transforming Blood looked at Lu Li with a sinister look, and all flew away. Silence returned to the hall again. Everyone shot at Lu Li with strange looks. Lu Li's smile faded, and he floated in front of the real demon. He raised his hands and said solemnly,
Master, I'm glad this disciple has lived up to his command. Okay. Ha ha ha.
Disciple,
please eat a mutated red fruit first to restore your health.
The demon master showed a satisfied smile, waved his hand, and threw a mutated red fruit.
Thank you, master.
Lu Li looked happy, caught it, wiped it, and started eating. This time, he took bites one by one and finally tasted the mutated red fruit. Very sweet. The taste is similar to that of almost ripe mangoes that have been stored for 3 days. There's also a slight peach flavor. Ding. A clear sound immediately sounded in my mind.
You took the mutated 1,000-year red fruit. Your Kunping sky-swallowing demon technique swallows the spirit fruit aura and completely refines it, increasing the progress by 2%. Your foundation becomes stronger.
In an instant, Lu Li's blood energy began to recover rapidly. Faintly, his magic power seemed to become stronger and more powerful, and it became more efficient to operate. Bai Jinfei looked at him with extremely envious eyes.
Farewell. Oh, it's going to rain. I have to go back and collect my clothes. My wife is about to give birth to her 108th child. Goodbye.
At this time, the guests stood up one after another, bowed their hands and left. These people are all people who can't deal with the real ghost demon. So naturally they won't stay to see the proud face of the real ghost demon. Demon Master was too lazy to keep these people and asked second senior sister Yao Yao to send them away. In the end, there were only 3 people left in the entire hall, the elder guardian, Mrs. Honglong, and Lu He. Snapped, snapped, snapped. Suddenly, crisp applause sounded. The guardian elder, a white-haired old man wearing a skull necklace, clapped his hands and looked at Lu Li with admiration.
Not bad. Not bad. Really good. He won 3 consecutive battles neatly. He is so brave and fierce. Be brave and resourceful. Winning is very beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, Elder.
Lu Li cupped his hands and thanked him. Demon Master smiled and said,
Thank you, Elder Guardian. My disciple is just a little clever. If you can win, your little cleverness means great cleverness. I admire you very much.
The elder who protected the scriptures smiled, pondered for a moment, took out a jade slip from his sleeve robe, and threw it over.
Just now, Madame Honglong gave you a flying sword spiritual weapon. Then I will give you a sword-driving weapon.
This sword-controlling technique is called
23 Swords of Heavenly Demon.
I hope you won't bury it. The 23 Swords of the Demon? It's actually this swordsmanship?
In an instant, Demon Master and Madame Honglong made a sound of surprise. Lu Li caught the jade slip and was stunned. Could it be that this swordsmanship is very powerful? Chapter 42 I have a friend. The swordsmanship that can make even the nascent Soul Lord move is anything but ordinary. Lu Li was also a little surprised. The white-haired old man was actually willing to teach him such a powerful swordsmanship. Could it be another trap? Lu Li felt shocked. At this time, the white-haired old man stroked his 3-foot white beard and said with emotion,
This
23 Swords of the Demon.
was created by the junior disciple of the founder of the sect. At first, there were only 13 swords. Later, after many swordsmanship geniuses in the sect, improved, now increased to 23 swords.
So that's it. Lu Li's eyes lit up. Based on this alone, this sword technique is definitely powerful enough. Even if there is a trap. So what? Just learn it directly. Put it aside and let it practice on its own. Maybe you can save your life at some point.
Thank you, Elder.
Lu Li did not hesitate, accepted the jade slip, and thanked him.
You don't have to say thank you.
The white-haired old man waved his hand.
This
23 swords of the demon
depends on talent. If you are not talented in swordsmanship, you will not be able to even practice the first sword. When the time comes, the jade slips will destroy themselves.
No wonder he is so generous. After Lu Li heard this, he suddenly realized. However, he has a system plugin, so it should be fine.
Okay, it's almost time. I want to go back to the Sutra Pavilion.
With that said, the white-haired old man stood up and was about to leave.
I'm here to see the elder off.
When the real ghost demon saw it, he immediately got up to see the guests off.
No need.
The white-haired old man waved his hand and teleported to the door. At this moment, he suddenly paused and seemed to remember something. He turned around and waved to Lu Li.
Boy, come here. I want to tell you a few words.
Lu Li couldn't help but be stunned. Then turn around and look at the real ghost. The demon master nodded slightly and motioned for him to go. Lu Li had no reason to refuse, so he had no choice but to step out and follow the white-haired old man out of the cave hall. The two walked a few steps forward and stopped under a rainbow tree. Buzz! The white-haired old man flicked his hand. Golden light flashed, and a golden light shield was spread around, covering all directions. This is a barrier. Lu Li's heart trembled, and he raised his hands and asked,
Senior, do you have anything else to tell me? Boy, the move you just made when you flew up and unleashed the golden dragon energy was definitely not a move in the Vajra technique. Moreover, what you practiced was not a pure Vajra technique, but a body training technique that was more powerful than the Vajra technique. Dharma, compared with the first-class body training method of Delaying Temple, the
Vajra Arhat body
is no less impressive. Tell me, what is this body training method and who taught it to you?
The white-haired old man's eyes widened, and he was as majestic as a mountain, oppressing him. In an instant, Lu Li's soul was suffocated, and he was filled with infinite fear. This feeling is like being in a giant python cave,
surrounded by poisonous pythons, ready to bite and swallow you at any time. Moreover, the white-haired old man's words contained a powerful force that could not be resisted. Lu Li almost revealed all the secrets of the system. Just then, there was a ding. The system prompt sound was like the sound of nature, dispelling Lu Li's state of shock and fear. The land carp returned to normal. He hesitated for a moment and was extremely confused.
Elder, this matter concerns Master. I have no comment.
Oh! The white-haired old man frowned and said in deep thought.
Your master? Could it be that your master dug up several bald donkey pagodas and dug out a body training technique for you? This dot and no comment.
Lu Li held on to the terrifying pressure and gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, the boundless pressure dissipated. The white-haired old man put his hands behind his hands and said,
That's all. Since your master passed it on to you, I won't ask any more questions.
Call finally passed. Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
But,
at this moment, the white-haired old man frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said,
I have another question to ask you. If you answer it correctly, I will give you the training tips of
23 swords of the demon.
Elder, please speak.
Lu Li cupped his hands and said. The white-haired old man raised his head 45 degrees, looking at the boundless sea of sunlight and clouds, with a somewhat emotional expression on his face.
I have a friend.
Making friends out of nothing? Lu Li was instantly alert and asked tentatively.
Elder, is this friend you are talking about yourself? Boy, sometimes you shouldn't be too smart.
The white-haired old man said with a cold face and squinting eyes.
The elder taught you rightly.
Lu Li immediately shut up and acted like he was all ears. At this time, the white-haired old man put his hands behind his back, looked at the sky, and continued to remember.
I have a friend who fell in love with a stunning beauty at first sight.
How can there be so much love at first sight? It's not just lusting after someone else's body. Lu Li muttered secretly.
However, That stunning beauty has many suitors. My friend was not outstanding at the time, so he was unknown among the suitors.
The white-haired old man sighed. Oh, the plot of a toad chasing a swan? The last question immediately flashed through Lu Li's mind, and he vaguely guessed something. At this time, the white-haired old man said again,
However, after a lot of hard work and by chance, my friend finally got the favor of that beauty.
Is the dog licking on top? Lu Li saw through it instantly, cupped his hands and said,
Congratulations to the elder. Ah, no. Congratulations to the elder's friend.
Hearing these words, the white-haired old man rolled his eyes at Lu Li, but did not reprimand him. He just continued to tell.
One day, my friend was invited by a beautiful woman, under the moonlight, on the beach, by the endless sea. Let's talk all night while enjoying the gentle sea breeze.
Having said this, a smile appeared on the corner of the old man's mouth. There was a hint of joy in the smile. It was a happy smile that couldn't help but appear when seeing the person you love. Lu Li looked at it without saying a word. Although Licking Dog did not deserve sympathy, he was happy for Licking Dog when he saw that Licking Dog got what he deserved. At this time, the white-haired old man gave a bitter smile.
Originally, when the love between a man and a woman becomes stronger, everything will fall into place naturally. It's a pity.
When the white-haired old man heard this, he immediately cursed and said angrily,
It was that stunning beauty who suddenly asked a question. What is the problem?
Lu Li was also aroused curiosity.
She asked, If a man and a woman are in love, how close should they stay?
The white-haired old man frowned and said something. This is a question for giving points. Lu Li couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he immediately asked,
Elder, what did you answer at that time? I answered that if a man and a woman are in love, the closest distance should be the woman's shoulder, leaning on the man's arms, and the two of them embrace each other until the end of the world.
The white-haired old man replied. There was a hint of regret in his eyes that reflected the boundless sea of clouds. Do you get all the wrong answers even if you give me points? Lu Li suddenly felt a trace of helplessness.
Elder, your answer is a bit watered down. I'm afraid that Beauty is not satisfied. Yes. The Beauty shook her head and flew away directly. I still can't figure out where I got the wrong answer.
The white-haired old man frowned.
Under normal circumstances, if two people are in love, there is no problem in saying these love words. But Elder, that friend of yours is licking the following. In that kind of situation where a man and a woman are alone, they should say something more aggressive. If you are aggressive, you can conquer beauties.
Lu Li shook his head.
Humph. I know what you want to say. But that beauty doesn't like vulgar words and it offends her. I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to see you again in the future.
The white-haired old man snorted.
Elder, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to say anything negative and vulgar. In fact, just change your answer to 2 words and it will be the correct answer.
Lu Li explained.
Oh, say it quickly.
The white-haired old man's eyes lit up.
It's very simple. The correct answer is that the closest distance in the world should be a woman's legs, leaning on a man's shoulders, to the end of the world.
Lu Li gave his answer. The white-haired old man was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Then, his eyes sparkled.
Damn it! Demon Master accepts you as his apprentice. You really have found a genius.
As he said that, he threw the jade slip over and said,
The training tips for the 23 swords of the demon are all here. You should practice hard. Also, be promoted to Foundation Establishment as soon as possible and become the chief disciple. Become the chief disciple.
Shinju and Huang Quan and the others won't dare to touch you.
As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and the person broke through the void and disappeared. Only circles of ripples are left, rippling around, running away so fast. It feels like there is a stunning beauty at home wearing only an inch of clothing, waiting for him to return to pay the public rations. Chapter 43 Godmother. Snuff bottle. Green dragon blood. I hope this senior can regain his old love. After taking a look at the direction where the white-haired old man disappeared, Lu Li put away the jade slips, shook his head, turned around and walked back to the cave hall. Suddenly, 2 eyes looked over. It's Mrs. Honglong and Li. The 2 of them got up and were about to leave.
Congratulations to Junior Brotherly. This true disciple of yours is actually appreciated by the elder who protects the scriptures and teaches the
23 swords of the demon.
He has a bright future.
Mrs. Honglong's eyes were gentle, and she smiled slightly.
Thank you for your praise, madam. He is still in the chi refining stage,
and he is just making small fuss and is not worthy of praise. Although the demon master is modest, his proud smile is undisguised. This is no small matter. Tomorrow, I'm afraid the entire sect will know that this disciple of yours, Junior Brotherly, is about to rise and become a new star in the Yinming sect. Mrs. Honglong continued to praise. Juniors don't dare to take it. When Luli heard this, he said quickly, "Really? You were so arrogant just now. Why are you so humble now?" Mrs. Honglong looked at him with a smile. The more he looked at it, the stronger the love in his eyes became. Suddenly, she sighed softly. "No wonder I felt happy when I saw you. It turns out that you are somewhat similar to my dead son. How about you accept me as your godmother?" Godmother? Luli was stunned on the spot, and his heart tightened. Mrs. Honglong, who is suspected of being an undercover agent of the Taoist League, accepts him as her godson. What kind of trick is this? "Ah, master." Louis also opened his mouth slightly, his face full of surprise. His eyes kept flickering between Lu Li and Madame Honglong. On the other side, Bai Jinfei and second senior sister Yao Yao were all shocked, and even had a hint of envy in their eyes. This is pie in the sky. True Lord Honglong was the nascent soul lord, who had the best chance of breaking through to become a god. If she could accept him as her godson, he would be like a heifer riding an eagle and soaring into the sky. On the other hand, the demon master narrowed his eyes and looked slightly gloomy. But he did not reject it out loud, just looking at the land carp quietly. Under the gaze of everyone, Luli pondered slightly, bowed his hands and said, "Junior, thank you for your kindness. However, I don't dare to accept it." "Oh, why?" Mrs. Honglong let out a light sigh. "Once a teacher, always a father." Luli straightened up and said with a solemn face, "Although I, Luli, am an orphan and have no father or mother, my master treats me with as much kindness as a mountain of kindness, just like recreating my parents. Although I am a member of the Devil's Path, I also know a person. How do I write the word in? I will never rest in peace until I repay Master's kindness. Therefore, I want to serve Master wholeheartedly. This junior cannot bear the great love of Master." These words came from the heart, were sonorous and powerful, and made people very moved when they heard them. Immediately, the demon master showed a satisfied smile, although he knew that what Luli said was a lie. Lies sometimes made people like it. On the other side, Bai Jinfei, Yao Yao, and Lu He were all a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Luli refused. At this time, Mrs. Honglong smiled slightly and said, "I see. Junior Brotherly, you have really accepted a good apprentice. That's all. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. Thank you, Shinjuan." Luli cupped his hands and thanked him. "However, since you value love and justice so much, I feel sorry for not giving you anything. I will give you this treasure." With that said, Mrs. Honglong took out a white jade round bottle and handed it over. This is a palm-sized bottle, as white as suet jade, with flowers, birds, fish and insects carved on it, which looks quite delicate. "This is a snuff bottle?" Luli was stunned when he saw it. "That's right." Mrs. Honglong nodded lightly and said with a smile, "Although this snuff bottle is just a spiritual weapon, it can store mana and is a rare treasure. This..." Luli hesitated and looked at the demon master, wondering whether he should accept it or not, since it is a reward from the true lord. "Just accept it." The demon master smiled. "Thank you so much, Shinjuan." When Luli heard this, he was not polite and directly thanked him. Then, he took the white jade snuff bottle with both hands and put it into the storage ring. "Okay, it's getting late. I have to go back. Junior Brotherly, take your leave." Mrs. Honglong turned around and said with a smile, "I'm here to see off the real king." The demon master said immediately, "It's only a few steps away. Junior Brotherly is too polite." Mrs. Honglong smiled lightly. Ying turned around and walked towards the gate of the cave. Lu He blinked at Lu Li and sent an invitation. "Junior brother Lu, remember to come see me when you have time." "Definitely next time." Lu Li returned her look. Soon, Demon Master and Mrs. Honglong exchanged pleasantries and sent the guests directly to the demon welcome platform. Lu Li, Bai Jinfei, and Yao Yao naturally followed them all the way. "Junior Brotherly, take your leave." Mrs. Honglong spoke softly, nodded with a smile. "True lord, walk slowly." The real ghost gave him away. "Good."
Mrs. Honglong smiled slightly and flew away. However, at this moment, she seemed to remember something, turned around, stretched out her white jade hand, and tapped Lu Li's forehead 3 times. Then, without saying anything, she rolled up her long sleeves, floated up into the sky with a green lotus, and disappeared beyond the sea of clouds. What does it mean? Lu Li looked stunned and touched his forehead, not knowing why. The demon master was also a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He shot back into the cave in a flash. Lu Li and the other 3 saw it and hurriedly chased after him. Back in the cave, the demon master sat on the big bone chair with a smile on his face.
Today, Yao Yao, Jean Fei, Lu Li, you all did a good job.
When Lu Li and the other 3 heard this, they were respectful and didn't say anything nonsense. At this time, the demon master continued.
Yao Yao, you managed today's banquet in an orderly manner, without causing any trouble, and without losing any face to me. You were very attentive. I will reward you with a magic weapon.
Mountains and seas with bright moon beads.
As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his robe, and 24 crystal beads shot out, hovering in midair, connected into a necklace,
and fell into the hands of second senior sister Yao Yao.
Thank you, master, for the reward.
Yao Yao, who has always had a cold face, couldn't help but show excitement and joy after catching the magic weapon, and he thanked her on the spot. Obviously, this magic weapon is very unusual.
Jean Fei, you contributed money and effort to assist Yao Yao in organizing the banquet, welcoming and sending off the guests. And there were no mistakes. You were neither humble nor overbearing, and the etiquette was appropriate. You did not lose any face as a teacher. I will reward you with a broken magic weapon. Divide Shanrong.
The demon master said, and waved his hand again. Buzz. A flash of silver light passed by. There was a silver short sword in front of Bai Jinfei, which was whirling and spinning, emitting a frightening sharp cold light.
Thank you, master, for the treasure.
Bai Jinfei looked overjoyed, grabbed the silver sword, and started playing with it fondly. Although this Shanrong is a broken magic weapon, it is more powerful than any other spiritual weapon.
Land Carp.
At this time, the real ghost demon turned his eyes and fell on Lu Li.
Yes.
Lu Li immediately handed over his hand. On the side, Yao Yao and Bai Jinfei both looked at him strangely. The person who made the greatest contribution today was obviously their junior brother. As soon as he appeared, he defeated 3 powerful enemies and held up the scene for his master. Otherwise, this banquet may be as ugly as possible, and it may even become a joke and be laughed at in the future. I wonder what kind of reward you will get for such a great contribution.
Lu Li, you have obtained Madame Honglong's golden sword, so you have no shortage of magic weapons. As a master, I will give you a drop of the blood of a green dragon.
After the demon master finished speaking, the dark halo behind his head flickered. Then, the small blood-red fish swam out, and in a flash, it swam in front of the land carp, opened its mouth, and spit out a green bead.
Thank you, master, for the reward.
Lu Li immediately thanked him, stretched out his hands, and caught the blue beads. Very light. Cool. As soon as Lu Li took possession of the blue beads, he felt a chill, as if he were holding a handful of cold well water. A closer look revealed that the blue beads were as big as pigeon eggs, surrounded by a hazy blue mist. Between the gathering and dispersing, there seemed to be a green dragon roaring around them. Suddenly, 2 fiery gazes came over him. It's Yao Yao and Bai Jinfei. The 2 looked at the cyan beads with longing faces, and suddenly felt that the magic weapon in their hands no longer smelled good.
TSK. TSK. Junior brother, after taking this drop of green dragon's blood, I'm afraid you will be able to increase your strength again, reaching the terrifying power of a dragon, which is a physical strength of 100,000 kilograms.
Bai Jinfei couldn't help but envy him. What? 100,000 caddies? Lu Li looked happy, and without saying a word, he flashed a yellow light on his hand and put the cyan beads directly into the storage ring. Chapter 44 is out. Great harvest. Lu Li silently counted in his mind and found that he had harvested a total of 5 treasures today. They are the flowing light sword, the white jade snuff bottle, the 23 swords of the devil, the matching training tips, and a drop of the true blood of the green dragon. An absolute great harvest. Lu Li was overjoyed. Unfortunately, the light sword is a high-grade spiritual weapon, and with his current magic power, he cannot activate it. Flying with a sword will have to wait for a while, but it shouldn't take long. As long as that drop of green dragon's true blood is refined, Kuiping's sky-swallowing demon skill will soon be able to break through to the 10th level. By then, he will have established the foundation.
The land carp stays.
At this time, the real ghost demon on the big bone chair said,
Yao Yao. Jean Fei. You are tired today. Go practice first. As you command?
Yao Yao and Bai Jinfei accepted their orders, turned around and exited the cave. Before leaving, Bai Jinfei gave Lu Li a look full of envy. Boom! Along with the thunder, the cave door's silver thunder light flashed, forming a restriction and blocking out prying eyes. The cave hall suddenly fell into silence.
Lu Li, it seems that your master has never taught you the physical training and the martial arts technique of blasting out the golden dragon's energy just now. Where did you learn it?
The cold voice of Demon Master broke the silence and came down high. At the same time, a terrifying pressure as huge as a mountain enveloped them. At this moment, it was like the Ninth Supreme Being, who was threatened by life and death, was questioning the minister who had committed a heinous crime. If you give a slightly wrong answer, you will be doomed.
Coming.
Lu Li felt shocked. When he was preparing to fight the flying dragon in the sky, he guessed that the real ghost demon would definitely ask about this matter, and he had already made up a story in his mind. Therefore, Lu Li did not panic. With a look of embarrassment on his face, he cupped his hands and said,
Master, this matter is related to the privacy of the elder of the Sutra Pavilion. I want to say it, but I can't. Please forgive me. Master. Crime. Huh? Seriously?
Demon Master narrowed his eyes and asked coldly,
Disciple, I dare not lie. Disciple, I dare to swear to my ancestor that if what I just said is even half false, I will be struck by thunder from heaven. I will die badly.
Lu Li straightened up, looked serious, and swore on the spot. This oath is sincere. Of course, he didn't make it up. His magical power of indestructibility evolved from the Vajra's secret art, which he obtained only after he answered the question from the Guardian Elder. That question, whether a toad can eat swan meat, is indeed related to the privacy of the love affairs of the Guardian Elder. From this perspective, there is no problem at all. It makes sense. Therefore, Lu Li didn't feel guilty at all.
I see.
Seeing that Lu Li's expression didn't look like he was faking it, Master Guillemot nodded and said with a smile,
Since it was the elder who protected the scriptures who taught you the skills, it's not convenient for me to ask you more questions. Now, I will teach you the real Kuiping magic skills.
Just listen.
Yes. Lu Li looked solemn and stood up straight. The next moment, a mantra entered his ears and resounded in his mind. Ding. The moment the mantra stopped, the system prompt sounded.
You have obtained the secret to practice Kuiping's heaven-swallowing demon technique, which complements the laws of the Great Tao. You no longer have any worries in practice, and you are overjoyed. Your cultivation speed is increased by 500%.
Not bad. The cultivation speed is directly increased 5 times. In this way, it takes less time to break through to foundation building. Lu Li also felt a bit of joy in his heart.
Do you remember? Let me tell you again. Master.
The voice of Demon Master sounded again. As soon as the words fell, the mantra came into my ears again. Lu Li naturally pretended to be trying hard to memorize. Hear half of it. Suddenly, the mantra was interrupted. The voice changed, and a very seductive voice sounded in the ears.
Lu Li, are you an undercover agent?
No. Lu Li replied subconsciously. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he immediately realized that this was the Demon Master activating the soul-stirring demonic voice to steal the secrets in his heart.
Yes. Yes. You are not an undercover agent, so you can rest assured as a teacher.
At this time, the Demon Master showed a smile.
This disciple is definitely not an undercover agent. Master, please tell me clearly.
Lu Li solemnly raised his hands. My heart was instantly refreshed. The real demon in front of me is indeed a demonic monk who has lived for hundreds of years. And he is extremely scheming. If he was really an undercover agent, he might have leaked the information just now and died tragically on the spot.
The Dharma is not taught lightly. Not to mention that this is my master's main practice. Therefore, I have an extra eye to test you. You don't need to worry about it. Okay, I will teach you the formula again. You have to do it well.
Remember.
The Demon Master waved his hand and continued to transfer the magic formula. Nothing unexpected happened this time. After a cup of tea, the second chant is completed.
Disciple thanks Master for teaching the Dharma.
Lu Li's face immediately showed a look of gratitude and excitement, and he bowed deeply.
Get up.
Demon Master smiled and said,
You are handsome, well qualified, tough, and quite scheming. My teacher likes you very much. That's why I will pass on the Kunping demonic skill to you. Master, thank you. This little cleverness of this disciple is not 1/10,000th of the master's. The disciple's appearance is even less than 100,000th of the master. If the master comes out of the mountain,
I am afraid that he will attract those female immortals from the Tao Alliance.
Betray the Taoist sect and come directly to our Eningo sect.
Lu Li boasted.
Ha 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 ha.
Upon hearing this, Master Gimo couldn't help but burst out laughing.
You kid, you are so frank in flattering me. But my teacher likes it very much. Ha ha ha.
Really? Wear it 1,000 times. But never wear it. Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This level has been overcome.
Down below, I will teach you how to refine the drop of true blood from the green dragon.
At this time, the Demon Master said again,
Master, please give me some advice.
Lu Li bowed his hand.
Move your magic power. Travel around the 4 extraordinary meridians. And travel through the small heavens.
The Demon Master didn't waste any time and directly began to teach the secrets of refining true blood. Lu Li looked solemn and mobilized his magic power according to the instructions of Demon Master. Soon, a ray of blood-devouring demonic light condensed in the palm of his hand, hovering non-stop.
Quick! Activate your spiritual consciousness and compress your magic power,
came the clear shout from the Demon Master. Lu Li quickly mobilized his consciousness. Boom! There was a clear sound, and the bloody magic light in the palm of his hand collapsed and exploded. Failed.
No problem. Come again. Your magic power is very pure, but your consciousness is too slow.
Demon Master looked calm and continued to give instructions.
Yes.
Lu Li nodded solemnly, concentrated on it, and activated his magic power again. At this moment, the only voice in the hall was the ghost's real voice. There is also the low hum of the land carp's magic power. Groups of blood-devouring demonic light condensed in the palm of his hand and exploded, causing a thin layer of blood-colored frost to form on the surrounding floor. The air temperature dropped rapidly. Only at this moment do the two of them seem like a true master and disciple. One person teaches seriously, and the other studies seriously. Finally, Lu Li forcibly activated the power of his soul, and violently compressed the blood-devouring demonic light in his palm. There was a soft pop. The blood-devouring demonic light condensed and took shape, turning into a blood-colored fish with a tail 1 inch long and as thick as a chopstick, swimming back and forth in the palm of his hand, full of spirituality. This is the advanced version of the blood-devouring magic light. Soul-eating fish.
Not bad. Not bad. Your understanding is indeed very good, and your spiritual consciousness is twice as powerful as that of ordinary people. I really did not make mistakes when I chose you and accepted you as an outer disciple.
The Demon Master looked at the small bloody fish in Lu Li's palm and looked quite satisfied.
Thank you, Master, for your guidance.
Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief and smiled and thanked him.
Okay. You condense the soul-eating fish. In the future, with this soul-eating fish, you can slowly swallow and refine the true blood of the green dragon. And you can cultivate to the foundation building within a month as soon as possible,
the Demon Master said. A sharp cold light shot out from his eyes.
The disciple dared to ask, Why is it 1 month?
Lu Li asked tentatively.
In 1 month, there will be a new round of chief disciple election. At that time, any true disciple who is a foundation-building practitioner can run for chief disciple.
Demon Master narrowed his eyes and said coldly. There was a hint of chill in the voice.
Even if the disciple reaches the level of foundation building within a month, I'm afraid he won't be able to stand for election. After all, there are dragons and crouching tigers hidden within the sect.
Lu Li frowned slightly.
Don't worry. From the beginning of the campaign to the end of the campaign, the whole cycle is a full month, with the supreme Kunping magic skill passed down to you by my master, as well as this drop of true blood of the green dragon, plus your horizontally refined body. These 2 months are enough to make you invincible and invincible in foundation building.
Speaking of this, the Demon Master became murderous.
When the time comes, there will be a battle between several candidates. You should take advantage of that opportunity and kill Li Jing directly. Kill him to the point where your mother won't even recognize him. This,
Lu Li frowned even more tightly.
Humph. You have now become Li Jing's inner demon. If he doesn't kill you, he will never be able to break through the golden elixir. So, in his eyes, You must die.
The demon master snorted coldly.
Master, you misunderstood.
Lu Li shook his head solemnly and said,
What I mean is, how about I dig out Brother Li Jing's ashes, rush them into the cesspit, and piss Li Jing to death. In this way, I don't have to beat him to death. How great! Master, what do you think?
Demon Realm.
Dot!
After a long time, he slowly gave a thumbs up.
Lu Li, you have already mastered the art of being a member of the Devil's Path.
Chapter 45 I Want to be the Chief. In the end, the demon master rejected Lu Li's proposal. The reason is simple. If they really dug up Li Jing's brother's ashes and rushed into the pit, Li Jing would probably not be angry to death, but would go crazy and would go straight to the door and chop people with 2 machetes. This is too bloody and does not fit in with the harmonious, friendly, and supportive atmosphere of the Yiminggo sect. Lu Li expressed regret for this.
In addition, your 4th senior brother was defeated by Li Jing, was teased, and finally died of depression. You must avenge him and make Li Jing's death not so happy.
Demon Master said coldly.
Disciple understands. Please rest assured. Master.
Lu Li nodded solemnly and agreed to the task. Obviously, this was a task assigned to him by the Demon Master, and he could not refuse. If he refuses, I am afraid that the real ghost demon will take back the true blood of Qingjiu on the spot, as well as the quimping magic skill that was just passed on to him. In a rage, the real demon might even take action to kill his disobedient disciple. He could only accept this mission.
There are 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones here, given to you by the Master, which should be enough for you to practice to the foundation. You go back and practice hard first. If there is anything you don't understand, just come here to see the Master.
At this time, the Demon Master waved his hand. The spirit-devouring fish behind his head opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of medium-grade spiritual stones, which landed in the hall. 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones? Good.
Thank you, Master.
Lu Li waved his hand. Yellow light flashed, and he directly put the spirit stone into the storage ring and handed it over.
The disciple will go back to practice first, and he will definitely live up to the Master's trust. Well, go ahead.
The Demon Master raised his hand. Boom. There was a thunder, and the thunder band on the cave gate dispersed.
Disciple resigns.
Lu Li handed over his hands, turned around and left directly.
Wait a minute.
As soon as they reached the gate of the cave, the real ghost demon suddenly shouted,
Master, do you have any other instructions?
Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. Then he turned around and asked, holding his hands in his hands.
Jiao blood is sexually obscene. After you refine the true blood of the green dragon, the yang energy is strong enough and needs to be balanced by yin and yang. I will give you 2 beautiful maids to be your concubines.
The Demon Master said. Is there such a benefit? When Lu Li heard this, he almost blurted out his promise. However, his thoughts changed and he fell into deep thought. Could this be someone sent by the real demon to monitor him?
How?
Seeing Lu Li's expression of confusion, Demon Master asked doubtfully.
Is 2 not enough? Then I'll just give you 20. Is that enough?
20? When Lu Li heard this, he felt a slight pain in his waist. He shook his head and immediately refused.
Disciple. Thank you, Master. However, I don't dare to overstep the bounds of Master's maid. If disciple is in need, it is better to go to 8th senior brother. There are many beauties there. Okay, but don't indulge in women. Go ahead.
The Demon Master warned and waved his hands.
Disciple knows. Disciple resigns.
Lu Li cupped his hands in response, turned around and floated out of the cave. Call. Looking at the blazing clouds covering the sky in front of him, Lu Li let out a breath. With a happy face, turned around and drifted towards the star observation tower on the top of the mountain. In my heart, there was still a hint of gloom. Still have to run away. Otherwise, Guillermo doesn't know what dangerous missions the real Guillermo will send him. Just as he was thinking about it, Lu Li saw Bai Jinfei in the stone pavilion at the fork in the road ahead. As soon as he saw Lu Li, Bai Jinfei flashed, floated over, and said with a smile,
Congratulations, junior brother. You have made a big splash today, and you will soon be famous. By then, I'm afraid there will be countless female disciples who will come to show you to me.
Hug. Congratulations, senior brother Bai. Please stop teasing me. This is just a small fight during the chi refining period. It won't be on the stage, let alone gain a far-reaching reputation.
Lu Li smiled.
Hey, Junior brother, don't be humble. Your strength is already invincible in the chi refining stage. Some monks in the foundation establishment stage will be killed on the spot if they encounter you. But, then again, what are you doing? How did you become so powerful?
Bai Jinfei couldn't help but ask curiously.
It's very simple. I have practiced a supreme magical skill. Senior brother, do you want to know?
Luli smiled mysteriously.
Oh, junior brother, don't be so pretentious. Tell me quickly, what kind of magical art are you practicing? Is it one of the 3 great magical arts of our Mingo sect?
Bai Jinfei's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't wait to ask.
No. This magical skill is very powerful.
Luli smiled and shook his head.
It's just that there is a small condition before practicing this magical skill. What conditions? Cut it off. Commonly known as self-gong, castration, eunuch, and root removal.
Bai Jinfei was speechless for a while. At this time, he also understood that he was being played. But the next moment, Bai Jinfei raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile.
Hey, junior brother. Master gave you the true blood of Qingju. Did he give you some advice and ask you to prepare a few beauties for backup? Have.
Luli nodded.
Do you need help? Senior brother? Whether it's from the Taoist Alliance, Buddhism, or all kinds of fairies and ghosts. Things that swim in the sky or fly in the water. Senior brother, I can help you get them.
Bai Jinfei patted his chest and said, Does this guy have such a broad path? Luli was a little moved after hearing this. But in the end, he shook his head and said with a smile,
Senior brother, let's talk about this little thing later. Are you waiting here specially for something? Really?
Bai Jinfei looked solemn.
Junior brother Lu, Master gave you the true blood of the green dragon to help you quickly cultivate a foundation establishment. Is he planning to let you run for the chief disciple?
Hey, it was guessed? Luli was slightly surprised. He thought for a moment and nodded.
Brother, you guessed it right. Master really wants me to run for the position of chief disciple. This is actually not difficult to guess. Junior brother, you have offended true Lord Huangquan, true Lord Feihu, and the great demon King Jintian, the 3 true lords. We people of the demonic way are naturally narrow-minded, and they will definitely take revenge. The only way to run for chief is to disciples will make them fearful and dare not take action against you.
Bai Jinfei said solemnly. Luli was slightly startled after hearing this. Running for chief disciple is actually a talisman. At this time, Bai Jinfei said again,
Our Mingo sect has been in existence for more than 3,000 years and has gone through 9 heads, 7 of which have been chief disciples. Therefore, the sect is very strict with the true disciples who are running for the chief position. Pay attention, and we will never allow them to suffer any damage within 1 month of the campaign.
I see. It seems that the rise of the Mingo sect really does not depend on luck.
If junior brother really wants to run for chief, there is something we need to pay special attention to.
Bai Jinfei said solemnly.
Senior brother, please tell me.
Luli became serious and asked for advice.
On the day of the election, the disciples of the sect gather together. As long as they are true disciples of foundation building cultivation, they can go up to the election. However, not everyone can be the chief disciple. As soon as you go up, junior brother, there will definitely be people who are dissatisfied with you and question your decision. Your qualifications for election are your strength.
Bai Jinfei said.
So, on the day of the election, someone will challenge me. Will I fight with someone again? Luli frowned. He is kind-hearted and just wants to convince others with his virtue. However, why are there people everywhere who want to fight with him?
This is the demon sect. Isn't it the most normal thing to start a fight if we disagree?
Bai Jinfei said with a smile. Right. Luli came to his senses.
Although I don't think you can become the chief. Junior brother, I would like to congratulate you first for winning the first place and winning the position of chief.
Platinum Fei cupped his hands and congratulated.
Thank you. Then again, senior brother Bai, does being the chief disciple mean you have a gold medal to avoid death?
Luli asked curiously.
Of course. As long as you don't commit any betrayal of this sect. Even if you seduce the head's wife and daughter, you won't die. Besides, if you want to borrow money, you can just ask anyone to borrow it. You don't have to pay back the interest.
Speaking of this, Bai Jinfei's eyes sparkled with money.
Is there such a benefit?
Luli was stunned for a moment.
Yes, but you know, Taima Sect is the leader of the top 10 demon sections 1 year. The chief disciple of Taima Sect, who also seemed to be named Lu, borrowed hundreds of millions of spiritual stones from the sect, and then ran away. Go back to Daoming. It turns out that this guy is an undercover agent of Daoming, Bai Jinfei said with a face full of schadenfreude. But he didn't notice that at this moment. Lu Li's eyes shone like never before. The next moment, the light in Lu Li's eyes converged, and he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the tip, senior brother. I will go back to the cave to refine the true blood of the green dragon. See you in a month?" After saying that, he turned around and floated out, turning into a phantom, which disappeared after a few flashes. "Hey, how come junior brother Lu is so motivated all of a sudden?" Bai Jinfei looked at the direction where Lu Li disappeared and murmured. Then, he shook his head, turned around, flew into the air, and shot back to his golden palace. At this time, Lu Li had already rushed to his star observation tower. In his eyes, there was an extremely sharp light. "I want to practice. I want to be the chief disciple." Then, Wan Qian took his sisters-in-law and ran away. Chapter 46, Demonic Sword Technique. 3 years and 3 years. Returning to the star observation tower, Lu Li went straight into the secret training room. Boom! There was a loud roar, and the stone door of the secret room closed. Lu Li licked his lips, flicked his hand, and a large pile of treasures flew out and landed on the floor in front of him. He began to count his net worth. 1,760 pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones, a soul-gathering flag, a golden sword, a white jade snuff bottle, and true blood from a green dragon. Correct. There is also a spirit ghost. I can directly refine the green dragon's true blood. Lu Li didn't waste any time and directly put 100 middle-grade spirit stones into the spirit gathering array. A buzzing sound. The spirit gathering array was activated and flashed with cyan light. In an instant, wisps of rich spiritual energy seeped out from the formation patterns on the floor and filled the surrounding area. Lu Li sat cross-legged in the formation, holding the true blood of the green dragon in one hand, pinching out the magic formula with the other hand, and condensing it. A blood-colored soul-eating fish condensed out. The next moment, under the control of his spiritual consciousness, the soul-eating fish swam out and coiled around the true blood of the green dragon. Then, just like a fish swallowing, it directly swallowed a trace of green mist of the green dragon's true blood. Call. Almost instantly, the chopstick-thick soul-eating fish expanded to the size of a fist and turned into a big goldfish. Very bloated. It swung its tail slowly and swam leisurely until it came to the land carp. Prick hard. It goes directly into the center of the eyebrows. Lu Li immediately felt a small bump bulging between his eyebrows, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. Hot and itchy. But he didn't care. When this small package wilts away, it means that the trace of green dragon blood swallowed by the soul-devouring fish has been completely refined and devoured, and will be completely transformed into cultivation, improving the realm of Kunping's sky-swallowing demonic skill. Ding. At this time, a clear sound immediately sounded in my mind. You swallowed a trace of green dragon blood. The refining of Kunping's heaven-swallowing demon technique has begun. It is expected to be completed after 1 stick of incense. Your Kunping heaven-swallowing demon technique is satisfied because you have swallowed the powerful spiritual blood. You are in an extremely happy mood, and the training effect is increased by 8,000%. The effect is actually so powerful? When Lu Li heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. No wonder Demon Master is confident that he can cultivate to the foundation within a month. It turns out that this is the correct way to practice Kunping's magic skill. Lu Li felt slightly happy. But then I thought about it. The level of demonic skills can be improved quickly. But if the foundation is not stable, it is easy to go wrong and become possessed. System. Lu Li looked solemn and called silently. Uh-huh. The system panel immediately appeared in front of you. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 5th level of Qi Refining. Doi Tianlong spell. 2nd level, progress 10%. Powerful Withdraw spell. 2nd level, progress 13%. Kunping's Heaven Swallowing Demon Technique. Level 5, 88% progress. The Indestructible Power of the Withdraw. Level 4, progress 20%. Great Compassionate Palm. The 10th level, perfection. Spirit Ghost Phantom Step. The 10th level, perfection. 88% progress? When Lu Li saw it, he couldn't help but feel happy. He will soon reach the 6th level of Qi Refining. Moreover, the status of Kunping's Heaven-Swallowing Demon Art has also risen, ranking 3rd, only behind the 2 spells. This means that this magic skill is very powerful, already superior to the indestructible magic skill of Vajra. Not bad.
Luli nodded secretly, turned his eyes, and fell on a jade slip in front of him. The 23 swords of the demon.
Look at how powerful this sword technique is.
Luli's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the jade slip, and put it directly between his eyebrows. Suddenly, there was a roar in my mind. A wisp of extremely powerful spiritual consciousness forcefully invaded his sea of consciousness, transforming into the figure of an old man in blue who looked down upon the world.
The 23 swords of the heavenly demon are the way of the heavenly demon. The power of the 7 human-eating souls and 7 emotions condenses the supreme sword energy, kills souls and destroys them, and kills people invisible.
The voice of the old man in green is like the sound of heaven, shaking the sea of consciousness. Soon, there was a ding. The system prompts.
Congratulations to the host. You have learned the 23 swords of the devil. You have learned the first of the 23 swords of the demon. The instant sword technique. The current progress is 0%.
The sound fell and clicked. The jade on Luli's forehead was reduced to jade powder, falling from his fingers.
You actually learned it right now. And it's such an evil sword technique? Turning people into demons?
Luli looked shocked. Heavenly demon refers to the heavenly demon from outside the territory, which is invisible and insubstantial, and is everywhere. Whenever a monk has entered demons, he will attract the prying eyes of demons from outside the realm. Accidentally, the demon invaded, and he immediately went crazy and burned himself to death. Usually, the extraterrestrial demons secretly lurk in the monks, devouring the 7 emotions generated in the monk's 7 souls to strengthen them. Human beings have 3 souls and 7 souls, and the 7 emotions produced come from the 7 souls. The 7 emotions are joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, evil, and desire. The 23 swords of the heavenly demon allows people to imitate the heavenly demon, absorb the power of the 7 emotions in others, and condense their own supreme heavenly demon sword chi. The more people it attracts, the more pure and powerful the sword energy becomes. What a genius idea. It's definitely not something that normal humans can come up with. Luli couldn't help but exclaim. The next moment, he frowned. This is a completely evil demonic power. Quite simply, those who stare into the abyss will be stared into by the abyss. What's the difference between randomly absorbing the power of 7 emotions from others and being a demon? It will definitely attract the prying eyes of many demons from outside the territory. Moreover, the power of the 7 emotions cannot be absorbed casually. It must be the 7 emotions that others have because of him or towards him. This is difficult to say and easy to say. With his handsome appearance, if he goes out to sell, there should be many women who will instantly feel desire for him. In addition, joy, anger, fear, and evil among the 7 emotions are also very simple. But it is extremely difficult to make others mourn for him or even fall in love with him.
Forget it. This sword technique is still too dangerous, so I won't practice it anymore. Let's find a slightly more normal sword technique in the future.
Luli waited again and decided to give up on this sword art. But, at this time, there was a clear ding.
Your 23 swords of the demon have absorbed the anger of the 7 emotions and the evil of the 7 emotions. You are in an extremely excited mood. The demon has awakened, and the training effect has been increased by 20,000%. Practice progress plus 1%.
Luli's eyes widened instantly. No. Why did you start practicing automatically? And the cultivation speed is directly 200 times? Moreover, where do the 7 emotions of anger and 7 emotions of evil come from? Luli looked confused. Huangquan Peak. In a golden stone cave mansion.
Ah! Luli! I am going to kill you! Kill my inner demon and break through the golden elixir. Avenge my brother's blood.
Li Jing's eyes were blood red, and he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence word by word from between his teeth. Every word seems to carry 1,000 years of resentment and 10,000 years of curse. In the secret training room, Luli frowned slightly. Forget it. Just practice. He won't practice on his own initiative anyway, so this sword technique shouldn't improve quickly. Moreover, there is a Deluo spell pressing down on it, and it cannot turn the sky upside down even if it is measured. Thinking of this, Luli felt relieved. His eyes turned again and fell on the golden sword and white jade snuff bottle in front of him.
What a sword!
Luli picked up the golden sword, looked at it carefully, and couldn't help but praise it. This 3-inch golden sword is shining and translucent. It is neither gold nor stone nor wood. It is very light. I don't know what material it is made of, The entire sword body presents a perfect streamlined shape without any carved patterns. But at first glance, it feels like a work of art. Moreover, before using magic power to activate it, the Lu Jin sword exuded an edge. Lu Li took off a piece of hair and placed it on the blade of the sword. Call. Blow gently. Hair broken in half. You know, with his current magical power of indestructibility, his hair is harder than steel wire. With just one blow, it breaks directly, which shows how sharp the liquid gold sword is. Lu Li was very satisfied with this.
This white jade snuff bottle.
The next moment, Lu Li picked up another treasure given by Mrs. Han Long and fell into deep thought. Mrs. Han Long is suspected of being an undercover agent of the Taoist League. Before leaving, it always felt a bit meaningful to give him such a snuff bottle. And before leaving, he tapped his forehead 3 times. What does this mean? Asking him to go find her in the middle of the night? This shouldn't be possible. Lu Li pondered, and used his magic power to pour it into the white jade snuff bottle. Nothing special happened. This white jade snuff bottle is indeed a rare treasure. It can store mana and use it in critical moments. Could it be? Suddenly, Lu Li's eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. The next moment, he looked slightly solemn, and the magic formula in his body changed into the Zixia Sun refining manual. After breathing out the spiritual energy, a trace of the 5 elements, Haori Chi, was condensed in the body. Without hesitation, he activated the 5 elements Haori Chi and poured it into the white jade snuff bottle. Still nothing unusual happened.
Did you think wrong?
Lu Li held the white jade snuff bottle and frowned slightly. Turning his eyes, he saw the golden sword beside him, and suddenly realized. Then, he picked up the golden sword, inserted it through the mouth of the white jade snuff bottle, and poured a trace of the 5 elements Haori Chi into the snuff bottle. Then, he flicked the snuff bottle 3 times. A buzzing sound. The white jade snuff bottle suddenly trembled. A green light emitted, and a burst of white smoke immediately spurted out from the mouth of the bottle, condensing into a silhouette.
300 years. 300 years, and another 300 years. Do you know how I have lived these 300 years?
As soon as the figure appeared, he immediately raised his head 45 degrees, and tears fell down, feeling extremely aggrieved. Then, she lowered her head, stared at Lu Li with a pair of excited beautiful eyes, and said with a slight trembling,
Are you my downline?
Chapter 47. I want to ask my wife to help me practice. The white smoke curls hazy, and the figures are illusory. But Lu Li recognized it at a glance. This person is none other than Mrs. Han Long. At this time, with a trace of tears of excitement in her eyes, she was floating in the air, leaning forward, looking at Lu Li with great anticipation.
Are you my downline?
Hearing this sentence, Lu Li had thousands of thoughts in his mind. Yes. No. If you answer no, you will be instantly silenced by Madame Han Long in front of you, and die in this secret cultivation room without anyone knowing. If you answer yes, when Mrs. Han Long asked about the connection code or something, he didn't know the answer, so he still had to die. Therefore, you must die sooner or later. Lu Li chose to die later. So, he nodded.
Okay. Sure enough. Dao Ming has not given up on me. Dao Ming has not given up on me. Do you know? I have been in the Evening Ghost Sect for 300 years. 300 years. If Dao Ming doesn't send anyone, I will all become the leader. Do you know how panicked I am?
Mrs. Han Long said extremely excitedly. Looking at Lu Li was like looking at family members. Extremely cordial. This can never be acted out. Mrs. Han Long is actually an undercover agent of the Dao Alliance. Moreover, he is the kind of person who is about to become the boss when he is an undercover agent. Lu Li was secretly surprised. Ding. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
Your 23 heavenly demon swords have absorbed the joy of the 7 emotions, and you are extremely excited. The effectiveness of your practice has been increased by 10,000%.
Come again? Lu Li was shocked. Where does this 7 emotion joy come from? He looked up and saw Mrs. Han Long, whose face was full of joy and excitement. He understood. However, fortunately, this time the system prompt did not contain the words awakening of the demon, and the cultivation speed was only increased 100 times. What is the algorithm for absorbing the power of the 7 emotions? Lu Li frowned slightly. But now, the most important thing is, why does Mrs. Han Long in front of her think that he is an undercover agent?
May I ask, Shinjuan, how did you see it?
Lu Li cupped his hands and asked.
You have traces of practicing Zixia Sun refining manual many times on your body,
Mrs. Honglong explained with a smile.
If you are not a disciple of Feitian Temple, who would go back and forth to practice the Zixia Sun refining sutra so many times, although you are very smart. How? Who used the magic method to devour the Zixia Sun refining sutra? Regency. But there are still traces of the Zixia Sun refining sutra in your body. In short, your body has already changed into the shape of the Zixia Sun refining sutra.
Lu Li's eyes widened slightly. This is so. This is actually a coincidence. Moreover, it is really surprising that such words of tiger and wolf come from the mouth of the gentle and dignified beautiful woman in front of him.
Excuse me.
Mrs. Honglong's oval face blushed slightly.
I have been in the demon cult for a long time, so naturally I was affected a bit. I see.
Lu Li suddenly nodded, sighing inwardly. If he had known that practicing the Zixia Sun refining manual would lead to something like this, he would not have practiced it. Then again, could that scripture guardian elder also be an undercover agent? A trace of doubt arose in his mind. In an instant, Lu Li felt that the whole Yiming Go sect was full of strangeness, with a flash of swords and shadows, and countless murderous intentions hidden inside. In this case, if you don't practice the 23 demonic swords, you won't be able to do it. The first sword of this sword technique, the instant sword technique, is very powerful and can be used for self-defense. Instant sword technique, in an instant, with a sword 50 feet high, a person's head can be taken from his neck. A moment, 0.36 seconds. It shot 165 meters in 0.36 seconds, which is faster than the speed of sound. Practiced? Only practiced the first sword. Lu Li made up his mind.
Tell me quickly. Who asked you to come here? What is your mission? Is my mission completed and you want me to retreat?
At this time, in the white smoke, Mrs. Honglong asked with a happy smile on her face. Listening to the voice, Lu Li's heart moved. Let's take this nascent soul lord and try to absorb the power of the 7 emotions. So, Lu Li shook his head and said 3 words.
Have no idea. Huh? I don't know what it means.
Mrs. Honglong's smile faltered.
It's just that someone gave me the Zixia Sun refining manual and asked me to practice it. I don't know anything else about it. Please forgive me. Xinjuan.
Lu Li cupped his hands and said.
Madame
Honglong looked stunned and quickly asked.
Who gave you the Zixia Sun refining manual? He's an old man with white hair. He should be disguised.
Lu Li's answer was both true and false. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Honglong was not suspicious. She bit her lip lightly and asked.
Do you really know nothing? I don't know.
Lu Li continued to shake his head.
In
an instant, the light in Madame Honglong's eyes dimmed towards the meteors streaking across the sky. Big disappointment. Ding. At this moment, the system prompt sounded.
Your 23 heavenly demon swords have absorbed the sorrow of the 7 emotions, and you are extremely excited. The effectiveness of your practice has been increased by 10,000%.
The moment the system prompt sounded, Lu Li felt something invisible being sucked into his body. The feeling of sorrow. Mrs. Honglong in front of her felt sad, depressed and disappointed because of his answer. It really works. Now, the training effect of the 23 demonic swords has been superimposed to 400 times, and the training progress is increasing rapidly. When Lu Li took a look, an idea flashed in his mind, and he added,
However, that old man will probably continue to come to me. That's right.
When Mrs. Honglong heard this, she immediately became happy and smiled. In an instant, Lu Li felt something invisible again and breathed it into his body. Feeling happy, the system prompt is refreshed again. The training effect has been increased 100 times again. Lu Li looked at Madame Honglong and changed the topic again.
It's a pity that the demon master wants me to be the chief disciple. When the time comes, everyone will pay attention to me. Even the head of Lianqiu of the Yiming Go sect will pay attention to me. Then the old man should be hiding and not come to me.
Mrs. Honglong.
However, there should be a few dark chests like me in the Yiming Go sect, and they should be able to connect with you. Xinjuan. Soon. That's right. But recently I heard that the sect is looking for some kind of reincarnated Buddha. Will all those undercover agents be found out and killed? Died? But they probably won't all die. Those who can be undercovers are not ordinary people. There will be some who survive. So far so good. But, will they lurk deeper? If they don't come to you to contact Xinjuan, this will be difficult to handle.
In this way, Lu Li went back and forth and spoke several times. making Mrs. Honglong's mood rise and fall, producing huge emotions of joy and sadness. On the system panel, the training effect of the 23 swords of the demon has been superimposed to 900 times. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Brush non-stop. Strike while the iron is hot, and directly add up to 1,000 times. Complete your practice of instant sword technique today. Lu Li was about to open his mouth again to express his emotions of joy and sorrow. At this moment, Mrs. Honglong waved her hands, looking a little uncomfortable, frowning and said,
"Wait a minute. I'm a little sick and want to vomit."
Will absorbing the power of the 7 emotions still make people feel nauseous and vomiting as if they were pregnant? Lu Li was a little surprised. However, he still didn't speak, just waited quietly. The next moment, Mrs. Honglong's body flashed with blue light, and she returned to normal, her eyes clear. When Lu Li saw it, his heart trembled. The state of mind of this true monarch nascent soul should be as clear as a mirror and cannot be deceived. The next moment, Mrs. Honglong flicked her hand, and a red light shot into Lu Li's eyebrows.
"Xinjuan, what are you?"
Lu Li was shocked.
"Don't panic. This is just a protective restriction. It was created by me using magic secrets to protect you from being searched for and refined by others. Of course, you can't just divulge the secret that I am an undercover agent. If you tell me, you will explode on the spot." The body died.
Mrs. Honglong's soft and thin voice sounded. There was a hint of coldness in his words. The nascent soul lord, who had been lurking in the demon sect for hundreds of years, began to show the calmness and wisdom of a person in the demonic path.
"Thank you, Xinjuan. Please rest assured, Xinjuan, I will never leak the secret."
Lu Li solemnly raised his hands.
Mrs. Honglong nodded lightly. "Since you don't know anything, just pretend that nothing happened today. I'm going back first. If anything important happens in the future, call me again."
There was a sense of distance in the voice.
"Yes. If anything happens, I will report it to the true lord."
Lu Li solemnly raised his hands.
"Good."
Mrs. Honglong nodded slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the misty white smoke around him disappeared and went back into the white jade snuff bottle. Madame Honglong's figure also shrank immediately and was about to retract into the pot.
"True lord, wait!"
At this moment, Lu Li suddenly thought of something and shouted.
Anything else?"
White smoke floated out, and Mrs. Honglong's figure floated out again, frowning and asking,
"Here, I have a merciless request."
Lu Li hesitated.
"Explain. I don't want to ask the true lord to help me practice."
Chapter 48. Practice every day and make progress every day.
"Huh? What do you mean?"
After hearing what Lu Li said, Mrs. Honglong looked a little unhappy.
"Is such that,"
Lu Li solemnly said,
"my Zixia Sun refining manual, as soon as I practice the 5 elements Heiwari Qi, it will be swallowed up by the demonic power, which is impossible. Therefore, I would like to ask Xinjuan to come over with a channel of Qi to help me practice Zixia, Xiaolian Ri Sutra. In this way, I will never forget that I am a disciple of Feiyun Temple."
The last sentence was said with force and force. Immediately, Mrs. Honglong's expression changed, and there was a look of appreciation in her eyes. She nodded slightly.
"Okay. It's rare that you have such a heart. I promise you."
While speaking, she leaned down and stretched out her snow lotus jade arms towards Lu Li. Lu Li also raised his right hand and stretched it out. The next moment, Lu Li's index finger gently touched her lush jade fingers. 2 fingers touched in the air. In an instant, a burst of supreme true energy entered Lu Li's body, just like an electric shock. Lu Li shivered, and his whole body felt numb. Ding. The system prompts.
"Your Zixia Sun Refining Sutra senses the existence of the Supreme Taoist True Qi, and you are filled with admiration and excitement. Your cultivation speed increases by 10,000%. Progress plus 1 plus 1 plus 1.
The Zixia Sun Refining scripture began to run crazily.
"Are you ready?"
Madame Honglong took back her jade hand and asked softly.
"I'm ready, Mr. Shishi."
Lu Li thanked him with a grateful look on his face. Mrs. Honglong nodded. Call. The white smoke around him disappeared, and he got back into the white jade snuff bottle. Mrs. Honglong also shrank in and disappeared. As soon as she left, Lu Li didn't hesitate at all, and directly mobilized Kunping's heaven-swallowing demon technique to swallow up the 5 elements, Heiwari Qi cultivated by the Zixia Sun Refining Manual. A ding.
Because your Kuiping Devouring Heaven Demon technique has swallowed the 5 elements of Haori Chi. You feel extremely happy, and the training effect is increased by 1000%.
Hearing the system prompt, Luli showed a smile. This is really good. However, this is a bit slower after all. It would be better if Kuiping's magic power directly swallowed Mrs. Honglong's supreme Taoist energy.
Huh?
Isn't this the Biming Divine Art? Luli's eyes lit up, and he felt regretful again. If I had known it earlier, I would have recited it carefully. If I had recited Zaiyayu, I might have been able to come up with such a domineering magic technique as the Biming magic technique. Forget it. Just practice. Luli suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, looked solemn, sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array, and began to devour and absorb the rich spiritual energy around him. At the same time, silently recite the Prajna Heart Sutra.
Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva.
The night passed and nothing happened. The second day, Luli opened his eyes, and a system prompt immediately sounded in his mind.
Your instant sword skills are extremely disgusting with your Buddhist skills, and you directly provoke them. As a result, you lost to the powerful Tianlong, the powerful Vajra, and the indestructible Vajra. In a fit of anger, you ran away from home.
This is another worrying child. Luli frowned slightly. However, the next system prompt made him smile.
Your instant sword technique absorbs a large amount of the power of the 7 emotions within the demon sect and turns it into the demonic sword chi. Your cultivation level is greatly improved and the progress is increased by 7%.
Not bad. Although this instant swordsmanship is unruly, he can practice it on his own. So he is quite well behaved. Then, there were 3 more system prompts.
Because you felt the threat of the 23 swords of the devil, you worked hard to practice your powerful Tianlong spell and powerful Vajra spell, and your cultivation progress increased by 3%. Because you felt the threat of the 23 swords of the devil, you worked hard to practice your Vajra indestructible magic skill, and your cultivation progress increased by 6%.
Happy events in succession. After Luli heard this, his eyes immediately shone. This demon's 23 swords is a catfish, and it activates the Buddhist skills in one fell swoop. It seems that practicing the 23 demon swords is really a blessing in disguise. At this time, the last 2 system prompts sounded.
Your Kuiping Heaven Swallowing Demon technique has swallowed up extremely pure spiritual energy. It gradually rises and becomes extremely pleasurable. The training effect is increased by 2000%. While you were sleeping with your Kuiping Heaven Swallowing Demon technique, you secretly went out and sneaked into Huangquan Peak to absorb spiritual energy. Your cultivation level improved slightly, and the progress increased by 5%.
Suddenly, Luli looked solemn. Stealing is wrong. Well, what I stole was Huang Qianfeng's spiritual energy. Oh, then it's okay. Work harder next time. Huangquan Peak is the peak where true Lord Huangquan and Li Jing are located.
Start practicing. However, let's see how long it takes to reach the 6th level of Qi refining first.
Luli muttered silently and brought up the system panel. Host. Land Carp. Realm. 5th level of Qi refining. Dowei Tianlong spell. 2nd level. Progress 15%. Powerful Vajra spell. 2nd level. Progress 18%. Instant sword technique. Level 1. 16%. Kuiping's Heaven Swallowing Demon technique. Level 5. 99% progress. The indestructible power of the Vajra. Level 4. Progress 30%. Great Compassionate Palm. The 10th level. Perfection. Spirit Ghost Phantom Step. The 10th level. Perfection. Very good. Luli could see the progress of Kuiping's Heaven Devouring Demon technique at a glance. 99%. He will be able to break through to the 6th level of Qi refining later. Let's take a look at the new instant sword technique. After practicing yesterday, plus the automatic practice, I was able to reach 16% of the progress in one fell swoop. At this rate, in less than 7 days, he will be able to practice this magic sword move to perfection. Then, start practicing. Luli was full of energy. Sitting cross-legged in the spirit gathering formation, he was about to activate the magic formation and continue practicing for a new day. Huh? Wrong. Luli suddenly remembered something and checked the panel. I found that the various training effects superimposed yesterday have disappeared. Get the training effect first. Immediately, Luli took out his golden sword and white jade snuff bottle and inserted them directly. Played 3 more times. Ding ding ding. A clear sound sounded like gold and stone clashing. Buzz. Suddenly, the white jade snuff bottle trembled. A green light emitted, and a burst of white smoke floated out from inside, lingering around. A curling blue figure then appeared in the air. It is Mrs. Honglong.
What's the matter?
Mrs. Honglong frowned. Her voice was cold, with a hint of laziness. The word displeased was clearly written on his face. This true gentleman is very angry when he wakes up. Lu Li looked solemn and respectful, bowed his hands and said,
Xinjuan, I suddenly remembered something last night, which was related to the white-haired old man.
Oh! Mrs. Honglong's beautiful eyes lit up.
Say quickly. It's like this. When the white-haired old man gave me the Zixia Sun refining manual, he also gave me another thing, saying that he wanted to give it to the right person.
Lu Li cupped his hands and replied, lying without blinking an eye.
Quickly, take it out.
Upon hearing this, Mrs. Honglong was overjoyed and urged.
But I forgot where to put that thing.
Lu Li changed the subject.
What? You just threw away such an important thing?
Madame Honluo glared.
Fortunately, I woke up at this time. It turned out that it was just a dream and nothing was lost. Dream? Where is the thing? But I just searched carefully and couldn't find it. Later, I went to the cave where I used to refining my energy to search, and finally found it. Well, yuck.
Mrs. Honglong was finally so disgusted that she vomited.
Xinjuan, are you okay? Are you pregnant again?
Lu Li pretended to be concerned and felt a little guilty. However, in this demon sect, crisis can happen at any time, and he does not want to miss any opportunity to improve his cultivation. Therefore, I can only repay this lady well in the future.
Why are you pregnant? My Yuan Yin is still there. Stop talking nonsense and take out your things.
Mrs. Honglong's body flashed with blue light. Her face instantly returned to normal, and she said coldly,
Good.
Lu Li nodded, turned his palm, and yellow light flashed by. One thing was taken out from the storage ring and lay quietly in the palm of my hand. Mrs. Honglong took a closer look. Xiao Mei frowned instantly. In Lu Li's palm, there was a black heart-shaped stone. She stretched out her jade hand, picked up the heart-shaped stone, and looked at it carefully. After a long time, she raised her eyes, frowned and asked,
This is just an ordinary ghost stone, which can be found everywhere in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The junior was also a little confused. However, the old man didn't say much.
Lu Li shook his head. Madame Honglong frowned even more tightly and fell into deep thought.
Well, Xinjuan, the Zixia Sun refining manual that I worked hard on yesterday has been swallowed up by the magic power again. Can you?
At this time, Lu Li requested. Mrs. Honglong heard the sound, nodded and stretched out her hand. Next moment, Lu Li also extended his hand. The fingertips touch each other, and the true energy flows through. Lu Li shuddered for a moment, regained his composure, and was extremely grateful. He cupped his hands and said thank you.
Thank you, Xinjuan. You're welcome. You are my junior, and I should take care of you. Okay, I'll go back first. You can call me after you remember something.
Mrs. Honglong smiled. After that, he took the heart-shaped stone and retracted it into the snuff bottle. The white smoke also disappeared. Gone. Lu Li immediately summoned the system record. Very good. The training effect of instant sword technique has been increased to 500 times. Kuiping's heaven-swallowing demon technique swallows the true blood of the green dragon, and the cultivation effect is 80 times greater. In addition, the excess supply of spiritual energy is 20 times, and the Zixia Sun refining manual is 10 times, and the cultivation speed is 110 times. Start practicing. Sprint to build the foundation. Chapter 49. Start building foundation. There is no time to practice. In this way, Lu Li began to practice hard in seclusion. Every morning, the first thing she does when she wakes up is to wake up Mrs. Honglong and recharge her body. By the way, collect the emotions of joy and sadness. Of course, even the best-tempered person will get bored by bothering others for no reason. So Lu Li has to make up a new excuse every day, such as, Xinjuan, my Zixia Sun refining manual is gone again. I almost went crazy last night. I made chicken soup. Xinjuan, do you want to drink it? And so on. At first, Mrs. Honglong's shadow floated out of the pot, and she would exchange a few words with Lu Li. Later, as soon as she came out, she tapped Lu Li's forehead and went back to sleep without bothering to talk to Lu Li. Lu Li began to collect the evil emotions of the 7 emotions. The true king began to feel disgusted. Lu Li also expressed his understanding. After all, you are already a goddamn cultivator. Yet you still have to get up at 6 or 7 every day to clock in? Everyone would be bored with this. Madame Hanlong didn't beat him to death with one palm, which can be regarded as a great mercy. Therefore, Lu Li immediately stopped this behavior of seeking death. It lasts 7 days. The reason why it is 7 days is also very simple. Women. There are always 7 days in a month when they are not in a good mood. Although this lady has already killed the red dragon, she should still have an impact. Really. After the 7th day, Lu Li clocked in again and woke up Mrs. Hanlong. This time, although Mrs. Hanlong still didn't say a word, she charged him up and went back to sleep. However, no disgust was collected. Lu Li smiled and secretly wrote down the date. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. He met a noble person when he went out. No. A noble person can only help others a little bit. This Madame Hanlong helped him a few times. This is a very noble person. Lu Li felt infinite gratitude in his heart. Then, he woke up Mrs. Hanlong before dawn the next day and continued to charge her. At the back, as soon as Madame Hanlong heard the sound, she woke up in a daze, created a clone, moved into the jade pot, got out, nodded Lu Li's head, and fell into a deep sleep again. It felt like a dream. When she woke up, she was kind of starting to get suspicious. Today, didn't she go to give that boy some energy? Oops. Huh? What happened to me? Why are you still used to it? Mrs. Hanlong stared at her beautiful eyes, a little stunned. However, she still felt quite pleased to see Lu Li's cultivation slowly rising. 6th level of Qi refining. 7th level of Qi refining. 8th level of Qi refining. The 9th level of Qi refining. In less than 20 days, Lu Li had already broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining. She definitely has a share of credit here. Although she was unhappy after being awakened every day, seeing Lu Li practicing so diligently, it was hard for Madame Hanlong to feel any blame, because she knows that being an undercover agent is too difficult, especially in this demon sect. If you are not careful, everything will be reduced to ashes, and there will be no recovery. Isn't it just for the sake of the Tao Alliance that Lu Li cultivates so diligently and desperately improves his strength? Thinking of this, Madame Hanlong's displeasure disappeared, and her appreciation for Lu Li increased. Lu Li did not guess about her change of mentality. However, he still vaguely felt that Mrs. Hanlong's attitude towards him had changed. When I wake up every day, I always look kind and cheerful. No longer a cold face. Lu Li was a little confused, but he didn't bother to guess the woman's thoughts, because he has already reached the 10th level of Qi refining. Kunping's heaven-swallowing demon technique, level 10, 50% progress. As long as you break through to the 11th level, you can be directly promoted to foundation building. Lu Li was excited and motivated. He sat in the spirit gathering array and began to suck in the rich spiritual energy around him. At the same time, recite the Heart Sutra silently in your mind. Between the eyebrows, a fleshy bag bulged and jumped. It is the soul-eating fish that is devouring the refined green dragon's true blood. Ding. Your Kunping heaven-swallowing demon technique has absorbed powerful spiritual blood, and your cultivation has been improved, and your progress has been plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. On the system panel, the progress of Kunping's heaven-devouring demonic art was steadily rising. 55%, 0.66%, 0.77%. 88%. 99%. Refining Qi is complete. For a moment, Lu Li felt a bottleneck somewhere. That pass, as wide as a river. After passing through, life can transform and step into the realm of innate foundation building. Call. Lu Li breathed a long sigh of relief. His eyes flashed, and he stopped practicing. He needs a good day's rest. Then break through the innate foundation in one fell swoop. Of course, before that, he had to ask Mrs. Hanlong, the nascent soul lord, and ask her to protect him, just in case. Thinking of this, Lu Li left the secret practice room and jumped into the pool to take a bath. By the way, I basked in the sun all afternoon and watched the stars and moon all night. The next day, early morning, in the secret training room, ding ding ding, Lu Li rang the white jade snuff bottle on time. Buzz. The white jade snuff bottle trembled slightly and emitted a bright blue light. A burst of white smoke floated out. Then, Pingting's figure condensed in the white smoke, revealing the face of Madame Hanlong. Huh? Have you completed your Qi refining? Mrs. Hanlong's beautiful eyes glanced over, and she immediately exclaimed in surprise.
Yes!
With a smile on his face. Luli bowed his hands and said,
I have to thank True Lord for this. If it weren't for True Lord's help and guidance in practice, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach the perfection of chi refining so quickly. You're welcome. You are my junior. I should give you some guidance.
Mrs. Honglong waved her hand and smiled. Hearing this, Luli was about to ask her to protect the law. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be surprised.
Hey, Xinjuan. You are a little weird today. Huh? What's wrong?
Mrs. Honglong was slightly startled.
It's so beautiful,
Luli exclaimed.
At first glance, it looks like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to earth. Stunningly beautiful and turning all living beings upside down. Hee hee.
When Mrs. Honglong heard this, her smile suddenly brightened, as bright and beautiful as an epiphyllum.
I have heard such compliments countless times in the demon cult. However, I am quite happy to hear it from you. Say it. What help do you want from me today? The true King Huiji Lanqin. His eyes are like a torch. I admire you.
Luli secretly collected his joy and bowed his hands.
I want to ask the true Lord to protect me. I want to be promoted to foundation establishment within today. Oh, so fast? Don't you have to work hard for several months to lay a solid foundation? The equipping magic skill you practice is a magic method. It relies on swallowing spiritual blood to quickly improve your realm. It is a shortcut to the magic method. The foundation is shallow. It is very difficult to break through at this time. It's easy to get carried away and fail to break through. Even if you break through to build a foundation, it will do more harm than good. How about you wait a day, and I'll have some spiritual fruits and spiritual pills that can strengthen your foundation.
Mrs. Honglong frowned and said. There was a hint of concern in the soft voice.
Thank you, True Lord, for your concern. No need. This will easily expose True Lord's identity. I am sure that I will be able to break through the foundation.
The land carp has a perfect mind. Seeing Luli being so confident, Madame Honglong blinked her beautiful eyes, pondered for a moment, and then asked softly,
Are you sure you want to break through the foundation? You know, when you practice magic, you will definitely attract the heart when you break through. Demon. Under the influence of inner demons, there are many illusions, including mountains of corpses and seas of blood, thousands of beauties, imperial power and wealth. You need to overcome all kinds of temptations in order to calm your mind. Gather your magic power, enter the innate world, and build the foundation of the Great Road. Seduction in uniform?
Luli was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily and said,
Please rest assured, Xinjuan, I am the best at this. You sure?
Mrs. Honglong was still a little worried.
You should practice the
23 Swords of Heavenly Demons,
taught by the Sutra Protector Elder. Right. Now, you are entangled with the power of the 7 emotions, which will definitely attract the heavenly demons. On the contrary, the heavenly demons will explode your heart. The power of the devil is terrifying. If you are not careful, you will be burned to death.
Correct. Almost forgot about this. Luli was reminded by Madame Honglong and reacted. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said,
Then please protect me from the real Lord. The Demon Lord wants me to break through the foundation building and compete for the top disciple. I have to obey. For the sake of Taoism, the Alliance has a great cause to eradicate the demon sect. Please give me a helping hand. Okay. I will help you. You start.
Mrs. Honglong nodded solemnly.
Thank you, Xinjuan.
Thank you again, Luli. Then, he sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering formation, exhaled a long breath, and his eyes glowed with sharp light. The next moment, he flipped his hand, and a small bloody fish condensed out of his palm. Soul-eating fish. Then, he raised his other hand, and on his palm was a drop of blood the size of a sesame seed. Green dragon true blood.
Go!
Lu Liqing shouted. The soul-eating fish swam out, rushed to the palm of the other hand, swallowed the true blood of the green dragon in one gulp, then swung its tail, suddenly got into the center of the land carp's eyebrows, and began to devour and refine it. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy immediately burst out between his eyebrows. There was a clear ding. The system prompts.
Your Kuipeng Heaven Swallowing Demon technique has absorbed powerful spiritual blood, and your cultivation level has improved. Progress plus 1%. Congratulations to the host. Your Kuipeng Sky Devouring Demonic skill has broken through to the 11th level. Congratulations to the host. You are about to start foundation building.
The sound fell. Various illusions began to appear before Lu Li's eyes. Chapter 50. Awakening of Past Life Memories. Tao Sutra appears. A vision occurs. However, Lu Li did not notice it. At this time, in the illusion, he had completed the foundation building, was proud of himself, had many adventures, was promoted to the Golden Elixir, and became famous in the Demon Sect. At this time, it was discovered that he had deceived the Demon Master and the Sutra Guardian Elder. Boom! He was killed with one palm. Died. Seeing that Lu Li was about to fall into death. Lu Li! Wake up! Suddenly, a clear drink came from the horizon, which suddenly woke up Lu Li. It's Mrs. Honglong's voice. Lu Li suddenly woke up. But before he could open his eyes, suddenly, on the side of the surrounding scene, countless evil ghosts, Shura Yiksha, crawled out of H.L. and attacked. Those who rushed to the front were the people who had died under his hands before. Give me back my life! These resentful ghosts screamed and pounced on him, intending to eat him alive. At this moment, Lu Li seemed to have fallen into the endless H.L., where his flesh and blood were eaten by evil spirits, and he would never be reincarnated. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva! Lu Li had gained experience and ignored it. He just closed his eyes and recited the Heart Sutra silently, keeping his mind tight. Suddenly, a burst of golden light emanated from his body, driving away the evil spirits around him. This illusion disappeared. But then, the next illusion followed one after another. Lu Li's eyes suddenly changed, as if he had fallen into a beauty cave, accompanied by the songs and dances of the Orioles. These beauties, all charming and fragrant, wearing only vaguely visible tulle, came gracefully to see the clouds and rain in Wishang with him. Take a closer look. These beauties were obviously familiar to him. Sister Daqiao, Sister Xingdong, Sister Feng'an. More than 100 people were all present. Lu Li glanced at E. Then, conquer the temptation in your heart. Suddenly, the illusion around him changed again. Lu Li is sitting on the dragon chair, holding the world's soldiers and horses in his hands. He is so powerful that all nations come to court. The illusion is ever-changing. Lu Li still recited the Heart Sutra silently and guarded his mind. The physical body began to shine with sacred golden light. In his body, Kuiping's heaven-swallowing demonic technique started to operate automatically and began to frantically absorb the rich spiritual energy around him. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Pieces of medium-grade spiritual stone shattered into pieces and turned into powder. The pure spiritual energy emitted rotated in the secret cultivation room and condensed into a huge vortex. In the center of the whirlpool, a small bloody fish was devouring spiritual energy. The size is growing rapidly. At the same time, the entire star observation tower was trembling slightly. The light was shining, and all the magic formations were activated, frantically extracting the spiritual energy from the Earth's spiritual veins. In the blink of an eye, a huge spiritual energy vortex, like a tornado, enveloped the entire star observation tower. The wind is so strong that it blows flowers and leaves and stirs up the clouds. Witnessing this strange scene, Mrs. Honglong was secretly surprised. This is just a breakthrough in foundation building. How could there be such a big fuss? Just as he was thinking about it, the soul-eating fish suddenly burrowed into Lu Li's body. The huge and vast spiritual energy immediately washed away in Lu Li's body, raging through the limbs and bones like a mountain torrent. The land carp's body swelled up as if inflated. The most critical step is here. As long as the spiritual energy is compressed and condensed into liquid mana, then one can build the foundation of the avenue and step into the innate world. However, at this moment, Lu Li frowned and closed his eyes tightly. His expression seemed to be very painful. Huh? What's going on? Could it be? Mrs. Honglong frowned and her expression changed. When breaking through the foundation building, the huge spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the physical body, activating not only the life potential, but also the memory. The people, books, flowers, birds, fish and insects that I have seen in the past half of my life. All the information will be remembered in an instant. Even people you meet at a glance on the street will be remembered at this moment. The average monk builds his foundation in his 20s and 30s, and has not seen many people and things in his first half of his life. This level is not difficult at all. However, Lu Li looks very painful now. My temples were jumping, and my head felt like it was going to explode. Mrs. Honglong looked at it, and was surprised and doubtful. Lu Li was clearly only 18 years old. How many books and people could he have read? How can we have such a huge amount of memory information? Suddenly, Luli frowned and groaned. The lips turned red. Blood poured out directly. But he didn't realize it. If this continues, before the head explodes, the physical body will be directly exploded by the continuous influx of spiritual energy. Mrs. Honglong looked solemn and was about to rescue people and forcefully interrupt the breakthrough. Even if interrupting the breakthrough will cause Luli to regress in cultivation and damage his foundation, it is still better than directly exploding to death. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A drop of blood suddenly appeared between Luli's eyebrows. The blood beads were like bubbles rising from the bottom of the water, rising into the air and floating upward. While floating upward, the blood beads squirmed, changed, expanded and contracted, and finally turned into a blood-colored text, floating steadily in the air. The shape is like this. North. This is a kind of writing that Mrs. Honglong has never seen before. Immediately afterwards, drops of blood floated out, turning into bloody words in midair, arranged vertically. An astonishing artistic conception began to fill the air. Vast as the sky, Madame Honglong's pupils shrank. Her expression was shocked, and she murmured,
"This is actually a supreme magic formula?"
At this time, the speed at which blood beads formed began to accelerate. Drops of blood, like a string of pearls, came out from between Luli's eyebrows, floated up in the air, and condensed into bloody words. The majestic and vast artistic conception, the universe, covers all directions and suppresses everything. Soon, the blood beads stopped coagulating. The supreme magic formula was also completely presented in front of Madame Honglong. 1,803 words. Just when Madame Honglong was trying to comprehend, the soul-eating fish swung its tail suddenly and swooped in, swallowing the bloody words one by one. Like a greedy snake, it eats up all the instructions in just a few moments. In an instant, all the magic formulas that Madame Honglong had forcibly memorized in her mind disappeared and could no longer be remembered. Missed opportunity. She felt extremely regretful. At this moment, the soul-eating fish that swallowed the magic formula glowed with blood and transformed into the shape of a whale. It was as small as a silkworm, and it opened its mouth and sucked it in. Call. All the spiritual energy within a 3-mile radius was actually swallowed up by this little soul-eating fish. Then, the soul-eating fish swam gracefully and got into the land between the carp's eyebrows. Luli's body immediately shrunk as if it was leaking air. The mana in the body began to solidify and compress. A ray of innate foundation building breath spreads out. At the moment when the supreme magic formula was condensed, Shongzhou, Daoming, Feiyan Temple. Feiyan Temple is one of the 3 major temples in the world, and it sits on Feiyan Mountain, one of the 9 immortal mountains of the Tao League. At the highest peak of Feiyan Mountain, there is a small yellow mud Taoist temple. The Taoist temple is very simple, but inside it worships the Taoist ancestor of Tai Ching, the common Taoist of 9,000 Taoist sects. On the altar, there were only a few simple tributes of spiritual fruits. An old Taoist priest with a red nose and a drunken face was lying on the cool bed and sleeping soundly, snoring loudly. In response, the 2 little Taoist boys guarding the entrance of the gym looked at each other helplessly. At this time, the statue of Daozu suddenly and silently cracked. A crack as thin as green hair clearly revealed the middle of the forehead of the Daozu statue. The 2 little Taoist boys thought they had made a mistake, so they rubbed their eyes and took a closer look. Their expressions immediately changed. They rushed into the temple together, woke up the sleeping old Taoist priest, and shouted,
"It's not good! Master, wake up quickly! Wake up! Something big happened!"
Unexpectedly, the old Taoist priest waved his hand, turned over, and muttered,
"What's the matter? Isn't it just those bald monsters who want to attack the demon sect? I won't go if I don't go. I can't go to the sky to watch. They like to fight or not. Don't disturb my cultivation of immortality."
After saying that, he snored and fell asleep again. No matter how hard the 2 little Taoist boys shook them, they couldn't wake up. In desperation, the 2 little Taoist boys had no choice but to get up and prepare to find the deputy temple master. But as soon as I walked out of the door, boom, there was an explosion. The 2 little Taoist boys heard the sound and looked back, and were shocked to see that the Taoist statue exploded.
Hack!
At this time, the sleeping old Taoist priest suddenly turned over and straightened up. His eyes popped out of his sockets, and he looked in disbelief at the fragments of the statue of Daozu that exploded into jade on the ground.
What happened? Daozu exploded? Could it be that Daozu exploded?
Destroyed?
While speaking, he quickly pinched his fingers with his right hand and pinched out the afterimage. This is divination. After 3 breaths, the old Taoist priest was shaken all over, with a ghostly expression on his face, and said in shock,
No way. Taoist ancestor was reincarnated in the devil's sect? Did Taozu take the wrong abortion pill? He was actually reincarnated in the devil's sect? Damn it! Come on. Someone. Follow me to see the leader of the Tao Alliance, and send the order to gather the troops and prepare to attack the 10,000 Demons Mountain with a group of bald donkeys, and destroy the demon sect.
After that, he casually hit the air with a palm, smashed the void, and leapt directly through the air. The same scene appeared in the 9th Avenue Gate. At this time, Guifeng Mountain and Star Observation Tower. In the secret training room, Luli slowly opened his eyes. In his mind, the 2 articles came to mind very clearly, shining with supreme golden light. Chapter 1. There is a fish in the North Ming Dynasty, and its name is Kuan. The first sentence of the 2nd article. Road to road. Very avenue. Famous. Very famous. It's the Tao Te Ching.
Chapter 51 Evolution. 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 The foundation is finally established. Moreover, the memories of past lives are awakened. Remember.
Tao Te Ching.
And
Xiao Yao Yu.
again. Luli felt the golden words in his mind and felt extremely excited.
Luli. Congratulations.
At this time, Mrs. Hong Long on the side smiled lightly and congratulated.
Thank you, true lord, for protecting the law.
Luli suppressed the joy in his heart, showed gratitude on his face, stood up and bowed his hands in thanks. If it weren't for Mrs. Hong Long, I'm afraid he would have sunk into the illusion in the first level and completely died of consciousness, leaving only an empty shell of flesh.
No need to thank you.
Mrs. Hong Long waved her hand and said with a smile,
I just gave you a hand at the beginning. You will get through the many illusions later on by yourself. Your concentration is really amazing.
There was full of admiration in her beautiful eyes. However, people in the demonic path have many desires and inner demons. To break through, they must use magic weapons to calm their minds. However, the Luli in front of him had nothing. He only relied on his own determination to survive the illusory test, which shows his determination and purity of mind. He is indeed a righteous man.
True lord, if it weren't for you to channel my chi every day, I would never have been able to build the foundation so quickly. If it weren't for you to guide me and practice and protect me, I wouldn't be able to succeed in building the foundation. You are not just helping me, but helped me several times. So, do you dare to ask the real Lord Gao's name?
Luli bowed solemnly. Hearing this, Mrs. Hong Long was stunned for a moment, then smiled.
My surname is Yun, and my name is Zhu Sheng. Yun Zhu Sheng? Okay. Luli, swear to God.
Luli raised 3 fingers on the spot and swore.
Luli, am willing to pass on the incense to the Yun family from generation to generation. I will go through fire and water, no matter what.
Well, after hearing this, Mrs. Hong Long tilted her head and frowned slightly. This sentence always feels weird.
True lord, I will never say thank you for your kindness. If you are asked to do anything in the future, I will go through fire and water, even if I die.
Luli bowed again, his expression extremely sincere.
Okay.
Mrs. Hong Long waved her jade hand and said with a smile, You'd better practice hard first,
and wait until you reach nascent soul in the future.
Before she finished speaking, she suddenly looked stern. His ears perked up. Seems to be listening to something. After a moment, Mrs. Hong Long solemnly said,
Luli, practice well. The head of the Ghost Sect is calling me over. He is very anxious. It seems that something big is about to happen.
As soon as he finished speaking, the figure retracted into the jade pot along with the white smoke. Left in a hurry. Something big happening? When Luli heard this, he thought about it and didn't take it to heart. It's none of his business anyway. Now, take a look at the system log. Luli's eyes sparkled. He muttered silently and summoned the system log record. More than 10 records have been refreshed. The first 3 items.
Congratulations to the host. You have broken through to the first level of foundation building. Congratulations to the host. Your Kuiping Devouring Heaven Demon technique has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Method and has evolved into the
Kuiping Divine Technique.
Congratulations to the host. Your Kuiping magic skill has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra and has evolved into the
5 elements Kuimping magic skill.
Dot.
The 5 elements Kuimping magical art. When Luli saw it, his spirit was shaken, and he raised his hands. Crash. In an instant, the sound of rushing water from a rushing stream resounded in his body. Powerful mana gushes out from the purple mansion in Dantian. Instantly washes into the palm of the hand. Spurts out. And condenses into 5 soul-eating fish. They are white, cyan, black, red, and yellow. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The 5 soul-eating fish are all the size of silkworms, swimming slowly in the palm of the hand, forming a 5-color aperture, full of spirituality. Is this the 5 elements Kuimping divine art? Luli slowly operated this new supreme magical skill, sensing the changes in it. The more he felt, the more intense the joy in his eyes became. All things in heaven and earth have yin and yang in 5 elements. The 5 elements soul-eating fish can devour the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Reversal of the 5 elements soul-eating fish can destroy all things. This is many times more powerful than the soul-eating fish used by Kuimping before. The previous soul-eating fish was a demonic kung fu. Purely Yin evil. But it would still be restrained by pure yang kung fu. But now, if the enemy attacks with magic techniques such as 9 flames true fire, the 5 elements soul-eating fish can directly devour it. If you can't swallow it, you can directly reverse the 5 elements and destroy them. Moreover, the 5 element soul-eating fish surrounds the body, which is absolutely a layer of supreme defense.
Rise!
Luli's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. The 5-color soul-eating fish swam out and swam rapidly around his body, flashing with 5-color rays of light. A 5-color light net seemed to be condensed around his body. Any attack that comes will be devoured by the 5 elements soul-eating fish. Both offensive and defensive. It is worthy of the name of magical power. Luli was overjoyed, wishing that 10 or 8 enemies would appear now and be able to test the power of the magical technique. However, let's continue to look at the system records first. Luli suppressed the joy in his heart and then looked down.
Congratulations to the host. Your spirit ghost Shadow Step has gained great enlightenment after listening to the supreme method and evolved into the
swinging wind step.
Dot. Congratulations to the host. Your Fuya Chengfeng gained great enlightenment after listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra and evolved into the
Xiao wind control technique.
Dot.
Xiao wind control technique? When Luli saw it, he became curious and immediately pulled out the system panel. The secret of freedom and wind control. Take advantage of the righteousness of heaven and earth. Control the 6 chi of the universe. Travel in the infinite universe. And be free and infinite. With a total of 20 levels. Current realm. First level, progress 1%. The realm is returned to 0? Luli looked a little regretful. But, try it first. Luli licked his lips, activated his magic power, and started running the magic formula. Call. Suddenly, a breeze blew. Luli's figure floated out of the air, flashed like a teleport, and appeared in midair. In another flash, he appeared in another corner of the secret practice room. The rules of movement cannot be captured at all. The next moment, Luli's figure flashed rapidly. After images condensed one after another in the secret practice room, overlapping one after another. In the end, 365 after images condensed, filling the entire training chamber. This speed?
I don't know how much faster than Lingui Phantom Step. Moreover, it is much better than Lingui Phantom Step, which looks like a ghost. It's free and elegant. And graceful. Not bad. Not bad.
Suddenly, the after images burst like bubbles one by one, and Luli's figure appeared, with an uncontrollable joy on his face. Now he can fly directly into the sky without using any spiritual weapon. Call. Now, he doesn't have to be afraid when he encounters Li Jing. Maybe he can survive 2 moves. Luli clenched his fist, crackling. At this moment, there was an explosion of bones in his body, and a huge force surged out from the tiny to extreme acupuncture points in his body, fierce and domineering, washing out throughout the province.
This is the indestructible power of the Vajra?
Luli's spirit was shaken, and without saying a word, he directly activated the 5 elements Kuimping divine art and began to absorb the surging and majestic power in his body. Physical strength began to skyrocket. 103,000 caddies. 108,000 caddies. 117,000 caddies. 125,000 pounds. The physical power has been absorbed. Is this the overwhelming force that dominates the world? Luli's eyes sparkled. and with a casual wave of his hand, he felt like he could lift a mountain range and throw it into the sea. Without hesitation, he took out the system records and took another look.
Congratulations to the host. Your Vajra indestructible magic power has been directly enlightened due to listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra,
and your realm has been improved by 1 level. Congratulations to the host. Your powerful Heavenly Dragon spell and powerful Vajra spell have entered a state of enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra. Your cultivation level has greatly increased, and the progress has increased by 50%. Congratulations to the host. Your 23 swords of the devil were derived from listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra and understanding the way of the devil, and deduced the 24th sword. Your instant sword skill has been directly improved to perfection. Your Zhixiaolianri Sutra was greatly enlightened by listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra, and it evolved into the pure Yang Wuji Sutra.
The Vajra Sutra was directly upgraded to a higher level. No wonder physical strength increases so much. Moreover, not only the Buddhist scriptures, but also the 23 swords of the demon have been improved to a higher level, directly deducing the 24th sword. The instant sword technique is immediately perfect. Also, the Zixia Sun Refining Manual, a tool, has also evolved. Lu Li's heart surged with joy. Without saying a word, directly bring up the system panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, 1 level of foundation building. 5 elements equipping magical skill, 11th level, progress 1%. The powerful Heavenly Dragon spell, the 2nd level, progress 85%. Powerful Vajra spell, level 2, 88% progress. Instant sword technique, level 1 perfection. Xiao wind control technique, 1st level, progress 1%. The indestructible power of the Vajra, level 5, progress 60%. Great compassionate palm, the 10th level, perfection. The strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The important thing is that now, he can finally activate the powerful Tianlong spell. Chapter 52 The Mighty Tianlong. The whole sect is summoned. Doi Tianlong. World-honored Xidagarba. Daluo magic spell. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Baba Cokes. The flying dragon is in the sky. Go! In the secret cultivation room, Lu Li was bare-chested, quickly pinched out the seal with one hand, and uttered thunderous sounds, like a demon subduing Vajra and an Arhat. However, when the voice fell, nothing happened. The 2 mighty 5-clawed golden dragons printed on his back did not fly out. Lu Li was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted, I recited the mantra wrong. No wonder. Lu Li glanced at the mantra again, with a solemn look on his face, activated his magic power, formed a seal with one hand, and burst out the spring thunder with his tongue. The mighty heavenly dragon, the great Buddhas, the world-honored Amitabha, the Prajna Bama. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars shook the secret room. A wave of heat rushed through my back. In an instant, the 2 golden dragons emitted golden Buddha light. Their pupils blinked, and they suddenly came to life. I saw them soaring out from their backs, growing in size rapidly in the golden light. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's head is as big as a house. Its waist is as thick as a water tank, and its body is wrapped around the dragon. It stands on the left and right of the land carp, exuding amazing power and intimidating all living things. Lu Li looked back, looking amazed and shocked. These 2 mighty dragons are unparalleled in their might, as if they have all the might and masculinity in the world combined into one body. Every dragon scale, every dragon beard, and every dragon claw is filled with pure explosive power. With infinite divine power, he can destroy all monsters and ghosts. Any ghosts in the underworld who see these 2 golden dragons will probably be so frightened that they become weak and tremble in place, unable to think of a confrontation at all. Thinking of this, Lu Li's heart moved. He waved his hand and grabbed a purple and black flag. It's the 10,000 Ghosts banner. He wanted to recruit the low-grade spirit ghost in the 10,000 Ghost banners to test the power of the mighty Tianlong. However, that low-grade spirit ghost is resisting coming out. There was also a feeling of extreme fear and begging for mercy. It's scared. It sensed the presence of the powerful Tianlong and was so frightened that it hid in the 10,000 Ghost flags and did not dare to come out at all. At this time, suddenly, 2 mighty dragons let out a huge roar like thunder. The dragon's eyes blinked and shot out 2 arms-thick golden light, hitting the Wangui flag. Buzz! The Wangui flag trembled, and the spiritual light was completely dimmed.
The ghost energy and evil energy contained in this ancient evil magic weapon was directly melted by the golden light and completely turned into nothingness. Immediately afterwards, the golden light soaked the entire flag and seemed to penetrate into the 10,000 ghosts flag. In an instant, a rush and strong desire to survive and surrender came from the 10,000 ghosts flag. The spirit ghost is afraid. Without the protection of the 10,000 ghost banners, it would be completely destroyed by the golden light. Receive! Seeing this, Luli pinched the seal. Ho ho! The two mighty dragons let out dragon roars, circled, quickly shrank, rushed into Luli's back, and disappeared, as if they had never appeared. However, there is still a powerful force in the air that can overwhelm all evil spirits. The spirit ghosts in the Wangui banner were still shivering and huddled in the corner.
Very good! Dawei Tianlong is really powerful. This should be considered the biggest trump card.
Luli put away the 10,000 ghosts banner with a very satisfied look on his face. After careful calculation, he now has many trump cards. Movement skills, Xiaoyao Yufeng Ju. With a radius of 30 feet. Almost teleportation. Defense. The 5th level of the Vidra indestructible magic is enough to withstand any attacks from spiritual weapons. Coupled with the 5-element soul-eating fish, the defense is invincible. Melee combat, with a power of 125,000 kilograms. Coupled with a 4 times increase of the powerful Vidra spell, you can defeat everything. Long range, flying dragon in the sky. Mighty dragon. Sword attack. Huh? Sword attack? Luli suddenly realized that he had perfected the instant sword technique. In other words, he has completely mastered the 23 swords of the devil. No, the first of the 24 swords of the devil. The instant killing swordsmanship.
Is this the demonic sword chi?
Luli raised his hand and grabbed it out of thin air. An invisible sword energy that only he could see condensed on his fingertips. More than 3 inches long. The color is colorful black. It looks evil. After just a few glances, Luli felt that joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, hate, and desire were emerging in turn. And the 7 emotions were surging. The whole person's mood is extremely unstable. There are also faint signs of losing control of his magic power. It's a demon invasion. But the next moment, the 5 elements Kunping divine art in the body automatically reversed. And the 5 colors of light flashed all over his body. And a cool feeling spread throughout his body. The irritable mood immediately stabilized. At the same time, the out-of-control mana has become as docile as a sheep. Obviously, the invading demons were directly wiped out by the 5 elements Kunping magic. The 5 elements Kunping magical power is awesome. Xia Yayu is awesome. Tao Jing, eternal god. Luli secretly breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but praise. Looking at his system panel again, a smile appeared on his face. The only pity is that the unlucky boy, the great merciful palm, went out, missed this opportunity, and fell to the bottom of the skill list. However, if it comes back and reads the Taoist scriptures to it several times, it should be able to evolve. Immediately afterwards, Luli began to count his belongings and found that there were only 88 pieces of middle-grade spiritual stones left. The ground is full of spiritual stone powder. The breakthrough just now consumed a large part of his net worth. Luli felt a little distressed. He was also thinking about saving money to buy a better storage ring. Also, if you leave the demon sect in the future, you will have to find a paradise to buy a cave to live in and practice. This is all money. Correct. There's also gift money. Assuming that a lady's betrothal gift is 3,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Then she has to save 24,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. This is a huge amount of money. Therefore, chief disciple, he is determined. When he becomes the chief, he will take the opportunity to borrow money and then run away. As for paying back the money, why should I pay back the money I borrowed based on my ability? Wrong. Luli woke up in an instant and became vigilant.
Sure enough. The heavenly demon sword technique is the most sinister and evil technique. It can actually twist people's conscience silently. It's understandable to run away.
But if you don't return it, the money should be paid. How can you not pay back the money?
He hates people who don't pay back money the most in his life. So, Luli decided, when he reaches the realm of refining the void and becomes invincible in the world, probably 1,000 or hundreds of years later, he will come back to the demon sect to repay these people's money. If a person dies, there is nothing he can do. He has to burn a little more gold ingots, candles, paper money, and return it to them in the underworld as compensation. That's all. Luli made up his mind, stretched out his hand, and summoned the golden sword from the storage ring. After breaking through the foundation building, I can finally practice this flying sword. Crash. The magic power started flowing, like a rushing river, pouring into the flying sword. Soon, in less than a stick of incense, a faint spiritual connection began to connect between Lu Li and Lu Jin's sword. This is due to the powerful magic power of land carp. I estimate that it should be similar to a demon cultivator on the 7th or 8th level of foundation building. When he reaches the point of perfecting his foundation building skills, he doesn't know how powerful and pure his magic power will become. When? Before he could complete the ritual training, suddenly, 9 crisp bells rang into the secret room, reaching Lu Li's ears with great clarity. Lu Li was stunned when he heard the sound, thought for a moment, and his face changed slightly. This is the alarm bell of the Yiming Ghost Sect, and it is the highest level. After 9 bells ring, all the disciples, except those in retreat, will be admitted to the Yiming Mountain. Report: not going is a violation of the rules, and is a capital offense. What happened? Could it be that the Tao League really attacked? Lu Li was shocked and doubtful. He put away his golden sword, put on his clothes, and walked out of the star observation tower in a flash. Looking up, streams of light streaked across the sky at extremely fast speeds. They are all heading towards Yiming Mountain. It seems that something big happened. Lu Li looked solemn. Just as he was thinking about it, a golden light shot out from the distance, revealing Bai Jinfei's figure, shouting anxiously, Junior brother, come out quickly and follow me to Yiming Mountain. Buzz! The flowing light sword made a sword sound, and the sword light flashed loudly, condensing into the shape of a sword, holding Lu Li flying up into the sky, and came to Bai Jinfei. Hey, senior brother Bai, your clothes are disheveled, and there are a few whip marks on your body, as well as traces of dripping wax. What's wrong with you? Lu Li looked at it and asked in surprise. Hee. I just played a little game with a few beauties. No. Junior brother, why did you build the foundation? Bai Jinfei's eyes popped out of his eyes, and he screamed. The look on his face was as if he had discovered that his fiancée turned out to be his half-sister. But it turned out that he was not the biological child of his father, but the child of his mother's affair. Chapter 53. The Taoist League and Buddhism are really attacking. Bai Jinfei never expected it. In just over 20 days, Lu Li was promoted to foundation establishment. This is simply faster than a sow giving birth to piglets. Therefore, he was dumbfounded and in disbelief, almost thinking that the game he just played was too exciting and caused him to hallucinate. However, as he rubbed his eyes, Lu Li's innate foundation building aura was too obvious. It is indeed a foundation. Senior brother Bai, let's go to Yiming Mountain first. We'll talk about other things on the way. Lu Li said with a smile. Yes. Go to Yiming Mountain first. Bai Jinfei responded and nodded. Then, the two of them flew into the sky together and shot toward Yiming Mountain. One day, the sky is as blue as water, and the bright sun casts endless sunlight. A strong wind blew past him, looking at the boundless sea of clouds under his feet. Lu Li's sword was getting faster and faster, reaching 170 steps, and he felt free and at ease. Galloping in the blue sky and white clouds has been his dream since childhood. Unexpectedly, it finally came true today. This is inevitably exciting. Unable to bear it, he wanted to continue flying upwards, wanting to be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Junior brother, do you want to die? Bai Jinfei grabbed Lu Li and said solemnly. The sky above is 10,000 feet, where Master Jin then flies. If any Master Jin then gets distracted while flying and bumps into you, he was directly hit and died on the spot. And I couldn't help you collect the body. There is actually air traffic control? Lu Li was stunned for a moment, then explained with a smile. Thank you, senior brother, for reminding me. Isn't this my first time flying with a sword? I'm a little excited. Hey, flying with a sword is boring. In the future, like me, you can get a bigger flying boat. Then, you don't have to control it yourself. And you can travel a long way. Bai Jinfei's smile was a little weird. Huh? Can't I handle a sword myself and be able to make 1,000 miles at a time? Lu Li was a little confused. 1,000 miles in one day is not 1,000 miles in one day. Junior brother, You will understand when you have a concubine. Hey, but I have never tried to fly 1,000 miles in a flying sword like you. I will give it a try if I have a chance.
Bai Jinfei's eyes lit up, and he said inexplicably excited.
Dot!
This guy is talking dirty again. Lu Li was a little speechless.
By the way, junior brother, you haven't said yet how did you break through the foundation building so quickly? Has the true blood of the green dragon given to you by the master been completely refined?
Bai Jinfei asked extremely curiously.
Yes, it's refined.
Lu Li nodded.
There is no reason. You were still at the 5th level of chi refining at that time. With your magic power, how could you refine a drop of true blood of the green dragon so quickly? Even if it is foundation building and refining, it will take a month.
Bai Jinfei's face was full of surprise. Lu Li smiled and replied,
Master gave me a small stove. I see.
When Bai Jinfei heard this, a look of envy immediately appeared on his face, and he suddenly asked,
Then again, junior brother, how did you solve the problem of excessive yang energy after refining the true blood of the green dragon? I have already prepared it for you. Beauty, I just don't see you coming. It's very simple. Don't ask for anything.
Lu Li replied.
Sharp.
Bai Jinfei gave a thumbs up. In the middle of this nonsense, soon, the two of them saw Yiming Mountain in front of them. It was a straight mountain. On the top of the mountain, a palace made of black stone stood proudly, exuding boundless evil energy. Black demonic energy rose up, covering the sky and the sun. From a distance, it looks like an ancient demon god, stepping on the boundless earth, tearing apart the sky, and capturing the sun, moon and stars with his hands. Incomparably majestic. Majestic and shocking. This is the mountain gate of the Yiming Sect. That black stone palace is the main hall of the Yiming Sect. At this time, streaks of colorful light flew toward Yiming Mountain and fell into it.
Junior brother, we're here.
Bai Jinfei looked at Yiming Mountain with a hint of awe on his face. Call out, accompanied by roars that broke through the sky. The two of them, Lu and Li, fired towards Yiming Mountain, as fast as lightning, flashing several times across the sky, and landed in front of the sect's main hall. This is a huge white stone square. In the center of the square stood a tall white jade statue of an old man with a 1-foot gray beard and wearing a long robe. The appearance is very ordinary. However, this person is the founder of Yiming Sect, Patriarch Yiming, a being who is cultivated to the point of becoming one with heaven and ascending to heaven. In front of this 10-foot tall statue, there are 9 bronze cauldrons. The smoke from the furnace in the cauldron floats, exuding a faint aroma. At this time, the square was extremely lively, with hundreds of thousands of people crowded in. Lu Li looked around and saw people. This was the first time he had seen such a lively scene since he traveled back in time, and it instantly reminded him of the painful memories of traveling during festivals in his previous life. If you look closely, you will see that the people in the square are wearing different clothes, including red, white, black and so on. But most of them are young people, and they seem to be full of energy. In front of the square is a 100-meter wide stone staircase made of beautiful jade that leads all the way to the sect's main hall. Lu Li looked up and saw the black wooden plaque of the sect's main hall. The plaque is very new, with the 4 words,
Yiming Sect,
written on it with flying dragons and phoenixes. Every word is vigorous and powerful, giving people a supreme momentum that scares ghosts and gods, makes the world cry, and writes the destiny of life and death. Lu Li was shocked all of a sudden.
Junior brother, this is the calligraphy treasure left by Patriarch Yiming, and there is a trace of the Taoist rhyme left behind when he ascended. Legend has it that whoever can understand this trace of Taoist rhyme can ascend instantly.
At this time, Bai Jinfei's voice sounded.
No wonder.
Lu Li nodded, turned around and asked,
Senior brother, where is the master? And where is the second senior sister Yao Yao? Master and second senior sister should be in the sect's main hall. You see, all the fallen Jindan masters have been invited into the main hall.
Bai Jinfei pointed. After he said this, Lu Li noticed that those Jindan masters who had fallen behind were indeed invited into the sect's hall. In the entire square, there were only a group of foundation-building true disciples and purifying disciples who had just started. At this moment, several golden lights fell from the sky.
Ah! It's Senior Brother Li Jing. Hello, Senior Brother Li. Senior Brother Li, have you eaten? Senior Brother Li's aura is amazing. It seems that the golden elixir breakthrough is imminent. Congratulations. It's Li Jing. As soon as this person appeared, the crowd immediately rushed forward, saluting him and saying hello and congratulations. At first glance, it looks like an imperial minister appointed by the emperor to inspect the local area, and officials from all over the country are fawning over him. Li Jing smiled and nodded in return. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by people, and stars held the moon in their arms. Very popular. Junior brother, in the past 20 days, a lot of things have happened. Among them, the biggest one is that senior sister Lu he announced that she is preparing to break through the golden elixir and will no longer compete for the top disciple. So Li Jing's biggest opponent is gone. Now, he is the next chief of our Emingo sect. There is almost no suspense. Bai Jinfei said solemnly with a stern face. If the demon master and the underworld master don't deal with him, he will naturally dislike Li Jing. What's more, Li Jing has now become the chief reserve and is extremely popular. A junior sister who happened to be with him went directly to Li Jing's staff, making all his efforts in vain. This made Bai Jinfei even more angry. Is this actually happening? Lu Li frowned slightly, and his heart sank. So, he has almost no hope of becoming chief? Just as he was thinking about it, Li Jing suddenly turned his head. His eyes passed through the layers of people and glanced at Lu Li. His expression suddenly became stern and his pupil shrank. He saw Lu Li promoted to foundation building. But the next moment, a disdainful sneer flashed in his eyes, and he turned around to chat with others. Obviously, he didn't take Lu Li seriously. When he becomes the chief, it will be easy to kill this Lu Li. Murderous intent. Lu Li could clearly feel the murderous intent emanating from Li Jing's body, and his expression was slightly cold. It seems that this person is already planning to kill himself. Just as I was thinking about it, a crisp sound of dang came to my ears. Dang, dang, dang. 9 bells rang, suppressing the noise in the square. Hundreds of thousands of people were instantly quiet, and no one dared to make a sound. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe, leading a group of powerful men with terrifying auras, walked out of the sect's main hall and stood on the white jade steps to the sky. Meet the leader! In an instant, hundreds of thousands of people bowed to pay their respects. The sounds gathered together were vast and boundless, shaking the sky, clouds, and sun. This middle-aged man with a tall figure and a jade tree facing the wind is the head of the Emingo sect, the Emingo's emperor. An existence at the level of refining the void? The Emingo's emperor was condescending. His eyes swept over the entire audience. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, starting today, the Emingo sect has entered a state of wartime alert to guard against sneak attacks from the Taoist Alliance and the Buddhist sect. The sound fell, and the roar was everywhere. Lu Li was also shocked. Did the Taoist League and Buddhism really join forces to attack? At this moment, the Dark Ghost Emperor snorted lightly, and a breath of air emanated from him, vast and boundless, suppressing the entire scene, and then said, in addition, the election for chief begins now. In 3 days, the chief disciple will be selected. Chapter 54 Choose Me. I'll take you to the moon. The Emingo Emperor's voice fell, and the whole place suddenly burst into murmurs. How come? Why do the Buddhist sect and Taoist Alliance suddenly dare to attack the 10,000 Demons Mountain? What should I do? I haven't even held a girl's hand. What a panic. Naoko! The leader didn't even panic. In my opinion, we might as well rush out of the 10,000 Demons Mountain and catch the Tao Alliance and Buddhism by surprise. For a moment, as if the end was coming, the disciples in the square were in panic. However, there are still many people who still look calm as if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them without changing color. Some of them looked excited, wanting to pick up the guy and fight with the Buddhist Taoist Alliance. In the crowd, Lu Li was expressionless, holding back and not letting the happiness in his heart show. As long as the Taoist Alliance and the Buddhist sect attack, and Madame Hanlong rebels, it will be the time for him to escape from the devil's cave of the demon sect. There is no need to wait for the golden elixir. At this moment, he even wanted to hum a song. Today is a good day. Junior brother. Bai Jinfei on the side pushed him. Well, Master is looking at you. It seems he has something to say to you. When Lu Li heard the sound, he turned his eyes and saw the real ghost behind the Emingo Emperor. The demon master was dressed in black robes, standing proudly, casting a sharp gaze, and his thoughts came from the air. Lu Li, wait for you to come up and run for the chief position. Still running for chief?
Lu Li's heart skipped a beat, and he was extremely reluctant. If he really becomes the chief disciple, then within a day, the Taoist League and Buddhism will definitely receive the news. Maybe he will be assassinated. When the time comes, he explains that he is an undercover agent and gives me a chance to be a good person. Will the assassin believe it? I'm afraid he was shot to death before he finished explaining. Although he was very reluctant in his heart, Lu Li still didn't show it on his face and bowed his hands towards the real ghost demon. Then, he glanced again and found that Mrs. Hong Long was also behind the Yinming Ghost Emperor. And the location is very forward. It seems that his status is really not low. In addition, True Lord Feihu, True Lord Huangquan, and the great demon King Zhentian, who was eating from the table, were also among them. Sensing his gaze, the great demon King Zhentian glared fiercely. Then the pupil shrank sharply again. It seemed that he was a little surprised to see Lu Li break through the foundation building. Snort! At this time, the Yinming Ghost Emperor snorted coldly and suppressed the voices of the entire audience.
The election for the chief disciple has begun. Doesn't anyone from our Yinming Ghost Sect dare to stand up at this time and take the lead for our Yinming Ghost Sect? I come!
As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice sounded in the square. The next moment, a green figure flew up, flickered a few times, passed over everyone's heads, and landed on the white jade steps. He is a young man dressed in black, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He looks like Panin and is very handsome. It is also the foundation of perfect cultivation.
Disciple, Wang Qinian, pay homage to the master. Elders!
The man in green first bowed his hands in salute, then turned around, stood on the jade steps to the sky, met the eyes of hundreds of thousands of disciples, and said solemnly,
I, Wang Qinian, I am willing to be this chief disciple and live and die with my ghost sect. Please give me your full support.
As soon as the words fell, a chorus of cheers immediately sounded from a corner of the crowd.
Senior Brother Wang, I support you. Senior Brother Wang, you are the best. Start the year and start the new year. The power is boundless, invincible. Sweep across the heavens.
Lu Li looked at it with a solemn expression. This Wang Qinian is not simple. At least, he couldn't remain calm in front of hundreds of thousands of people, especially a group of powerful demon cultivators.
Junior brother, Master wants you to run for chief. Right?
Bai Jinfei asked in a low voice.
Lu
Li nodded.
Then you have to be careful. The waters of this chief election campaign are very deep. Most people can't grasp it at all. On the surface, although Wang Qinian is running for chief executive, in fact, he was just pushed out. The person behind it is that woman,
Bai Jinfei said, stretching out his hand. Lu Li followed his hand and found a woman in red. She was slender and neither tall nor short. As if sensing their gazes, the woman in red turned her head sharply. Shocking. It turned out to be a yin-yang grimace. Lu Li raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice,
Who is this woman? Do you still remember the 5 factions I told you? She is the boss of one of them. Nicknamed Ghost Poison Fairy. She has a rich background. She is the granddaughter of a certain supreme elder. Moreover, she is born with poisonous veins and poisonous blood. The skills are terrifying. The young man in green waving the jade fan and the fat old man in yellow all have extraordinary origins and are not simple in strength. Bai Jinfei pointed at people one by one and said, just as he was talking, another demon cultivator came up to run for election. The one who went up this time was a girl with a strong back and a handsome face. A girl? Landcarp cannot tell the difference between male and female. However, when the young girl opened her mouth, a thunderous voice resounded throughout the audience. Choose me to be the chief, and I will be rich and famous. There are spiritual stones, beauties, and handsome men. All of them. If not, I will chop off my own head.
Come down and give it to you. Never break your promise.
Oh. Suddenly, there was another round of cheers. The cheers were more enthusiastic than those of Wang Qinian before. Obviously, these more direct and vulgar words were more popular.
Which faction introduced this girl?
Lu Li asked curiously.
Although Elder Alchemy's faction is not among the 5 major factions, it is still quite powerful.
Bai Jinfei explained. Lu Li nodded. In the demon sect, there are indeed open and covert fights everywhere. And there are many mountains. Huddled here is definitely not a long-term solution. You have to find a way to escape from this battle between immortals and demons and leave as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking about it, a dragon roared. Suddenly a yellow water dragon more than 10 meters long flew up from the crowd, carrying a golden figure, soaring into the air and flying towards the sect's main hall. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, the water dragon fell. Its body shrank rapidly, got into the sleeves of the golden figure, and disappeared.
Disciple Li Jing. Meet the leader. Meet the elders.
The golden voice saluted respectfully.
Good.
The evening ghost emperor's dark blue eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of admiration.
Li Jing, you have reached the 8th level of the Huangquan Sutra. You have refined the Huangquan Minglong. Nothing is incorruptible. Under the golden elixir, I am afraid that nothing can be destroyed.
People are your opponents? Not bad.
This was the first time that the Yinming Ghost Emperor praised him.
Really?
Next to the Yinming Ghost Emperor, an elder who looked like a bamboo pole also nodded in praise. Suddenly, there was a loud cheer from the crowd.
Senior Brother Li! Senior Brother Li! Thank you for the compliments. Sect Leader and Supreme Elder.
Li Jing bowed his hands in thanks, then turned around, faced hundreds of thousands of disciples, raised his hand, and pressed it softly. In an instant, the cheers disappeared immediately. The whole place fell silent.
Fellow disciples!
At this time, Li Jing's eyes flashed sharply, and he said in a deep voice,
There are demon sects, Taoist alliances, and Buddhism in this world. Why? Our demon sect has to live in this 10,000 demons mountain, and we can't even leave the 10,000 demons mountain.
The sound echoed through the sky. Everyone looked solemn.
Why? The Taoist alliance can sit on the 9 immortal mountains. Why? The Buddhist sect can occupy the 10 secret realms of the cave. Why? Our demon sect can only live in this barren and desolate land of the 10,000 demon mountains. We can't eat enough. We can't drink well. It's hard to find a 1,000-year-old elixir. Once you leave the 10,000 demons mountain,
you will be beaten and killed like a rat on the street. Are you willing to do this?
Li Jing shouted another question, which spread throughout the audience.
Not willing to give in.
An angry roar immediately rang out from the crowd. Immediately, the response was like a cloud, and the momentum was very huge.
Not willing to give in. Not willing to give in. Not willing to give in.
Yes,
we are not willing to give in.
Li Jing clenched his fist and shouted.
Since we are not willing to give in, what should we do?
Kill.
Kill. Kill. Kill. Kill the Taoist alliance. Take back the blessed land of the immortal mountain that belongs to us. Destroy Buddhism. Get back our spiritual stones and women.
In an instant, the crowd was excited. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely frenetic. Li Jing looked at the crowd of fanatical disciples in the square, knowing that his position as chief was secure, and it was not in vain for him to plant a lot of trustees in the crowd. The next moment, he raised his hand and pressed it again. Soon, the hundreds of thousands of disciples fell silent. Under the gaze of everyone, Li Jing's eyes flashed coldly, and he said proudly,
All of you fellow disciples are right. Since the Taoist alliance and the Buddhist sect don't even want to leave 10,000 demons mountain to us, then we will fight out of 10,000 demons mountain and destroy the Taoist alliance. Crush 3,000 Buddhist sects. I am willing to be the chief disciple and lead the way. Please give me this opportunity.
After speaking, he bowed deeply to hundreds of thousands of people.
Senior Brother Li, we support you. That's right. Senior Brother Li is the strongest and resourceful. We choose you. Senior Brother Li is the best in the world.
The crowd cheered in support. The momentum was so great that more than half of the people were present. Seeing this, all the elders looked at each other. It seems that this time the chief disciple can be sure in advance. At this moment, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded, suppressing everyone's voices.
Destroy the Taoist alliance and crush Buddhism? You can do it before you talk. I also said that I can lead everyone to flatten the moon.
Chapter 55. I'm not targeting you.
Everyone here.
Who is it? How dare you tear down my stage? Li Jing's expression turned cold. He followed the sound and saw the person who made the sound at a glance. The pupils shrank. It's a land carp. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of disciples all turned their heads and looked at Lu Li in the crowd. In front of the sect's main hall, the Yinming Ghost Emperor and a group of Yuaning elders also looked at him. In an instant, the pressure doubled. However, Lu Li recited the Taoist scriptures silently, with a natural look on his face, and walked forward step by step. The crowd automatically separated into a lane.
Lu Li,
what do you mean? Li Jing's eyes were cold and stern, and he asked in a deep voice.
I and other sects are united in preparing to fight back against the Tao Alliance and Buddhism sect. You actually opened your mouth to pour cold water on me at this time. What are your intentions?
Lu Li smiled when he heard this. Then, with a flash of golden sword light on his body, he jumped up, flickered a few times, and landed on the white jade ladder that reached the sky with a bang. He first bowed his hands towards the Ming Ghost Emperor and others as a salute. Then, Lu Li turned his head and smiled at Li Jing.
Hey, senior brother Li, don't get me wrong. I wasn't targeting you just now. If you're not targeting me, then you're targeting the hundreds of thousands of fellow sect members of the Ming Ghost sect?
Li Jing squinted his eyes and said coldly, "This man was very scheming, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he pushed Lu Li to the opposite side of everyone." As soon as these words came out, angry eyes swept over him. Lu Li felt it, and an invisible air flow surged in from somewhere and poured into his body. It is the anger of the 7 emotions. The next moment, to Li Jing's surprise, Lu Li nodded and said with a smile,
"That's right. I'm not targeting you, senior brother Li, but the hundreds of thousands of fellow disciples present. Everyone here is rubbish. They're all trash."
As soon as these words came out, the entire Bayou Square fell into silence. Then, the angry waves surged.
"What?
How dare you call us trash? What a courage! Damn it! If the leader and the elders weren't here, I would just go up and chop off this kid's head and use it as a chamber pot. Boy, if you dare, say it again. If I don't beat your mother until she jumps out of the grave and begs for mercy for you, you're not a human being. Humph! If he wasn't so good-looking, I would have thrown a minstrel belt on his face."
Countless angry murderous gazes, like thousands of arrows, pierced Lu Li's body hard. At the same time, the anger of the 7 emotions was produced as majestic as the sea, overwhelming the mountains and the sea, and violently blasted into Lu Li's body. Horrible! Among the crowd, Bai Jinfei pursed his lips, covered his face, and retreated. Junior brother Lu's skill at being ridiculed by the crowd was so powerful that he couldn't stand it anymore and retreated first. In front of the sect's main hall, the eyes of all the elders fell on the demon master, with different expressions, but all with a hint of amazement. He is worthy of being the disciple of Demon Master, and his offending skills are definitely worthy of being passed down. The Demon Master looked gloomy. He asked Lu Li to run for chief, but he didn't ask Lu Li to offend everyone in the sect. From now on, no one will come to accept as many female disciples as he wants.
Humph! Lu Li, you are so brave and ignorant. How dare you call all of your fellow disciples trash?
At this time, Li Jing had a sneer on his face, adding fuel to the fire, and immediately cupped his hands.
"Master, this Lu Li is so bold that he has committed public outrage. Please ask the master to send him to the punishment prison and suffer thousands of tortures." "Lu Li, what's your explanation?"
The Ming Ghost Emperor looked calm, squinting his eyes, and his dark blue eyes seemed to see through everything.
"Master, this disciple did not say anything wrong."
Lu Li cupped his hands, swept around the audience, and sneered disdainfully.
"To destroy the Taoist alliance and to level the Buddhist sect. Is it because all of our fellow disciples are shouting and arguing here? I'm afraid that even if we make noise until dawn, we won't be able to destroy the Taoist alliance. If we want to destroy the Taoist sect, the alliance and the peace of Buddhism depend on the leadership of the leader. Of course, there are also wise leaders like Jinju and Honglong and wise and powerful elders like my master. That's it. All of you fellow disciples can't figure it out. Isn't this just a bunch of rubbish? How about it? Fellow disciples, am I right about what I said? Who dares to object?"
After the sound fell, there was silence in the sky and on the earth.
All
the foundation building Chi training disciples stared at Lu Li with speechless and angry eyes. Why is this guy so shameless? Move the leader out and flatter him. How dare they object? Hateful. I've been scolded and can't fight back. In an instant, the incomparably vast emotion of disgust, accompanied by the murderous and angry gaze, enveloped the sky like a violent storm, leaving Lu Li with nowhere to hide.
"Junior brother Li, you have gained a good apprentice."
At this time, a gentle chuckle sounded, and Mrs. Honglong opened her mouth to praise.
"Really?"
The Ming Ghost Emperor nodded.
"My disciple is naughty and ignorant, and makes the master laugh."
When the Demon Master heard this, he cupped his hands and said, at the same time, he gave Lu Li a warning look, telling him not to go too far.
It doesn't matter. Li Jing, you can continue.
The Evening Ghost Emperor waved his hand and glanced at Lu Li with a meaningful look.
Yes.
Li Jing cupped his hands in response. A hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. Hateful. What a great drama. But it was messed up by this land carp.
Lu Li, I haven't finished the campaign yet. According to the rules, you can go down and come up again after I finish the campaign,
Li Jing said coldly.
Following the rules?
Lu Li remained motionless, raised his eyebrows and sneered.
What a joke. If we follow the rules, then we are not members of the Devil Sect. We might as well go to Buddhism to chant sutras and recite Buddha's name.
You? Li Jing glared.
Then you are going to violate the sect rules?
Oh, I know the sect rules best.
Please tell me, Senior Brotherly, is there any sect rule that stipulates that when others are running for chief, we cannot run together?
Lu Li sneered.
Dot!
Li Jing's face turned completely gloomy. It really doesn't. At this time, Lu Li turned his head, condescendingly looking down at the audience.
Why, fellow disciples, didn't you have a lot of people supporting the Senior Brotherly just now? Why didn't anyone dare to come up and chase me down? Could it be that they are all cowards? Rat like trash?
The clear voice spread again, resounding throughout the square. Another round of teasing. Suddenly, a series of angry gazes shot towards him, millions of times more intense than the sunlight in the sky. And they wanted to burn Lu Li to ashes on the spot. Li Jing on the side was also extremely angry. So, he narrowed his eyes and made a gesture with his left hand hanging on his waist. The next moment, an angry shout broke out from the crowd.
This kid is so arrogant. Where do you think this is? Get out of here.
Along with the sound, a yellow figure flew into the sky and shot towards him. Boom. He landed 20 feet away. He is a slightly pudgy young man.
Disciple, Mei Riwen, pay homage to the master. Elders.
The short, fat man in yellow came up and first bowed his hands in salute. Suddenly, there were exclamations from the crowd.
Is it the Mei Riwen who has become famous recently and was invincible in single combat in the early stages of Foundation building? I heard that his ghost spirit cult fire is very powerful.
The next moment, the man in yellow clothes named Mei Riwen turned his head, stared at Lu Li, and sneered.
Boy, remember, I am the disciple of Master Heiwu. Mei Riwen, the plum of plum blossoms. The son, Li Wanji's Riwen. You were so arrogant just now. Snort.
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Li snorted coldly.
You talk so much nonsense? You should save it for when you go to your own grave.
As he said that, he suddenly raised his big palm and shot it out from the air. Roar! A golden flying dragon roared out from his sleeves, with scarlet eyes and sharp scales and claws. It swung its body and swung its tail, swept across 20 feet, and then pounced in front of Mei Riwen. The flying dragon is in the sky.
Huh? Ghostlinghua, get up!
The face of the fat man in yellow changed, and faint blue flames suddenly appeared all over his body. The whole person instantly turned into a huge ball of fire. Boom! The golden flying dragon slammed into it, causing the blue ghost fire to shake violently, causing sparks to fly in all directions. It's about to collapse.
How come you have such powerful magic power?
The fat man in yellow screamed in surprise, just about to activate his defense. Roar! At this moment, Lu Li looked indifferent and shot out another palm from the air. Another golden flying dragon, like a meteor hitting the sun, swooped over and smashed into his protective will-o'-the-wisp, causing the whole person to fly up. Puff! On the spot, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Just like that, he spun in the air, spraying a spiral of blood, and flew dozens of meters away before landing heavily on the white jade stone steps. Then, he rolled and rolled down 1,000 jade steps, landed on the square, and passed out. I don't know life or death. There was silence. Mei Riwen, who was invincible in single combat in the early stages of Foundation building, lost now? Just one move. Everyone's heart shivered, and they were extremely solemn. They stared at Lu Li on the white jade steps of Tongtian. A little unbelievable. Did this guy really just break through the Foundation building? The most shocking one was naturally Li Jing. However, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he made another gesture.
Humph! I'm here to meet you.
The next moment, a cold voice sounded from the crowd. A black figure rose into the sky. This person is on the 7th level of Foundation building. Chapter 56, I am naturally willing to help others. Chapter 58, I am naturally willing to help others. Boom. The visitor fell 20 feet away, revealing his body and face. He was a pockmarked man, with a mole on the corner of his eyebrow. He looked about 40 years old.
Disciple, Shanishin, pay your respects to the master.
The pockmarked man bowed his hands in salute. In the crowd, someone immediately said in shock.
Shanishin, is he a senior whose spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful and can control 300 flying swords? It's him. What he practices is the true art of controlling ghosts. The magic power of hundreds of ghosts is added to him. His magic power is powerful and extraordinary.
Lu Li raised his eyebrows when he heard these sounds. There was also a look of interest on his face. Can you control 300 flying swords by building a foundation? It's really awesome.
Boy, are you ready? Don't blame me for bullying the young. You are really too arrogant and arrogant.
The man in linen said with a stern look.
Bring it on.
Lu Li remained calm and raised his fingers.
Snort.
Seeing his disdainful look, the man in linen's eyes flashed with anger, and black ghost energy erupted from his body, expanding to cover his figure. The next moment, a black sword light shot out from the ghost aura. Lightning and flint. He has already been killed within an inch of Lu Li's eyebrows. The light of the sword is cold and sharp, enough to penetrate a 100-foot diamond city wall. It's a top-grade spiritual weapon. Seeing that Lu Li was about to die under the black sword light, at the critical moment, two slender golden white fingers, carrying a wisp of human smoke, gently pinched him. In this way, the black sword light was caught. The sword light also revealed its true form. It was a small black sword that was 3 inches long and as thin as a cicada's wings. In the ghostly aura, the pockmarked man's surprised voice came out. Buzz. The small black sword trembled violently and made a sword sound, like a giant dragon, starting to struggle, trying to break free and fly away. However, Lu Li's 2 fingers were as stable as sacred mountains. Clamping tightly, the small black sword couldn't move.
Hateful!
The pockmarked man gritted his teeth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, sword rays, black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue. Hundreds of sword rays shot out from the ghost aura, forming a colorful rain of swords, shooting out and slashing through the air, coming to kill. Every ray of sword light is sharp and can pierce through gold, stone, mountains, and seas. They are all middle-grade spiritual weapons.
Your sword is slow, inaccurate, and weak. You still want to kill people? Go home and kill pigs.
At this moment, a cold light flashed in Lu Li's eyes. Raise the other big palm suddenly, make a fist, and blast out. Boom, 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 accompanied by a sonic boom in the air, landslides and sky-shattering sounds. Hundreds of fist shadows, shining with golden light, appeared instantly in front of Lu Li. It's like a golden fist mask covering the whole body.
Idiot! How dare you use your flesh and blood to catch my flying sword and seek death?
The disdainful sneer of the pockmarked man came from the ghostly aura. Ding, 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 ding. Only a series of crisp sounds were heard. Sparks were flying in the air. The colorful sword rain and the golden fist shadow collided together, emitting a continuous crisp sound, ring throughout the audience. Everyone took a closer look and were shocked to find that all the flying swords were directly hit by the golden fist shadow, causing them to tremble violently in the air, and their spiritual light flickered dimly. It actually blocked it. Moreover, that powerful and terrifying power also made the spiritual weapons dim. Great spiritual loss. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Lu Li rolled up his big hand and gathered all the flying swords in his hand. Then, rub it hard. Click, click, click. All the flying swords were crushed into a ball of broken metal by him and thrown to the ground. The aura completely dimmed and disappeared. Puff. In the ghostly aura, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Obviously, the flying sword was damaged, and the pockmarked man was also mentally traumatized. Boom. At this moment, the ground seemed to shake. Lu Li had a cold expression. His whole body shone with golden light, and he rushed into the ghost mist like a cannonball. The next moment, a man with a pockmarked face was knocked out, hunched over like a cooked prawn, and rushed into the sky along with the surging ghost energy. Then, Lu Li's figure soared into the sky and appeared above the pockmarked man. He raised his right leg high above his head, like a big axe splitting the mountain, and struck it down with one kick. Click. The pockmarked man's spine was broken. His whole body was kicked into a V shape, and he fell hard to the ground. Blood spurted from the mouth, Before he could fall, Luli crashed to the ground like a shooting star, turning his waist like a dragon, rotating 360 degrees, bringing up a strong tornado, and a heavy kick, sweeping across the falling pockmarked man. Boom! There was a thud. The pockmarked man was completely kicked several hundred meters away and fell into the crowd. Then, Luli casually threw out a handful of paper money. Amidst the paper money flying in the sky, he turned around and walked to the white jade steps leading to the sky, and sneered at Li Jing.
Senior brother Li, you can build a new grave next to your brother's grave, so that your brother will have a companion on the road to Huangquan. However, you don't need to thank me. I am naturally willing to help others. Dot!
Li Jing didn't speak. The veins on his forehead were pulsing. His fists were clenched, and his expression was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with water. The whole place was silent. Even the evening ghost emperor in front of the sect's main hall and a group of spirit-transforming Yuanings all looked solemnly and stared at Lu Li without making a sound. At this moment, everyone knows that Lu Li is physically extremely tyrannical and has endless supernatural powers. That kick just now, with a force of 250,000 kilograms, cracked mountains and rocks.
What? Is there no one left?
At this moment, Lu Li turned his eyes and swept the entire audience coldly.
Is the true foundation establishment of my evening ghost sect so bad? Are they all rubbish? Can't even beat me, who just broke through the first level of foundation establishment. Arrogant.
Extremely arrogant. In the crowd, many true successors who had completed their foundation building were ready to come forward. However, this is not cost-effective. If you win, it's natural. If you lose, your reputation will be ruined. Li Jing couldn't help but want to take action. But he kept his identity, and if he really wanted to take action, he would be at a disadvantage. So, he gritted his teeth and made another gesture.
Boy, let me teach you a lesson.
The next moment, a deep voice sounded. A burly man wearing a white cloak jumped up and crashed onto the sky-high white jade steps. His eyes were piercing, and his bronze skin shone with a metallic luster in the sunlight. The blood all over his body is masculine and fierce, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The realm is the perfection of foundation building.
It turns out to be Senior Brother GC. It's stable now. Senior Brother G, teach this boy a lesson. It's best to beat him half to death.
Someone shouted angrily.
Boy, you're just relying on your physical strength to be tyrannical. It just so happens that I'm not bad at physical strength either. So I'm here to beat you.
The burly man was confident and clenched his fists.
Finally a worthy opponent. Come on!
Lu Li also had a fighting spirit in his eyes. He is also longing for a fight that involves fists and fists.
Good!
At this moment, the burly man's tongue suddenly exploded with spring thunder. A golden light erupted from his mouth. Whoosh! The golden light flew in and turned into a golden mountain as big as a house in midair, then pressed down hard on Lu Li. Lu Li felt his head darken, and without saying a word, he raised one hand to hold up the falling Jinshan. But the next moment, the golden mountain suddenly fell. A terrifying force as heavy as 3 mountains came down hard, forcing his knees to bend sharply. Lu Li took a horse step, raised his hands high, and supported the golden mountain. This golden mountain weighs at least 300,000 kilograms. At this moment, black magic lines appeared at the bottom of Jinshan, flashing with red light, and a strong suction force was generated out of thin air, and began to suck the blood, energy, and mana from Lu Li's body.
A soldier never tires of deceit. Junior brother, you are still too young. Go back and practice hard for a few years.
Accompanied by the voice of a burly man, a bronze fist, as big as a clay pot, came violently, as if it was going to blast through the sun and the moon, and hit Lu Li's chest hard.
When?
A soft sound, like the sound of an ancient temple bell, came from Lu Li's chest and faintly spread beyond the white clouds. Puff! Clothes burst open, was shaken to pieces by the huge force. The golden chest of the land carp was revealed.
How can this be?
The burly man kept his punching posture. His eyes were as wide as bells, and his face was full of shock and astonishment. Lu Li straddled his horse and held the mountain, his body motionless, and showed him a friendly smile.
Senior brother, I'm here to test you. How can you use an idiom when eunuchs speak?
Before he finished speaking, he hit him with a knee and hit him hard. Powerful Vajra mantra. A 4-fold increase. 600,000 kilograms of power crit. Snapped. snapped. A dozen chickens and eggs. The burly man's face instantly turned as white as paper. His eyes popped out of his sockets. And he fell straight to the left and fell to the ground. The mouth opens and closes unconsciously, like a goldfish thrown ashore. When the men present saw the scene, their legs immediately tightened and their expressions changed drastically. Then, they saw Luli raise his arms, flash and retreat. Boom! The gold mountain as big as a house fell down and smashed down, making a loud bang. Luli took out a handful of paper money and scattered it casually. Looking down at the audience, he asked coldly,
"Who else is going to die?"
The sound fell. No one answered. The fear of the seven emotions surges like a sea, covering the sky and the earth. Surging forward. Chapter 57. Not only does it differentiate between superior and inferior, it also determines life and death.
Lost? Am I right? Senior brother G, who has perfected foundation establishment, also lost? Not only did he lose, but he was smashed by that 1,000 demonic gold mountain weighing 300,000 kilograms. I'm afraid he was completely dead. Hee hee. This GC is one of Li Jing's right-hand men, so the losses will be heavy. What kind of horizontal refining technique does Luli practice that can actually block Senior Brother G's punch? Senior Brother Lu, you are so awesome. I want to give you a child.
After the dead silence, a frenzy broke out in the square. Countless shocks, surprises, and fanatical glances shot at Luli. Incredible. They never expected that GC would die at the hands of Luli, who had just broken through the foundation. Moreover, he died extremely tragically. Not only was he castrated on the spot, but he also died on the spot. Not even a whole body was left behind. Under the shocked gazes of the entire audience, the golden mountain trembled slightly, shrank to the size of a fist, floated in the air, and turned alone. On the white jade stone steps, there was only a puddle of meat paste, mixed with clothes, and nothing could be distinguished clearly. The scene was very bloody.
In such a large sect like Yimingo's sect, not even one of my fellow disciples came to collect my brother's body. This is just a testament to the moral decline of the world. Is the friendship among my fellow disciples and Yimingo's sect so shallow? However, fortunately, I am naturally helpful. So let me collect my brother's body.
At this moment, Luli spoke coldly and raised his hand. Call. Yellow paper flew all over the sky and landed on the pool of blood. Then, he bit his 5 fingers into claws, and with one shot out of thin air, he captured the golden mountain as big as a fist in his hand, and put it into his sleeve robe very naturally. Yimingo's Emperor.
Dot!
A group of elders.
Dot!
Hundreds of thousands of Go sect disciples.
Dot!
Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Is this human language? You killed a person. How dare you say that you are willing to help others? Moreover, you just collect the corpses. Why did you collect the 1,000 demon gold mountain? That is the best spiritual weapon. Are there such shameless people in the world?
Lu! Li! Hand over 1,000 demons golden mountain.
At this time, an extremely angry and resentful voice squeezed out from between the teeth. It's Li Jing. At this time, he was clenching his back molars. His face was as cold as frost, and his eyes were shining with pure hatred.
Why?
Luli narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered.
Senior brother Pingli, your father is dead? Your mother is dead? Or, is your brother dead? You?
As soon as these words came out, Li Jing's eyes burst into flames, and all his magic power exploded. Golden light will fly out from his sleeves and cut Luli into pieces.
Enough.
Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. It's the Yimingo's Emperor. As soon as he opened his mouth, it seemed as if the surrounding space and time, all the 5 elements of vitality, and the power of yin and yang were frozen and unable to function. The golden light that was about to fly out of Li Jing's sleeve robe also dimmed immediately.
I have seen enough of today's farce. You can retreat.
Ghost Emperor Yinming said calmly. There was an undeniable majesty in his voice.
This.
Li Jing's expression changed.
Thank you, Master.
Luli cupped his hands, glanced at Li Jing, turned around and left. There was obvious provocation in his eyes.
Head.
Li Jing looked at it, gritted his teeth, and held his hands solemnly.
This disciple wants to compete with this junior brother Lu in front of the statue of the patriarch. At the same time, it is also a matter of life and death.
The last 4 words were very resounding and decisive. What? This sentence, filled with eternal resentment, immediately caused an uproar. This is a life and death duel. Was it secretly instigated by True Lord Huangquan? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at True Lord Huangquan. True Lord Huangquan was still wearing a green robe, with a white jade sword on his back. His brows slightly furrowed, and he seemed a little dissatisfied with Li Jing's decision.
Oh, Li Jing, are you serious about this?
At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor narrowed his dark blue eyes and asked slowly.
Absolutely true.
Li Jing bowed deeply again. In the cold eyes, there was a cold murderous intention, which was as solid as substance. Lu Li must die. First of all, the revenge of the serum must be avenged. Secondly, Lu Li is growing up too fast. In just a few months, his strength was enough to kill GC. Although GC underestimated the enemy, Lu Li's strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, he wanted to kill the land carp in the cradle before it could grow. Otherwise, in a few months, this guy might directly become a golden elixir. And then, he would have no hope of revenge in this life.
Lu Li, do you dare to accept this challenge?
At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor asked.
Master, I refuse.
Lu Li refused without any hesitation.
Boy, are you scared?
Li Jing asked through gritted teeth with red eyes.
Wrong.
Lu Li sneered.
I respect the elders and love the young. Senior brother Li, you are my senior brother. You are senior to me. Naturally, I respect you very much. How dare I take action against you? Senior brother Li?
When Li Jing heard this, his eyes immediately burst out with anger. This guy is so hateful. You scolded me so harshly just now. How dare you mention that elders care for children? At this time, Lu Li said again.
Furthermore, senior brother Li, you are very powerful, and I consider myself inferior. So I plan to go back and practice for 300 to 500 years. When senior brother Li dies, I will come to your grave to pay homage to you.
Ask for advice. Let's learn from each other.
Hearing this, many people were stunned on the spot. What does it mean? What are you asking for advice from the dead? Can you tell me how to turn bones into ashes quickly? However, soon, someone reacted and stared at Lu Li with admiration. This move is so vicious. Now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lu Li has become Li Jing's inner demon. If Lu Li doesn't die and Li Jing's inner demon is difficult to overcome, how can he cultivate the golden elixir? This is to let Li Jing die of anger and bottlenecks. No wonder Li Jing proposed a life and death battle. Apparently, he had thought of this too.
5 moves. Within 5 moves, if I hadn't seriously injured junior brother Lu, I would have committed suicide on the spot.
At this moment, Li Jing said something unexpected while speaking calmly and gritting his teeth. Hearing this, not only the whole audience was stunned, even Lu Li's pupils shrank. This guy is so determined to kill me? Could it be that he has some powerful treasure that can kill me with one strike? Suddenly, Lu Li wanted to run away. After pretending to be cool, if you don't run away now, when will you wait? Before he could speak, a cold voice came into his ears.
Lu Li, promise him.
It's the real ghost. Lu Li's heart sank, and thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he nodded.
Okay, I accept senior brother Li's challenge. Within 5 moves, either you will die or I will die.
Wow. The whole place was in awe again. A series of surprised and suspicious glances came over. This Lu Li is so arrogant that he dares to accept this challenge. Who is Li Jing? He is a close disciple of true Lord Huangquan. Among all the true legends who have perfected their foundation, their strength is first rate.
He dared to put forward such harsh conditions for himself. And he was obviously confident that he would kill him. A normal person would say no at this point. Does this Lu Li really think he is invincible?
Lu Li, are you sure you want to accept Li Jing's challenge?
At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor looked over, with a faint glint in his dark blue eyes.
Since senior brother Li wants to die, as a junior brother, I have no reason not to help him.
Lu Li smiled, equally confident.
Okay, then you can start.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor gently waved his hand. Call. A breeze blew. Lu Li and Li Jing were teleported directly to the square, in front of the 10-foot-tall statue of Patriarch Yiming. In an instant, the crowd around them dispersed, leaving a large open space. In the smoke curling out from the 9 large bronze cauldrons, Lu Li and Li Jing looked at each other with sharp and cold eyes separated by hundreds of feet, colliding with invisible electric sparks. A chilling atmosphere immediately filled the air. The whole place gradually fell into silence.
In the crowd, Bai Jinfei pursed his lips and stared at Lu Li closely. He raised his heart and began to pray. Bless the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Bless the Taoist immortals of the 9 heavens. Bless the Yiming Patriarch. And bless my junior brother to survive. When the time comes, now that my junior brother has become the chief disciple, I will be able to borrow and lend money, and add more than 100 concubines to bless and bless me. At the same time, the Green Lotus in the crowd, Mrs. Hong Long and the second senior sister Yao Yao in front of the main hall of the sect. The elder who protects the scriptures is far away in the scripture collection pavilion. Everyone focused their attention on the square. Junior brother Li, I'm afraid you will have to collect the corpses of your disciples later. Just like you collected the corpses of your 4th disciple back then. Xinju and Huangquan said with a cold expression. Take your mother in. Demon Master replied coldly with 4 words. The words fell. Roar. A dragon roar suddenly sounded in the square. Chapter 58 Danger of Life and Death. Take action. It was Li Jing who made the first move. Li Jing raised his hands. An earth-yellow water vapor spurted out from his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into 2 underworld water dragons. Ho-ho! Accompanied by the roar of the dragon, 2 underworld dragons roared out and turned into 2 streams of light, striking them fiercely. Before I even got close, there was a strong smell of sulfuric acid that filled the surrounding area. The first move. The incorruptible underworld dragon. The flying dragon is in the sky. Go! Lu Li looked stern, raised his hand, and struck out continuously. Ho-ho! The dragon roared. 2 golden blood-eyed flying dragons flew out from the palm one after another, expanded rapidly, and shot out to meet the underworld dragon that was rushing towards them. Wow! At this moment, Huangquan Minglong suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out a large cloud of yellow water mist, which instantly enveloped the 2 golden dragons. Sizzle! A burst of white smoke was seen, and Lu Li's 2 flying dragons were directly corroded into pits. Then, the 2 underworld dragons struck fiercely with their claws. 2 bangs. Lu Li's 2 flying dragons were directly caught and exploded, turning into golden light and disappearing into the air. Immediately afterwards, Huangquan Minglong continued to attack, fierce and ferocious. What a ferocious underworld dragon! Lu Li's expression was stern. His eyes were shining, and he dodged to avoid the poisonous mist sprays of the 2 underworld dragons. When he appeared again, he was standing on a large cauldron. Huh? Die! Li Jing's eyes were fierce, and he raised his hand and pointed. Blah blah blah. Accompanied by the sound of the surging river water, the 2 underworld dragons swung their bodies and swung their tails, turned suddenly, soared into the air, one to the left and the other to the right, swooped down, and were about to attack and kill the land carp. At this time, everyone also understood. Li Jing wanted to directly rely on this move of Huangquan Minglong to consume Lu Li's mana. At the same time, in his sleeves, golden light flickered, apparently waiting for Lu Li to reveal his flaw, and directly launched a thunderous strike to kill Lu Li. Humph! Are you the only one who can control a dragon? I can too! Suddenly, Lu Li snorted coldly. The words fell. With a stern look on his face, he raised his right hand and flew a seal in the air. The sound of thunder burst out from his mouth. The mighty heavenly dragon! The great Buddha's world-honored Amitabha! Prajna Bama Cokes! Fly! Dragon! In! Heaven! Roar! As a powerful spell sounded, 2 5-clawed golden dragons suddenly appeared on his back. In the dazzling golden light, they flew into the sky and turned into a mighty golden dragon 10 feet long. The momentum is astonishing, shocking all things. The light of Buddhism shines on the Yiming sect for the first time, and also shines on the statue of the founder of the Yiming sect. Almost everyone in the audience widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. What's this? Did they read that correctly? The golden dragon Dharma of Buddhism? A demon sect disciple activated a Buddhist spell and summoned 2 Buddhist golden dragons? Is this still a demon sect? Witnessing this scene, someone suddenly felt that the spiritual fruit in his hand had turned into a wooden fish, and the golden elixir in his body had turned into a relic. While everyone was extremely shocked, Dawei Tian soared into the sky and met the flying netherworld dragon. Ho 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 ho! Dragon versus dragon. The Yellow Springs Dark Dragon spews out Yellow Springs Dark Chi that corrodes everything. In this regard, Dawei Tianlong just stretched out a huge claw, with the explosive power of catching the sun and the moon, directly passed through the underworld Chi. Unscathed,
All the underworld energy was blocked from the golden Buddha light of the mighty heavenly dragon. The next moment, the giant claws of the mighty Tianlong suddenly grabbed the head of Huang Minglong, grabbed it hard, and tore it apart. Wow! The two underworld dragons let out silent wails of pain, and their heads were torn apart, causing water to explode all over the sky. Then, the powerful Tianlong suddenly swung his body, and the dragon's tail swept across thousands of troops. Snapped! Snapped! Two loud bangs. The dragon's tail hit the underworld dragon's waist, and the explosive force blasted out, directly breaking the entire underworld dragon into two pieces. This is not over yet. The mighty Tianlong blinked its dragon pupils, and sprayed out a pillar of golden Buddha's light that was as blazing as the sun, as thick as a century-old giant tree, and bombarded the two broken parts of the underworld dragon. Two bangs. The two underworld dragons completely exploded and disintegrated. The underworld energy that filled the sky was directly pierced by the golden light, melting into form and no longer existing. No resistance. The first move. Lu Li wins.
I protest.
At this moment, Li Jing looked ferocious and shouted,
Master, this guy actually knows the Buddha's secrets. This guy is a Buddhist undercover. Kill him quickly. No. Light the soul lamp on him and let him suffer all kinds of torture. Die.
Who said that if you practice Buddhist magic, you are a Buddhist undercover? If I sell my wife's cake, I will definitely give it to my wife. Don't you allow me, the demon Buddha, to practice with both mouths?
Lu Li sneered. Beside him, the mighty heavenly dragon coiled around its body, like two dragon gods, protecting the left and right.
Lu Li, are you an undercover agent?
At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor shot a sharp gaze.
This disciple dares to swear to Patriarch Yiming that if this disciple is undercover, he will be tortured to death by the ugliest woman in the world day and night.
Lu Li swore a poisonous oath on the spot. Wow! How dare you make such a vicious oath? There was an uproar among the people. The Yiming Ghost Emperor glanced at Lu Li several times with his dark blue eyes, then turned around and asked,
Dear elders, do you think this man is an undercover agent? Probably not. My heart mirror didn't respond. This guy is telling the truth.
An old man with blonde hair and transformed into a god opened his mouth and responded.
Good.
Yiming Guidian nodded.
Then, let's continue.
As soon as these words came out, Demon Master breathed an inexplicable sigh of relief and frowned at the same time. Not far away, Shinju and Huangjuan's expression could no longer remain calm, and gradually turned cold. His lips moved, as if he was transmitting a message. Dot!
Li Jing's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. He never expected that Lu Li could use such a profound and powerful Buddhist spell to summon the extremely powerful Buddhist golden dragon, which directly destroyed his underworld dragon. Obviously, those two five-clawed golden dragons are masculine and ferocious, and are naturally capable of restraining evil and evil spells. If you summon the underworld dragon again, you will probably suffer a loss. In this case, a sinister and resentful look flashed across Li Jing's eyes. He rolled his tongue, opened his mouth, and a golden white cold light burst out with extremely strong sword intent. Call out. A sharp sound broke through the air. In everyone's eyes, they seemed to see a bolt of fire piercing the sky and destroying everything.
Huh? Flying sword? No. It's a highly compressed sword light.
Between life and death, the hair on Lu Li's body stood on end. The air around him suddenly surged, moving 1 foot sideways out of thin air. Phew! Golden white cold light flew past Lan Karp's right ear. A series of blood beads shot out immediately. Injured, out of the corner of his eye. He took a closer look and realized that the sword light was actually a spiritual talisman. Crystal clear and square. There is a straight golden vertical line engraved on it. It's like a sword without a hilt.
The sword talisman used by Jean Dan?
The face of the demon master changed. Just as he exclaimed, the golden and white sword talisman soared into the sky, folded violently, fell from the sky, and plunged hard into Lu Li's Tianling cap. The speed is as fast as thunder and lightning.
Dawei Tianlong. Go!
Lu Li's heart trembled. His figure swayed, and he floated away, pointing with both hands. Ho ho! 2 mighty dragons flew into the sky and pounced towards the golden and white sword talisman, like 2 dragons grabbing a pearl, entangling the sword talisman. Ding 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 ding. A series of sounds sounded, and the golden and white sword light stood on the mighty dragon, and actually cut off the dragon's scales into pieces, adding sword marks on the dragon's body.
Boy! Die!
Taking advantage of this gap, Li Jing shouted loudly from 100 feet away, and clouds of colorful smoke erupted from his body, surging and rolling. The next moment, colorful smoke rushed out and rolled violently towards Lu Li. Before the attack came, bursts of dizzying aroma filled the air. Poisonous. Lu Li's expression changed slightly, and he continued to hold his breath. His body swayed, and dozens of afterimages appeared, trying to avoid the attack of the colorful poisonous smoke. However, at this moment, there was a sudden darkness above the head. Looking up, he was shocked to find that Li Jing was floating high in the sky, blocking the scorching sun. His eyes were filled with cold and murderous intent. With a flick of his hands, another five-color light shot out. Bang, 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 bang. The five-color light suddenly fell to the ground, and there were actually 5 stone tablets shining with five-color light. They were 3 feet high and 3 feet thick, standing in the 5 elements, surrounding Lu Li in the middle. Each of the stone tablets is engraved with a mysterious and powerful ancient seal script. Buzz! The next moment, the 5-color stone tablets trembled together, and the ancient seal script emitted 5-color light, connecting the sky and the earth, turning into a 5-color light shield, directly covering Lu Li in it. Then, the 5-colored rays of light swirled and condensed into a huge vortex. At the center of the whirlpool is the land carp. In an instant, Lu Li felt that the mana in his body was like a dam bursting, flowing thousands of miles and being drawn out crazily. This 5-color vortex can actually absorb mana directly. Moreover, the 5-color vortex rotated violently, and the air flow was like a knife, cutting on the golden skin all over his body, making a clanging sound and sparks flying everywhere. Roar twice. The mighty dragon in the sky was directly killed by the sword talisman. Then, that golden white sword light broke through the speed of sound, plunged into the surging 5 poison smoke, and stabbed Lu Li on the back of his neck through the air. In an instant, Lu Li was in danger of life and death. Chapter 59. The sword is shocking. Have a good trip, Brother Li.
Not good!
In the crowd, Bai Jinfei exclaimed. At the same time, there were screams all around.
It's over! It's over! Senior Brother Li's 5 poison Luo Yin, 5 elements demon sealing monument, plus a sword talisman. That Lu Li will definitely die. What a pity for such a genius! Judging from his physical toughness, I'm afraid he has already cultivated the withdraw art to the 5th level. Look, the real demon wanted to take action, but he was stopped by the real Master Huang Quan.
Life and death depend on an instant. However, amid the colorful poisonous smoke, Lu Li remained unhurried, stepped back 3 feet, pinched out his sword finger with one hand, and flicked it out. On the back of the hand, a Vajra Arhut appears, with a powerful and angry look. Powerful Vajra mantra. Ding! An extremely clear voice sounded. Lu Li relied on the power of the supreme spell to directly use his fingers to deflect the light of the golden and white sword that was thrust down.
Humph! Let's see how much mana you still have.
In the sky, Li Jing roared ferociously and fiercely pinched the spell with both hands. Buzz buzz! The 5 stone tablets trembled violently, bursting out with bright and dazzling light, spitting wildly, and condensed into a pawn-sized 5-color vortex, surrounding the land carps. The mana is flowing out of control. Immediately afterwards, Li Jing bit the tip of his tongue and spurted out a mouthful of true energy, which landed on the sword talisman. Boom! The sword talisman exploded with thunder. Its power increased by 3 points, and it was shot towards Lu Li again, killing him in the air.
You are the only one who can swallow mana? I can too! Kuiping Dharma, get up!
Lu Li shouted loudly, and grabbed a stone tablet out of thin air with his big palm. In the palm of his hand, a 5-color halo of light shone fiercely, turned suddenly, and turned into a small 5-color fish, which suddenly jumped out. Then, open your mouth and take a breath. Call. The wind picked up. In just a blink of an eye, all the 5 poisonous smoke was swallowed up by this small 5-color fish. Immediately afterwards, the 5-color fish expanded rapidly, flicked its tail, soared into the sky, and turned into a 10-foot-long 5-color whale. It opened its mouth again and swallowed the world in all directions. Wow! The 5-color whirlpool was turbulent and uncontrollable, and was directly swallowed by this 10-foot-long 5-color whale. Not a single bit is left. Moreover, this huge suction force affected the 5-color stone tablet, causing the 5-color brilliance emitted by the stone tablet to suddenly weaken and dim. Li Jing, who was connected with his mind, immediately felt that his magic power was leaking wildly. It seemed as if something was sucking his magic power through the 5 elements demon sealing monument.
How so?
Li Jing's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked, causing huge waves. Ding. At this time, Lu Li swayed. Dozens of afterimages flashed out, and finally struck a sky-shattering punch, slamming into the sword talisman and knocking the sword talisman away again. There was a click. After repeated violent blows, the sword talisman finally couldn't bear it and broke into cracks as thin as green hair. In the air, a sharp sword intent overflowed. The sword talisman's aura dimmed greatly.
The mighty heavenly dragon. The great Buddha's world-honored Amitabha. Prajna Bama.
There was another thunderous roar. Lu Li formed a seal with one hand, and the mighty golden dragon on his back flew into the sky and pounced on Li Jing in midair. The last resort? As long as Li Jing dares to take action. Once the 5th move comes, he will die regardless of winning or losing. At the same time, no one noticed that Lu Li had already pinched the sword fingers in his other hand. It was as if a peerless sword was about to be unsheathed and thrust out at any time.
Hateful!
After the killing move was broken, Li Jing's eyes were scarlet. He gritted his teeth and roared.
Lu Li! Go to H.L. Bury with my brother!
As he spoke, he raised his hands, and the 5th killer move that he had prepared long ago was about to be unleashed. Its 2 thunder beads. The thunder beads began to emit dark purple thunder, and a burst of explosive energy that destroyed the world spread out, as if it would burst out in the next moment, bombarding Lu Li, and blowing the entire Yinming mountain to the ground. The masculine and fierce mighty Tianlong was directly annihilated by the powerful thunder current that spilled out just as it rushed in front of Li Jing. Turn into nothingness.
This is Kuei Yin Thunder Pearl.
In front of the Sect's main hall, Madame Hanlong exclaimed.
Thunder beads that can even blow up golden elixirs are used against a small foundation building? Master, this competition is unfair.
Demon Master said coldly. Xinju and Huang Quan on the side immediately narrowed his eyes and said coldly.
There is nothing unfair. Your disciples have already used Buddhist techniques. What's wrong with Li Jing using 2 thunder beads?
Hearing this, the real ghost demon did not continue to fight and looked at the Yinming Ghost Emperor. The Yinming Ghost Emperor did not speak. He didn't stop him either. Immediately, Demon Master's expression darkened. All this happens in a blink of an eye. Seeing that the thunderball was about to shoot out from the sleeve rope, Lu Li was directly blasted to pieces. Just at this moment, Lu Li sensed the familiar aura of thunder. Without any hesitation, he raised his sword finger and pointed it out in the air.
Puff!
Lu Li drew his sword. An invisible 3-inch sword flashing with colorful black light shot out from his fingertips. This is the 24 swords of the demon. The first sword. Instant sword technique. Just now, he absorbed the 7 emotions of anger, 7 emotions of evil, and 7 emotions of fear from hundreds of thousands of people, and condensed them into the extremely pure heavenly demon sword chi. Such a huge and vast heavenly demon sword chi was condensed into an instant sword technique. This sword is equivalent to 70 or 80 years of cultivation. Now, the sword thrust out. Silent. No one saw how the sword was thrust out. He didn't see how the sword soared into the sky. The only thing that could be felt was the sharp sword intent that suddenly shot up from Lu Li's body. In an instant, it was as if the blue sky split in 2. The blazing Hiyori was also cut into 2. Everyone only felt a sword light, as if piercing through the pupils, striking hard towards their souls. 3 souls and 7 souls were split apart. Everyone blinked and recovered. And when they took a closer look, they found Li Jing in the sky. His eyes widened, as if he had been hit by a body-fixing spell.
Senior Brotherly, what's going on? Why don't you use the Kuei Yin Thunder Pearl to kill that kid? No. Why has the light of the thunder beads dimmed?
Amidst the sounds of surprise and suspicion, some people were surprised to find that a pinprick of bright red appeared between Li Jing's eyebrows. Soon, it was like red ink dripping on the snow-white rice paper, and the color spread out. This is dog blood. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked eyes of everyone, blood gushed out from the center of Li Jing's eyebrows and the back of his head. Then, the man tilted and fell straight towards the square. His eyes were still wide open, filled with resentment and murderous intent. No breath left. Already dead? Died? Died. Everyone watched in disbelief as Li Jing fell from the sky like a green onion. In front of the Sect's main hall, the Yiming Ghost Emperor and all the Supreme Elders narrowed their eyes slightly and slowly said 6 words.
23 swords of the demon.
True Lord Huang Quan's expression was extremely cold. The same 6 words came out of his mouth.
The 23 swords of the demon. 23 swords of the demon. The first sword. Instant sword technique. Instant sword technique. Instant sword technique. Instant sword technique.
At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly sounded. Lu Li took out his sword fingers with both hands and pointed them at Li Jing, who was falling down. Puff, 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 puff. Blood arrows shot out from Li Jing's body immediately and hit the ground hard. However, it's not over yet.
Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Instant sword technique. Instant sword technique. Instant sword technique. Instant sword technique.
Lu Li suddenly formed a seal with one hand, summoned 2 mighty heavenly dragons, rushed out, and slapped Li Jing with one claw. Then, there was another instant sword skill connecting points. In the blink of an eye, Li Jing's entire body was photographed out of shape. His whole body was shot into a sieve, and blood flowed everywhere.
Boy, you've shot everyone to death. Why don't you stop?
Witnessing this scene, True Lord Huang Quan's face was filled with frost. His cold eyes burst out with anger, and he moved forward, taking a step forward, about to take action.
Old ghost of Huang Quan. Who knows if your apprentice is cheating his death? My apprentice Lu Li has always been cautious and steady. He is only thinking about his own life when he destroys corpses and eliminates traces. But don't worry. He will stop when his magic power is exhausted.
Demon Master stepped forward, stopped Master Huang Quan, and sneered sinisterly.
You?
The white jade sword behind Jinju and Huang Quan trembled slightly. However, seeing that the Yiming Ghost Emperor did not speak, Chong Jian immediately regained his composure. At this moment, his eyes turned, his pupils shrank, and his murderous intent surged to the sky. He saw that Lu Li, who had exhausted his mana, grabbed a huge stone tablet with one hand and smashed it towards Li Jing's broken body. Bang! The whole square shook violently. Then, bang, 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 bang. Lu Li picked up the stone tablet and smashed it hundreds of times. Finally, he inserted it casually, like inserting a tombstone. Stood the stone tablet on the pool of blood and mud, scattered a handful of paper money, and said coldly from a high position,
Senior Brotherly, have a good trip.
Chapter 60 Showdown. Actually I am. Hoo ho ho. Pieces of yellow paper fluttered in the wind, flying around and falling on everyone's heads. The entire square hall was silent. Everyone stared at Lu Li, and the pool of blood and mud with shocked expressions. No one expected that this life and death battle between the first level of Foundation Establishment and the Perfect Foundation Establishment would turn out to be an upset. Lu Li won. Boom! The next moment, the whole square went into frenzy.
How is that possible? That just now, could it be the instant sword technique of the 23 swords of the demon? Too fast. I didn't even see how the sword was drawn. They don't even spare the corpse. It's so cruel. Who the L says this kid is a Buddhist undercover? I will be the first to blow his mouth. The first level of Foundation building is complete with killing and killing. This land carp will soon become famous. This senior brother Lu is so cruel and violent. The slave family is so scared and wants to be violently abused by him. Such a hot-blooded young man must like a woman like me who has a big heart. I have to find a way to hook him.
The 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire surged from all directions at this moment and poured into Lu Li's body.
The 23 swords of the demon.
In front of the Sect's main hall, True Lord Huang Quan narrowed his eyes and slowly said 6 words again. Behind him, the long white jade sword trembled gently, radiating brilliance, and the sword's intention broke through the sky, as if it could fly out at any time to take the head off a person's neck.
Old ghost of Huang Quan, why don't you collect the body for your apprentice?
At this moment, the ghost demon master sneered in a sarcastic tone.
Oh, how could I forget? Your disciple is in such a state, and has been bleeding all over the place. If you gather them together, it may not even be enough for a cup. Instead of wasting your time, you might as well just dry them on the spot.
You? True Lord Huang Quan flashed an angry look, and was about to take action.
Enough.
At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor said,
You two are both elders. Wouldn't it look good to do something in front of so many juniors?
There was a hint of reprimand in the words.
Don't dare.
True Lord Huang Quan pursed his lips, and cupped his hands slightly. The cold murderous intent in his eyes immediately subsided. Demon Master also followed suit. but there was still undisguised joy and ridicule on his face.
Do you understand?
At this moment, the Evening Ghost Emperor spoke calmly, suppressing the noise in the audience. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, the Evening Ghost Emperor looked around the audience, his eyes sweeping over everyone.
In a life and death battle, there is no so-called level of realm. Losing means death. Winning means living. Therefore, when you meet a righteous disciple in the future, even if his realm is higher than yours low, you only need to remember one thing. Go all out and kill them. Thank you, Master, for your teaching.
All the disciples present looked solemn and bowed in unison. Luli looked at this scene with a slight chill in his heart. He finally understood why the Evening Ghost Emperor didn't save anyone. Because Evening Ghost Emperor wanted to use Li Jing's life to teach everyone present a living and bloody lesson. The life and death of a chief disciple were nothing in the eyes of the Demon Supreme. This is the pattern of one of the top 10 leaders of the Demon Sect.
Junior brother, congratulations. You won. That sword strike you just made was really a heifer's kick. So awesome that it reached the sky.
At this time, Bai Jinfei rushed to Lu Li's side, excited and shocked at the same time. That sword strike just now killed people in an instant, making people tremble all over just thinking about it. It's so terrifying.
Senior brother, you can do it too. The 23 swords of the demon are actually not difficult.
Lu Li held the spirit stone in one hand and restored his mana. With a calm expression,
Dot!
Bai Jinfei had nothing to say. The disciples around him were also speechless. Isn't the 23 swords of the demon difficult? Is this human language? Do you really think that anyone who is a demon Buddhist cultivator like you can rely on Buddhist magic to suppress the demons attracted by the 23 swords of demons? However, there was indeed not much pride on Lu Li's face. This life and death duel was a bit thrilling to win. But at the same time, it also taught him a lesson. In the future, when you really encounter an enemy of life and death, just start using your special moves. Otherwise, you might die inexplicably due to the enemy's trump card. After all, this is a mysterious world of immortals and demons. Who knows what weird treasures the enemy has? Thinking of this, Lu Li stretched out his foot very skillfully and stepped on a Kuei-Shui-In thunder bead. Then he squatted down and tied his shoelaces. Inadvertently, he took the Kuei-Shui-In thunder bead under his feet and another one not far away. The Yin thunder beads were also put into the storage ring. Everyone.
Dot!
Facing everyone's gaze, Lu Li looked calm. With a flick of his hand, he took out a piece of clothing from his storage ring and put it on.
All right.
At this time, the Evening Ghost Emperor once again conveyed in a high voice with endless majesty.
That's it for today. In 3 days, the chief disciple will be selected. You can disperse. Lu Li, you come with me.
As soon as these words came out, countless hot, envious, and jealous glances immediately shot at Lu Li. Everyone can see that the boss appreciates Lu Li and is ready to give him a small start. He is directly determined to be the chief disciple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said this in front of so many people. True Lord Huang Quan and others also looked cold when they speculated.
Jiji.
The demon master laughed sinisterly.
Yao Yao. Follow me back and prepare a celebration banquet for Lu Li. Also, buy a few reeds on the way and order an elegiac couplet of It's More Than Enough to Die. But it's not enough to live without regrets, and send it to Li Jing in a few days. The morning hall is a great gift to us. We are all members of the demon cult. So we have to be interesting. Otherwise it will be meaningless. Yes.
In the crowd, Yao Yao, dressed in white, stood up and raised his hands.
Master, senior sister, walk slowly.
Lu Li flew up and also cupped his hands.
Hee. Lu Li, you did a good job this time. When you return to Guifeng Mountain, you will be rewarded as a teacher. Ha. Yao Yao, Jin Fei, let's go!
The real demon laughed heartily and was extremely happy. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he rolled up by Jin Fei and Yao Yao and flew away directly, disappearing in the cold eyes of true Lord Huang Quan.
I'm sorry, Elder Huang Quan, Elder Fei Hu, and the great demon King Jintian. Could you please let me alone?
At this moment, Lu Li bowed his hands to Jinju and Huang Quan and the others. Swish, swish, swish. 3 extremely cold eyes, freezing to the bone, were as sharp as swords, piercing Lu Li's body. Lu Li looked extremely calm. Then, true Lord Huang Quan looked indifferent and turned his body to make way.
Humph. The villain succeeds. Let's see how he dies in the future.
True Lord Feihu twisted his purple face, with a fierce light in his eyes.
I have to say that this kid does have some skills. He actually mastered both demons and Buddhas. And he managed to master the first of the 23 demon swords in such a short period of time. It's a bit amazing. Fortunately,
I held back this time. Otherwise, I would have done it again want to eat the table.
The great demon King Xintian secretly rejoiced. At this time, under the cold eyes of the three people, Luli walked up to Mrs. Honglong and cupped her hands. Mrs. Honglong smiled and nodded, with a look of appreciation on her face.
Careful.
However, a gentle voice filled with great worry entered his ears. When Luli heard this, his heart tightened. The sect hall in front looked like the mouth of a giant beast from the abyss, or the L of Shuriyaksha, trying to swallow him whole. But, at this point, there was no way to back down. Luli narrowed his eyes, calmed his mind, stepped out, crossed the white jade threshold, and stepped into the hall of the Evening Ghost Sect. What is surprising is that the sect's main hall is decorated in a simple and elegant way, with white jade as pillars, sandalwood as chairs, and landscape murals carved on jade around it. There is no ghostly demonic atmosphere at all. At the front of the hall, there is only a portrait of Patriarch Yiming. Under the portrait, there is a golden palace-like staircase. On the staircase is a large emerald-like coral chair, shining with a faint green light. The Evening Ghost Emperor sat on top with his horse and golden sword. High above, looking far away, just like the Emperor inspecting the mountains and rivers in all directions.
Meet the leader.
Luli looked solemn and bowed again.
Luli, I'll ask you again. Are you an undercover agent?
The voice of the Evening Ghost Emperor came over.
Disciple is definitely not.
Luli's face was filled with sincerity.
Then, where did you learn the powerful heavenly dragon Buddha mantra? Such a profound Buddhist mantra. I am afraid that even 3,000 Buddhists will regard it as the true Mahayana law and keep it secret.
Inningue said he asked in a deep voice. Coming! Sure enough. You asked this. Luli's heart trembled, and he cupped his hands and replied.
Back to the leader. I actually comprehended this spell. Just you?
The dark blue eyes of the Evening Ghost Emperor narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of doubt.
By now,
Luli took a deep breath and looked extremely solemn.
It seems that I can't hide it anymore. Immortal Jiqian, proud of the world. As long as I am Luli, there will be heaven. There are 3 million geniuses in the world, but they have to lower their eyebrows when they see me, holding the sun, moon and stars in my hand. There is no one like me in the world. If heaven had not given birth to me, Luli, the devil's path would last forever like a long night. That's right. I, Luli, am the real #1 genius in the magic way.